While other protagonists conquer goddesses and grow stronger by having children in the apocalypse, you not only become a goddess but are also conquered by a vengeful enemy who has returned from rebirth, making you call the author handsome, all because a global catastrophe struck, forcing all humans and living organisms to either evolve or mutate. Those who fail to evolve turn into terrifying zombies. The good news is you evolved. The bad news is you evolved into a woman and awakened a top-tier fertility ability. Hosts not only have maxed out beauty and charm but also give birth to children who perfectly inherit the attributes and abilities of their fathers. Hearing this, you stare at your flawless reflection in the mirror in despair. This is just great, isn't it? An apocalypse is bad enough, but turning into a male buff goddess? How am I supposed to play this game? Despairing, you curl up under the covers, planning to sleep forever. But hunger wakes you up in less than half a day. To survive the apocalypse, you decide to start by gathering supplies from next door. After forcing yourself to mentally prepare for half a day, you put on a determined expression, rummage through your home for a baseball bat, and open the door. But the next second, a tall figure flashes by, and suddenly, a collar is clamped around your neck. In panic, you instinctively swing the bat at the attacker, only for them to effortlessly catch it with one arm. They then look at you in surprise. To react this fast at just level 1, no wonder you were one of the 4 Dark Emperors in your past life. The demon nun Duan Wan Yu. Who are you? What did you put on me? Before you can finish, the collar tightens, sending a powerful electric shock through your body. You collapse to your knees in agony. It hurts. What is this thing? Who are you? Take it away now. // That's impossible. Demon nun / the man said coldly, summoning a black longsword out of thin air and slowly pointing it at your neck. / I've been reborn just to kill you. Although you haven't done anything evil yet, prevention is better than cure. Please die now. / As he spoke, the man raised his longsword high, ready to strike you down. / Wait, big brother, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. I beg you. I don't know any demon nun. / The man's sword stopped just before your neck. You looked up and saw hesitation on his face. He was very young, with strikingly handsome features that even the school belle would chase after. The man glared at you coldly. / Damn you, Duan Wan Yu. Stop pretending to be innocent. You killed so many people in your past life, and now you're trying to play dumb to get away with it. / What are you talking about? My name is Duan Ban, not Duan Wan Yu, and I'm no demon nun. Are you sure you've got the right person? / You replied helplessly in a low voice. / Still don't get it? I am a reincarnator who has experienced the apocalypse once. You, in your past life, you were one of the most despicable cult leaders in central China. You single-handedly wiped out several thousand-person shelters and deliberately led hordes of zombies to rescue bases, killing tens of thousands. The man's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze icy cold. After hearing this, you finally understood the situation. Gritting your pink lips, you cursed the author in your heart. Are you kidding me? How could this happen to me? Handsome author, why can my past life's enemy reincarnate and come back? And not only that, but find me so quickly? How am I supposed to deal with this? There's no way I can beat a reincarnator, unless I ambush him when he's not paying attention. Thinking this, your expression gradually turned serious, and your small hand quietly reached for the baseball bat. But before you could even move halfway, the man's gaze turned cold. He kicked the bat away, grabbed your hair, and snarled, "Pretty girl, you really deserve to die. You actually tried to ambush me. Stop pulling my hair. What exactly do you want? Handsome? It hurts." The man was incredibly strong, dragging you to the ground with just a slight pull. Furious and anxious, you steeled yourself and yelled, "Why shouldn't I ambush you? You try to kill me at the slightest disagreement, so why can't I ambush you? What nonsense are you talking about with past lives and future? What does that have to do with me? I didn't do any of that. If you kill me like this, how are you any different from those cultist thugs you mentioned?" The man's eye twitched slightly. Having been reborn, he had resolved to live for himself this time, to become the strongest in the apocalypse, and settling scores with his past enemies was a necessity. That's why he rushed over as soon as he sensed that familiar presence, to eliminate that despicable woman as soon as possible. But now, the demon nun was just an ordinary girl, no threat to him whatsoever, and morally, she made perfect sense with every word. Looking pitiful and helpless, it was hard for him to bring himself to harm an innocent person. "Fine, I won't kill you," the man sighed after much hesitation, "but while death may be spared, punishment is inevitable. If I let you go, you'll likely grow into a demon who kills without hesitation in the future. Rather than that, it's better to keep you by my side under strict supervision." You frown at him, your gaze wary. As he scrutinizes your body, you suddenly realize and cover your vulnerable areas with both hands. Sure enough, after his inspection, the man curls his lips into an amused smirk and commands arrogantly, "I am Qin Kong. From today onward, you are my woman. I'll keep you safe and help you level up in the apocalypse." But you need to abandon your violent thoughts and obediently become a housewife. The collar around your neck is an S-class item. It will punish you the moment you even think of attacking me. And there's no escape. No way. Hearing the word housewife, you nearly fumed yourself into unconsciousness and decided to lay it all out. I'm a man. I only turned into a woman because of my awakened ability, so get it? Nothing good comes from man-on-man relationships. Oh, Qin Kong sneered. Who cares if you were a man before? You're a woman now, and it's even better that you used to be a man. Humiliating you will be more fun. Go put on those black stockings, or I'll electrocute you. You bastard. Trembling, you pointed at Qin Kong but couldn't muster a retort. Your life was in his hands, and one wrong word could be fatal. Seeing your reluctance, Qin Kong scoffed. Looks like you won't learn without a lesson. Beautiful. Wait, brother, don't. Crackle pop, it hurts so bad. Stop it now. Spare me. I'll wear it, okay? You shrieked miserably as electric currents made your whole body glow white. The pain was bearable, but the humiliation of being collared and electrocuted as a man was unbearable. That's more like it, Qin Kong said coldly, watching your unwilling kneeling with no sympathy. This is the infamous demon nun from the past life, a character who took pleasure in killing and enjoyed torturing men. If she hadn't yet grown into that kind of person, I would have cut her down long ago. Now, with some discipline, maybe she can become a better person, and incidentally, my woman. Under Qin Kong's unyielding gaze, you miserably pick yourself up, walk to the neighbor's bedroom with visible reluctance, and tremblingly take out 2 clean pairs of stockings. Such an obedient, good child. And the skirts, bring 2 of those as well. The short ones. This is beyond bullying. Duanju's mouth gnashed her teeth as she read something, but she was afraid of being heard by the other party, so she could only hold back the tears of humiliation from the corners of her eyes, and chose 2 black pleated skirts to take out. That's better, isn't it? Are you satisfied now? Duanju, who was holding the clothes in his hand, spoke furiously, his angry little eyes looking very resentful and pitiful. Seeing her like this, Qin Kong, who had been wearing a disdainful expression, was also inexplicably stunned, only feeling as if his heart had been struck by something, and for a moment he actually felt that this woman was so cute and pitiful. You? Qin Kong wanted to speak. What's going on? Why would I? Qin Kong pursed his mouth in surprise, and the feeling of dry mouth made him feel very shocked, because he never thought that he would be confused by any woman, and a woman is just a harem behind a strong man. Not to mention that the one in front of him is still one of the 4 black emperors who killed people in his previous life. But somehow, the more he observed Duanju's face, the more he felt that the other party's appearance was very eye-pleasing. Pale skin, sharp short hair, stunningly beautiful features paired with those glittering red pupils. It was almost like an elf walking out of an anime. Pink lips crystal clear, as her skin is glowing. Let a person would like to go to the heart of love. This face value in the past and present life can be found, I'm afraid, that a hand to count. Only. Just as Qin Kong was horrified by Duanju's beauty and was about to say something, a sense of crisis suddenly struck him, so much so that his gaze suddenly turned cold. Suddenly looking towards the bottom of the building. What's going on? What happened? Sensing something bad, Duanju hurriedly hid behind Qin Kong and inquired in a trembling voice in a whisper. Qin Kong, on the other hand, just silently picked up his long sword, moving his wrist while coldly explaining. Blame you for shouting so loud just now. The walkers outside should have found us. Useless woman, go back to the house. I'll take care of them. Chapter 3. It doesn't matter. I'll take care of them. After dropping an icy and handsome sentence, Qin Kong leaped and jumped directly down the gap of the stairs. This was the 3rd floor. A normal person would be crippled if they jumped from this height without dying, not to mention the fact that there were still so many zombies down there. It was hard to imagine how confident Qin Kong was in his own strength. But on the contrary, Duanju, who couldn't care less about Qin Kong's life-threatening behavior, just stood still and muttered with the corners of his mouth twitching. Useless. Woman? A vein slowly emerged on Duanju's forehead. Who's a woman? Who's a useless woman? Your whole family is a woman. Pick a fight, right? You're looking down on me, aren't you? You want me to wear black silk? Well, we'll see about that. Taking this opportunity now, I have to find a way to finish you off. Thinking this in her heart, Duanju's teeth were gnashing in anger. Fleeing was definitely not an option. The end of the world had just begun and Qin Kong had instantly found her, which meant that Qin Kong must have skills such as tracking and enemy retrieval, and no matter how far she fled, she could be easily found by him. That being the case, there was only one thing Duanju had to do now. Where was it? I remember here. Running home in a hurry, Duanju threw her black silken skirt on the bed, and through the door of her room she could vaguely hear the sounds of a fight downstairs, but she was concentrating on rummaging through the cabinets. Aha! Found it! Within seconds, Duanju was full of excitement as he picked up a pair of scissors. She was then seen impatiently lifting the shears and twisting a section of the collar in her fingers to give it a light cut. Heh, let's just cut the damn thing out first, and then I'll figure out how to steal when he gets back. Aha! Crackle, crackle, crackle. No warning, totally unexpected. Just as Duanju smugly hooked the corners of his mouth, thinking that he could escape from Qin Kong's grasp, the collar immediately triggered the punishment mechanism, causing Duanju, who had been caught off guard, to let out a miserable scream on the spot, and his entire body was covered in a shining white light. Dying, dying, dying. The mournful screams echoed throughout the building. The intense pain spread all over his body along his neck, as if there were millions of needles constantly piercing against his skin, death by 1,000 cuts, excruciating pain. The immense pain caused Duanju's toes to clench and his eyes to turn white, but even then he never stopped. It wasn't until she was on the verge of fainting that the terrible electric shock finally stopped. Duanju, who had smoke coming out of his head, lay on the ground with wide eyes, looking at the ceiling with an expression full of disbelief. The original this. Qin Kong was merciful to me just now? The real voltage of this thing is actually so horrible. I almost saw my boobs, With despair in his heart, Duanju, lying on the ground, was already numb and unable to move. But this can't be blamed on Qin Kong. After all, people have told her that as long as she doesn't make an act of resistance, the collar won't punish her. It's her who has to make a fool of herself. Escape. Can't escape. Then you can only endure the humiliation of staying by Qin Kong's side. But I don't want to wear black silk. Bastard, abomination, pervert. But don't think I'll give up so easily. As long as I find a way to level up, I'll be able to take this down one day and get my revenge. Wait for it. A determined gleam appeared in Duanju's eyes. Although her body was no longer able to move, such a dilemma could not prevent her from standing firm in her heart. Only. Just as Duanju was thinking about how to explain to Qin Kong in a moment that he couldn't get up from being electrocuted, an eerie ringing sound suddenly came from outside the door. Like a beast from hell, an oozing low growl kept emanating from between his throats. When Duanju, who was lying on the ground, looked towards the door, she realized that she had just forgotten to lock the door. There was a zombie that had climbed down from upstairs that had heard her screams and was dragging only the upper half of its body towards the house as it slowly crawled. Damn! The instant she saw the zombie, Duanju couldn't help but curse in her heart. She hastily raised her hand to grab the sofa to the side, trying to pull herself up by the arm. But unfortunately, a high-intensity electric shock made most of her muscles uncontrollable, not slowed down her body. Her whole body is soft and numb state, simply cannot even move. So she can only watch the zombies crawling closer and closer. That zombie big brother can't wait? Probably because he was too scared, Duanju was actually conversing with a zombie. Her face barely managed to squeeze out a miserable smile, as if that would please the walker, and she squirmed her body in the direction away from the walker while trembling and exhorting to it. I don't taste good, I don't have any muscles on me, look, these 2 lumps are all fat and devoid of nutrients. If you really can't, I'll introduce you to my friend, that Qin Kong then, he can surely satisfy your tastes, hey? Hey. I'm sorry. Don't bite me, zombie-sama. What had been a relatively subdued voice of persuasion suddenly turned into a scream. It was only when the scene shifted that he saw that it was Duanju's right foot that was clutched in the zombie's bloodied hand. But the parts are nothing to the zombie. To it, these are superior flesh and blood, necessary treats that exist to evolve. Bite and be done with it. Ho ho ho! The moment he grabbed his ankle, the zombie's eyes immediately turned red, and his original low, hoarse roar became frantic, which couldn't help but make Duanju even more alarmed, and could only desperately lift his other foot towards the zombie's head to kick it. Off! Off! The tiny foot slammed hard into the walker's head. Before this might still have an effect, but at this moment, Duanju's muscles were flaccid, and the power of his kick was comparable to that of an elementary school student, so any more kicks would just be scratching an itch for the zombie, and instead, his own body was being dragged by the zombie, inch by inch, backward. No! Don't! Qin Kong. The desire to survive caused Duanju to let out an alarming cry, and she flailed her arms wildly and grabbed the couch, trying to fight the zombie's power that way. Yet the more she screamed, the more excited the walkers became. Seeing that he couldn't yank the woman over, the zombie simply climbed onto Duanju's leg, grabbing the fat, snow-white jade leg with his blood-stained hands before opening his fangs and biting down hard on the thigh. It's over. Bang. At this moment, Duanju felt like walking lights were flashing up in his head. Vaguely she seemed to see her sister, her mother, her hair. And her mature and stable father, always silent and very cold look. His character is very introverted, but as a child Duanju only made a mistake. His father will be like a giant standing beside her, for her to carry the responsibility at the same time, will also patiently educate her how to behave. I'm sorry everyone, I'm a useless piece of, I'm going to mail it. With such thoughts in mind, Duanju with tears in the corners of his eyes had already closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the sight of the zombies gnawing themselves to death. Oddly enough, though. Obviously, before closing her eyes, the zombie's mouth was only 2 centimeters away from her thigh, but Duanju was slow to feel the pain from the bite. Aha! What's going on? With a glimmer of hope, Duanju carefully opened his eyes. And in her blurred vision, there was a tall back standing beside her, actually slowly overlapping with her impression of her father's back. And when she came back to her senses, she realized that this guy was not her father. Obviously, it was the cold-faced Qin Kong. Ah! You little! Qin Kong cursed with a cold face, throwing the fire extinguisher onto the ground as he said it was what he used to smash the zombie's head just now. Are you trying to cut the collar? How else could you get electrocuted to the point where you can't even tackle a disabled walker? Saying that, Qin Kong was already slowly squatting down, raising his hand to pinch Duanju's chin, gently kneading it like he was playing with Play-Doh. Soft face, nice touch, what's wrong? Scared silly? You're not dead yet. Hey! Ah! Duanju, who heard the shouts, finally came back to his senses. When she shook her head and cleared her head, she realized that the zombie had died a horrible death on the ground and couldn't help but stare in wide-eyed surprise. You saved my life. Dead, still acting with me here? Pretend not to hear, is it? Do you want to take off the collar? Qin Kong probably thought that Duanju was pretending to be crazy, so the tirade on his lips continued. This time, however, his movements were clearly not as rude as before, and he simply reached out with both hands, catching Duanju off guard and scooping her up into his arms in a princess hug. You! What are you doing? Feeling the warmth behind his neck and under his knees, Duanju, who had come back to his senses, finally revealed a horrified look, and hastily raised his small hands to break free, but couldn't use his strength because his muscles were still in a state of flaccidity. As for the woman in his arms, Qin Kong did not dislike the stains on the other party, but instead, he even fondly bumped twice, so that he could hold her more comfortably. Shut up, woman, it's too dangerous here. I'm going to take you to my base and then we'll have a nice exchange of biology. What did you say? You let go of me. I told you I'm male. Pervert. Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju's frightened little face turned pale, and she could only wave her powerless limbs and keep struggling, her white tender feet wobbling in the air. And in response, Qin Kong was very much more complacent as he replied. I said it doesn't matter. Huh? Big question marks popped up in Duanju's eyes. Qin Kong, on the other hand, smiled blandly and replied with full concern. Women, as long as they're good-looking, guys like you, who are naturally beautiful and prone to future trouble, only have to be closely guarded in the basement to give me peace of mind, don't you think? Huh? Saying that, Qin Kong even deliberately moved closer to his cheek and winked at Duanju with a playful smile. Duanju only felt her back go cold and her scalp tingle when she heard this. But there was nothing she could do in the face of Qin Kong's crushing strength. In the end, he could only clench his jade teeth, stare angrily, and squeeze out a sentence from his teeth with a full of unwillingness and humiliation. I am going to kill you. We'll see, but for now, you'll have to get your gear. After saying that, Qin Kong, who was holding Duanju, turned back and bent down to pick up the items on the bed, and with a lift of his arm threw them onto Duanju's body. Surprisingly, they were the black silks and short skirts that he had just found at his neighbor's house. Cam. He's still thinking about it. So I'm not gonna get away with wearing black silk? No. Don't want to become Qin Kong's plaything. I'm sure I'll lose my virginity if I keep this up. Don't. Chapter 4, Call Me Master. Holding the beauty in his arms and striding confidently, Qin Kong really wasn't afraid of the zombies outside even a little bit, and surprisingly walked out onto the street so brightly. Oh my god, you did all this? Duanju, who was being held in his arms, looked left and right in slight alarm. She could clearly see that under the dusk, the square of the neighborhood had been bloodied, and the corpses at the entrance of the building had been piled up. The air was filled with a fishy and disgusting smell, and many of the zombies had their heads cut off for the most part, yet they were still able to crawl slowly on the ground like loaches. And then there's a constant low growl that fills the air. Cackle. In this situation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a hell on earth. Even Duanju couldn't help but shiver after seeing this scene. The original harmonious and friendly city had just turned into a dead city. Looking at the children's sandy paradise in the neighborhood that had already been dyed red with blood, Duanju's heart inexplicably rose with a wave of sadness, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only close his eyes and stop looking at it. You're actually sympathizing with someone else? Feeling the change in Duanju's expression, Qin Kong looked very surprised. After all, in his impression, the demonic nun of the 4 Black Emperors was an extremely brutal lunatic, the kind that wouldn't be able to sleep without killing a few men in a day. Such a woman in his opinion was most likely a crazy batch before the end of the world, or else she wouldn't have become strong and perverted. But looking at it again at this moment, Qin Kong could not help but doubt his own thoughts. Is it possible that this woman was really stimulated by something that made her that way? If I take good care of her in this life, she might live as a normal person. Thinking like this, Qin Kong couldn't help but nod his head affirmatively. Immediately after that, he saw his arms tighten, holding the delicate ketone body while at the same time, his body weight also slowly lowered, making a starting position. Wrap your arms around my neck and hold on tight. Ha! The hell with hugging you. Although the other party had already reminded him clearly, but for the sake of face, Duanju could never take the initiative to hug a man. Not even in death. Seeing her in such a state, Qin Kong did not get angry, but only smiled faintly and reminded a bit smugly. Then don't you regret leaving? Ha! The next second, there was a gust of wind that blew Duanju's short hair up violently, which caused her to make a puzzled and frightened sound. And only when he looked up did he realize that the surrounding buildings, the vehicles on the street, and the stumbling zombies, all of the scenery was rapidly sweeping backward, and Qin Kong was actually holding her in his arms as he sped down the street at a speed that surpassed that of a sprinting champion. It's too fast. So dangerous. It's more exciting than riding a motorcycle. Riding a motorcycle at least had a seat under his butt, but in Qin Kong's arms his entire body was airborne, and the strong wind blew Duanju's hair around as if he was going to fall off at any moment. Looking behind him, the zombies that chased after him had long since converged into a swarm, densely packed and clawing with their teeth and claws. Duanju couldn't care less about the uselessness of it all, and could only wrap his arms tightly around Qin Kong's neck and yell out. Hey! There's a lot of walkers back there. There's a lot of walkers. I know. The fast-running Qin Kong replied calmly, and the corners of his mouth even hooked up slightly as he spoke, revealing a confident smile. They won't be able to catch us, they'll be here soon, don't worry. Meh. Looking at Qin Kong's well-traveled smile, not only was Duanju not touched, he instead looked away and sneaked a cold snort. Don't worry? Don't worry? Go ahead, who can beat you? You'll be in trouble sooner or later. Just don't take me with you when you die, damn it. With this thought in mind, Duanju couldn't help but gnash his teeth again. The thought of being held in a man's arms like a young girl running through the post-apocalyptic world, an inexplicable sense of humiliation surged through his heart, causing Duanju's resentment towards Qin Kong to deepen even more. According to Qin Kong, if he hadn't interfered, I could have become a super powerful psychic who could destroy a base of thousands of people by himself. It may be a villain, but at least it's a mean one. 4 Black Emperor's demon sisters? Good name. But on the contrary, now. If this goes on, not to mention the 4 Black Emperors, it would be good if they don't turn into. Thinking of this, Duanju's grudging little eyes had narrowed slightly, biting her pink lips tightly in a way that was very humiliating but inexplicably had the lovely feeling of a haughty young girl. And soon enough, Qin Kong brought Duanju to another neighborhood, just a kilometer or so away from her house. No wonder Qin Kong said that he detected her scent right at the beginning of the end times, so it turned out that the two lived so close to each other. Here it is. To Duanju's some surprise, Qin Kong didn't choose to enter the neighborhood's buildings, but instead brought Duanju into a small 2-story villa. The fence was incredibly tall and covered with wire at the top. The iron gates of the courtyard were as thick as armor, and that was all before you even got inside the villa. How come your family's defenses are so strong? Looking at the fortress-like villa in front of him, Duanju could only blink his large eyes and mutter out a question. Qin Kong didn't hide anything, he just carried Duanju in with a calm face, explaining calmly as he walked. I've told you that I've been reborn, and since I've been reborn, it's normal to prepare a little before the end times begin, right? Duanju was still blinking suspiciously. Then, in that case, why don't you just notify the state so it can take precautions? Are you an idiot? Hearing such a stupid statement, Qin Kong glanced at the woman with some disgust. Do you know what point in time I came back from my rebirth? There are only 12 hours left before the end times begin. Let alone reporting it to the state, it's too late to report it to the city, not to mention that no one would necessarily believe it. Besides, who am I to help others? In my last life, my old self was backstabbed by the officials of the rescue base, and in the post-apocalyptic world, trusting others is no different from seeking death. I won't trust anyone anymore. At the end of his words, Qin Kong's expression was slightly hideous, and his originally cold eyes actually revealed a tyrannical aura. Obviously his death in his previous life must have had nothing to do with some enemies. I hope I didn't get him killed in my past life. Duanju prayed silently in his heart. But on second thought, she felt something was wrong, so she cocked her head and asked curiously. Then if that's the case, why did you let me go? Didn't you say you wouldn't trust anyone else? Hearing this, Qin Kong's originally ferocious expression quickly calmed down, his eyebrows slightly raised as he began to explain in a flirtatious-like tone. Because you're a woman, or a very superb woman, and you're wearing an S-rated prop slave collar around your neck that can't be taken off no matter what, so you're now an item that belongs solely to me, and no matter how much I don't trust people, I still need a woman, don't I? What? You? When these words came out, Duanju's little face immediately turned red with anger. How can this be? Can't you find a normal woman then? Why does it have to be me? I can only say coincidence. I was going to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so naive before you turned bad, making me embarrassed to do it, although those are the evil deeds of the past life, and the present you have nothing to do with it, but after all, it's all done by you. Even if it's a precautionary measure, I can't let you know matter, so now. Speaking of which, Qin Kong had already brought Duanju to the second floor of the villa. The spacious living room was quite well equipped, with fitness equipment, game consoles, and even a barbecue grill. Instead, he threw Duanju toward the bathroom, tossing the black silk and skirt from earlier on the floor as well, and commanded Duanju on the floor in a condescending tone. So now, either you wash your body and put your clothes on to please me, or I'm going to kill you right now with a single stroke. I don't need useless trash staying in my house. The decision is up to you. Which one do you choose? Well. Listening to the man's domineering and arrogant voice, and then looking at the black silk on the ground that represents humiliation and lowliness. Biting her pink lips, Duanju clenched her fists in death, only to see her shoulders slightly trembling and her chest heaving as she looked at Qin Kong with eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. But. Duanju's heart was torn in a million directions. Once she puts this on, her identity of having been a man will most likely be gone. All that awaited her was endless humiliation and torture. But if she didn't wear it, it would be impossible to defeat Qin Kong with her current strength, and she couldn't remove the collar around her neck, so the end would only be death. Would it be to dress up as a woman and pretend to be compromised, or to go to her death fearlessly like a man? After hesitating for a long time, a crystal teardrop slowly slid down her poor cheeks, and sure enough, she still picked up the black silk on the floor with her trembling little hands. Well. I don't want to die. I'm sorry. The apology wasn't addressed to anyone. It could be to herself, or to her parents who don't even know if they're alive. Anyway, she wimped out. Who else could come along and not wimp out? The only way to have a chance is to live, and it's really hard to die like this. Even as a woman, I will work hard to upgrade and one day defeat Qin Kong to regain my freedom. Definitely. I'll do it. Well, that's good behavior. Looking at Duanju, who had already picked up the black silk, Qin Kong nodded with great satisfaction. And this time, his tone was a lot milder than it had been a moment ago, as he lifted his hand to hold the shower switch on the side and explained softly to Duanju on the floor. To the left is hot water, to the right is cold, and for towels you can use whatever you want. They're all new now that they've become mine. I won't let you suffer. Grab a good wash and get out. You'll still have to cook dinner. Well. Got it. Clenching her pink fists, Duanju replied in an almost trembling voice. That expression of trying to appear strong and holding back the tears from flowing out was almost as adorable and pitiful as a defeated princess. However, in response, the cold-blooded Qin Kong actually didn't have a trace of sympathy, but instead stroked his chin as if he remembered something. Oh yeah, one more thing. SH. What? Duanju's heart had already been smoothed out by humiliation, and hearing Qin Kong's words again, she could only respond with a breathless voice. But who would have thought? Qin Kong's next words had once again refreshed Duanju's worldview. From now on you're going to call me master, and from now on I'll call you Xiaoju, got it? Well. As soon as these words came out, Duanju's little face immediately turned pink with suffocation. Seeing her puffed up face and wide eyes, she stared at Qin Kong with an expression full of disbelief, but she didn't dare to utter a single word even after holding her tongue for half a day. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong merely glanced lightly and questioned in an irresistible voice. What? You don't want to? Well. No. It took almost all of Duanju's strength to shout out those words. She then saw her eyes crystallize and whispered in a voice on the verge of tears. I'll listen to master. Xiaoju will listen to master from now on. I'll kill you. Sooner or later. I'll kill you. Chapter 5, Can we eat? Little Ju is so good, take a quick shower and come out to me when you're changed. After leaving these words, Qin Kong finally left the bathroom, leaving Duanju sitting alone and lonely on the floor, feeling endlessly sad and confused about his future. I'll kill you. Sooner or later. I'll kill you. Duanju's mind thought this. Biting her lip, she looked rather resigned. But now that it was over, there was no use being reluctant, and she could only pick up the black silk on the floor, place it silently on the sink, and turn on the shower. Whoa! The lush stream of water sloped down, causing the bathroom floor to be covered in clear springs, and soon this cold stream of water was radiating heat, the white steam filling the air and barely warming Duanju's cold body. Forget it, let's just take a nice bath and talk about it. Then again, I just actually. Damn it! When he recalled those horrible experiences earlier, Duanju couldn't help but curse in his heart. So what exactly is an S-class prop? How did Qin Kong get it? And how can I disarm it? It's a pain in the ass. It's that asshole god's fault. He's got nothing better to do than mess with the end of the world. The mental grumbles were loud and clear while the physical removed the clothes slowly. The foggy white air obscured most of the picture, and apart from the head, one could only look at Duanju to the smooth and delicate snowy shoulders, which continued to emit a steaming white vapor in the clear stream of the shower. Is this what I look like now? The view from the screen doesn't allow you to see all of it, but Duanju was able to take in her body through the mirror, and the following is her inner monologue. Just looking in the mirror makes feel so ashamed. It's got to be a D, right? It's definitely a D. Good full hand. No, how can I have evil thoughts about my body? Let's take a look at something else. How long and white are those legs? Can these bare feet really be used to kick zombies? Oh. The softness of the body is so strong. I can lift my legs above my head. Alas. Is really It's nice to look at, but I'm a guy after all. This awakening skill is too much trash. How on earth did I become the strongest villain in my past life with this kind of skill? This is not scientific. Charming sacred body. Hardly? No way. That's a no-no. As the water continued to gush down the floor drain, the white gas in the bathroom was already growing, until finally Duanju's shadow could no longer be seen. But unseen as it was, the bath song she hummed as she relaxed and scrubbed was very clear. Little white rabbit, white and white, rubbing both legs together, rubbing the front and the back, QQ bouncing is so cute. Zira. In the bathroom there was a steady stream of mellifluous singing. At the same time, the grill that had appeared in the living room a moment ago had been moved to the windowsill with the sound of grease boiling from the flames. A large swath of mellow meat aroma began to waft into the air like it didn't cost anything. Like lighting a fuse, the zombies in the neighborhood turned their heads in the direction of the villa. Hundreds of meters away, they smelled the wonderful aroma of meat. Each and every one of them revealed their fishy red eyes, as if they were mad beasts running. In a few minutes, they had already converged into a group outside the villa's walls. Ow ow ow. Ow ow ow. Ow ow ow. The hideous, horrible zombie stretched out its claws and kept scratching. A few well-armed zombies even climbed the fence, reaching forward even as their bodies were cut by the wires with bloody marks. Because there, on the second-floor windowsill of the villa, Qin Kong, dressed in casual home clothes, was arranging slices of tender and juicy steak on the grill. The blazing charcoal stone flickered with fiery red light, and corresponding to it was the snowflake steak, which was already bubbling with grease and emitting an unrivaled aroma. But that's not all. With a casual lift of his hand, Qin Kong skillfully took a handful of fragrant condiments, first 5 spice powder, then barbecue powder, and of course, chili noodles and cumin. Zira. Another aroma of meat hit his face. This time the aroma was mixed with the fresh scent of seasoning, making it even more fragrant. A large amount of flames surged into the air through the grill pan, causing all the zombies below to act as if they had lost their minds, clawing at the walls while desperately letting out bursts of low roars. Ow 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 ow. The frenzied zombies were getting more and more numerous, gradually forming small mountains outside the fence. Their hideous expressions are as if to say, hungry. So hungry. Give me a bite. Just one bite. Looking at the monsters underneath, Qin Kong looked completely unconcerned as he cooked the roasted meat on his own, as if this was just an ordinary family dinner. But just because he's not afraid doesn't mean others aren't. Duanju, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, happened to see this scene, and in his panic he really didn't hold back a curse. What the are you doing? I've seen waves, but I've never seen such waves. Even if he knew that Qin Kong's strength was probably very strong, Duanju had trouble believing that he would grill a steak in front of a large group of zombies. Isn't this looking for death? It's over. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's forehead, and his pitch-black pupils were quaking madly in his eyes. It's over. This Qin Kong thought that he was invincible just because he came back from rebirth. Sooner or later, he would die from waves when he was with him. No, I can't say I'll die in a while. I'm screwed. With this thought in her heart, Duanju's expression had become more and more alarmed. Looking at the already shaky courtyard fence, she hastily shook her head to calm down, and with 2 steps forward she tugged on Qin Kong's arm to warn him. Hey, stop baking. The walkers outside are coming in. The fence is going to collapse. You got your clothes changed, huh? Qin Kong, who had his arm yanked, finally looked back, but he didn't realize that his first sentence wasn't actually to explain about the roasted meat or the zombies, but rather to tease Duanju about what he was wearing at the moment. White small short sleeves, black pleated skirt, delicate and smooth black silk fit those jade feet flawlessly, as if they were a flying chocolate waterfall, converging into a spring in the cup called slippers. Clean and sharp short hair to see how many eyes will not get tired, cute and a little charming, and the beautiful face is even more love. On top of that, you can also see the beautiful legs are twisting, the knees clamped. Must be she is not used to wearing black silk, so she can only use twisted movements to resist the feeling of legs being tightly wrapped, right? Perfect, just perfect. Qin Kong almost blurted it out. And hearing this, Duanju couldn't believe his ears, and could only clench his jade teeth and glare hard at the other party before shouting indignantly. You idiot! It's already that time of the day and you're still thinking about such things in your head. Can't you see the zombies down there are about to burst the wall? We'll be dead if this goes on. It's all your fault for having nothing better to do than grill steaks. Towards the end, Duanju's voice made a trembling sound, showing how angry she was at this point. She couldn't figure out how there could be such a stupid, conceited person in this world. Reborn in one life to come back and directly wave themselves to death. But on the other hand, for Duanju's questioning, Qin Kong actually didn't even panic a little. He simply stretched his hand out, easily wrapping it around Duanju's small waist, and under Duanju's expression filled with surprise and panic, he swept him into his arms, then rubbed his chin very favorably against his forehead. Is it all my fault? So you're not going to eat later? As he spoke, Qin Kong picked up a small piece of beef with his fork and passed it to Duanju's mouth as if he were teasing a kitten with a teasing stick, then looked at the other party with a smile on his face as he waited for an answer. And to this, Duanju's response was, Well, you let go. Don't touch my butt. I'm not eating it. Duanju, who was wrapped in an embrace, only felt uncomfortable. The cool bottom of her skirt, the tightly attached black silk, and the blouse that couldn't hide her surging huge peaks. These 3 things had already made her feel quite uncomfortable, and at this time, when she was hugged by Qin Kong again, she inexplicably felt that something important had been lost. It's something called dignity. It was her original unwavering male heart. But, although physically uncomfortable. But I have to say, Qin Kong's arm is very strong, and his body temperature is also very warm. Being held in his arms, an inexplicable sense of security surged to his heart, as if the countless zombies downstairs were not so scary. The aroma of the beef on the fork, coupled with his pampered, handsome face, would be too much for any woman to resist, right? Gollum. The indisputable stomach growled again, or the growling kind. Duanju then remembered that she had run towards her neighbor's house an hour ago just to find food after meeting Qin Kong. Fear and nervousness had made her forget about her hunger, and when she smelled this mellow meat aroma, her stomach growled as if it had triggered some kind of switch, and even if Duanju had tried to hold it back, it would have done nothing. Gollum! Gollum! He screamed twice more, and this shameful sound was clearly heard by Qin Kong, who was on the sidelines, so his smile became even more triumphant and he shook the fork in his hand once again. You're really not eating? Aren't you hungry? As he spoke, he brought his fork a little closer to Duanju's pink lips, gently shaking it as if teasing a cat. On the other hand, Duanju's eyes had gone straight. Cutlets. Wonderful meat. The fat seemed like melted oily wax, stretching down the meat. This horrifying sight caused the liquid at the tip of Duanju's tongue to grow more and more, and although on the surface he still appeared to be holding back his appetite, he didn't know how many times he had gulped down his saliva in between his endurance. Until finally, when the fork started to leave and Qin Kong made a preparatory move to take the meat in one bite. It was only then that desire finally crushed Duanju completely, and he could only raise his hand to grab the other man's arm, stopping the man from eating the food, before saying carefully with a red little face, "Gollum. Can be eaten?" "Sure." Qin Kong replied with a quick cry. But soon, he winked again and reminded in a playful tone, "But don't forget who you are. What do you have to be called before I'll give it to you?" "Well." Hearing this, Duanju's cheeks reddened even more, and his angry eyes looked full of resentment, with a feeling that he wanted to bite Qin Kong to death. Only this time, this humiliating resentment didn't exist for long, only to see Duanju, who was biting his lip, take a deep breath before he opened his mouth slightly and replied in a near-crying voice. "Master. Master. I want to eat this." Duanju finally managed to speak up. And seeing her being so obedient, Qin Kong also hooked the corner of his mouth, generously handing the fork to Duanju's mouth, but he didn't want the other party to directly open her pink lips and bite down. One swallow of the meat and the tender, juicy meat instantly bursts in your mouth like a bubble. The aroma of the seasonings, the rich flavor of the meat, and just the right amount of heat. All of it made Duanju unable to help himself, completely unable to imagine that Qin Kong's handiwork could be so powerful, just like a starving wife, tilting her head, eyes full of tears, tugging at her husband's sleeve to reveal a churlish look. Then while chewing the food in his mouth, he spoke pitifully. Still want. Master. Sure, as much as you want." Qin Kong still spoke calmly, and as he spoke, he was already serving the grilled steak on a plate, using a knife and fork to divide it finely to facilitate feeding the woman. Only. As good as the steak was, the zombies down there were still screaming like crazy. "If we don't take care of them, how can we eat?" Duanju, who had his mind taken away by the beef, finally came to his senses and hurriedly shook his head to regain his senses, hastily giving Qin Kong a reminder. "Qin. Oh no, master. What about the zombies down there? They're about to rush in." This. Qin Kong replied carelessly. As he spoke, he was already cutting up a second steak, and then thoughtfully delivered it to Duanju's mouth, who accepted the feeding as if he was used to it, and ate it in one gulp. "Don't mind them, it's just experience." What? Hearing this, Duanju tilted his head slightly, a puzzled look on his face as if he didn't understand what Qin Kong's words meant. Yet the next second. Boom! A sudden explosion suddenly rang out, which caused Duanju to really not hold back his foul mouth. It was the outside of the villa's wall that suddenly exploded. Large flames rose to the sky and all the zombies were blown away. Countless limbs and broken arms flying all over the sky, blood flowed all over the ground like no money, and then crackled and fell all over the ground. Corpses. Originally it was still just a silent and gloomy neighborhood, at this time it has been completely dyed with the red of hell. The picture can be said to be tragic to the extreme. Vomit. Seeing such a horrific scene, Duanju almost vomited the beef she had just eaten, but luckily she was strong-willed enough to hold it back. On the contrary, on the other side, looking at the piece of corpses that had been blown to bits and pieces, Qin Kong actually didn't even bother to look at them, and was still leisurely cutting the steak, placing a piece of tasty beef into his mouth, savoring it to reveal a satisfied smile before saying in a calm tone, "4 levels up, so little experience. Crazy." Duanju in his arms stared wide-eyed in horror, staring at the man beside him like a monster. Absolutely crazy. Pre-planted bombs? Was it a modern weapon or a strange system prop? Whatever it is, hunting zombies with such fanfare will surely attract more and more fearsome enemies, and will also attract countless survivalists who covet the supplies, so it can be said that they have pushed themselves into the limelight. Become the target of all. But. Thinking of this, Duanju's originally terrified gaze somehow faltered a little. She looked at Qin Kong's eyes. There was not only resentment and fear in them, it seemed that there was also a trace of reverence mixed in? Such a cool and high-profile way of acting. So damn handsome. What are you looking at? Are you still eating? Looking at the sluggish woman in his arms, Qin Kong shook his fork with some curiosity. Chapter 6. Handsome as it may be, it's very dangerous for me. This Qin Kong guy is flawless. Said to let Duanju make dinner, but the dinner turned out to be Qin Kong's barbecue show, with bunches of fatty pork chops, fresh green peppers, skewered lamb, and potatoes and corn and leeks and shiitake mushrooms and squid and oysters. And even cashews. All of the above were grilled one by Qin Kong, who had his grilling ability pulled to full capacity, and then set up a small table in the living room to take a plate to serve it on. How could such a wonderful table not make people's appetite open up? So Duanju was seen sitting on a small bench like a gluttonous child, eating the meat skewers while mentally mumbling. First of all, Qin Kong is a very calm person, calm and a bit crazy at the same time, the kind of person who can't be easily persuaded. Secondly, his strength is unfathomable, his supplies are hoarded quite abundantly, as well as the props from his previous life seem to have been preserved, or else where did he get the S-class props? In the end, this kid not only pulls all the stops in combat, but even his life skills are all around great, horribly good at cooking. It's so good. It's delicious. Does this really make sense? Is this end of the world a test for mankind or a vacation for Qin Kong? How can I possibly escape from him? Not to mention this collar around my neck. Damn it. Damn it. Thinking of this, Duanju couldn't help but curse, followed by a vicious bite with a ferocious expression, as if what she was chewing on in her mouth wasn't mutton, but Qin Kong's head. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, who had finished grilling the last handful of meat skewers, was putting on his jacket and walking towards the balcony in silence. What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat what you baked yourself? Perhaps because Qin Kong had eaten so much by himself without moving a single bite, Duanju's heart was a bit overwhelmed, so he kindly asked a question towards the other party. Instead, in response, Qin Kong silently pulled out the long knife from the void space and turned back to explain after moving his wrist. I didn't bury the bombs very well, a couple of the walkers didn't die through, had to go down and deal with it also, those bunches of leeks are mine, you're not allowed to eat them. Oh. Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju agreed with a dumbfounded expression, looking well-behaved and cute. But without thinking, the very next second after Qin Kong leapt up and jumped off the balcony, Duanju's forehead suddenly exploded with veins. With an expression that was almost like gritting his teeth, he secretly said in his heart. And the leeks are all yours, who cares? I don't want it. I'll have to search the villa while you're not back, in case there's another S-rated prop that can cut this thing around my neck. Chances are what you make of them. Thinking this in her heart, Duanju's face was already surfacing with a determined gaze. No, it won't work if she's not determined. Seeing as it was about to get dark, if she continued like this her virginity would be taken by Qin Kong. And before leaving, Duanju also did not forget to smooth away a few strings of waste on the table, while fragrantly eating while looking up at home. Hey shoo. Rummaging through the closet, it was full of dark or camouflage clothes and backpacks, and the kind made of very durable material. When he opened the storage box, there were all kinds of electronic devices, batteries, power supplies, and hardware tools, some of which even Ju Duan had never seen before. Then you find the kitchen freezer with lobster and crab, fresh vegetables and fruits, dirty ribs, everything. A final run to the basement turned out to be filled with gunpowder and gasoline, long knives and short swords, radio equipment, and even a handmade spray gun. Holy! After seeing what was in this last room, Duanju really didn't hold back a gasp. Didn't he say he only had 12 hours to prepare when he came back from rebirth, and 12 hours to prepare this much? That's too much. Wait a minute? By the way. Jets? Duanju's eyes fell on the shotgun in the corner. Overly surprised, she ran smartly on her little legs, not even noticing the kebabs being dropped on the table. Wow! What a cool gun! Any man has no resistance to firearms, and Duanju, who used to be a man, was naturally no exception. She was seen picking up the shotgun in her small hands and stroking its dark surface, the etched pattern on the steel reflecting a mysterious fire under the light, while the elegant hammer was as delicate and beautiful as a fallen angel with its bony wings folded. That's awesome. Does this thing fire? Where are the bullets? Duanju, who had gotten his gun, could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth at all, and looked left and right for bullets right in the basement. And just as she'd thought, the bullets were sitting on the case next to her, and thinking back to the movie sequence, Duanju probably fumbled around a bit to find the tubular magazine. The shotgun shells were as thick as 3 fingers, and Duanju shoved them in one by one until 5 rounds had passed with just enough of them inside to jam into the magazine. Is the capacity 5 rounds? What about power? Wait a minute? What if I sprayed Qin Kong with this? At that thought, Duanju's eyes grew wide, and the way his pupils were trembling, he seemed genuinely hesitant to do so. But before she had a chance to decide, there was a terrible sound of electricity in her neck. Crackle. 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 Aha, I'm sorry. Or not. Electricity flashed, and his neck ached slightly. Before the slave collar's electric shock had officially begun, Duanju hurriedly unloaded all the bullets from his gun before dutifully putting it back in place and fleeing the basement. Never get electrocuted here. Otherwise Qin Kong would have realized that I was trying to finish him off and humiliated me severely or even killed me. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough not to let the collar trigger the punishment. While rejoicing in his heart, Duanju hurried back to the second floor, pretending to still be eating. And it didn't take long for Qin Kong, who had finished dealing with the zombies, to walk back from the gate, and judging from the sound of his footsteps, the returning Qin Kong really did walk towards the basement. Well, it's a good thing I'm quick. The corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up slightly, the flirtatious arc revealing a proud smugness. No problem, I've put the gun back where I found it, even unloaded it. He won't find out unless there's surveillance. But who has surveillance in their basement? Aha! Wait a minute. What's wrong? With this in mind, the originally hooked up corners of his mouth slowly returned to normal, and Duanju's face swished from pride to horror. And at the same time, Qin Kong slowly made his way up the stairs, his face dark and his gaze cold, and in his hand was the roasted loin that Duanju had forgotten in the basement. Did you just go into my basement? I didn't mean it. Seeing Qin Kong's cold, murderous expression all over his face, Duanju instantly exploded like a frightened kitten, and could only hide behind the sofa and look nervously at the other party. I was just curious, really just curious. I didn't touch anything. Just a couple of light touches on the gun. Your roasted leeks are getting cold, or why don't you eat first? I know it's wrong. Woo. After saying that, Duanju had clutched his head and crouched behind the sofa, afraid that the enraged Qin Kong would do something terrible to her again. But unexpectedly, Qin Kong actually didn't say anything more after hearing Duanju's explanation. He just sat silently on the couch, picked up the skewer of leeks and used his chopsticks to pick up the leaves into a bowl, calmly as if nothing had happened. Only after taking 2 bites of leeks did Qin Kong frown slightly and mutter to himself. It's a little cold, forget it, make do. After saying that, Qin Kong twisted his head to look at the woman who was trembling on the side. Hey, Ju, come sit on my lap. Ha? Ha? Duanju, who heard this, was quite surprised. She didn't expect Qin Kong to actually be so good at talking, begging for forgiveness a little and then not pursuing the matter. But good talk was good talk, and the order just given made Duanju a little hesitant. Sit. On your lap? Duanju's eyes widened and he repeated it with a dumbfounded expression towards Qin Kong. And Qin Kong's expression remained calm, only raising his left hand to pat his thigh like a sign. Come on. Well. Duanju looked at Qin Kong's icy gaze. Obviously his tone was so gentle, yet it inexplicably carried a forceful majesty. Sitting on a man's lap and being cradled like a wife or something. So humiliating. So unwilling. But, if you don't agree, you'll be electrocuted. You can't disobey Qin Kong's orders. Thinking of this, Duanju's slightly trembling petite body finally stood up, her fist still clenched in death, but her body had already arrived at Qin Kong's side. Gu, kill me. Duanju hated himself so much for being weak. It was because she was too greedy and afraid of death that Qin Kong had the opportunity to humiliate her. But what else could he do? The other party's icy line of sight was simply irresistible and non-negotiable, so Duanju could only clench his teeth and reach out with his small hand. While wrapping her arms around Qin Kong's neck, she sat on his thigh with her but perfectly combining with Qin Kong to look like a loving couple. Well, good. Wrapping his arms around the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, Qin Kong smiled with great satisfaction. The soft mass would squeeze flat against his chest, while the blazing body heat spread down the touch to Duanju's body. May. Be damned. Duanju spoke in a trembling voice with a sobbing accent, and as he spoke, he was already closing his eyes tightly, squeezing a tear out of the corner of his eye. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong was blinking with some curiosity. His right hand was responsible for chucking the food, his left hand was responsible for wrapping his arms around the woman, and while dotingly rubbing his chin against Duanju's forehead, he smiled in a careless tone and said, "What's the matter? Is it very reluctant? Is it that unacceptable? You tell me." Duanju replied with a slightly indignant expression, his teary eyes looking very disgruntled. "Would you like it if it were you? Would it make you happy to have a man put his arms around you like that? Why not?" Qin Kong replied with a cry without hesitation, while Duanju's eyes widened in confusion upon hearing this. "I am just a face control party. As long as I look good, I don't care if it's a man or a woman. If I were a pretty girl, I'd definitely be looking for a tough guy too. Well, do you think I'm handsome? Sort of handsome." Looking at Qin Kong's sincere eyes, Duanju skimmed his lips and gave a somewhat disgusted affirmation. But soon Qin Kong proceeded to follow up. "So are my skewers good? Yummy. Do I have a lot of supplies at my house? Much ah. Then are you happy if I take you to kill monsters and upgrade tomorrow? Really? Then of course I'm happy." At these words, Duanju's eyes lit up. She was worried that she wouldn't have the chance to kill zombies if she became a slave, but she hadn't thought that Qin Kong would actually take the initiative to mention it. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong also hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled smugly. "That's not all. Little baby, I provide you with food, water and shelter. I'm not ugly, and I have great strength and weapons, so why do you have a problem with me? What else can you have a problem with? Other women would be willing to give themselves up, but I'm just raising you up by letting you be my wife. You seem to have a point." After hearing these words, Duanju, who was still very resistant, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "He's right, without him I'd probably still be in the neighborhood struggling to survive and looking for food. Wouldn't staying here and eating barbecue be better than surviving outside? But. When he thought of this, the hand on his waist touched it somewhat forcefully. The rough limbs could clearly feel the lines on it even through the fabric, which caused Duanju's cheeks to blush slightly, and the expression on his biting lips turned even more shameful. But still not. I really still can't accept. It's okay, it's understandable." Seeing that Duanju was still squirming, Qin Kong didn't forcefully demand the other party, but simply gently rubbed up her head with his hand. "After all, you have to take your time with everything, and I don't mind if the days are long anyway." As smart as Duanju was, it seemed as if he had grabbed some information at this moment, and hurriedly looked up in surprise to ask him about it. "So you're willing to let me go tonight?" In response, Qin Kong only blinked in slight surprise. "Who told you that? I didn't say that, I meant day to day." It was late in the day, the moonlight was emerging, and the end times were serene under this veil of darkness. The scene shifted, and under Duanju's horror-filled expression, her own body had been picked up by the man in a full princess hug. Before she could react, she had already been taken to the bedroom. "Wait a minute? What is this? Don't." Chapter 7, Stirring Up the Nose. Silent and sullen dark night, bloodthirsty zombies kept wandering in the neighborhood. The poor survivors only dared to hide in the shadows and shiver, but they didn't know that while they were trembling in fear for tomorrow, strange noises kept coming from the bedroom of a villa. It's the mournful cry of dignity trampled to the ground and crushed hard. This is the retribution for becoming a murderess in her previous life. It was the price for the tyrannical and murderous nature that lurked in her heart. Countless people have died because of her, countless families have been shattered because of her, and although none of this has anything to do with the current Duanju, Qin Kong knows in his heart that once he lets her go, the gears of destiny will always cause her to evolve into the most terrifying of enemies. Qin Kong. No, you're wrong. Under the moonlight, Qin Kong gently pinched the woman's face, kneading it wantonly like playing with a cat's chin. "You should call me master, and you will call me master from now on, you who treat human life like grass. Never thought you would have this day." A sleepless night. Time passes without knowing how long. By the time consciousness returned once more, the sky had long since hung with a fiery red sun. "Well, Qin Kong?" Duanju, whose entire body went limp, cried out as if on instinct, raising her jade arms but failing to touch the man's body. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was just lying in bed alone, covered in a thick quilt, with soft pillows and her arms' hair disheveled, shirtless, and with quite a bit of cherry pink between her necks. It wasn't until her vision gradually cleared and she saw that she was indeed lying on the bed in Qin Kong's house that a single humiliating tear slowly slid down Duanju's cheek. An inexplicable sense of grievance and emptiness began to well up in her heart, but she, already a wife, could only hug her pillow hard enough to give herself enough security. Asshole. Abomination. Duanju's heart was cursing viciously. How dare you do this to me, to see me become a woman and toy with me like this? Qin Kong. Qin Kong. You shall not die. Don't think I'll forgive you, kill you. I'll kill you one day. Just wait and see. Well. As she was saying this, Duanju's throat let out a whimper due to her unwillingness, and although her heart was very angry, her sweet and pleasant voice had become indistinguishable from that of a young girl's, and the only thing that remained was the gleam of her unwavering eyes. Damn Qin Kong, where did he go? Where did he go? Truly the scum of the scum. Surely I should have killed him. Forget it, it makes me angry to think about it. I don't want to think about it, my throat is so dry, I'm so hungry, is there any food? Thinking like this, Duanju, who was lying in bed, finally calmed down. She looked around left and right, there was no one else's shadow in the large bedroom except for her, as if last night's events were all an illusion, somehow making Duanju's heart feel a little empty. Get out of bed and get something to drink. With this thought in mind, Duanju slowly stretched out his arm from the comforter, his flawless white skin glistening in the midday sun as if it were an elegant work of art. But after pushing a little harder, Duanju realized that her body actually had no strength to get up because it was too flabby. How? A woman's body is actually so fragile, I can't actually get up. Surprised, Duanju hurriedly switched to a sprawling position, pressing his hands against the bedpan and attempting to sit up by the strength of his limbs. But unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, her body could not move. Trembling arm, just a little force has reached the limit, even if the toes hard to tighten, make enough strength cannot get up. Plop. Ah. Failing to get up, Duanju fell straight onto his back. His whole face was sunk into the soft pillow, and all he could do was lie there motionless like a dumber. Asshole. Asshole. Look what you've done. I can't even get out of bed now. If I don't report it here, I'll never be a man. Stab you to death, 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 stab you to death. The more he thought about it in his heart, the deeper the resentment on Duanju's face grew. But what else could she do? Since she couldn't get up, all she could do was hug a pillow on her bed and mourn alone, talking to herself constantly in her own spirit to pass the time. It's already noon. Where the hell is he? No. Couldn't have been killed by a walker, could it? I don't think so. But Qin Kong, this kid is so prodigal, always posing as if he's invincible, it feels like sooner or later he'll die because of his own conceit. It's so stupid, causing others to worry so much. Wait. What's wrong? Shouldn't I be happy that he's dead? What am I worrying about? Why do I care so much about him? Duanju, who was still laying on his back, inexplicably shook his head, just as the sound of a door opening came from downstairs at that moment, and as that click closed the door behind him, familiar footsteps slowly approached from downstairs. Knock, 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 knock. Each footstep was heavy and powerful, and corresponding to that was Duanju's heart beating faster and faster, and his cheeks getting redder and redder. Until finally, the footsteps stopped at the bedroom door just as she had hoped, and the tall figure slowly pushed open the door, revealing his cold and handsome face. Taking off his blood-stained jacket as he walked straight over, and sitting on the edge of the bed, he gently stroked Duanju's forehead with his hand over the soft strands of his hair. Is the little awake? Qin Kong still liked to use that annoying title. But unlike yesterday, his tone was actually very gentle. Gentle knuckles constantly scraping between the messy hair, like a father lulling a sleeping child to sleep as touching his daughter's forehead. The intensity is light, warm and comfortable, and the stroke Duanju can't help but squint his eyes. But soon she reacted to something and hastily buried her head in the direction of the pillow, looking like she was sulking. In response, instead of reprimanding her, Qin Kong climbed onto the bed and poked his head out to ask curiously. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Duanju still didn't respond. She just covered most of her face with a pillow, revealing a pair of sultry eyes looking at Qin Kong. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. At this moment, the feeling was more like a couple having a small mood rather than them being mortal enemies. Soon enough, however, Qin Kong seemed to understand why Duanju was angry, so he leaned down, lowered his head slightly, and placed a gentle kiss on that white, tender face before explaining in a slightly spoiled manner. Alright, I'll be gentler next time. Didn't you say you wanted to upgrade? Get up, I'll take you there. I can't get up. Hearing Qin Kong's already soft words, Duanju actually didn't waver in the slightest, instead coldly rejecting him in a commanding tone. Go get me a glass of water. Hiss. Hearing this, Qin Kong directly tactically leaned back. Only a deep breath was taken, and a look of surprise and confusion soon appeared on his face. Shouldn't I be the master? Why is she having a little tantrum? Looking at the white and delicate woman in the blanket, snow-white shoulders shining, beautiful black hair silky smooth and soft, clear big eyes, even if they put on a sultry look still attracts people's heart. Somehow, after seeing Duanju like this, a sense of guilt rose up in Qin Kong's heart, so he had to scratch his head and reluctantly reply. TCH, okay, I'll get it. After saying that, Qin Kong walked out of the bedroom somewhat helplessly. It didn't take him more than a few moments to come back with a cup of hot water, and incidentally he thoughtfully supported Duanju to help her sit up. His shoulders were gently wrapped around the man's, and in Qin Kong's arms, Duanju's pajama camisole slipped down her arms while her snow-white northern hemisphere glistened in the sunlight. But she herself was oblivious to her own charms, and simply lifted her small hand and drained that cup of fresh water in a single gulp. Gollum! 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 The water slid slowly down his chin, creating a crystalline sheen on Duanju's tender skin. And it wasn't until he finished the last sip that Duanju put down the cup with some reluctance, twisting his head around to look at Qin Kong with a sultry expression once again. I'm hungry, I want cassoulet. Ha! Hearing these words, the gentle Qin Kong finally couldn't hold back a bit, and he was seen slightly opening his mouth, almost issuing a scolding to the woman. But when the words came to his mouth, Qin Kong somehow hesitated to curse, looking at the pair of eyes full of aggression and resentment, as well as biting his lips with a face full of unwillingness on his stunningly beautiful face. Qin Kong only felt that there was some kind of sharp weapon that pierced through his heart. No, it's not right. Qin Kong's heart was struggling desperately. At this moment, no matter how much he recalled the evil deeds of the demonic nuns in his previous life, he could no longer muster an ounce of hatred for the woman in front of him. Damn, how can this little be so cute? It feels like my heart hurts to see her like this. No, we can't be fooled by her. Maybe she's just acting. A stunt to get the slave collar off. Oh, okay. Though the heart is still struggling. However, on the surface Qin Kong was really hard to show his ferocious face to Duanju, and could only show a doting smile, rubbing his cheek against the other party's forehead before agreeing readily. I do have a pre-made vegetable packet of cassoulet at home, I'll heat one up for you. After saying that, Qin Kong happily and cheerfully ran off to the kitchen, leaving a grumbling Duanju with a slow question mark on his head. Ha? What's wrong? Looking through the bedroom door at Qin Kong, who was busy looking for the ingredient packets in the kitchen, Duanju could only feel that something had gone wrong. I don't know why, but I just wanted to piss him off on purpose, but I kind of regretted it after I said I wanted to eat cassoulet mainly because I was afraid he'd taste me. But why isn't he angry at all? The person is still weirdly good, actually willing to cook food for me. Is it hard to believe that Qin Kong is actually a good person? Thinking of this, Duanju quietly glanced at Qin Kong again, looking at that strong and tall back. Her mind unconsciously recalled something, her heartbeat actually involuntarily sped up, and her cheeks slowly began to turn red. But soon, Duanju then violently shook his head. Changing to an expression of angry eyes and deep hatred in his heart, he gritted his teeth. No, no, no. This man has ruined everything for me and humiliated me like I'm a fool, and I'm never going to be good enough for him. Although without him, I may still be in the neighborhood at this moment to survive hard, and certainly cannot eat barbecue and cassoulet. But I am absolutely not good to Qin Kong. Absolutely not. Ha! At that thought, Duanju's thoughts came to a screeching halt as the overwhelming aroma of meat had wafted through the air. The rich spices intertwined and entwined with the fragrance of the chicken, causing Duanju, who was still reeling, to freeze, and his indisputable stomach to growl once more. Gollum! Hey, why are you so useless? Whenever you smell something tasty, you scream. What's wrong with you? Coming! While Duanju was still complaining about his stomach, Qin Kong had already brought over the heated cassoulet. It was a pre-made dish after all, and it wouldn't take much time to heat it up. Only. The steaming heat smelled good, and the rich soup looked good in color, but Duanju just had a bad feeling. It looks okay, I'll take a taste, ah. Duanju closed his eyes and cutely opened his mouth. She can't help it, her arms are weak. It's only natural that she needs to be fed. Looking at Duanju, who had already completely treated himself as his mistress, the corner of Qin Kong's eye twitched slightly, but after a moment's hesitation he swallowed his words back down and spooned up a piece of chicken to feed it to Duanju. Ah! Shooing! 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 Vomit! Duanju, who had taken 2 bites, inexplicably dry-heaved. Then, under Qin Kong's astonished gaze, Duanju trembled slightly, lifting his face to reveal an expression of disgust as he despised towards the man in a tone filled with disbelief. Qin Kong, you this guy. Shouldn't know how to cook at all besides barbecuing, right? Harder. Harder fists. Even if Duanju was his favorite, he couldn't hold back this time. So in the next second, Qin Kong raised his hand and pinched the woman's chin, glaring at Duanju's panicked and helpless expression as he coldly warned. Little, stomping on your nose, huh? Looks like I still haven't taught you enough. Aha! I'm sorry. Chapter 8, Wife Attributes. Then, almost half an hour passed. After finishing the average tasting cassoulet, Qin Kong could not wait to open the void space. The pixel-like black energy formed a portal in the air, and Qin Kong just stretched his hand inside, and 2 backpacks as big as half a person were easily lifted out by him. Clunk clunk. The backpack landed on the ground with a heavy thud. Duanju on the bed was still sticking his neck out and watching curiously, while Qin Kong had already opened his backpack with a calm face and took out the snow-white color and silky white stockings inside. Knee-high. Cam. Upon seeing this object, Duanju immediately burst out in foul language. And when she returned her eyes to the opening of the backpack, she realized that it contained more than just socks. Skirts, sailor suits, jumpsuits, cheongsams and even bunny suits were all available and inexhaustible. Lifting his head again, Qin Kong had already jumped at the chance to pick up the prettiest black wraparound skirt, and he held it up to Duanju's body for a moment, nodding appreciatively after making sure that it matched Duanju's figure perfectly. Well, it sure suits you. I knew the trip wasn't wasted. Wait. Give me a minute. Looking at Qin Kong's expectant appearance, Duanju really couldn't help but raise his small hand, gritting his teeth and questioning with a black face. So you went out for so long this morning just to find me women's clothes to bring back? And bring back so many at once. And what else? Qin Kong replied calmly, his subdued tone as if it was something so deserved. I even brought you underwear and tampons, sweet, right? Saying that, Qin Kong also opened his other backpack and took out a section of purple rhyming triangle underwear inside, scaring Duanju so much that he directly waved his hand and slapped the thing away. No way. I'll put up with black silk and short skirts, but definitely not this inverted triangle. I don't want it. What nonsense are you talking about? In the face of the temperamental Duanju, Qin Kong didn't get angry, but simply raised his hand and cupped Duanju's chin, saying condescendingly, Do you think I am seeking your opinion? Little, don't think that after accompanying me for one night you can be unscrupulous in my house. Let me tell you, I'm in a good mood now before I'm ready to take you out to fight zombies. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and put your skirt on, or you'll have a good time when I get angry. Get it on. Qin Kong's voice was strong, rich in androgynous charm and at the same time very nice to listen to. That big hand could hold the sides of her face in a death grip. The soft, sticky skin was easily squeezed into soft arcs between the rough fingers, and Duanju couldn't get rid of it no matter how much she struggled, as if it wasn't her face but a pastry coated in cream. No. No. Let go. What else could Duanju do? Qin Kong subdued her with one hand. She couldn't resist even if she wanted to. She had no choice but to agree to Qin Kong's request for the time being, and Qin Kong didn't say anything about it. He just threw the clothes on the bed and headed out of the house. I'm going to get my gear all set up, so hurry up and change. Got it. Duanju gave a very impatient reply. Luckily, Qin Kong didn't pay any attention to her and turned around and left the house. The scene turned, looking at the brand new wraparound skirt on the bed. Duanju's eyes gradually lost their light. The pitch black color is mysterious and elegant, the texture of the wool is soft and flirtatious, and every pattern, every line, can present the curves of a woman's body perfectly. Yet none of the above is the point. The point is that this woolen wrap dress is backless and strapless. In other words, wearing this dress, Duanju's back and even his shoulders would be on display. Shame. It's a disgrace. Lips trembling slightly, pupils quaking slightly, Duanju seemed to be using all his strength to barely extend his arms, fighting back the pain of his shattered dignity, his expression shocked and resigned as he picked up his skirt. I'm a hot-blooded man, and I have to wear such a shameful thing? It's a great shame, it's unbelievable. Why? Why Qin Kong doesn't care about my identity as a man once ah? Why can he be so bold to ask me to be his wife? Why is it that I'm the one with all the bad luck? I don't want to be a wife. I don't want to be a wife. Wear it or not. Hurry up. Don't rush it, no. Qin Kong's urging voice came from outside the door again, and Duanju could only impatiently reply back to him before stiffly picking up her clothes. She now sort of understood that although Qin Kong, this guy, was a reborn and looked as if he was very strong and handsome, he was actually a colorful batch of people who relied on the lower half of their bodies to think. But what else could she do? There was nothing she could do. At this point, even if the heart is no longer reluctant, no longer feel shame. Can only wear it. Damn. 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 While muttering curses under her breath, Duanju picked up the purple triangular piece of clothing, her jade foot lifting lightly as she eased it over her legs and pulled it up to the top while a pink blush began to rise to her cheeks. Then there was the wraparound skirt, and to be reasonable, Duanju didn't actually know how to wear this thing, so he just set it directly over his head and wrapped it around his body with a few tugs, putting on the sleeves. The final step was the sinful white stockings. First lifting the beautiful feet slightly, slowly stepping down on the opening of the stockings, as the tight wrapping sensation slowly extends from the skin at the calves to the thighs, the pink on Duanju's face becomes more and more intense, but she can only use the gritted teeth look to resist the strange sensation on her legs. Where? Through. But my life is over too. Duanju, who had finally gotten dressed, wore a rather pessimistic look. Perhaps the process of putting these things on was what was hardest on her. At the same time, Duanju stood up and clearly saw herself in the mirror. The silky tight sweater wrapped her front half of her body tightly, sexy sleeves like silk all the way to the palm of the hand, one shoulder designed so that the snow-white shoulders exposed, and this is only from the front to see it. The back of the words of the back of the small half of the back are. Show the snow-white V-shaped. Elegant black color can better show that her front and back figure, full of curves at a glance, is a good body to feed the child. And the brightly colored white silk accentuates the pure desire and cuteness, which makes her charm straight to the top. Even if the elves in the anime run out, I'm afraid they can't compare to her. At this point, Duanju also had to put on the small boots that Qin Kong had prepared for her long ago. Not too big, not too small, just fitting, and with a gentle pull of the zipper on the side of the boots, a charming wraparound skirted, white silk manwife was perfectly created. This. Such a shameful look. Such a nasty body. While looking at himself in the mirror, Duanju whispered darkly with trembling lips. Qin Kong, damned Qin Kong. I will definitely find a chance to take revenge on you. I will return this humiliation in full. Just wait for me. Wait well. There was a fire burning in this man's wife's eyes. Instead of shattering her dignity, the shameful costume strengthened her heart. But firm is firm. Just as she was still biting her lip, indignant, Qin Kong, who couldn't wait outside, suddenly walked in. Under Duanju's frightened gaze, Qin Kong's eyes lit up, and with 2 steps forward he wrapped his arms around Duanju's tiny waist. Then he lowered his head like a newlywed husband, sniffing and kissing Duanju's neck. Little, you smell so good, you look so cute in this. You let go of me. Stop saying that. Duanju, who was bitten on the neck, was filled with reluctance, but at the same time as the reluctance, her face quickly reddened under the sound of a compliment, and the arm that was stopping Qin Kong didn't use much force. Luckily, although Qin Kong enjoyed bullying Duanju, he still had some basic common sense. Even though my wife looks good, I'm the only one who can see her. There's still a lot of survivors out there, and it's still a bit conspicuous to walk out dressed like this. Well, how about this? Thinking of this, Qin Kong had already raised his hand to pick up the jacket at the side and gently draped it over Duanju's body. That's fine, you can take your jacket off when I want to see it. Pervert. Pervert. Wrapped up in her clothes, Duanju broke into something, tears once again appearing in the corners of her eyes. The thought of being wantonly teased like a woman brought an overwhelming sense of shame to her heart. However, in response to this, Qin Kong laughed a bit without any sobriety and raised his hand to once again wrap his arm around his wife's waist. Right, I'm a pervert. Still a very careful pervert you are. From now on can only be my woman, but do not be caught by me cheating outside you. Oh. Who? Who would cheat? I wouldn't. Duanju, who heard this, purred like a cat that had exploded, looking quite angry. But soon, Duanju's face snapped back to calm. Looking at Qin Kong's hooked up, smug smile, she seemed to suddenly understand something. So soon Duanju's mouth opened wide in horror, and he explained in a hand-wringing, incomparable panic. No, I don't mean. Okay, I know you're dedicated and I'll love you. Not at all. You're so annoying. Duanju, who was waving his arms around wildly, looked quite angry. Unfortunately, her soft fists didn't hurt at all when they hit Qin Kong, but instead caused him to dote on her even more and hug her tightly. Stop it, bitch, I'll take you zombie hunting. Speaking gently with his mouth, Qin Kong was already handing a pitch-black object to Duanju's hand. Duanju had originally wanted to put on an angry face and satirize Qin Kong a few more times, but she hadn't thought that the moment her fingers touched the object, her eyes suddenly lit up and immediately turned into an expression of surprise and joy. This isn't that. You're actually giving it to me to use. Of course, my woman must have the best weapons. The scene shifted, and what Duanju was holding in her hand was clearly the spray gun she'd found in the basement yesterday, an A5 semi-automatic shotgun with a black spray paint job. Chapter 9, Come and Help Me. A low, hoarse, eerie growl echoed through the neighborhood, and hideous lurching shadows stirred in the shadows. Don't think that zombies are some kind of stupid creatures. They can be humans who have failed to evolve, although they have lost their humanity and intelligence, but their hunting instincts as creatures still remain in their nerves. These anthropomorphic monsters know that they are slow and not fast enough to move, so they will purposely converge in unnoticeable places, and when their prey comes close to them, swarm over it and hunt it down. Zombies or mutated beasts that have eaten humans will be further evolved, their strength, speed, agility and other attributes will be increased, and some can even fuse modern weapons to become half zombie, half machine chimeras. And that's just the animals. The evolved plants are even more terrifying, not to mention other places. Just in the neighborhood where Qin Kong is now, as far as one can see, there are two tall buildings firmly entangled by huge vines. Its branches are alive, like poisonous snakes twisting between the cracks, twisting the steel stone walls with great strength, and then absorbing everything it can touch with its frantically growing root system. It then absorbed everything it could touch with its wildly growing roots. It's only been one day. The changes outside are actually this big. Duanju stood frozen in the middle of the cell. The smell of blood in the air, twisted corpses everywhere around, the original should be lively and harmonious neighborhood has long ceased to exist, and now presented in front of the eyes, only completely reduced to the ruins of the dead land. Cluck 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 cluck. That horrible low chirping sound was everywhere, and if I had to describe it hard, it was kind of like the spellbinding gamelan from a Japanese horror movie. There was no way to know where the sound was coming from, because the zombies were everywhere. Soon enough, several strange shadows with staggering gait came slowly from the shadows, and by the time they looked back, Duanju and Qin Kong were already surrounded by dozens of zombies. Sensing something bad, Duanju hastily raised his spray. But before she could fire, the muzzle of the sprayer was pressed back by Qin Kong, who instead drew the short white dagger from the void and handed it to Duanju. Here, this is for you. Qin Kong spoke in a calm tone, his expression looking very casual as he handed over the weapon. But in response, Duanju didn't look too appreciative. What for? I don't want it. A knife is not as good as a gun. Saying that, Duanju wanted to raise his gun to shoot the zombies again, but he didn't expect to be yanked back by the quick-eyed Qin Kong, stumbling and falling into the man's arms. What a stupid woman. This knife is a system prop that I spent 250,000 awakening coins on in my previous life. The shotgun was hand-rubbed by me. There's no comparison at all in terms of value. So strong? Hearing this, Duanju revealed a half-convinced gaze, and although still a little reluctant, he had no choice but to take the dagger. The short snow-white blade was covered in flower-like inscriptions, and the slightest wave would send cold energy coursing through the air, making it look like a bit of an exotic weapon. Then again. Looking at the dagger that seemed like a divine weapon, Duanju's head tilted slightly as if he had thought of some not-so-good idea. And in response, Qin Kong only lightly glanced at her, rubbing the woman's small stomach with the hand that was wrapped around her brutal waist while carelessly reminding her. Don't even think about cutting the collar with it, you'll be electrocuted before you can cut it, so less tricks. Bye. Discovered by you? Duanju blinked in some surprise. And naturally, Qin Kong explained with great disdain. With that little mind of yours? I know what you want as soon as your ass is puckered. I don't know how you were so strong in your previous life. I think big boobs are just right for you. Boobs? Boobs? You! Shut up, the zombies are coming, don't you want to upgrade? After saying that, Duanju, who was caught off guard, was pushed out by Qin Kong. The words big boobs, no brain really made Duanju feel angry, but now that a dozen zombies had already surrounded him, Duanju didn't have the time to take care of Qin Kong. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Don't think I'm weak because I'm a woman. I'll show you how strong I am. It's just a zombie. With this in mind, Duanju's gaze began to take on a serious look. Duanju had killed a zombie once before, so now she was more or less immune to the hideous and terrifying appearance of zombies. Ouch! A male zombie suddenly accelerated as it approached Duanju. It opened its mouth and waved its arms, pouncing like a hungry wolf at Duanju's position. The zombie's speed wasn't slow, it wasn't even close to an adult male's hard lunge, but somehow, Duanju inexplicably felt that the zombie's movements were slow, like a 0.5x speed video. She just flicked sideways and to the right to avoid it, and the zombie's claws just barely sliced past her surging arc, and then before the zombie could turn around, Duanju slashed down with his hand. Whoa! Holy, that's a great knife! Duanju, who had finished his slash, let out a surprised cry. The slash just now was like chopping on jelly. The zombie's neck was cut off at the root without even creating a bit of resistance. Plop. The body fell aside on the lawn, the gushing blood was like a hose irrigating a garden, the bright red liquid soon converged into a stream in the soil, but this horrible sight didn't let Duanju produce much fear. Instead, she gradually adapted to it, and even a little excited? Drop, host kills normal zombie 1, gaining experience value 1. It can't be helped. The weak are the strong. It's the last days. Whether you were men or women, social animals or bosses, you're just a bunch of inhuman corpses now. I'll take all your experience with gratitude, so go to hell. In his heart, Duanju's gaze has been more and more cold, the jacket and her short flowing hair in the air constantly waving a fragrant wind. After a few dodges, there are 3 more zombies fell at her feet, while Duanju's clothes did not even a drop of blood on it. Hey! Don't run too far. There's a lot of walkers over there. Seeing Duanju killing with vigor, Qin Kong hurriedly gave a reminder towards her. But who would have thought that Duanju could be said to be unconcerned about his reminder? Instead, he swung his knife faster and faster, killing more and more zombies, and his face gradually emerged from the cautiousness of the beginning to a crazy smile, and in a few moments, he had already killed another unit from where he had been just a moment ago. It's okay. The zombies can't even touch me if they're slow. I'll kill 100 of them today. Ha! Don't you go too far. Looking at Duanju rushing towards the corner with a face full of excitement, Qin Kong couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart, and after prompting him, he was ready to follow. But I never thought that the number of zombies around when actually more up, they swarmed up, will be surrounded by Qin Kong, and Qin Kong also had to stop temporarily, while hacking the zombies in the heart while thinking up. Looking at her, she seems to have adapted to the end times? No wonder she was able to turn into such a terrifying cult leader in her previous life. Her adaptability is obviously better than normal people. Forget it, if it's that demonic nun, it shouldn't be a problem if we leave her alone. Let's deal with the zombies here first. With this thought in mind, Qin Kong began to clean up the monsters in earnest. On the other hand, Duanju had already killed 2 units of zombies in a row, and the road was full of zombie limbs and arms. It's not too much to say that it was a river of blood. Drop, the host's level has been raised to level 3. Gained a 0.7% increase in all attributes, still need 2 more levels to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host. It's upgraded again. It feels like my body is getting lighter than before. I'm not even that tired after killing so many people. The skill of the fertilized sacred body, although it feels bad, the strengthening effect is really somewhat useful. Duanju could feel that if he were to replace his old deadbeat sickly body, I'm afraid he'd be out of breath after running a few hundred meters. And now, she was running and killing at the same time, and she was still able to swim and think in her mind. This feeling of abusing the novice village was simply too good to be true. It works really well. It doesn't even curl after so many cuts. Qin Kong really gave me a good thing. But, ha. You're too careless, Qin Kong. With this thought in his heart, a wicked smile gradually surfaced on Duanju's face. If I keep on killing more and more zombies, it's only a matter of time before my level surpasses yours. I observed last night, although your strength and speed are stronger than mine, they are not that exaggerated. I think you should only keep the props and skills when you come back from rebirth, and your level should still start from level 1. In other words, this Qin Kong kid is most likely only level 4 or 5, as long as I kill faster than him, there will be a day when I can get more skills and props than him. By then. Thinking of this, Duanju's smile grew more and more sickly, his eyes gradually flushed red, and a wonderful image had already surfaced in his mind: the defeated Qin Kong, holding a broken sword and kneeling on the ground full of unwillingness, while Duanju stood on top of the high platform and smiled triumphantly. Ahahaha, what a mongrel. The mere Qin Kong is nothing more than a stepping stone on my path to becoming stronger. But well, seeing as how you were quite kind to me before, I won't kill you. If you make an effort to beg for forgiveness, perhaps I can mercifully spare your mouth and teeth. I'm sure it'll be like this in a few days. The corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up again, revealing a flirtatious and confident arc. Soon, though, a bit of doubt surfaced on her smug face. Wait a minute? What's wrong? Why am I still wearing black silk in my fantasy? Hardly have I been. At that thought, Duanju's thoughts came to an abrupt halt as a bad feeling suddenly surged through her. Noticing something, Duanju jerked her head around and realized that the surrounding zombies had indeed been cleared out, but in the afterglow, an arm-thick, tentacle-like thing was floating by her head. What? Duanju's reflexes were quick, and the moment he saw the tentacle he immediately jumped up and leapt through the air towards the back. But he hadn't realized that the length of the tentacle had reached an astonishing point. Duanju, who was still in the air, couldn't dodge it at all, so the tentacle followed him like it had aspirate, and in the blink of an eye it wrapped itself around Duanju's neck. Duanju, who was wrapped around his neck in a death grip, was unable to make a sound, and his dagger and sprayer fell to the ground in a panic. The sharp pain kept coming down his neck, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that his body was already hanging alive in the air. He could only rely on his hands to grab the tentacles around his neck with all his might to barely keep from being strangled and fainting, but this also left the terrified Duanju with no time to make any other moves to attack the tentacles. What's going on? What is it? Why is it so strong? Crap. Can't breathe. Neck hurts. Feels so sad. Consciousness is going away. Obviously, he was smiling smugly just a moment ago. But at this moment, Duanju's heart was completely filled with fear and despair. He could only keep flailing his legs to try and break free. The violent shaking made one of the boots fall off. Helpless white silk feet kept waving in the air. But no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the monster's bonds, and could only despair as she felt that tentacle, with absolute indifference and rude strength, tighten her neck a little bit. Woo. It's over. From the reflection on the windows of the building across the street, we could see that the one grabbing Duanju was a mutant zombie with a tongue that had been extended to over a dozen meters in length. Its thick tongue had completely transformed into a tentacle-type weapon, and as the tongue tightened inch by inch, Duanju's body began to float higher and higher. Until a dozen seconds later, her body had floated to the third floor of the building, her legs hanging down helplessly, floating around in midair like a puppet that had lost its soul. On the contrary, the face, both eyes have been white foam has been in the corner of the mouth slowly gushed out, eyes are about to lose consciousness, can only use the last trace of intention in the heart desperately shouted. Qin Kong. Come and save me. I'll never curse you in my heart again. Empty. Chapter 10, My Woman. The tentacles were getting tighter and tighter, and the powerless legs were getting higher and higher, and it looked like Duanju's collarbone was about to be strangled alive by the zombie. However, just when the situation was most critical, a sharp sonic boom suddenly rang out from overhead. Wow! The image came to the top, and what made the air produce a sonic boom was actually a crescent-shaped black blade of energy. The tentacles that bound Duanju were easily chopped off, and her body, long since powerless, fell with the wind. Just before she hit the ground, she was held tightly in the arms of the man who had rushed to her. How are you doing? With his soft body lying on top of the man, the first thing Qin Kong, who was holding Duanju, did was to inquire about the other party's situation. Having the ability to perceive, he actually noticed something was wrong the moment Duanju was tied up, and that's why he dodged a few times to shake off the surrounding zombies and quickly rushed over here. Luckily he was quick enough to save Duanju in time. Qin Kong. Duanju, whose consciousness was already blurred, couldn't see anything. All she knew was that she was being held tightly in a hot, strong arm, and her originally desperate heart was instantly filled with a sense of security, so her arm wrapped around her as if out of instinct. The delicate body into the arms of the fragrant breeze, the delicate body under the woolen sweater concave and convex. But at this moment, looking at the dying woman in his arms, Qin Kong's face could no longer show a trace of mockery, but only slowly narrowed his eyes, revealing a touch of ferocious to the extreme, murderous indifference. Dogs, dare to touch my woman? With such a sentence coming out coldly from his mouth, Qin Kong's right arm was violently raised, aiming the center of his hand straight at the fourth-floor balcony where the zombie was located. On the other hand, the long-tongued zombies on the balcony didn't even understand what was going on when they saw the space centered on Qin Kong rapidly distorting. A lightning bubbling, blackened energy ball shot out from Qin Kong's hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In just a moment, a horrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire neighborhood, followed by large pieces of debris falling from the sky, and then the entire shape of the building began to collapse and deform. Flames and hurricanes swept across the lawn of the neighborhood, and the building exploded in its entirety under the blast of that energy ball. All the zombies, all the mutated beasts, and even the survivors, who might be hiding in the building, were all exterminated without exception. As for that long-tongued monster, it didn't even have time to escape, and was blown up to nothing in just a split second, and all of this turned out to be just Qin Kong casually gathering energy to release a skill. Junk stuff. The black trench coat danced in the wind. Facing the building that collapsed in front of him, Qin Kong did not have a trace of pity in his eyes, and only cursed in a deep voice with an icy tone. And soon enough, Qin Kong, who had regained his senses, looked down at the woman in his arms because he had been suffocating for so long. Duanju was now in a comatose state, defenseless and with tears in the corners of his eyes, both charming and heartbreaking, like a poor little kitten collapsing in the man's arms. You are also, said you have big breasts but still do not believe it, have warned you to be careful but still a person to run so far. The shattered Qin Kong looked a little impatient. But impatience was impatience, and after reading Duanju he still switched Duanju into the princess hug position, before looking at the surrounding zombies with an icy gaze. The explosion had been too loud, drawing most of the monsters in the neighborhood over. At this moment, what Qin Kong had to face were the necromantic monsters that numbered up to hundreds, the pet dogs that had mutated into rotting hounds, and the swarms of zombie birds that hovered in the sky eyeing them intently. Looks like it's going to take a little more work. Qin Kong muttered silently under his breath, not forgetting to flirt with the woman in his arms after he finished. It's all your little fault, see if I don't teach you a good lesson when I go back. So, a couple hours later. Pop 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 pop. Well. Don't. Stop. Stop for a second. I said. Stop, Qin Kong. It hurts so much. Get away. Duanju dreamed of something she herself wasn't sure of. All she knew was that she had just woken up to see Qin Kong waving his arm in a serious manner, snapping and smacking her face. His cheeks were hot and painful, and a wave of anger arose, so his body pushed Qin Kong away with one hand like an instinctive reaction. The sky outside the villa was already dusk, while Duanju's cheeks were slapped red. Waking up, she glared angrily at the man, eyes full of resentment as if questioning the other side. What's wrong with you, stupid? Snap, suddenly hitting someone's face. Just. Only when Duanju came back to his senses did he realize that he had returned to his bed in the villa at some point. It turned out that Qin Kong was afraid that something was wrong with her body, so he ended the hunt early and carried her back, and up until now Duanju's neck was still a little sore. Me? I'm alive. Duanju touched her cheeks incredulously. Pinching her cheeks did feel real pain. Thinking back to just now, the memory still lingered on the moment when she was strangled by her tongue, and even she felt like she was dead. Really alive. Surprised, Duanju touched his face again. How do you live? I feel like I've broken my neck. Is it possible that this kid saved me again? But it feels like it was too late. I didn't even see him when I was unconscious. Did you use a skill? Acceleration? Teleportation? Or is it a long-range attack? So, what kind of skills does Qin Kong have that I haven't seen so far? With this in mind, Duanju tilted his head slightly to reveal a puzzled expression, and his gaze towards Qin Kong became complicated. On the contrary, Qin Kong, after hearing Duanju's self-talk, he merely bristled and casually said in a slightly contemptuous tone. Can't you still fake being alive? You think I'd be stupid enough to get caught by a walker like you? The Qin Kong who said this was filled with disdain, but the disdain contained a few hints of concern. Unfortunately, Duanju, who had just woken up, couldn't even appreciate the deeper meaning of the words. Her brain was still in a dazed state and she could only look at her hands with a dull gaze before mumbling. You saved me again? Just going along for the ride. Qin Kong spoke carelessly, not forgetting to hand Duanju a shovel when he finished. I still need you to do my chores, and as my housemaid you're somewhat useful so far. I'm hungry, get up and cook for me. Cooking woman. Holy, you guys. Originally, Duanju wanted to say something grateful. But as soon as these words came out, Duanju's temper sprang up, and he directly clenched his small fists and began to dislike them. Qin Kong. You're really that a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Luckily I was a bit touched just now, but in the end you just slapped me awake just to let me cook? Damn you. Idiot. Looking at Duanju's face full of exasperation, Qin Kong just lightly dropped a sentence before not forgetting to give her a disgusted look. That's why the bigger the boobs the less brain you have, even you can't escape that law, stupid woman. You. Who are you calling brainless? And I'm not a woman. I'm a man. Yes, you're a man, but it's the first time I've ever seen a man so watery looking, and white silk suits you. You. When conversing with Duanju, Qin Kong always had a calm, condescending demeanor, with a calm gaze that didn't have the slightest ripple, like a mature male looking at the family's idiot wife. And the more calm he was, the more irritated Duanju's heart became. The kind of annoyance she herself couldn't put her finger on, it inexplicably had the feeling of being eaten to death by Qin Kong. Damn it! It's a real shame. Duanju's heart was gnashing his teeth, his gaze toward Qin Kong was filled with unwillingness, yet he didn't dare to insult the other party openly. I can't compete with Qin Kong in terms of force, but I can't compete with him in terms of mouth. Have you been a keyboard warrior for so many years for nothing? Or are these two lumps really dividing the nutrients from my brain? Thinking of this, the furious Duanju hurriedly looked down at his chest. This kind of thing. This useless thing. Should not exist. How can I become flat-chested? I want to lose weight. I want to lose fat. I'm the only one who can touch my body. TCH, what are you gawking at? Why are you pinching me? Although he didn't know what was going on in Duanju's mind, Qin Kong always had the feeling that the other party was obsessing over useless things, so he pinched her face and ordered her. Just pinch you. How dare you talk back? Didn't I say I'd let you cook? Quickly get your ass to the kitchen, useless little biker. I wanted to bring you up to level 5, but you ended up being strangled by a low-ranked monster after killing not even a few zombies. I don't even bother talking about you. No. Useless little biker? Hearing these words, Duanju gradually widened her eyes, her face being red with anger. She obviously grabbed the wrong focus. Raising her hand, she wanted to grab towards Qin Kong's face. I'm not a useless little bimbo. Take back your words or I'll... Crackle, crackle, crackle. A string of oozing electricity suddenly sounded. And Duanju's hand that was still trying to grab Qin Kong's hair froze in mid-air. It turns out that the electric shock just now didn't cause any damage, it's just that the color slightly released a drop of current in order to warn Duanju that he couldn't hurt his master. In response, Qin Kong just glanced at Duanju, then hooked up the corner of his mouth and said smugly, "Why don't you get your ass to the kitchen?" Well. Obeyed. My lord. Duanju, who already had teardrops emerging from the corners of his eyes, could only puff out his little face and redden his cheeks as he spoke in a humiliating manner with a good-natured kneeling position on the bed. Qin Kong then laughed a little at the situation and nodded with great satisfaction while stroking his wife's head. Well, that's more like it. Damn it, asshole. Bully. What a bully. Listening to Qin Kong's smug tone, Duanju's eyes were teary-eyed, and even his grip on the spatula was trembling. Why is it that guys like this get the chance to be born again? Why is the guy who was reborn still my mortal enemy from my previous life? Your mom's god, your grandpa Qin Kong. Sooner or later you'll pay for your behavior. No, I'll poison your dinner later. You like it, don't you? I'll poison your dinner, don't you like it? Crackle, crackle, crackle. Halfway through the thought, the electricity on the collar flashed again, matched by the crisp sound of the lovely bells on the collar jingle bells. And the scene shifts. Duanju, who had been cursing fiercely in his heart in the last second, had completely transformed into the position of an earthbound seat, kneeling on the bed and bowing completely to Qin Kong. I'm sorry, master, I shouldn't have scolded you in my mind. I'll go and cook, please don't ever punish me. Good to know. Crackle. The electric light on the collar always dimmed. But at the same time, a crystal tear slipped from the corner of Duanju's eye. My dignity. My life. It's all over. It's all over. Bang, 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 bang. Ha? What? Duanju, who was holding the spatula, was going to resign himself to his fate. But before she could get out of bed and run to the kitchen, a tap on the door from downstairs brought her back hard from her inner monologue. Shoo. After hearing the sound, Qin Kong reacted quickly, getting up and raising his hand to wrap his arms around Duanju's body for fear that she'd do something stupid. For the people outside to hear, zombies don't knock on doors, and the ones who can tap on the door like this are bound to be other survivors in the neighborhood. And as cautious as Qin Kong was, he quickly reacted to the reason for this. There weren't many survivors in the neighborhood in my previous life, and there were so many zombies that it's logical that no one would dare come to my door on the first day. But in this life I killed too many zombies, causing this neighborhood to become a relatively safe place, which naturally makes the neighborhood full of survivors. So it seems. Thinking of this, Qin Kong's gaze was already growing cold, and his arm around Duanju became a little harder, which allowed Duanju to only lie in the man's arms like a Stepford wife, and posed with a reluctant look, puffing up his face and glaring at the man. On the other hand, seeing that there was no response within the villa after a long time, the guy who tapped on the door actually pulled up his voice and yelled at the villa in a shrill middle-aged woman's voice. "Qin Kong. Is Qin Kong there? I know this is your home. Open the door. Which one are you?" Hearing the shouts, Qin Kong had already roughly guessed the identity of the other party, so he turned towards the downstairs and asked back. And this word outside the door immediately resounded a string of whispering discussion, both men and women, serious tone, vaguely seems to be discussing the villa's supplies or something. Listen to Duanju cannot help but nervous, small hand tightly tugged Qin Kong's clothes. Soon enough, their whispers discussed the results, and the middle-aged woman shouted again. The woman's tone was much more moderate than before, but there was always a sense of hypocrisy that made people less comfortable. "Look at you, kid, why don't you remember? I'm Sister Yang from the neighborhood council. Everyone in the neighborhood has organized a survival team, and since your house looks so safe, we've decided to make a base at your house first." Thump, 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 thump. Saying that, Sister Yang started tapping on the door of the room again and urged in a very eager tone. "Do you hear me, Qin Kong? Say something if you hear me. Open the door. We're going in." Thump, 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 thump. Chapter 11, Unsatisfactory. Thump, 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 thump. The sharp knock on the door was unusually harsh. If not for the fact that Qin Kong had forgotten to lock the door when he returned, this group of people might not even be able to enter the courtyard. "Ha? The neighborhood survival team?" Duanju muttered. After hearing what the woman outside had to say, Duanju's brows furrowed gently, revealing a cute expression of imperial contemplation. "It's so strange, eh? How come it doesn't feel like a good person? Did you meet these people in your past life too?" "Recognize, of course I do, how could I forget Sister Yang?" Qin Kong replied with a cold smile, and although he looked like he was full of disinterest, Duanju's body couldn't help but shiver as she detected the hidden onset of murderous intent in Qin Kong's words. "Recognition is recognition, and things aren't quite the same now as they were in my previous life. There's nothing to do anyway, so why don't you come down with me and meet them?" "Hey! Wait! Don't put your arm around my waist." While shouting, wearing a backless woolen sweater, Duanju was taken downstairs by Qin Kong's arm around his waist. Handsome, cold, tall and strong man in black, paired with a delicate, soft and cute white silk wife, such a pairing could be called a match made in heaven. Just looking at it would make people envious. But who knows, Duanju's heart could be completely different. Even if the two of them had already had that, even if she had been ruled into submission, at this point, she still couldn't stand the thought of her waist being wrapped around a man's arm. "Damn you, Qin Kong, you deserve to die. We're about to meet the other survivors, and in private I'm fine with calling you master, but now that there are outsiders and you're treating me like a woman, how can I stand it? I'm not going to be treated like a stupid woman protected by a man. I'm not going to be a subordinate to the strongest man in the last days. I must put on my high and mighty demeanor to let them know that I'm not lower than Qin Kong." Thinking of this, Duanju, who came to the doorway, already had an icy gaze, deliberately raising his stuttering chin and assuming a defiant queenly stance as he looked ahead. Only. This high and cold paradigm hen tea lasted 2 seconds, and Qin Kong's sinful left hand suddenly moved up and wrapped Duanju's soft waist firmly around it, as if he had hidden something cool over there. "Oh. What are you doing?" The red-faced Duanju didn't even have control of his voice, and in the heat of the moment actually let out a girlish cry. And in response, Qin Kong didn't reply, he just made a silent gesture and opened the gate. "Chow Young, Sister Young." Qin Kong's gaze was cold as he opened the gate, and the cold smile that surfaced slightly was slightly eerie. In his previous life, the Black Dragon Gang's Han Long's lapdog, relying on his status as a resident to put on a noble face and hoodwinking many of the neighborhood survivors, making the old men slaves of the Black Dragon Gang, and the women and children playthings of the gang's master. "I didn't think I'd have anything to do with you in this life, but I didn't expect to see you at the door so soon. Good, it'll save me a lot of time looking for you. Ha!" With this thought in his heart, the smile on Qin Kong's face was already getting thicker and thicker, which made Duanju in his arms shrink his neck in fear. "This look. I've seen it before. Yesterday when we first met, this was the look in Qin Kong's eyes when he wanted to kill me. And his killing intent now is several times stronger than yesterday. Well, it's like a rabbit meeting a hawk or a cat meeting a vicious wolf. Knowing full well that the killing intent wasn't directed at him, Duanju's body couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? It's so scary, my body is shaking unconsciously. And why is heart beating so fast too? Obviously it should be fear, but then inexplicably feel. Thinking of this, Duanju used his residual light to sneak a glance at Qin Kong's side face. The smile that didn't contain a trace of emotion and was cold to the extreme could simply be described as evil, but somehow felt very handsome. No. I don't think Qin Kong is handsome. It must be an illusion. You can finally open the door, why are you so slow? While Duanju was still in a state of entanglement, the villa door had already opened, and the middle-aged woman named Zhou Yang actually led a large group of people in with a loud voice. Sure enough, huh? Qin Kong's heart sneered. Just as he thought, there was no such thing as a survival squad or a base or anything like that. Zhou Yang was followed by a hefty 7 or 8 thugs armed with clubs and a dozen or so weak-looking, shivering men and women. The thugs all looked fierce and vicious, and after entering the door, they didn't even take off their shoes, stepping on the clean floor and strutting in before Qin Kong could say anything. The 2 thugs already stood on Qin Kong's left and right in a threatening manner, in a familiar manner, and the original leader, Ms. Yang, also immediately revealed a fawning face, bending down and flattering the thugs behind her. The leader of the thugs behind her bent over and flattered. Brother Han, you see I'm right? I remember the asset status and family members of every household in the neighborhood. This Qin Kong kid is not only rich and has a big family, he must have hidden a lot of supplies. Oh, count on you. The middle-aged man named Brother Han let out a sneer. His eyes had moved to Duanju's face as he spoke, that malicious, eerie gaze causing Duanju to uncomfortably rub himself towards Qin Kong's arms. This lewd look Qin Kong wouldn't forget. Who else could it be but that Black Dragon gang leader Han Long? And it was at this time that Qin Kong, who hadn't said anything, finally opened his mouth. Sister Yang, I don't think I said to let you guys in, right? These people you brought in don't look kind. Look at what you're saying, why you're being so mean. When Qin Kong finished his words, the thugs around him holding sticks immediately surfaced with playful smiles, and some of them even pinched the knuckles of their fingers together and cackled. Zhou Yang for the current situation but did not produce a trace of guilt, but rather straightened their backs, smiling even more smug. Obviously those young people behind her is so tricked into the team. This is Han, the leader of our survival brigade. He's the hero of our neighborhood. Han is so powerful, he cut down dozens of zombies in one day, and he's now a level 4 awakened. He'll be able to unlock new skills soon, so there's no shortage of sweets to be had if you follow Han. Speaking of which, Sister Yang even deliberately threw Duanju a wink with a meaningful gaze, her smug expression like she was saying, did you hear what your sister said? If you want to get along, you need to find a reliable man. Look at this skinny monkey beside you, where does he look like a man who can make things happen? Qin Kong was relatively thin in his black trench coat, plus he was already handsome and young, so the crowd didn't see how strong his body was. As for Sister Yang's explanation, Qin Kong smiled playfully and just raised his chin, hugged his wife a little tighter, and then replied towards the group with a scorn-like tone. No need, I'm not afraid of walkers as much as my wife and I. I appreciate your kindness, if there's nothing else, please go out. After saying that, Qin Kong even raised his arm and politely made a pleased gesture. But I never thought that just after he finished his words, the 2 strong men on the left and right approached again, and the arm that tightly gripped the steel pipe also sprouted veins. Immediately afterward, Han Long came over with a sardonic smile, and as he slapped his hand on Qin Kong's shoulder, he crooked the corners of his mouth and despised him with a treacherous smile that completely despised people. Qin Kong, right? You're very okay, seeing so many of us and still being able to stay in danger, courageous I'll add, but... With that said, Han Long's gaze was already flowing onto Duanju's body, looking up and down from her neck to her peaks as if her eyes could see skin through. While Duanju felt very uncomfortable with that malicious gaze, but even though she was scared in her heart, she still glared back at the other party with a condescending expression. In response, Han Long just laughed contemptuously and shook his head to sneer. But it's not a harmonious society anymore. It's not good for young people to just have courage to come out. You need to have strength and background. If you can't do anything, you'll just turn into a zombie just like those trash-o. Pop, pop, pop. Having said that, an event that even Duanju didn't expect happened. This fellow Han Long actually slapped Qin Kong's face with his hand. That twisted and arrogant smile simply wrote the word arrogant plainly on his face. And at the same time, a thug walking to the first-floor storage room let out a surprised cry. Han! He has canned goods in his house. A lot of canned goods. We don't have to venture to the supermarket. At these words, all eyes turned toward the man, who was holding a small metal box containing beef, and beneath him were several crates containing supplies. And a windfall, you can. Seeing the boxes of supplies displayed in the house, Han Long's gaze grew more and more excited, and as he spoke, he once again put his hand on Qin Kong's shoulder and laughed sardonically in a threatening tone. Yes, the young man is very okay, but although your home satisfies Han, your attitude doesn't satisfy Han very much, so let's do this. You give me your woman to play with, just for one night, and I promise not to kill her, so let's call it even between us? How? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Play it for me too, Han. Han Long's words had only just been finished when the surrounding thugs began to roar with laughter, their wild and obscene laughter especially piercing in this silent neighborhood, staring the weak youngsters outside into shivering and hiding their faces. But even then, Qin Kong's face didn't change in the slightest. What's going on? Why didn't Qin Kong refute him? Duanju's heart flinched slightly. She was a bit afraid that Qin Kong would get angry and storm out, but at the same time, she was very angry at Han Long's words. How dare you talk about Qin Kong like that? You want me to follow you? Are you kidding me? It's not your turn to say that Qin Kong is abominable, and I can't look at a stupid pig with low intelligence like you. Damn, Qin Kong, why don't you him? What are you waiting for? Hit him. With this thought in her heart, Duanju's expression was already getting more and more angry. But soon, her face suddenly froze. Because the hand on his own waist seemed to jerk something over? What's the matter, little brother? Why don't you say anything? It can't be that you were scared to pee by our brother Han. Ha 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 ha. Han Long's men were still letting out loud laughter. But no one noticed. At this time, Han Long, I do not know when it has been silent the screen passed, it turns out that Han Long's face has long been full of cold sweat, eyes round, pupils earthquake. His legs shook slightly. It's because of extreme fear that he's unsteady on his feet. It was only after Han Long took a trembling step back that the laughter around him instantly stopped. Everyone looked at Qin Kong as if they had seen a ghost. Even the smug-looking Sister Yang shivered in fear and hastily took several steps back. Qin Kong was holding a pistol against Han Long's head. You. How did you get this? The terrified Han Long's entire face went white with fear. His hands began to shake uncontrollably and his legs began to shiver involuntarily. It was tempting to run away, but the gun disliked his head hard. Couldn't escape even if he wanted to. It was only at this moment, when he looked at Qin Kong's cold eyes again, that Han Long finally realized why the other party could be so calm and disdainful, and had been looking at all of them with an expression like they were looking at garbage because Qin Kong hadn't put them in his eyes since the beginning. Fake. This thing of yours is definitely fake. Han Long shouted as if in disbelief. Although his mouth said so, his body still dared not move, and he could only yell for psychological comfort. And seeing him like this, Qin Kong, who had always remained indifferent, suddenly laughed a little. Meh. A seemingly light smile, but it contained a kingly contempt, as if a higher creature was looking at the gibbering ants under its feet, overbearing. After hearing the smile, Han Long immediately changed his face, actually changing his arrogant and domineering appearance, opening his mouth and begging for forgiveness to Qin Kong. Wait a minute. Wait a minute first. It's my fault, I'm bad, okay? You first put the gun. Bang. Ah. With a loud bang, the head burst open. Sister Yang, who was holding her head, let out a scream on the spot, while the surrounding thugs all retreated several steps in fear. Plop. As Han Long's body fell, blood and brains sprayed all over the ground as if they didn't need money. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't seen the spectacle of a person's head being blown off by a firearm. Looking at Han Long, who was completely dead and nowhere to be seen on the ground, all the thugs couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But soon, their faces turned even paler than Han Long's just now. Because Qin Kong, who had a cold smile on his face, had already aimed his gun at the next person. And casually said in a playful-like tone, I'm sorry, Han Long's attitude doesn't sit well with me. Bang. Chapter 12, Good to Talk. Run. Run. Bang. He's crazy. Crazy. Bang. No. Don't kill me. I was forced to follow Han Long. I didn't want to. Bang, 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 bang. It's only natural that the guy who talks a lot should be rewarded with a few more rounds. No one can resist the fear of death, not even if the opponent is a vicious mob. This group of thugs who broke into Qin Kong's house were initially ready to flee, but as one after another of their companions fell, more and more corpses with their heads blown off died gruesomely on the ground, and the blood gathered into streams on the clean floor. Seeing this scene, even if they no longer wanted to accept reality, they vaguely understood one thing. That is, Qin Kong, this guy is simply like hanging, headshot rate of up to 100%. He's been specially trained. Must die. Whenever he shoots, someone must die. He seems to have run out of bullets. Spell. Don't you still have skills? Kill him with skills while you can. There were only 3 or 4 thugs left who were still able to move, and perhaps knowing that they couldn't escape, a burly man suddenly raised his fire axe and bellowed, followed by a rush with another male. Most of the level 1 awakening skills were reinforcement skills, only to see the 2 strong men's bodies emanating blue light, strange energy ripples like a shield quickly over the skin, looking and feeling like they had strong defense. Ha! Awesome! But as awesome as it is, why do other people's skills look cooler than mine? At the sight, Duanju's heart couldn't help but grumble. It was the first time she'd ever seen someone other than Qin Kong use this kind of magical materialized energy. However, to no avail. Looking at the 2 aggressive thugs, Qin Kong's eyes did not even have a hint of waves. Surprisingly, he just calmly put down his pistol, skillfully unloaded the magazine and replaced it with a new one, pulling the safety, aiming at the target's head, and then gently pulling the trigger. Bang! The seemingly complicated changing of bullets, the actual process was even less than 2 seconds. When the man who rushed over sensed that it was not good, his brain had already completely tilted back because of the impact of the bullets, with the blood splatters drawing elegant arcs in the air. The man's body also fell to the ground with a heavy plopping sound like a puppet with broken strings. Asshole, ah ah ah. Only the last man remains. He was also the only one of so many thugs who was closest to Qin Kong. Under the pressure of death, the man had completely lost his mind, and although he chopped down the steel pipe with considerable force, it was clear that the direction was a little off, and it was actually chopped towards Duanju's face. Snap! Crisp strikes rang through the air. But Duanju, who had turned his head and closed his eyes, was unharmed. Only when the crowd came back to their senses did they realize that the steel pipe, which had struck the air with a powerful blow and made a faint sonic boom. Surprisingly, Qin Kong blocked it hard with his left arm. How? How? The man with the pipe in his hand let out a terrified cry. He couldn't believe his eyes. To know that this group of thugs originally is to do manual labor workers, the force is too much than ordinary citizens, and the existence of the awakening skills will also enhance his strength by 2 or 3 times. This all-out swing of a blow, said to have the power of 1,000 pounds, is not too much off. But it was blocked. It was still blocked by Qin Kong's casually raised arm. And while blocking it, Qin Kong didn't even have a hint of a pained expression on his face. There was only a face that was cold to the core, and a gaze that seemed to want to kill. That gaze was as if it was saying, "You kid, you dared to hit my woman? Don't!" Seeing that the pistol had been aimed at his head, the man had to scream miserably in his desperation. But just like he did with the others, Qin Kong didn't bother listening to the group beg for mercy, and with hardly any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Poof! As the smoke slowly rose from the muzzle of the gun, the last of the thugs who could resist lay on the ground. When the crowd came back to their senses, the only thing left in the house was a floor full of corpses, and the youngsters were still outside the villa snuggling and shivering with each other, and the expression they had on their faces when they looked at Qin Kong was like they were looking at a demon. As for Sister Jan? She's a bit more miserable. At this time, Zhou Yang, because of extreme fear and the whole body soft, is dragging his body hard towards the villa outside, crawling, tears and snot flow all over the face, while crawling also wailing mournfully. Don't come over. You guys, help me. Zhou Yang put her hand hard toward the gate as if she wanted someone outside to pull her. Don't she seem to forget, these young people, all because they believe her words to open the door of the room to be robbed of supplies by Han Long. The matter is not even their own lives are not necessarily saved, which still have so much goodwill to save a despicable it. Sister Jan, what are you doing? Watching Zhou Yang slumping on the ground like a maggot, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth grinned slightly, revealing an eerie smile. Seeing this smile, even Duanju couldn't help but shiver coldly in his heart, and hurriedly and obediently hugged Qin Kong, pretending to be good. Fortunately, I'd become a woman. Becoming Qin Kong's enemy would be too bad, right? Duanju could never have imagined that he would one day actually be glad that he had gotten this skill. On the other hand, Qin Kong was already wrapping his arm around Duanju to Zhou Yang's side, stomping the other party's back as soon as his foot went over, then sneering in a very oozing voice. Why are you being so polite, Sister Jan? Why don't you stay for a cup of tea? Don't! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, Qin Kong! I was forced to do it too. Zhou Yang, who was stepped on, immediately screamed miserably that holding his head and shivering all over his body was very ridiculous. You don't know Qin Kong. That Han Long guy is not a human being. He threatened to cut off my legs if I didn't help him find survivors. He wants to turn all the women who are still alive into his toys, and the perverts are Han Long and the others. It really has nothing to do with me, Qin Kong. Don't kill. Don't kill him. By the time he shouted here, yellow liquid had already flowed out from underneath Zhou Yang's body, mingling with the blood on the ground to form an even more unpleasant odor. And upon hearing this reply, Qin Kong's smile was even more sinister, just silently changing the gun from Zhou Yang's head to her leg. How could Qin Kong forget? In his previous life, it was this woman who led Han Long to smash open the villa's door and sweep away his supplies, causing Qin Kong, who had been out killing zombies for a day, to return home without even a bite of food, and had to risk his life to look for supplies again. When they set up the Black Dragon Gang, this woman even became the second in command. If she was only coerced by Han Long, how could she have such a high status? So this woman is either having an affair with Han Long, or she's actively courting Han Long to help him find a woman. With the post-apocalyptic experience of his previous life, Qin Kong's thinking could be considered quite meticulous, and no cunning person could escape him. And as expected, the very next second after Zhou Yang finished begging for mercy, a well-mannered white-collar-looking youth outside the villa immediately shouted. She farted. Han Long is clearly her cousin. My house is right above Han Long's. I've seen them several times, it's true. Ha! You! At these words, Zhou Yang, who was lying on the ground, was suddenly shocked, her lips trembling with anger, and she could only tremble and point her finger at the man, as if questioning why the other party would harm her in this way. Unfortunately, before Zhou Yang could get his words out, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Bang! Ah ha ah! Pig-killing screams came from inside the villa. The smug, villainous Zhou Yang, after receiving a shot in the thigh, suddenly ting and pissing, snotting and tearing, no longer the previous arrogant and domineering appearance, but instead waving his arms like a madwoman, as if this could escape the sanctions of Qin Kong. Don't! I don't want to die. Please let me go. The mournful screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. But even then, Qin Kong's eyes didn't produce a trace of pity. Instead, he icy coldly said in an even lower voice. You know what, Sister Jan? Zhou Yang, who was lying on the ground, was trembling all over. At this moment, she would be too scared to speak even if she just heard Qin Kong's voice. I'm a person who, although I don't look like a good person, is actually very talkative and kind-hearted. I can't say I'd be able to share some of your supplies with you if you begged me, but it doesn't make sense to come barging in here like this, TSK. Saying that, Qin Kong also smacked his lips somewhat playfully while also aiming his gun at the back of Zhou Yang's head. Although she couldn't see behind her, Zhou Yang vaguely felt death approaching, and she could only hold onto the floor with a death grip, begging for mercy with cries filled with despair and miserable to the core. Qin Kong. Don't be like this. I'm the neighborhood committee. I'm your sister Yang. We're good neighbors, aren't we? Spare me. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare anymore. It's not impossible to spare you. Looking at the woman's miserable appearance, Qin Kong skimmed his lips and appeared to really hesitate a few moments between words. But before Zhou Yang, who heard this, even had the chance to offer his thanks, Qin Kong already looked cold, rubbed his cheek against Duanju's lovely forehead, and said with great disdain. But what if you retaliate against us? My precious wife won't be able to sleep at night. Ha! Bang! Gunshots rang out and a dead silence fell over the house. With Zhou Yang, who had his head blown off, slumping to the ground without a trace, all the intruders this evening were all killed by Qin Kong. While looking at these corpses, Qin Kong just calmly withdrew his pistol, while embracing his wife and stroking her hair, like a frightened kitten, while enjoying a long sigh of relief. Oh, it's cleared up, it's so good. In response, Duanju, whose pupils were seismic, couldn't help but shout in his heart. Who is your baby? You people don't talk nonsense. I'm a slugger. I'm a tough guy. Don't think that just because you have a gun and props, you're better than me after I've been humiliated for a while. Wait for me. Stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you. Duanju, who had been shouted at as a baby, was full of resentment, and looked bitter and hateful like a sulking girlfriend. But in response, Qin Kong was unimpressed, instead lifting Duanju's chin with his index finger and asking with a curious wink. What's wrong? It's not like you're scared, is it? Come give me a kiss. Bubble. When he finished speaking, he kissed the wide-eyed Duanju on the cheek. And this caused Duanju's pupils to tremble even more violently, and his face, which was still white, turned red. What are you doing? What are you doing? There are other people out there watching. It's over. Now I'm Qin Kong's wife. Everyone knows. No. Well. Damn it. Duanju puffed out his face and muttered in exasperation. But Qin Kong obviously didn't understand why she was angry, and just rubbed Duanju's head to soothe her, before turning his head to look at the crowd outside the villa. As for them, Qin Kong took a slight look at these people. They all looked young and were more female than male. From the way they were scared and shivering, one could tell that these people must not have even killed a single zombie up until now, and were just hiding in their homes to try and escape reality, and then had the bad luck to be outed by Han Long and the others. For this kind of cowardly and incompetent guy, Qin Kong maintained a neutral attitude, not persecuting nor rescuing. So now, he just raised his chin and sneered at the people outside. Hey, you guys! In! A college student-looking youth heard the shouts and stood up in a hurry in fear, but Qin Kong didn't even look at him, only pointing at the corpse on the ground and ordering. Help me throw these bodies out, far away, and mop the floor for me. Take as much of that box of canned goods as you can, consider it a reward, and after you've done that and taken the reward away, you can get the hell out of here. Ah. Yes. After hearing Qin Kong's words, the youth hurriedly nodded in agreement. And only after Qin Kong wrapped his arm around Duanju and went upstairs without looking back did the group of young men look at each other in dismay, taking advantage of Qin Kong's absence to flee the place in a hurry. Right now they weren't that hungry for food, after all. It was only the second day of the end times, and all of these people's homes were stocked with food, so no one was going to go move a dead body just for a mouthful of food. After all, there's something kinda scary about moving a dead body. So only after returning to his senses did the youth realize that he was the only one who stood out when Qin Kong shouted just now. But what else could he do? If he doesn't mop the floor properly, he can't be sure that Qin Kong will kill him with a single shot. Good bad luck. Just got yanked out of his house by Han Long and have to move his body again. The youth held his head in agony and muttered to himself. But at the same time, no one noticed. Among the youngsters who had just fled were two other beautiful black silk girls in gaudy clothes and cute appearance, who were now hiding in the back of the next building, both holding a cell phone full of Snickers as they rummaged through their address book for something. Qin Kong. Qin Kong. I remember, it should be. There. Spare lickspittle number 4. I told you. It's the one who sent you flowers the year before last. I knew it was him. As long as you use a little bit of tactics, Qin Kong is still a handful. Get that woman out of the villa, and all those supplies and guns will be ours. Letting him protect us isn't much better than the other losers in the neighborhood. The young girl said with a face full of excitement, while a sinister and cunning smile gradually appeared on the face of her best friend named Yi beside her. Qin Kong? So it's him. Gee, I can't help it. Though I don't see your supplies, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you're good and you have a gun. Chapter 13, A Good Man. An hour later, twilight fell. The zombies in the neighborhood are picking up again. The city at night is a labyrinth of danger, and who knows what kind of monsters may lurk in the darkness. If you don't want to lose your life, you must stay home, preferably without even making a sound or a smell if you can. But of course, there was one exception in the neighborhood. The lighted second floor was smoldering with a magical smell of smoke and fire, drawing the attention of countless survivors in the neighborhood to the villa. What are they doing? I don't know. But I can smell the stir-fry. Holy, why do they dare to turn on the stove in the neighborhood? Aren't they afraid of attracting walkers? What's the use of talking about this? I'm so hungry, I don't want a dry cookie. I want to eat. Well, just like in my previous life, the internet is back. While the surrounding survivor neighbors were still in a state of shock, Qin Kong, who was lying on the couch, was mumbling to himself with his cell phone playing with it while eating the ice cream in his hand, relaxed and at ease like a husband who comes home to lie down after a long day of work. And all the while, some lovely creature in the kitchen was feverishly busy. Turn up the heat. Heat the frying pan. Put in the sesame peppers for popping aroma first, then put in the chopped cashews, scallions, chili peppers and other ingredients in turn, and then use one hand to control the iron wok to stir fry violently when the strong flame gas wave surges into the wok. Whoa. With the white silk wife's right arm waving up and down in the firelight, the ingredients in the pan and the hot oil are like waves fluctuating back and forth, and make a crispy stir-frying sound, layer after layer of aroma flying with the wind, and so on back to God. A plate of brightly colored, fragrant stir-fried cashews have already been served on the table with a large plate. Click. The pillar-shaped glass was slammed hard by the woman on the table in front of Qin Kong. This is followed by clear Sprite and rum being poured into the glass. Crystallized ice cubes stirred up layers of sweet, refreshing waves on the surface of the liquid, and by the time it came back to life, only a small sliver of mint that had been put on at the end was left to stand alone and dance on the surface of the drink. The food is served, master. Please enjoy your meal. After saying these words, Duanju obediently sat down on the chair opposite Qin Kong, both elbows resting on the table, and with cupped cheeks he looked at the other party with a smile on his face. On the other hand, Qin Kong, who was originally lying on his back, sat up with a jolt for some reason. Looking at the 4-course meal in front of us. And look across the table at that lovely, loving wife. At this moment, even as strong as Qin Kong, he couldn't help but rub his eyes vigorously, and then he was seen sucking in a mouthful of cold air in slight shock. What's going on? Wait for me? I didn't blink. I only said I'd let her make dinner, anything, even pre-made dishes, but how could she make a 4-course meal in such a short time? And even made me a drink. This woman. This lovely creature. Is the same demonic nun from her previous life? Are you kidding me? There's someone more suitable to be a wife than her. Looking at the sumptuous dinner table, Qin Kong's heart stirred up shockwaves. It's been too long. It's been too long. It had been so long that Qin Kong had completely forgotten the last time he had had such a sumptuous dinner. Do not say that he has experienced several years of the end of the world before he came back from rebirth, to know that even if there is no end of the world, both parents left the Qin Kong also live alone, he himself even for the new year will not order 4 dishes and 1 soup. So for this table of dishes in front of him, even if Qin Kong wanted to maintain his high cool persona no matter how much he wanted to, he could only quiver with unconcealed shock. You made all of this? Not a pre-made dish? Meh, weakling. Duanju returned it very contemptuously, and Qin Kong was shocked into tactical backwardness when he heard it. Upon hearing Qin Kong's incredulous tone, Duanju immediately hooked up the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful, yet very charmingly scornful smile. Do you think anyone is as stupid as you are that they can't even cook? Let me tell you, I baked a chef's license before I became a painter. I just don't like being bossed every day, so I changed my profession. Humph. Chin animal, you also have places you can't compare to me, weak. As he said this, Duanju was so smug that his nose was turned up to the sky. No wonder she was looking at Qin Kong with a smile on her face after cooking just now, so she was waiting impatiently for him to make a shocked noise so she could mock him. Humph, in terms of fighting maybe I'm not as good as you, I'm also slightly inferior in terms of the mouth to hide. But when it comes to cooking, I call the second in this city, there are not many dare to call the first. Finally, I've raised my eyebrows for once. Let's eat, let's eat. Eat the food I've prepared and be impressed by my incredible cooking skills. Then you'll realize just how big a gap there really is between the two of us, and die of shame in recognizing the reality of your own incompetence. Ahahahaha. Weakling, what a weakling, nah. While thinking like this in her heart, she didn't forget to continue mocking a few sentences on her lips, that expression of scorn for the man with her afterglow little eyes, just like a mature big sister bullying a budding and weak elementary school student. It wasn't easy for Duanju to find an opportunity, so how could she not mock a few more sentences? But did not expect, just when Duanju most complacent, thought he could raise his eyebrows once. Her smile suddenly froze on his face. Duanju blinked in surprise. Because as soon as the picture turned you could see that Qin Kong's eyes were somehow moist? That always cold Qin Kong, who has always been like a killer, was actually said to have broken defense by me? Realizing this, Duanju sucked in a breath of cold air on the spot. She could then only raise her right hand in a panic, swinging her small pink hand around while nervously reassuring herself. Hey. Come on, I'm just kidding. Why are you so serious? Everyone has their own strengths. I can't cook, but at least you've killed more zombies than me. Nah. Right? So don't cry, okay? Here's the little flying stick. As he said that, Duanju even picked up a piece of cashew flour with his chopsticks and wobbled it to Qin Kong's mouth in a cute motion, as if he was trying to coax the other party to be happy. However, in the next second, Qin Kong's eyes once again resumed their cold demeanor, and he actually parted his mouth and looked Duanju up and down with a wary gaze. You woman. Don't think I don't know. Think you can move me by pulling such a boring trick? I won't fall for it. Ha! Qin Kong reprimanded in a very serious tone. Duanju's face, on the other hand, was so bewildered that he could only blink his eyes and cock his head in confusion. What's the kid talking about? What did I touch him for? Didn't you ask me to cook? Now I've lied to you again. Why are you so mean to me? Damn it. Nervous. The upset Duanju whispered a curse at Qin Kong. But cursing aside, she was already used to the daily fights between the two, so she didn't take it seriously. There was one thing that Duanju had been quite curious about when he was cooking just now. Then again, you've just been playing with your cell phone. What's on it? Sherbari pictures? Duanju asked curiously. Qin Kong, on the other hand, wiped the moist corners of his eyes and calmly replied back. Nothing, it's just the internet coming back up. What? The net is back up? As soon as these words came out, Duanju immediately let out a shriek of surprise, and the hand that had just picked up the rice froze in mid-air. The network is restored. How you did not tell me earlier? I have to give my sister a call. Do not know how the family is now. Quickly give me the phone. With that said, Duanju had already stretched out her small hand towards Qin Kong to ask for a cell phone, and Qin Kong didn't care, casually handing it over. Duanju's cell phone was still at her own house at the moment, and since it had been forcibly taken away by Qin Kong earlier, she had forgotten to bring it with her. Just. Why, weren't you going to call? Looking at Duanju, who was still dumbfounded with his hands on his cell phone, Qin Kong asked offhandedly while frantically picking at his rice to show off his food, and it was obvious that Duanju's cooking was very much to his liking. And upon hearing the inquiry, Duanju's body couldn't help but tremble slightly as he explained towards Qin Kong in an almost desperate tone. I don't know my sister's cell phone number. I also don't know what her QQ and microsignal is. I don't remember all of them. Ha? You don't know your parents' cell phone number either? Qin Kong asked a puzzled question while Duanju grabbed his hair and crumpled in place. I don't know. I've always saved them directly into my cell phone. I've never dialed a number with numbers. Who has nothing to do with calling with numbers? Are you an idiot? Looking at Duanju in front of him, who was on the verge of tears in his eyes, his tearful appearance was both adorable and heartwarming. Although Qin Kong's mouth is still very venomous, but looking at the table in front of him, people prepared a hot meal for him. He also had to shake his head, got up and came to the side of Duanju, embraced his wife's body in its back and gently patted to comfort. Okay, don't be sad. I'll take you back to the house tomorrow, okay? Just get that cell phone of yours back. Aha? Really? The weak and pathetic Duanju pursed his lips and raised his head, his red face aggrieved looked pitiful. It was also this glance that Qin Kong once again felt the sensation of being stabbed through. It was as if a warm yet sweet sword pierced through his chest, causing his heartbeat and breathing to all but stop at that instant. But in order to not let Duanju catch a break, he could only brace his expression and try to control his five senses to look indifferent before replying in a disdainful tone. What am I doing, lying to you? Consider it your reward for cooking for me. Well, Qin Kong you. Hearing that Qin Kong was actually so reasonable, Duanju couldn't help but reveal a touched expression. You're actually a good person. It's me who was wrong about you before. I'm sorry. It's not too late to find out. Wait? No. Noticing that the corners of his mouth were slowly rising, a sense of crisis suddenly surged into Qin Kong's chest, so he hurriedly shook his head to clear his mind. Almost. I almost fell for this woman. She's a sinful, evil nun. Nope. Don't think I'll let you go just because you put on this pathetic face. I'm not going to remove the collar, so just die. Chapter 14, I'm not interested. Dawn. As the sun rises once more, the low roar of the zombies echoes through the streets of the city. The end of the world is now on its third day, and there is no sign of the police, nor any news from the army or the government. After all, the end of the world has come too suddenly, and I'm sure that the officials are busy because of the large number of zombies and monsters. Qin Kong, who had just woken up from his sleep, stretched out his arms with great force and made a very standard, soothing to the extreme stretching motion. The morning sun shone warmly on her face, and the sleeping wife in her arms was soft gently stroking her hair. She would turn her head sideways in an awkward manner, burying her face in Qin Kong's shoulder to continue sleeping. Her meek and lovely movements were simply like that of a kitten. Only. Just when Qin Kong wanted to kiss his wife's face to pamper the other, the cell phone by his pillow suddenly vibrated. Buzz, buzz. Huh? I can't believe someone contacted me? Qin Kong blinked with some surprise. He's well aware that he's a very solitary person and basically has no friends who would reach out to him. But out of curiosity, Qin Kong still picked up his cell phone, and while soothing his wife's back with his left hand, he used his right hand to tap and slide on the screen of his cell phone. It turned out to be a woman in WeChat who was sending him a message. White Rabbit Candy, empty brother, are you awake? My girlfriends and I are so scared, can we come and stay at your place? Looking at the WeChat's text that was as cute as a pout, Qin Kong squinted his eyes in slight confusion and scrutinized it several times before he was sure that he had read it correctly. I slept stupidly? How come it doesn't feel like this is something someone in the end times could ask? So soon he was tweeting back at the other guy. Which one of you? Idiot, I'm Ea. Shen, you even sent me flowers before, how can you still forget, humph? The other party answered Qin Kong very quickly, and after saying that, he didn't forget to add a picture of an angry rabbit underneath, as if he was angry with Qin Kong. While seeing this, Qin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chen. Ah. Is that woman? Isn't that the girl I was chasing a long time ago? She used to live in my neighborhood? I don't even remember. Before he was reborn, Qin Kong had struggled to survive in the post-apocalyptic world for several years, while his pursuit of Chen was 2 years before the start of the post-apocalyptic world, which might add up to an interval of 7 or 8 years before and after. So for Qin Kong, the memory of knowing Chen is really too far away, so far away that he has no impression at all. He only remembers that this woman seems to be a gold worshipper, and after chasing after him for a while he found out that the other party's nature is no longer in contact. So it's you? What can I do for you? Although the Chen in his impression wasn't a good person, out of caution, Qin Kong still carefully replied back. On the other hand, in the residential building next to the villa, Chen and her best friend Shang Xiaorin were lying on their beds looking at their cell phones. Both of them revealed their smiles at the same time, their smug smiles squeezing their eyes into the shape of crescent moons. That expression seemed to be saying, district licking dog, let's see if my mother doesn't take you down easily. This guy, who was still deliberately pretending to be high and mighty, must have been happy in his heart already. Chang Xiaorin spoke with a smiling face while Chen raised her chin even more triumphantly. That's natural. There's no man that I, Chen can't conquer. Let's see how he'll beg me to live in his house later. Saying that, amidst the incomparably excited smiles of the two women, Chen once again stretched out her finger and clicked up the screen, sending another large paragraph to Qin Kong in one breath. Empty brother, yesterday when you killed those bad guys, I was in the captives outside. Our brother yesterday is really handsome, easily beat those bad guys all down. It's thanks to you that I was able to be saved. I adore Brother Kong so much. After going back, people and girlfriends thought for a long time. We all think that the current situation is very dangerous. If you want to survive, you must be united. After all, there is strength in numbers. So based on consideration, the two of us would like to stay in your house for the time being. Brother was so good to me before, surely he won't refuse. Here, this is my best friend, let me show you. At the end, Jenny's mouth hooked. Specially took a selfie of her and her best friend lying on the bed. Both of them are young and lovely teenage girls, white dresses with light beauty makeup, as well as long and slender jade legs and luscious and lovely face, looking both pure desire and vivacious. Few men can resist this temptation, let alone having it delivered 2 at a time. Now is the end of the world, the law, morality and human nature is gradually declining. 2 young and lovely, still worship their own women are taking the initiative to offer their attentions. This kind of good thing to try to ask which man can withstand it? Don't worry brother, you don't have to worry, although it's true that it'll be a bit uncomfortable, we won't mind sleeping in the same room as brother. No. I mean a house, don't get me wrong. We can sleep on the sofa. After saying the last sentence, Shen sent another cute rabbit emoji, the cute white rabbit picture with the photo of white thighs on it. The seductive power can be said to be directly pulled full. However, in response, Qin Kong, who had finished looking at the photo, just laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Kong had seen all kinds of people in the end times, and there were even more women like Chen who thought they were still trying to cheat the supplies, and he had already known how to deal with such people. So see, Qin Kong forcefully embraced Duanju, deliberately pulled the quilt down a little, revealing Duanju's snow-white and flawless shoulders and stunningly beautiful face, while also revealing Qin Kong's own body's sturdy, strong, sculpture-like muscles posing a good point of angle. Gently a shot, click send. He's talking back, check it out. Shen Yi and Chang Xiaorin were still smiling smugly, as if their minds had already fantasized about the beautiful days afterward when they would soar through the ranks by relying on Qin Kong and eating, drinking, and having fun in the villa. But the moment the photo appeared, the two young girls' smiles instantly froze on their faces. However, that wasn't the end of it. The line Qin Kong sent right afterward even made the corners of their mouths twitch. "I don't like women with small breasts, and my wife would definitely mind, so I'd better forget it." After saying that, Qin Kong didn't forget to send a teeth-baring smile emoji. And it was such an ordinary expression that Chen Yi and Chang Xiaorin saw but simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air, both of their faces twisting to a grimace at a speed visible to the naked eye. "SH? What?" Chen Yi almost shouted these two words in a trembling voice. And Chang Xiaorin on the side even revealed an expression of disbelief. "Huh? Are you kidding me? I have small breasts." While shouting, Chang Xiaorin squeezed her chest a little harder, although it wasn't as good as Duanju in the photo, but at least it was SC, right? But turn their eyes, the two eyes have been attracted by the woman in the photo, white and flawless skin, stunningly beautiful and exquisite features, soft and dense hair. Which point they are completely incomparable. Not to mention that the terrible arc may have exceeded the level of D. Just such a wonderful thing in front of the eyes, not to mention the men, is that both of them women see are inevitably a little bit of heartbeat. But it also made Shen Yi yell even more angrily. "Aw, darn it. This Qin Kong actually dares to mock me. He doesn't really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some supplies. He's dreaming." Bang. After saying that, Shen Yi even slammed her cell phone on the bed with force, making a furious expression that she couldn't look at Qin Kong at all. On the other hand, Chang Xiaorin on the other side also clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in agreement. "This guy is really a proper downer. No wonder you were dumped by Yi in the first place. Yi, don't be angry. Isn't there another lickspittle? He seems to have set up some kind of end-time squad group, and those who were coerced by Han Long yesterday have all been added to it, so all of us together must be stronger than that Qin Kong. There will be a time when he begs us." Speaking of this, Chang Xiaorin also raised her chin in a particularly arrogant manner, as if it was such an honor to join the end-time squad group, but in reality, it was just a group of WeChat group formed by a group of survivors who were afraid of death. However, on the other hand, when she heard the words Han Long, Chen Yi's body still couldn't help but tremble. She and Chang Xiaorin were taken by Han Long yesterday. A dozen rude thugs were all eyeing their bodies, and if it wasn't for Qin Kong's intervention, that night the two would have met an untimely end. If it wasn't for Qin Kong's intervention, the two would have met an untimely end that night. Thinking about it this way, where were those young men who were coerced by Han Long capable of protecting her? They were all trash in Chen Yi's eyes, and it was true that it was still much better to have Qin Kong, who had a house, a gun, and supplies. This. Or I'd better try asking again. After a few moments of agonizing, Shen Yi picked up her cell phone again. Her face still carried some anger, but for the sake of the villa and the supplies, she could only type out a line with a very reluctant look. "It's okay, brother empty, just tell my sister a little, my girlfriend and I don't have anywhere else to go, please." After typing this line, Shen Yi also added a pitiful expression, her heart still confident, because when she said her words to this extent, there was no man who could refuse. But soon, a new reply popped up on top of WeChat, an emotionless reply from Qin Kong. "Forget it, I'm not interested, my wife is awake and I'm going to make her breakfast, no more chit-chat." The room fell into a dead silence after these words. The two teenage girls stared at the cell phone with wide eyes, the expression of the corners of their mouths twitching and their eyes rounded, putting the four big words "unbelievable" plainly on their faces. It was only after a vein spread up Chen Yi's arm like a centipede that Chen Yi, who had come back to her senses, suddenly took a deep breath and stormed out. "Shameless thing. You wait for me. Wait." On the other side, the sleeping Duanju finally woke up from the warmth of his arms. Lazily opening her eyes, she found that Qin Kong was staring at her with a doting gaze, and his hand was constantly soothing her hair. Although her heart still felt strange, such warm arms made her feel secure. "Maybe it's not so bad?" Duanju mumbled in his heart. But soon she shook her head firmly again. "No. Don't be fooled by the illusion. Old me will definitely find a way to change back in the future, become a strong man and recover my harem. Damn Qin Kong can't stop me from becoming a king. As for now, let's just act it out so he doesn't bully me again." Thinking of this, Duanju, who was full of grudges, could only take a deep breath and in the blink of an eye turned meek and lovely, winking adorably at Qin Kong as she did so. "Master is awake? Let me go make you breakfast." "No, just get some rest." Qin Kong said calmly, pinched her cheeks with his hand as he said it, snickering as if teasing. I'll make breakfast, and in exchange for going out to fight walkers today you'll have to be a good boy and do as I say. Ha! For some reason, his cheeks flushed slightly, and Duan-ju blinked with a look of disbelief. Obviously. Obviously it should be annoying. You should be annoyed at this humiliating treatment. But why are you in a good mood? Chapter 15, Turn it in. Eat quickly, we'll leave afterward. An hour later, Qin Kong gulped the bread into his mouth. While finishing a slice of bread, the man was already standing at the stairway, checking the gun in his hand while screwing the blackened, cool silencer onto the muzzle in a circle. On the other hand, Duan-ju, who was still eating breakfast at the table, showed a rather relieved expression, squinting her eyes and smiling in a very happy way because today she'd finally gotten her human rights in this house and put on proper clothes. Black undershirt, white jacket, sweatpants, plus good-looking and durable white shoes, youthful, cute and energetic, just like a college girl who likes sports. Obviously the pants are very loose look, but still can be seen under the folds of the fabric of the long and beautiful legs. Undershirt waist will also emerge soft abdominal muscle lines. Just looking at people cannot help but want to touch a touch. It's still women's clothes, but at least this one looks much more handsome. TSK, these little arms and legs are really nice. Master's body is really awesome. While eating the breakfast cooked by Qin Kong, Duan-ju stretched his arms to admire his small hands, white and tender. The nails were pink, and on the well-proportioned little arms were lines of strength without losing their beauty, which could be said to be the most suitable muscles for a beautiful girl. As for why Duan-ju was able to wear such lightweight and cute clothes, one could only say that Qin Kong had a clear conscience. Qin Kong felt that with Duan-ju's strength in his previous life, he shouldn't have been defeated by a low-level monster like the long-tongued zombie. It must have been the clothes that didn't fit or the weapon that didn't take advantage of his hands that led to that kind of thing. In order to prevent Duan-ju from having any more accidents, he'd have to put on the safest equipment for his future trips. What are you still gawking at? Hurry up and eat. Looking at Duan-ju at the dinner table, still shaking his shoes and giggling, Qin Kong prodded with some impatience. And now Duan-ju, after hearing Qin Kong's order, had lost the timidity he had when they first met. Instead he smiled very proudly and leaned on his cheeks to snicker. Eating, you have to be careful to chew and swallow slowly. Look at you eat so quickly, the food to the stomach cannot be digested. Is not it a waste of food? Besides, who gets up in the morning and eats ribs? I have to eat slowly for something so mushy. When he finished speaking, Duan-ju swept his eyes over the food on the table, and it turned out that today's breakfast was milk, toasted bread, and lamb ribs. Of course, the lamb ribs were a pre-made dish, but heated up they were similar to the softly stewed ribs, and according to Qin Kong the meat was shaved off with chopsticks and eaten as a sandwich in the bread. I have to say, this is the first time Duan-ju has seen this combination of Chinese and Western food, but she's too lazy to spit out anything else. What can I do? It's not easy for Qin Kong to cook once. If I complain a little more, he'll get angry again, so I'll have to follow him. Huh? What's so weird about that? Thinking of this, Duan-ju tilted his head slightly and made a puzzled face of a beautiful maiden. On the other hand, Qin Kong on the other side bristled, full of disdain for what she had just said. Crooked reasoning, so much crap for breakfast. Buzz, buzz. As he was talking, Qin Kong's cell phone rang again. Anyway, he still had to wait for Duan-ju to finish eating, so Qin Kong simply laid down on the couch and picked up his cell phone and slid it up. And seeing him like this, Duan-ju, who was eating the breaded lamb, immediately showed a curious expression and said with a bulging face while chewing his food. What are you looking at? Is there a government notification when the network is restored? You've been looking at your cell phone all morning. No, it's the group that weighed in on me. Hearing this, the curiosity in Duan-ju's eyes grew a few more points. So she had to lift her butt and take a few steps to the sofa and kneel to the side, poking her little head to look at Qin Kong's phone, still holding the bread in her little hand and refusing to let go, just like a little hamster. What group looks so good? Give me the con. There you go. Qin Kong naturally raised his hand to raise his cell phone. And without realizing it, that soft and silky hair had already fallen down to his cheeks. Not only was the sweet fragrance overflowing, it also tickled his cheeks, causing Qin Kong's gaze to waver slightly. Let's see. Duan-ju didn't even realize his own charm, and actually pressed his face right up against it, blinking his eyes at the phone. And what she hadn't expected was that the first glance of her eyes and the contents of her cell phone had made her a little tense. WeChat, Longjian Community Survival Association. Building 3, Unit 1, 101 Lihao. Everyone changed the note to the location of the residence plus name, so that it is easy for the cadres to count. Li Hao, Building 3, Unit 1, 101, the amount of food, the number of people at home, and the situation of medicine should be reported and sent to us in a form, so that the association can unify the distribution of supplies. Building 3, Unit 1, 101 Li Hao, I repeat, this is a sensitive time. Please cooperate with the work, do not engage in personality and uniqueness, thank you all. Li Hao, Building 3, Unit 1, 101 at empty, new here, changed your note, hurry up. The association bigwigs in the group were pointing at the survivors like leaders, and their condescending tone for a moment made Duanju think she'd mistakenly entered someone's company group, which also made her ask in a very puzzled manner. What are they doing here? Is it useful to build a group? To deal with walkers together? Of course it doesn't work. Qin Kong replied expressionlessly, with a hint of disdain mixed in between his words. These association cadres, especially the one called Li Hao, claimed to have made contact with the government, and then used that name to trick other survivors into trusting them. Those who didn't want to go out and risk their lives looking for supplies would naturally run to fawn on him, and when the time was right the association would trick these survivors out of their supplies altogether. Huh? Like this? That's too bad. After hearing this, Duanju blinked in great surprise. But soon she scratched her face again and followed up with an innocent expression. But how did you know? Nonsense, I came back reborn. Qin Kong rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. In my previous life, not 2 months ago, this association and that Black Dragon gang merged together, only that in my current life, I exterminated the core members of the Black Dragon gang in advance, and I'm not sure what will happen next. Then why did you add this group? Let them play by themselves. I didn't add it, it was Chen Yi who pulled it in for me. The two were just having a sparse conversation, neither one taking the association to heart. But for some reason, when Qin Kong carelessly said the 3 words Chen Yi, Duanju's eyes slowly narrowed, and then inexplicably brought his mouth closer to Qin Kong's ear to ask in a mysterious manner. Which one is Chen Yi? Qin Kong's body suddenly shook. I don't know if it was his own illusion, but for a moment he seemed to feel a cold killing intent. That unfathomable pressure was simply the same as the aura of the demonic nun in his previous life. But when he looked back, he realized that Duanju was still the same cute, cuddly, smiling, well-behaved look, so he just scratched his cheeks and casually explained. A woman I met a long time ago wanted to come over and live with me after seeing me take out Han Long yesterday, and after I refused, I guess she was furious so she pulled me into the group and tried to get the members of the association to share my supplies. As he spoke, Qin Kong observed Duanju's reaction, as if he wanted to confirm if the killing intent just now was real. However, the result was that Duanju didn't show the slightest bit of a strange expression, he just skimmed his lips and showed some unhappiness before picking up his cell phone and muttering to himself. That's the kind of that should be deleted, let me help you. They've etched you again. E.T. me what? Hearing Duanju's words, the originally lying Qin Kong couldn't help but get curious, and hurriedly sat up and patted the seat next to him, while Duanju also very cooperatively sat down next to him. When the two of them picked up their cell phones, the familiar names did appear again inside. Building 2, Unit 1, 302 Chen Yi at Kong, President Li Hao, this newcomer is brother Qin Kong I just told you about, and he has a lot of supplies at home. Building 2, Unit 1, 302 Chen Yi at empty, Qin empty brother, quickly come out for a while you so much material, to give everyone a share of it okay? Building 2, Unit 1, 302 Chen Yi, now the conditions are so tense, there are materials should be shared only right, Qin Kong brother so kind, certainly will not look at everyone starving regardless of it. This woman is so angry. Chen Yi's 2 sentences about supplies, her tea-ish words were infuriating, and Duanju felt his fists harden. While looking at Chen Yi's words, Qin Kong only smiled disdainfully. Bitch, you can't even see the situation before you sell me out in a few words, you stupid, brainless. Qin Kong, who was used to seeing the humanity of the end times, didn't care about people like Chen Yi. In his opinion, in the end of the world, only the strength and power is the standard to determine the value of a person. The woman looks good, but only in vain vase words will eventually fall into men's playthings, like Chen Yi so rely on their own a little bit of posture on the other people pointing fingers, don't need to Qin Kong shot, in a couple of months naturally, someone to clean up her. On the other hand, the other survivors in the group also became active, and not surprisingly, all the statements were directed at Qin Kong. Does this Qin Kong's house have a lot of food? There is. There must be It was his house that fried the food last night. So it's you. At empty no dude, haven't you ever seen a zombie movie? Zombie's nose is very smart. Don't you worry about attracting the zombies by making so much smoke? Have you no sense of morality? You give me an explanation, I'm really Ed. Cut the crap, he has a gun at home. Yesterday Han Long was killed by Qin Kong. Building 2, Unit 2, 601 Sun Jianming withdrew a message. But watching that Sun Jianming withdraw his expletives with lightning speed, Duanju really didn't hold back a laugh, while Qin Kong rubbed his wife's head with full disinterest. But who knew that the next second, the association chief Li Hao appeared again, and even if he knew that Qin Kong had a gun, he still used a feigned tone to persuade towards him. Voice message Li Hao. Xiao Qina, I've seen what the group members said just now, and there are quite a few private messages to me. Your house has a lot of canned goods, right? You see, this is not coincidental. The nearby supermarket department stores are occupied by zombies. We have organized several times in the past 2 days, did not obtain the supplies. Now it is the key to the critical survival of the community. We have to have a sense of the big picture. We have to be united to help each other to do so. Just now I had an online ventilation meeting with the association's officers and a few homeowners' representatives, and it was generally reflected that certain comrades had hoarded more foodstuffs than they were able to keep, and that it would be more prudent for the supplies of these tenants to remain in the custody of the association. Just right, Xiaoqin, you give them a sample, turn in your family's supplies, leave about a week's worth of rations is almost enough, the excess part of the unified custody, this is also for security. What do you think? After saying that, Li Hao even sent a handshake emoji underneath the voice message, not giving Qin Kong a chance to refuse at all. But on the contrary, on the other side, Duanju and Qin Kong, who had listened to the voice, almost reacted in the same way, as full of doubt, corners of their mouths twitching slightly, and looking at the cell phone as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like. So after a moment of silence, Qin Kong could only press his son and said with a slight headache. Get out the door, I feel like I'm going to die of nausea if I don't go out and kill walkers. Oh no, wait a minute. Looking at Qin Kong's helpless expression, Duanju quickly waved his hand to interrupt him while a sinister smile appeared on his face. She then saw her suddenly lift her cell phone, put the sandwich with thick ribs of meat to her mouth, and then fell headfirst into Qin Kong's arms, taking a picture of herself while raising her middle finger to the camera. Ka chow. With the sound of a cell phone taking a picture, the daily lovey-dovey photo of a handsome man with his arm around his flirtatious and attractive wife and a hearty breakfast to enjoy was captured to perfection. Immediately afterward, Duanju posted the photo and replied in the group using Qin Kong's WeChat. Empty at Building 3, Unit 1, 101 Li Hao. Hello, this Mr. Li who likes to beg from people when he doesn't dare to fight zombies himself. My wife says FCKU. Chapter 16. The group blew up. In the next second after Duanju posted the paragraph he had just spoken, the entire WeChat group was plunged into a furious and heated discussion. Nyo ah. It actually dares to dislike the president to his face. I don't want a hand in supplies either, come to that. I didn't even dare to speak just now, or Brother Qin is ruthless, worthy of having a gun. Brother Qin, can I go join you, Brother Qin? Just give me a bite to eat. Just a single sentence made quite a few people in the group adore Qin Kong, even though many of them had never met him. Just hearing that he had taken out Han Long's group of thugs was enough to make them admire him. As for the question of how did the gun actually come about? No one wants to ask more, and no one dares to ask more. After all, now that zombies are running rampant outside, it makes sense to kill a few cops turned zombies to get a pistol. Just. Don't be angry, Chairman, don't mind him. I'm willing to hand in supplies. I'm an activist. There were people who worshipped Qin Kong existed. Naturally, there were also guys who were jealous of Qin Kong and tended to the trend. After a group of worshippers cheered, the words in the group were once again grasped by the members of the association. Yeah, how awesome do you think you are, but isn't it just luck that you stocked up on supplies? What's the point of taking out Han Long? I'll do it if I have a gun. This kind of person is selfish and maverick. Without a sense of solidarity he simply can't survive. Let him fend for himself. What a stinking show-off. Selfish ghost. The group has been cursing. And the image returned to the villa. Duanju, who was being held down by Qin Kong's arm around his brutal waist and pressing his head, was filled with innocent clarity. You used my account to pretend to be in a group? No? Duanju blinked his eyes and asked a rhetorical question. Seeing that she did not have the slightest remorseful look, Qin Kong also wanted to pinch her face to punish her properly. But on second thought, it seems like he mocked Chen Yi in the same way this morning? So after hesitating for a moment, Qin Kong couldn't help but laugh a little and just rubbed Duanju's head before releasing her. Forget about them, let's go kill the walkers. Saying that, Qin Kong was already grabbing his pistol and heading towards the stairs. Duanju in the back, on the other hand, followed obediently, asking curious questions as he went. Still going out? This crowd is all over your supplies. What if your home gets stolen while you're gone? What can we do? Blow them up. Listening to Duanju's question, Qin Kong spoke terrifying words in a very calm tone. I never said that the bombs I planted were only in that area of the fence. I have surveillance around the villa on my cell phone. Anyone who dares to enter my house is waiting to be blown up. Ha! Where did you get all those weapons? Didn't you say you only had 12 hours to prepare when you came back from rebirth? Stupid, brought back from a previous life in system space. After explaining all of this, the two of them had arrived outside in the courtyard, but Duanju's face was slightly puffed up, as if he was holding a grudge against that word stupid. Parked on the grass was the motorcycle Qin Kong had prepared before the end of the world, and there were also RV sedans and pickup trucks parked in the backyard so that they could be accessed at any time. Handing Duanju a helmet, Qin Kong patted the seat and gestured for the other man to sit up. Only Duanju looked hesitant after seeing the motorcycle. Looking at the expensive and luxurious black two-wheeled lighter in front of him, the streamlined lightning pattern with mysterious ink black background looks both domineering and cool. Any man who likes to ride around can't resist such a good-looking locomotive. Still, Duanju couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Does this mean I have to sit in the back? But then you'd have to cuddle him, wouldn't you? Although after these 2 days of getting along, hugging to such an extent I've almost gotten used to it. But to ask me to make such intimate gestures outside as well, it's really a bit. Well, it's embarrassing. With this in mind, Duanju's knees were already twisting and touching together, and his fair face under the helmet was flushed slightly red, looking very reluctant. But where did Qin Kong care about that? He didn't want to waste his time dwelling on such things, so he turned his head and impatiently urged on. What are you waiting for? Don't you still need to find your cell phone? Come on up here. Woo! Oh. Forced by Qin Kong's lewd authority, Duanju was torn for a long time before he still bumbled his way over. Stepping away from her thighs to easily cross to the backseat of the car, her small arms reached out and wrapped around the man, gently biting her pink lips to reveal a shy look. And at the same time, Qin Kong only felt that there were two large mountains made of cotton pressing down on his back. The seat that was originally quite comfortable was suddenly cramped, making one a bit breathless, and four idioms inexplicably popped up in his head. The sea is full of water, and there is room for milk. The burden is on my shoulders, and I bear the weight of the breast. You can do without the hug. Sensing something bad, Qin Kong turned back with a black line on his face and tried to remind Duanju to tell her not to stick it so hard. How else was he going to concentrate on driving? But Duanju, who heard this, didn't comprehend Qin Kong's meaning at all, and was still tilting his head, putting on a puzzled look as he naively replied. Ha? What? I was just having a very normal hug. I didn't even push. Really? Qin Kong couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. But it would be too much trouble to change the seat now, so Qin Kong had to start the motorcycle with a hard-on. Never mind, just bear with it. Qin Kong's mouth broke into something. Duanju, on the other hand, stretched his neck behind him and asked with curiosity. Aha? What are you holding back? Nothing. Qin Kong said with a face full of grudges. The above is a pre-departure tidbit. As Qin Kong skillfully twisted the gas pedal, the car began to emit a roaring sound. Many zombies heard the sound and cast their eyes toward the villa. However, before they could gather, the body quickly drove away like a gale, detaching itself from a crowd of zombies, and then drove off into the distance. Hey, Qin Kong! There are so many zombies! Qin Kong rode very fast. The scenery around him swept backward at a rapid pace, while Duanju behind him couldn't help but worry. There were too many zombies, and as far as the eye could see there were hundreds of them roaming the streets, not to mention the smart zombies that had eaten people and evolved would still be hiding in the shadows, just like the long-tongued zombies from before. However, in response, Qin Kong's gaze remained calm, and he simply shouted sideways very calmly. They're all just ordinary zombies. It's useless for as many of these to come, don't worry. Ow. After hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju was good enough to let him know. But though she promised nicely, she couldn't help but mutter in her mind. No matter how much you come, it won't work. Makiba can boast. Can you kill 10,000 of them? Qin Kong, this person is really horny and loves to make waves. Why should this kind of person get the chance to be reborn? It's not fair. His heart kept breaking, but his small hands wrapped around him a little tighter. Then again, I still don't know what Qin Kong's skills are. How did he save me last time when I was strangled by a long-tongued walker? I don't remember. To be able to come over in time from such a long distance means that he must be very fast. Well, it's fast, perceptive, and still a good shot. Wait. I know. He's a scout-type shifter. It's a scout. Thinking of this, Duanju instantly revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder she had always felt that Qin Kong was not that powerful despite having a full set of weapons and skills. It turned out to be because he wasn't a combat profession, but an auxiliary scouting profession. So that's how it is. That makes it easy. Originally, I was thinking that my awakening skills were too ribbed, and that it would take a lot of effort if I wanted to defeat Qin Kong, but if Qin Kong is also a support type, defeating him won't be impossible as long as the level exceeds the highest level of his previous life. Won't my skills outnumber and outclass him? Qin Kong. I've finally caught you, haven't I? You'll see. Ha 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 ha. With this in mind, the corners of Duanju's mouth were already slightly hooked up, revealing a flirtatious, yet somewhat sinister bad smile that looked very pleased with itself. But, smart as she is, she inevitably forgets something important. For example, she forgot that Qin Kong was probably hiding his strength and didn't even bother to use his skills against ordinary zombies, which was why he didn't seem that strong. Then again, Qin Kong's previous life had been in the post-apocalyptic world for several years. If he wanted to exceed his previous life's level, Duanju would have to kill a few years or even a dozen years of zombie monsters before he could do so, and by that time the child would be playing soy sauce. So what's the point of defeating Qin Kong? What's this woman giggling about? Qin Kong, who was still driving, revealed a puzzled expression. But soon he smiled gleefully and shook his head helplessly as he read in his mind. Never mind, let's just have fun. It's not bad to be cute. Ow 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 ow. As the two of them rushed to Duanju's house with their own thoughts, the number of zombies on the road was already growing with a horrifying roar echoing through the streets. A tall, hideous-looking red zombie actually blocked the road and pounced on them. Luckily, Qin Kong's car skills were superb enough to dodge the other party with an easy drift. That walker moves so fast? And it's too strong too. Awakened from his thoughts, Duanju couldn't help but cry out. She could clearly see just now that the skin on the entire body of the pouncing zombie had festered, and in its place were red muscles that had rippled to the point of cracking, and the blood-soaked muscle fibers were even more horrifying than the mannequins in a biology textbook. It's an awakening stage 2 zombie, now there's experience to be gained. Qin Kong still spoke calmly, and as he spoke, he had already parked his motorcycle on the side of the road, causing the hundreds of zombies around him to turn their heads. There were more low growls in the air all at once. The zombies that smelled the odor of humans all had red eyes, and one by one, like vicious wolves that hadn't eaten meat for days, they rushed over with their bloody mouths open and their teeth and claws flailing, and at this sight, Duanju hurriedly shrank his neck, and plopped down on Qin Kong's back as if he were a kitten. But Qin Kong didn't think anything of it, and just got out of the car while saying very calmly, "I'll leave the ordinary zombies to you and the big one to me. After killing these zombies we'll go upstairs and get our cell phones. Make it quick, I'm going to get you up to level 10 today." "Ha? Me? I'm going to deal with them? There are at least 200 to 300 zombies here, won't I be dead if I go alone?" Duanju pointed at himself incredulously, his clear, flawless eyes filled with confusion. But Qin Kong didn't even say a word. His gaze was calm from start to finish, and that determined expression was as if he was telling Duanju, "You can do it, after all, you're the famous devil sister, a few hundred zombies in the area is no problem." ING dead. Dang. 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 While Duanju was still doubting his own strength, the heavy rattling sound had echoed throughout the streets like a giant smashing the earth apart over and over again with a hammer. As that terrifyingly loud noise got closer and closer, the panic in Duanju's eyes grew because at that very moment, that blood-soaked, muscular zombie was actually stopping and chasing after him from afar. It had grown more than 2 or 3 times bigger again, and its 100-meter sprint speed was ridiculously fast. The ringing sound just now was actually the sound of its footsteps on the ground? The ground shook. And it managed to run and scream like crazy at the same time. Meat. Oh, my God. Chapter 17, Chopping Monsters and Upgrading. Meat. The eerie and mournful roar resounded through the world. The zombies could still shout at people. Duanju was really not expecting it. And in the blink of an eye, that muscular monster had already sprinted from 100 meters away to the near front. All the way up was full of cracked pavement by it, and there were even quite a number of zombies that were killed by it on the spot by the side of the road. "Zombie, I'm like a wild dog on the side of the road. Duanju, hey, is this thing really something that Qin Kong and I can just take out? In the face of such a terrifying gargoyle, even Duanju couldn't help but worry at this point. But when he turned his eyes, Qin Kong's face actually didn't have the slightest panic. He just casually took the black blade and pistol with him, leaving behind a handsome back before turning to leave. I'll deal with it, so watch out for yourself and don't get killed by the little monsters again. After saying that, Qin Kong's figure leapt up, nimble movements like a ninja in anime, several consecutive jumps flashed to the muscle zombie's heel. When he looked back, he had already used his long blade to leave a blood scar on the zombie's shoulder, so fast that it was impossible to see it at all. Holy, that's strong! Duanju couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. Clean and sharp chopping, biting, and appalling killing aura, together with Qin Kong's unfathomable, cold, and handsome face, is simply like the final boss in the anime. And for some reason, when Qin Kong's powerful figure circled back and forth with the gargoyles like a hero, a wave of admiration also blossomed quietly in Duanju's heart, and memories of the night unconsciously flooded his mind. Why are my cheeks burning? Why are my cheeks burning? Pink fists clenched, a slight blush surfaced on her face under the helmet lens, even her legs involuntarily trembled slightly. It's hard. It's hard to believe that it's my body that's taking on Qin Kong. No way. No way. Clenching her teeth and shaking her head vigorously, Duanju finally broke out of that disorientation, and her eyes turned resolute. I'm Duanju. I'm going to be the king of the end times. I'll take all the ladies, Lolitas, and wives into my harem. The current me is just enduring the humiliation. The mere Qin Kong, sooner or later, will be defeated at my feet. I will never willingly become someone else's wife. Not now, not ever. Crying out with force in his heart, Duanju's gaze had turned unusually stern. And after looking back, dozens of zombies had surrounded Duanju, and it was clear that her side would have to start fighting to make it work. The number should be in the hundreds, but it doesn't look very threatening. Looking at the group of staggering zombies, although there were a lot of them, Duanju's eyes didn't show any fear. To her now, zombies were mentally retarded, slow and stiff, and really weren't anything particularly impressive other than being scary looking. And so it was that Duanju flashed out like a white phantom, like a nimble fox, and with a handful of knives, he took care of the 5 zombies in front of him one by one. Wow! The blade sliced through the sharp sound of breaking wind, while the drenching blood drifted far away in arcs in the air. Drop, host kills normal zombie 5, gain experience value 5. The system beep did indeed go off, invariably giving Duanju a great sense of satisfaction. Ow 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 ow. The other zombies immediately went berserk when they smelled the blood, roaring with their teeth and claws open, but even that was useless. Duanju's movements were too flexible, and her body was very slender. The clumsy zombies simply couldn't even touch the corners of her clothes, and with a few consecutive flashes, several more zombies collapsed to the ground. Poof. Poof. Drop, host kills normal zombies 2, gaining experience value 2. It had to be said that it wasn't for no reason that Duanju had become a demon sister in her previous life. Her talent for combat was really strong. Each chop was very careful. The zombie lunged at her and she was able to sidestep at the perfect angle, dodging and at the same time returning with a slash to give a counterattack. Occasionally there would be a sinister zombie sneaking up on Duanju from behind, but her body was so soft that she could easily do the 180 lifting of her leg, and on the flip side she was able to give the zombie that was sneaking up on her a beauty girl flying kick. Her long slender jade leg lifted up high, and the sharp sound of the wind sliced through the air like scissors, and the sneaking up on the zombie hadn't even seen what was going on yet. The small and cute sole of the shoe had already hit the chin, kicking the entire zombie out, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Drop, host kills normal zombie 1, gaining experience value 1. Drop, host kills normal zombie 3, gain experience value 3. Dropping, host kills. Drop, the host's level has been raised to level 4. Gained a 0.7% increase in all attributes. 1 level is still needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host. Oh. I feel like I'm getting stronger again. After decimating almost 70 to 80 zombies, Duanju's level rose once more. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious energy traveling through the internal organs and skin and muscles, turning the originally slack body into a tighter and tougher one. This feeling of having one's entire body strengthened was really pleasurable and comfortable. Don't look at just a measly 0.7%. Knowing that Duanju's basic attributes were already higher than normal with the awakening technique's enhancement, her 0.7% could be 5% or even 10% of anyone else. The more I cut, the better I get at it. I feel like the end of the world isn't that difficult. No wonder I evolved into a superpower in my past life. Heh, not bad for a master. Zira. Another chopping blow easily killed the zombie, and as blood spurted out of the zombie's broken neck, the windshield lens on Duanju's helmet was tinted a little red, but her smile turned more confident. Pink lips slightly hooked, the corner of the complacent mouth was elegant and flirtatious, making people want to bully this complacent fool beauty when they saw it. Just as Duanju hacked the last zombie around him to death, thinking that he had easily accomplished the task explained by Qin Kong. Instead, she suddenly felt a coldness behind her, so she turned her head away in a hurry. There's so much more. Turning his head, he realized that there were more than 100 zombies behind him. After all, this is a neighborhood, a street without 1,000 people are considered less, just a lot of zombies trapped in the building cannot get out. But even if it was just ordinary zombies, there were clearly a few of the 100 or so zombies that were taller and more ferocious than the rest. One of the zombies with a very long tongue attracted Duanju's attention. Clearly it was a mutated monster of the same kind as the long-tongued zombie from before. Any more old acquaintances? Why do zombies have to become so obscene after mutation? It doesn't feel like the long tongue is very powerful. Isn't it good to learn from the evolved muscle that Qin Kong dealt with? Looking at that slimy, disgusting tongue fluttering back and forth in the air, Duanju's heart just couldn't hold back the spit. But this can't be blamed on the zombies being lewd, it's mainly because the zombies' evolutionary route has to do with their own genes and the food they eat, and the muscle zombies have obviously consumed a lot of human flesh to evolve to stage 2. Hey! Wait a minute? Duanju cried out in some alarm. Because the long-tongued zombie seemed to hear her spitting. Spewing out its tongue from a dozen meters away, it made the incredibly long bright red tentacles lash out at Duanju like a whip. But fortunately, this time Duanju was prepared. How could she be taken out twice by the same move? In a moment of desperation, Duanju leapt sideways, smashing the glass of the supermarket beside her head first, planting herself indoors to narrow. Why avoid the disgusting tentacles, and the long-tongued zombie that had lost her field of vision really didn't know where to grab it, and could only retract her tongue. Whoosh! The tentacles made a sonic boom as they retracted, and it was hard to imagine just how powerful this thing was. But alas, Duanju wouldn't give it a second chance. Just after getting up, she raised her small hand and quickly drew some kind of black and thick thing from her waist, raising the weapon and aiming it directly at the head of the long-tongued zombie. And then there was bang! Fire and projectile spray. A spray can be so much more powerful than a knife. Even if they were separated by about 10 meters, this spray down long-tongued zombie was still sent flying several meters away, and saw its entire body cut off from the waist, and fell head first into a pool of blood and then no sound. Drop, host kills long-tongued corpse monster 1, gaining experience value 25. Zombie brother, times have changed. Looking at the long-tongued zombie that was already dead, Duanju with his sprayer in hand smiled faintly, only feeling incredibly relieved right now. Even more fortunately, the zombies weren't completely friendly with each other the moment the long-tongued zombie died. The 100 or so zombies that had originally been staring at Duanju turned back, each scrambling to grab the long-tongued zombie's corpse and nibble on it as if it was some kind of nutritious, delicious ingredient. It's disgusting. Looking at the group of monsters that were feeding on their own kind, Duanju spat in slight disgust. But none of the zombies' habits mattered to her, as long as they didn't delay her from upgrading. I'm a bit tired. I've killed 100 or so zombies in one go, so I should be able to level up to level 5, right? Let's take a rest and wait for Qin Kong to finish that big guy. Qin Kong, you would never have imagined that my battle power would be this strong, right? When my rank surpasses yours, I'll double all the humiliation. Hiss. Then again, why is the air in this room cool and swishy? There shouldn't be anything weird, right? Nah. No? Thinking of this, Duanju blinked, his innocent and defenseless look cute as hell. But when she came back to her senses, she realized that her ankles, thighs, and waist were somehow wrapped in strange green vines? A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's forehead. But before she could let out a cry, the vines quickly tightened. A single slip of the tongue yanked Duanju's entire body towards a dark corner, and even one of her cute little white shoes fell off. Why is it tentacle type again? Don't Chapter 18, No Qin Animal. Tank zombie, also known as muscle zombie, stage 2 mutated monster, has strong defense and explosive power, and has low-level intelligence. Its high-density muscle tissue can withstand rifle attacks, likes to eat mutated beasts and humans alive, while watching the prey emit screams while biting off the prey's body inch by inch is what it loves to do. Biting off the prey's body inch by inch while watching the prey screaming is what the tank zombie loves to do, and that's why it's an extremely dangerous zombie-type monster. Qin Kong's system is quite rich in functions. Retrieve monster information is naturally among them. As long as he wants, any monster appears in front of him, he can get monster introduction from the system. If this kind of thing is left unattended in the city, it's probably going to become the city's lord sooner or later, and it won't be surprising if it evolves to stage 3 or even stage 4. But unfortunately, you met me. Meet. The tank zombie once again let out an earth-shattering roar, and even though its body was already hacked and bruised all over, it still managed to swing out a fist, collapsing the entire wall down, its hard fist destroying the building as if it were a cannonball. As for why it's tearing down walls? In fact, it's not about tearing down the wall, but rather, Qin Kong ran too fast and dodged all of the monster's attacks. Qin Kong has a lot of skills, like the energy ball bomb that killed the long-tongued zombie before. He can actually release many rounds, but after all, that kind of trick is too energy-consuming and too conspicuous for him, so he won't waste his energy value until it is necessary to do so. But after all, that kind of move is too energy-consuming and too conspicuous for him right now. Here is a brief introduction. The Awaken's basic energy slots are in the categories of physical, magical, and spiritual, and making any attack dissipates all three at the same time, with only a greater or lesser amount of difference. Just like the previous Dark Energy Orb, which belonged to the magic specialization skill, the ratio of the consumption of each attribute was almost physical, magic, spirit equals 3 to 25 to 1, which was quite a magic consuming skill, and normally Qin Kong wouldn't just use that one. So now, he decided to use his physical skills to take out the tank walker. Got it! At the same time, Qin Kong's gaze turned cold. The tank zombie that swung a punch again still failed to hit Qin Kong. Instead, Qin Kong leapt up and easily stood on the tank zombie's shoulder. The tank walker's muscles swelled to 400%, which made it look like a rotting, ugly giant. But that's exactly why the tank walker's arms were no longer free to move due to its massive muscles, and no matter how much it scratched, its hands couldn't reach its shoulders. And at the same time, the cold-eyed Qin Kong had already raised his long black blade high, aiming it directly at the monster's canopy and stabbing it down. Zira. The sound of the blade piercing through flesh and blood was quite ear-piercing, and the nearly 1 meter long blade had actually all but disappeared into the monster's body. But that alone wasn't the end. At the same time as he finished stabbing, Qin Kong also had to aim his pistol at the wound on top of the monster's head and then fire several shots in a row. Bang 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 bang. Even with the silencer, the loud noise from the pistol was still deafening. Every bullet fired would stir up a large swath of blood and brain matter on top of the zombie's head, and the tank zombie that felt threatened by its life began to struggle violently, crashing into several walls along the way, but no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to shake Qin Kong off. Until finally, all the bullets in a magazine are gone. The zombie's head cracked open completely before it finally fell to its knees, plopping down in a pool of blood. Drop, host kills tank zombie 1, gained experience value 750. The host leveled up to level 17, gaining a 1.4% increase in all attributes. 3 more levels are needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Kong, who heard the system beep, let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had a lot of skills, his level was after all a fresh start, and it was a bit overwhelming for him to deal with monsters of such high intensity right off the bat. In my previous life, a tank zombie would have to be a level 30 monster to be killed alone, but I didn't realize that in this life, I've solved one before I've even reached level 20? The stage 2 zombie should be a very rare existence in the early stages, and for me to run into it, should I say that I'm lucky, or that it's just unlucky? He. Mouth muttering to himself, talking and laughing. Qin Kong is already bending down and taking out the crystal core from the tank zombie's head. Higher zombie's brain have these things, can be sold to the system or let the system processed into props, in any case, cannot be wasted, that is. It's going pretty well. It looks like we're on track to level up to 20 today. Qin Kong, who got the crystal core, was very excited. Gently waving his hand, the crystal core between his fingers disappeared into thin air. It was him who used the system space to store the crystal core. But when he turned his head to look, Qin Kong's originally excited face surfaced some doubts. He looked left and right, and there was no one else's shadow on the street except for a group of zombies sprawled on the side of the road gnawing on some corpse. Wait a minute? Where's my wife? Qin Kong blinked a little strangely. It's not the one that got eaten by the walkers, is it? Break! At the same time as he mumbled a silent word under his breath, Qin Kong's right arm was also swiftly raised, and then a crescent-shaped black blade of huge size and sparkling light flew out, knocking the group of zombies into a bloody mess in just a single stroke. Obviously, he couldn't even spare a skill to deal with the tank zombies, but as soon as he thought that Duanju might be in danger, he couldn't think of anything else and used his energy directly. But fixed eyes only to find that the unlucky person who was pressed by the zombie below the crazy gnawing actually still a zombie. There is no shadow of Duanju. Stupid woman, where have you been again? He cursed on his lips, but Qin Kong's heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And soon, he sensed Duanju's aura in the supermarket next to him. Aha! Right next to you? Why is your breath so disorganized? With this thought in mind, Qin Kong put away his pistol and jumped to the supermarket. In a few arrow steps it was dark, with messy goods scattered all over the place, and there were quite a few zombie corpses. Qin Kong walked briskly in the direction of Duanju's scent until he pushed open an iron door, and only then did Duanju's shadow finally appear inside. Only. Qin Kong, after seeing Duanju, wasn't in a hurry. Instead he snorted out a laugh. Pfft, how did you get caught again? I don't know. Why are you so slow? Come help me, Qin Animal. In the supermarket's office, the potted plant originally raised by the supermarket owner mutated into a giant cannibal flower. Countless vines wrapped Duanju's delicate body in 3 layers, not only on her body, but even inside her clothes. But even then Duanju didn't give up struggling, still tearing at the vines on his body with all his might, resisting while pleading towards Qin Kong for help. Probably because she struggled too violently, the flower mouth with sharp teeth was slow to find an angle to swallow her, so one person and one flower were frozen in this place. The system says it's the sprawling prison thorn, which likes to catch female creatures for its seedbed to breed its offspring. Looking at Duanju, who was gritting his teeth and struggling in mid-air, Qin Kong suddenly became interested and narrated from the side with an expression like a melon. Look at that greenest of vines, it contains a lot of neurotoxins, get poked in the stomach by it and you're done for, you'll turn into a flower demon zombie body that can't live without trailing prison thorns. You don't want that kind of thing to happen either, this lady. Top your lungs. Since it's so dangerous, you come and give a hand. I'm running out of strength. Originally being entangled in vines was depressing enough, but now that he had to be mocked by Qin Kong, Duanju only felt like killing Qin Kong at this point. But even so, Qin Kong also remained in a nonchalant manner, and even had the idleness to drag a chair from the side and sit on the edge of the cannibalistic flower with his legs crossed to appreciate this beautiful scene. No way, Duanju, I feel like I can't save you. For the hell of it. Aw, it's disgusting. It's picking off my clothes. In mid-air, Duanju was still shouting miserably, both shoes were nowhere to be found, only his feet were left writhing in the air. On the contrary, on the other side, Qin Kong merely stroked his chin and explained thoughtfully. You woman, always disobedient, and like to call me Qin Animal obviously put a collar on you, but always put on a high and mighty and disdainful look, making it difficult for me to punish you, or not to punish you. This makes it very difficult for me as the master. After saying that, under Duanju's horrified gaze, Qin Kong actually stood up and turned his back towards her, shaking his head as he posed ready to leave. To summarize, although it's a bit sad to see it go, it's true that it's better to get a new maid. Don't worry, Xiaoju, I won't forget you. Rest in peace. And your mom. No kidding. Come help me. The next second after Qin Kong finished speaking, Duanju had already begun to break into a defensive tirade, and the flexible vines were stripping her jacket away inch by inch, revealing the tightly fitted tank top, and snow-white, smooth shoulders inside. But even then, Qin Kong didn't turn around. Instead he took one firm step at a time towards the house. Seeing this, Duanju gritted her teeth in anger. She knew that Qin Kong was just simply trying to tease her, but it was just that she couldn't stand this lewd cannibalistic flower. So she could only let go of the vines for a moment, holding out her arms and screaming in disbelief. Qin Kong! Why don't you help me out? Don't go away. If I'm transformed into a flower demon, you'll be the first to be destroyed. I will never let you go. Hey! Stop walking. I'm going to run out of energy. Qin Kong. Master. Master, okay. I'll never call you again, I'll be good. Don't leave me behind. Wow. Almost the second after Duanju finished saying this, a sharp blade light suddenly surfaced. Only to see that the cannibalistic flower that had been waving its vines with teeth and claws and arrogance a moment ago had turned into a trail of debris, falling miserably to the ground like a withered branch or leaf. Ah! The vines lost their activity, causing the mid-air Duanju to fall straight down. But just as her shrieks were uttered, her body had already been steadily caught by Qin Kong, and her arms unfolded into a full embrace. That's what you said, we'll behave. Catching this soft and adorable creature, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth curled up with a touch of triumph, and he couldn't help but rub it twice between the silky hair. Call me Qin Animal again, I will really punish you. As for now, well. Listen to the master, kiss one. Saying that, Qin Kong even turned his cheek sideways and nodded twice towards the left side of his face. But on the contrary, Duanju, at this moment, she was already biting her pink lips, her eyes were fierce, and with an angry expression that was on the verge of crying but didn't, with tears ghostly rolling in her eyes, she stared at the smug Qin Kong for a long time without saying a word. And then there was choking. Shame. Shame on you. Thanks to me trusting you so much. I actually took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of me, damn Qin animal. I will never. Never. What's the matter? Didn't you hear me? Ha! 5 seconds later. That's good. Well, time to go find your cell phone. This humiliation. I'll pay you back twice as much. Chapter 19, Identical. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Stupid and conceited woman, taking you to upgrade and still always putting on an unwilling face, growing a nasty body but deliberately pretending to be unaware of your charms. You must have relied on this kind of tactic in your previous life to deceive men and trick them into trusting you in order to become one of the 4 black emperors, right? Otherwise, with your brain, how could you possibly survive in the end times? Ding 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 ding. Speak up and tell me the skills or I'll punish you. While using vicious words of sarcasm, he kept fiddling with the bell between the woman's neck with his fingers, his rough knuckles gently traced over his chin, and he could feel the burning heat ravaging his skin like a fierce beast. It was like teasing a pet, causing Duanju, who was a servant, to only be forced to lift his chin and stare at the other party with his red face gritted. How can something like this be said? Why did you become like this? Duanju's pink fists were clenching hard. Obviously just 1 floor away from her home, she didn't expect this kind of accident to happen. She upgraded. There were quite a few zombies in the hallway, so in order for Duanju to upgrade as quickly as possible, Qin Kong was only responsible for providing cover while the zombies were all given to Duanju to kill. So unsurprisingly, after hacking 30 or so zombies to death, the system's beep once again sounded in Duanju's head. Drop, the host's level has increased to level 6. Gain a 0.7% increase in all attributes, gain second skill, symbiotic contract. Upgraded? Nice. Show me what my new skill is. Duanju, who had just been promoted to level 5, was extremely excited. Charming sacred body, such a chicken-ribbed skill could be so strong even when it was placed on her, wouldn't it take off with a random powerful skill afterward? But the next second, Duanju was dumbfounded by the strange skill introduction. Symbiotic Echo, select a target of the opposite sex to link to, making it one symbiotic partner. During the linking period, the partner and host will receive 30% of each other's attribute enhancement as well as slow healing effects, and all monsters killed by the partner host will share 25% of their experience with each other. Attached passive effect, Pure Love Pledge. If the partner's intimacy value with the host is higher than 90%, they can gain an additional 20% mental resistance and 10% experience bonus if the intimacy value is only higher than 60%. This effect can be fixed to grant both parties a 12-hour duration of this effect after the distance between the two parties is less than 1 meter and lasts for 6 hours. 5 more levels are needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host. Have unlocked the attribute interface and awakening coin mall interface. Current awakening coin is 100. What's this? What's this? After reading the skill description, Duanju let out an inward cry of horror, his slightly trembling pupils looking very shaken. The skill is not right, is it? It doesn't look right. Doesn't this kind of skill tell me that I can only be Qin Kong's woman from now on? What the hell am I supposed to do then? System, you come out and explain to me why this is happening. I promise I won't you up. Duanju, who had gotten the new skill, not only didn't show a hint of joy on his face, but instead became despondent. She still remembered the scene when Han Long's gang broke into the villa last time. The two thugs enveloped mysterious yet powerful energies in their bodies, causing their strength, speed, and defense to be strengthened, just like superpowers. I want that too. I want that too. Any man cannot resist the temptation of superpowers and powerful and cool skills as the king of the post-apocalyptic world. But why does my skill pull so much crotch when it's my turn? It must be this brain-dead system targeting me. Duanju's heart was screaming at the top of his lungs. The aside Qin Kong still didn't understand what was going on, so he had to go up and ask Duanju about his skills. So the scene just now happened. Speak up and tell me the skills or I'll punish you. Well. In the face of Qin Kong's tough and arrogant attitude, Duanju, who had his chin pinched, could only turn red and show an extremely reluctant but compelled expression. Once I tell Qin Kong about this kind of skill, he'll have even more reasons to bully me, and he'll surely use the raising intimacy value as an excuse to wantonly play with my body. No. Must not let him know. Really can't just make up a random skill to fool him. Even with experience and attribute bonuses, I don't want to use such a humiliating skill. It's absolutely impossible. Besides, how can our intimacy value exceed 60%? I'd be better off linking to him than to my father. With this thought in his heart, a touch of determination gradually surfaced in Duanju's eyes. However, in the next second, Qin Kong's hand suddenly wandered from her chin to the top of her head, stroking her hair like a icky pet while murmuring thoughtfully to himself. Symbiotic echo? So it's this skill? No wonder you're embarrassed to say it. Ha! Hearing this, Duanju jolted as she hastily slapped away Qin Kong's hand and took a step back to ask warily. You! How did you know that? How can you see my skills? Because my system has a lot of functions, checking other people's attributes is one of them, just touch the head. Qin Kong waved his hand in a so-called explanation, and couldn't help but chuckle a little when he finished, surveying Duanju's body with a slightly playful gaze. An awakened whose level is lower than mine is very permeable in front of me, not to mention that the skills can be seen at a glance, even you yourself are displayed as a fruit body in my system interface. SH? Pervert. When these words came out, Duanju immediately let out a shriek. That cover the chest, wide-eyed look full of vigilance, causing Qin Kong to cry and laugh a little. What's there to be shy about now? I know everything. In Qin Kong's eyes, I'm just a stupid, conceited woman who thinks she can challenge authority but can't do anything about it and ends up being his plaything. But even so, I can't give up on my dignity, not even if I die. Thinking of this, Duanju's body trembled slightly, her cheeks reddened slightly with anger, and she raised her arm to point at Qin Kong's face, her forceful tone overbearing. No touching my head, I won't even allow you to touch my head from today on. And don't you dare try to humiliate me again, or I'll bite my tongue. As he said that, Duanju didn't forget to make a determined face. But who knew that in the next second, a black shadow suddenly flashed over. What nonsense! Swish! Hey! As soon as Duanju's words fell, Qin Kong's figure immediately moved closer. Before she could see what was going on, her own brute waist was once again wrapped around the other party, and the brutal and rough arms made it impossible for her to break free, so she could only be softly held in the man's arms. And at that moment, that magnetic, domineering, low voice came slowly from her ears. Do you think you can still escape? Ha! The icy tone was full of threats, causing Duanju, who had originally wanted to resist, to tremble. At this moment, Qin Kong was obviously a bit angry, seemed to be particularly hate the word suicide, so his gaze was a bit colder than just a few minutes ago, like a haughty superior looking down on his servant. You've long since become my thing, your body is mine, your life is mine, and your soul is mine. You can't escape from me in this life and in the next. If you dare to say anything irresponsible like wanting to commit suicide again, I'll press you to the bed and beat you until you cry. Hear me clearly, you little. How? How? In the midst of Qin Kong's ferocious chiding, a tear appeared at the corner of Duanju's eye, looking very angry and aggrieved. Just because I was a bad person in my past life, you bully me. Just because I killed a lot of people in my past life, you remote control me like this. What kind of joke is this? Obviously, I didn't even do those things. It's not fair. You're right, it's just not fair. Ha! Listening to Duanju's defense, Qin Kong didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy in his eyes, but instead spoke even more forcefully and coldly. Nothing is fair in the end times. Originally I should have just killed you. Your only role is to please me with your nasty body and do everything you can to gain my sympathy to stop me from killing you. As for now, find the second skill to me and hurry up. You! Damn it! Chin was pinched hard, waist was also tightly embraced. The face of the reluctant Duanju was forced to raise his chin to look directly into the eyes of the man, obviously would like to insult the other party, but looking at the fierce icy cold gaze, to the edge of the mouth words and was scared to swallow back, and finally can only silently trembling and quivering lips in order to show their dissatisfaction. I'll kill you. Mentally mumbling such a sentence, Duanju's face had taken on an expression that was on the verge of tears. I'm gonna kill you. Although there were still 10,000 helplessness in his heart, although he had already had countless thoughts of finishing off Qin Kong. However, due to the fact that the strength of both sides was too disparate, Duanju had no choice but to feebly raise his arm and place it on Qin Kong's chest to use symbiotic echo. Wow! Magical white light suddenly flickered between the two. It had to be said that the strength of the new skill was amazing, and the moment she used the skill, Duanju felt a wild and thick energy enter her body, rushing straight down her belly and all over her body, as if it was going to erode every inch of her body. In just an instant, her body's battle power completed its metamorphosis. The power. Power is growing rapidly. I feel infinite energy coalescing in the palm of my hand. This is actually only 5% of Qin Kong's attributes? It's too much, more than ascending 5 levels in a row. No, it might be 10 levels. It's horrible, it feels like my brain is going to break. Perhaps the enhanced attributes brought about by the skill were too rich, and Duanju, who couldn't withstand the pressure, actually rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Luckily the process wasn't too long. After about 10 seconds or so, Duanju's body was drenched in fragrant sweat, his powerless body could only go limp in the man's arms, and the white light finally dissipated past. And it was at this time that Qin Kong gently rubbed her forehead, changing his fierce attitude from just now, and said very gently, "That's a good boy, my sweet little Jew." Damn it! Duanju's mouth was still cursing darkly. However, with Qin Kong's assistance, her strength had indeed increased dramatically, which caused her to be much less resentful, and she had changed from the previous look of extreme aggression to an expression of grudging dislike, like a wife who hadn't gotten her way for a month, staring at her husband with the same eyes as if he was looking at garbage, and using her eyes to say the word trash. Damn you, Qin Kong. This is great, if you die I'll just lose a skill, asshole. As soon as he thought of his strength being bound to the man in front of him, Duanju's heart felt torn beyond measure. Instead, Qin Kong looked very happy, rubbing his wife's head while saying in relief, "Okay, don't be clingy, don't you want to find your cell phone? Don't go yet." What? You? Gee, never mind. Duanju was going to retort, "Where am I the one who's clinging? It's clearly you, the colorful bastard, who won't let go of me." But as soon as he thought that he might be bullied by Qin Kong again if he said that, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the words back. And the next step is simple: returning home to Duanju is like returning home. First carefully stepped into the living room, to make sure that there is no zombie inside, and then a few steps trotting rushed into the bedroom, to find the cell phone ready to call his sister all the way to the neck of the bell ringing non-stop. Looks a little bit like a naughty cat wandering around the house. Can only say that Qin Kong's hobbies is really have a lot of bad taste. But when he got his cell phone, he realized that the thing had long since run out of power, so Duanju had to go back to the charger, but he didn't realize that the charger's cord was broken as well. How is it broken? Duanju, who had picked up the charging cable, was at a loss. And at that moment Qin Kong, who was wandering around her house, came over and took the charger with only a glance and said, "Rats did it, I think, and mutated rats are pretty good at it too, eating everything, rocks, and reproducing incredibly fast." So, what then? Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju blinked, looking as if he was a little flustered. While seeing her like this, Qin Kong rolled his eyes and could only explain in a helpless tone, "What else can I do? Take it back and recharge it." Why do you seem to be getting dumber and dumber? It's not because all the nutrients in your brain have been absorbed by those 2 lumps on your chest, is it? No. Duanju, who heard this, looked indignant and covered his chest as he angrily shouted back. But Qin Kong now obviously does not care about these. His eyes are more concerned about a photo frame standing on the table. It looks like the parents with their children in the seaside photo of a family of 4. Pick up a look, the father in the photo of the old and stable, the mother is dignified and polite, the younger sister is pure and lovely, and the older brother as well. Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly. He took a closer look at his brother's appearance in the photo, then put it down to look at Duanju beside him, then couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is that you in this picture? Don't you crap? I told you I'm a guy." Duanju gave Qin Kong a disgusted blank look, and as he spoke, he stretched his neck to look at the photo, and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth in triumph. "How's that? Isn't Master handsome?" No, it's not even a question of handsome, is it? Looking at Duanju's smug look, Qin Kong only felt his brain go into chaos. This Duanju fellow, he really doesn't have a shred of self-awareness. Doesn't the guy in this photo look exactly like you now? Huh? When these words came out, Duanju couldn't help but look surprised, and hurriedly took the picture frame and looked at it. But upon closer inspection, Duanju couldn't help but tilt his head again, skimming his lips in confusion and exasperation. "What's the same? What are you talking about? Master had short hair before. And still have pecs, look how handsome this is." As he said that, Duanju didn't forget to touch his chin as if he was intoxicated and admiring his former appearance. And hearing this, Qin Kong could only take a deep breath before explaining in a very serious tone. "It's true that you say you're handsome, but this can only be considered unisex handsome, right? With these looks standing on the street, who can tell you're a man? No wonder the system gave you the charming sacred body, it's not without reason. Qin Kong finished his words in a serious manner, and the air turned cold and silent. Killed. Duanju, who had been admiring his handsome face in the last second, was already twitching at the corners of his mouth, his face full of black lines, and his eyes filled with deep resentment. I really can't stand it anymore. Someone kill Qin Kong. Chapter 20 Expropriation Panel. Upgrades are joyful. But cutting walkers is painful. Even if the zombies were weak in the early stages and Duanju's body had been strengthened, a day of either hacking at zombies or on the way to hacking at zombies was simply more painful than going to work. The body. Can't take it anymore? Is aching all over? Muscles are twitching. It feels like I've been moving cement all day. Duanju, who was lying on the side of the street, thought as he did. Long exhausted, she could no longer swing a blade, and the small white dagger fell to the ground, her clothes covered in blood and dirt, and beside her were piles of corpses, the whole thing lying stinking on the side of the road. But even so, Qin Kong, who was squatting on the side, still poked her head with his finger and said in a stern tone, "Who told you to rest? It took all afternoon to get to level 8, get up and keep killing." No. Not anymore. The trembling little hand slowly raised, the young girl's face filled with helplessness in the face of Qin Kong's reprimand. Duanju could only reply breathlessly. Can't kill one more, it's burned out. Waste. Qin Kong cursed without mercy. Duanju could only turn his head to the side sheepishly like a child who made a mistake. The post-apocalyptic world has just begun, many people are still unable to adapt to the horror brought about by zombies, and when people find out that zombies are actually very good to kill, very suitable for newbies experience packages, the original weak zombies are beginning to second stage evolution, and then want to kill a large number of people in this way. Is too late it is to grasp this information, so Qin Kong will seem very harsh. But, although it's a waste, the performance is not bad, so I'll let you off for today. Saying that, Qin Kong even revealed a pleased smile. Looking towards the distance, the entire street was filled with scattered zombie corpses, at least 1,000 or so. This was the afternoon's work of Qin Kong and Duanju. And with that said, Qin Kong's right arm was slowly raised, just like before when he summoned the black long blade. The energy portal was opened by him once again, only this time it was the motorcycle from when he left the house that was included in it, and then he summoned a gigantic tuned car out of it. Boom! The modified car landed with a surprisingly loud thud. It was a good thing that the nearby monsters were all cleared away, except for Duanju, who was so scared that he bounced off the ground and looked at the car in horror. This is also something you exist in the system space? Just how much stuff can you store in that space of yours? About 10 meters. Qin Kong replied nonchalantly, already pulling open the rear door as he spoke, pointing inside then ordering. Go inside and wipe your face with a towel, you're filthy now. Eh? Hearing this, Duanju froze for a moment. She then hastily sniffed her arm and realized that it did smell heavily of blood before she said with some embarrassment. I didn't even notice until you told me, I'm going to. Said Duanju, who was halfway across the room, couldn't help but freeze again. Wait? What's wrong? Why would you want to ride out on a motorcycle when you have a modified car? This thing isn't much safer than a motorcycle. Too many questions, get in there and wipe it all off. Ouch. Qin Kong didn't answer Duanju's question, just yanked her arm and threw her into the car, then slammed the door fiercely shut and walked to the driver's seat. The modified car was his pre-rebirth carrier, worn out in appearance not to mention many of its parts aged, and the only reason why it was still left in the space was simply because there was plenty of grids to throw away. As for now, the reason for switching to a car to go home was also simple. Qin Kong wanted to check his cell phone. Looking at the tweets and surveillance on my cell phone to be exact, the restless guys in the neighborhood are really getting going. The screen came to the WeChat group. The first thing that caught our eyes was a few pictures of red-headed documents, and next to the bottom was President Li Hao's pretentious speech in the group. Attention comrades, the picture I just sent to the group is the Community Self-Help Convention and the regulations on the management of wartime supplies just released by the government, and according to Chapter 3, Article 5 in the picture, any supplies in excess of 1 month's worth of stored food are to be declared to the community's temporary administrator. Including Unit 701, Unit 303, and individual comrades in single-family homes, the supplies you have clearly exceed the regulations and are to be reported and handed over to the Association for Uniform Distribution. At 701 at 303 at empty. Ha, I knew it, the state has finally stepped up. As soon as Li Hao's words were finished, a whole bunch of people below started to chime in. This kind of selfish, unfavorable to unity guy, he should be punished severely only. Especially that Qin Kong. Doesn't he have a gun? Have him and his wife volunteer for the neighborhood. Go clean up the monsters outside. Yes, it's so selfish to show off in a group in the morning. They are simply wasting food. Don't you realize there are so many of us starving? The further they spoke, the more agitated the neighbors in the district became, and the righteous words were as if Qin Kong owed them, as if not handing over the supplies to them Qin Kong was an enemy even more evil than the zombies. And in the midst of all the hysterical rhetoric, there are still some sober people out there. Where did that President Lee Hao release the regulation from? I didn't see it in my internet search, and I didn't see this on the government's temporary survivor page. In short, we can't let these selfish people run rampant any longer. Lee Hao directly ignored the skeptic's words and interrupted the other party by pulling out 2 videos in his backhand. Comrades, please look, this is the property surveillance from 11 o'clock last night. Li Jianjun's house in Unit 11201 was attacked by a zombie horde because of his private hoarding of food, and now the entire north side of the neighborhood is filled with zombies. This is what happens when you don't follow discipline. Look at this video again. It was captured on a cell phone by a survivor from the building across the street from the single-family house. Qin Kong's house is piled high with supplies, and he even manages to stand on the balcony and barbecue. According to the guesses of the association members, Qin Kong is definitely an avid fan of survival in the post-apocalyptic world. That's why he prepared so many supplies at home and also stored explosives and guns. His hoarding of supplies alone and also cooking with great fanfare will definitely attract zombies after a long time. For this unstable element, we should immediately set up a temporary expropriation team to eliminate safety hazards and seize his supplies for the neighborhood. Do you all have any thoughts on this? Speak up, President. What do we need to do? A middle-aged older woman sent a voice message, looking at the address information in front of her name. She actually lived next door to Qin Kong's house. In the end, she and Qin Kong were still neighbors. Yet it was this neighbor who was more active than any cell owner at this time, as if he was eager to plunder Qin Kong's home immediately. There are so many of us, but we're still afraid of one gun from him, Qin Kong? I saw it yesterday when I was coerced by Han Long. That pistol of Qin Kong's should be unloaded. The last 2 thugs he killed with his bare hands. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhantian has gone out. He's not even at home. Then what is there to fear? Go and surrender his supplies. Go! Having said that, the next discussion in the group was where to gather, what tools to bring, how to break open the iron gate of Qin Kong's yard, and so on. A group of people chattered and talked for a few minutes, and soon more than 20 people responded, whose number was even more than that of yesterday's Han Long's gang. However, upon seeing this scene, Qin Kong, who was far away outside his home, only hooked up the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister and vicious cold smile. Well, a dog can't change its ways, and these people are still so crazy even though I've lived a new life? In my previous life I didn't even notice. I just knew that so many people had been robbed of their supplies by the association, and now I understand what happened. But alas, in this life you found the wrong opponent. With this thought in his heart, the smile on Qin Kong's face had grown colder. Stealing from me when I'm not home? Well, that's where my gadgets come in handy. Thinking about it, Qin Kong moved his fingers to call the phone screen to the villa monitoring, and sure enough, there are already a lot of people gathered outside, both men and women, and even a lot of grandparents, that is, near the villa zombies where Qin Kong cleaned up. Otherwise, how would this group of people dare to wander around in the community? What happened? Why are you giggling? Duanju, who had wiped his face clean, blinked and came over. Qin Kong, on the other hand, raised his arm and wrapped it around him in a smooth manner, holding that soft and delicate body in his arms while not forgetting to give Duanju a hard kiss on his cheeks. Boo. It was soft and smooth, and the aroma was truly tantalizing. Honey, there's fun to be had, you can have this one. Qin Kong, who kissed his wife's face, was in a good mood. But Duanju winced when he heard this and wiped the drool off his face with a grimace. If you want to talk properly. What are you doing chewing on me? Who's your wife? That title is? Disgusting. Wait. As he thought about it, Duanju cocked his head slightly, and strange thoughts suddenly popped into his head. By the way, what's my intimacy value with Qin Kong? This guy is so horny and disgusting that I can't even kill him 1,000 times to get rid of my hatred, so it's not surprising that his intimacy value is negative, right? With this in mind, the curious Duanju hurriedly opened the system interface in his head, wanting to try and find out if he could check the specific intimacy value. Soon enough, a string of bright, pinkish numbers appeared in his mind, but this number caused Duanju's expression to snap. Current intimacy value with symbiotic mate, 77%, relationship appraisal, intimacy. Yeah. Seeing this string of numbers, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's cheek. She was seen to be wide-eyed and dumbfounded, and her whole body looked as if it had died. Intimacy. Intimacy? Me and Qin Kong? This ing is horrible. What's it like? If I had to describe it, I would say that there was a sense of panic that came quickly from the depths of my heart, as if I were falling into an abyss and kept falling. No matter how much I waved my hand, no one could give me a hand. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Why is the intimacy value so high? Can't it be that in my heart I actually like being treated like this by Qin Kong? It can't be. It's impossible. Oops. If that's the case. Duanju's mind was in desperate denial. But the 77% displayed by the system was like a slap in her face. So she twisted her head and sneaked a glance at Qin Kong's sneering cheeks with her afterglow, wanting to confirm whether she had a crush on him or not. Qin Kong is indeed very handsome, strong and powerful, and has a strong aura, but I really don't like men, much less Qin Kong. If it were any other woman, when she saw him, she would not be able to say that she would feel her heart itching to be held in those strong arms. It would be even better if she could blink. But I'm just stating the facts when I say that. That's certainly not what I had in mind. Absolutely not. Inwardly, she was denying herself desperately, and the expression of secretly clenching her teeth looked very angry. But I don't know if the red color on my cheeks is because of anger or shyness. On the other hand, Qin Kong had already grabbed her small hand and moved it slowly to the phone, placing it on top of a red button. See, you know what this key does, right? Qin Kong spoke in a calm tone, rippling as if he was talking about a small, sparse matter, while Duanju, who had returned to his senses, sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Pressing this will blow up all the bad guys around the villa. I'll leave it to you to do a good job on something so fun. Wait. You wait. As he watched his fingers being forced to grab and get closer and closer to that button, a bit of panic surfaced on Duanju's face. You mean you want me to kill people? And kill so many at once? This kind of thing. Duanju's voice made a quavering sound, and the cold sweat between his foreheads grew. While she did feel a great sense of relief when Qin Kong killed Han Long yesterday, after all, it wasn't her personal hand. Killing zombies was fine, but Duanju's heart was still very seriously burdened if she had to kill someone. Wait. Her right hand was clutched in a death grip, and the blazing warmth on the man's palm wrapped her right hand completely, sitting in the man's arms, surrounded by the faint and mature smell of the man's body, the same as the smell of warm sunshine after a day's worth of sweat or tanning. 4. Why doesn't he smell like blood? Smells good, feels like it might be nice to listen to him. But I don't want to kill. This kind of thing I really still. Crap. Body is going to lose its strength, why can't I resist? No. As his finger got closer and closer to the button, a sobbing tone emerged in Duanju's voice, his face already blushing with fear, not wanting to kill anyone out of the goodness of his heart, but at the same time compelled to obey because of Qin Kong's forcefulness. Remove the door locks. If you can't, use a saw. The scene back to the neighborhood. 20 or so people have gathered in front of the courtyard of Qin Kong's house. The leader of the Lu grandfather, before the end of the world, every day on a crutch in the neighborhood to touch the porcelain, but at the moment hale and hearty, waving saws, living like a general, dancing the battle flag. Leave it to me. I can saw the lock on a door like this. Over to you, Grandpa. Not bad for a role model in our neighborhood. Amidst the applause, the blade of the saw was pressed against the chain, and the scraping of the metal was sharp and ear-splitting, but it couldn't hide the ragged gasps among the crowd. They were staring at the villa in the courtyard as if they were hungry wolves spying on a piece of meat. The only thing that surprised Qin Kong was that from the surveillance, President Li Hao didn't seem to be in the group, so it seemed like he was quite a composed fellow, knowing that fighting a war should be done by letting the cannon fodder go first. Zip, zip, zip. The saw continued to rattle on the chain of the door lock. His wife should still be home, right? It's impossible to take a woman with you when it's so dangerous to go out looking for supplies. When the others have finished looting the supplies, we can go and get his wife, and then. Ho ho ho. Execution. This kind of should execute her. While Lu in the front is still sawing the door in triumph with cheers, a few lewd men in the back are whispering, sinister smiles floating on their faces. But they never wondered why there were so few zombies in the neighborhood, and why they could wander around the neighborhood with abandon while the city outside was dead and demonic. And at this moment, what they couldn't imagine even more was that the woman they intended to abuse as a trophy was struggling for their lives. No! No! Already on the verge of breaking down, Duanju fought to cry out. The thought that dozens of people would die next because of her made her scalp tingle and her hands and feet go cold. But it didn't work. Qin Kong, who had a smile on his face, almost without hesitation controlled Duanju's finger to press down. I press. Boom. The surveillance footage was instantly engulfed in flames. Chapter 21, You Don't Know. Huh? What? What's going on? Dazed and confused Moncler outlet online, Lu felt dizzy and bewildered. In his perspective, it seemed as if some sort of loud noise had just occurred, and after the noise his own head turned dizzy, his legs hurt like hell, his ears were ringing in his ears, and he couldn't hear all the talking around him very well, but vaguely it seemed as if he could hear that it was a scream. I broke my hand. Help, help me, I'm pinned down by a slab. They're dead, they're all dead, it was Qin Kong who did it. Who is it? Who's talking? As if he heard something screaming, Lu remained bewildered. His head hurt too much to think and his eyes were a blur. It wasn't until a minute later that the barely reprieved Moncler outlet online Lu rubbed his eyes hard and glanced ahead. That's the same glance. A few minutes ago, also complacent, thought he was a neighborhood hero. Moncler outlet online, face just a moment will be scared white, as if to see the hell is panic screamed. Aha! My leg, ah! My leg is gone. It hurts. The scene came around the villa. Dozens of people from the Expropriation team were lying on the ground, either wailing, screaming, or crying in pain, while Lu's legs were the most serious, already bloody. It was the ground around the villa that exploded. Nearly half of the survivors were swept up in the flames, and by the time they came back to their senses, all that was left was a field of bodies and people in pain. Why? Why did it explode? The older neighbor's mother ranted hysterically. Soon the man beside her reacted, grabbing the steel pipe beside him and screaming harshly. Qin Kong It's the explosives he planted. He planted bombs around the villa in advance to prevent us from robbing his supplies. That's despicable. No sooner had the man's words finished than another furious male followed suit. Qin Kong isn't even home, so the woman in the house must have set off the bomb. Let's go in and slaughter her. With that said, a few of the less injured men immediately jumped out, and as the core force of the requisition squad, they crossed into the courtyard with a single leap. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The guy with the steel pipe pounded on the door of the room, grimacing and shouting as he did so. Woman! Open the door! Open the door! I know you're in there. Come out here. After causing us so much misery, you think you're safe hiding in there? You'll be miserable when we drag you out later. Bang, 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 bang. After that, another series of low, horrible pounding on the door came out of the yard. The man's face was gray and his clothes were in tatters, all thanks to the explosion just now, and he was so angry that he had to let his anger out today. Yet strangely enough, no matter how hard he pounded on the door, it didn't budge like it was made of alloy, instead his own hand slapped raw. How? Doubt surfaced in the man's eyes. Knowing that his awakening technique was specialized in increasing his strength, a room door like this could be kicked open by him before the end of the world, and now with the awakening technique he should be able to break it open even more easily. But the current situation was completely different from what he thought. It felt like an egg smashed on a rock. Not only did it not move at all, there wasn't even a single scratch. Wait a minute? What's this? The man who sensed what was going on finally showed a horrified expression. He gently stroked the surface of the door with his hand, and only then did he realize that there was a faint layer of energy ripples on top of the door, similar to a magic-type defense skill. Is it hard? Hard to get the whole villa? Noticing that something was wrong, he immediately rushed to the other side of the villa and pressed hard on the windows and walls, and sure enough, he found that this kind of magical barrier was everywhere. In other words, Qin Kong had either used a skill, or a prop, to completely encase his mansion with an energy so large that it could cover the entire villa. How can that be? Finally realizing the difference in strength between the two sides, the man took a step back with a face full of incredulity, looking at the villa with an expression as if he was looking at a Tarzan, full of awe and fear. However, before he could relay this discovery to the others, the previous neighbor's older woman had clutched her head and screamed in disbelief. It's over. It's over. What? The crowd turned their heads at the sound of the older woman's shout. And in the next second, everyone was shocked by the sight in front of them to suck in a mouthful of cold air. One by one, all of them were shocked, and their pupils screamed miserably with earthquakes. How? How? So many. So many zombies. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a dense, swarming mass of zombies. The zombies on the south side of the neighborhood had indeed been cleaned up by Qin Kong, but there were still quite a few on the north side of the neighborhood. Li Hao had said so in the group just now. The sound of the explosion was so exaggerated that it drew all the zombies from the north side of the neighborhood, and I'm afraid that there are more than 200 or 300 of them, so the horde of corpses wanted to exterminate these 20 or 30 people not too easily. Run away! The zombies are coming! I don't know who suddenly shouted. Immediately after that, the improvised requisitioning squad scattered. Everyone was fleeing in panic. Don't go after me. Go after them. Don't go. Somebody help me. I can't get up. Aya, help me. I've been caught by a walker. All of a sudden, the screams were endless, and the low roars of the zombies were also rising and falling. The neighbor's aunt and the other young teenage girl were running for their lives side by side, but the several zombies behind them were running as fast as if they had been hit by chicken blood, and the opening of their bloody mouths was really scary, and they saw that they were getting closer and closer to the two of them. So in the heat of the moment, the older woman's face suddenly turned cold, and she lifted her foot and tripped towards the young girl beside her. Ah! The young girl threw herself off with a cry of misery. The neighbor lady, however, didn't even bother to look at her, freeing her hands to run desperately and frantically a few moments faster than she would have been able to grab an egg at the supermarket. My life is the biggest thing in the world. I'm sorry, kid. Holding this thought, the big mom's figure had run further and further away, while the young girl could only look at her back with fear and helplessness, hissing with her arms outstretched as hard as she could. Don't! Don't leave me! Somebody help me! Instead of some hero, the response to the young girl was the eerie roar of a zombie. The young girl looked back in despair, realizing that the three hideous zombies were already close at hand. Indisputable tears came to her eyes, and yellowish liquid flowed out from under her skirt. She was just regretting it now, very much so. Regretting that he had run to take advantage of the situation in a moment of greed. How else would he have ended up in such a situation? Don't! The mournful screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. But everyone was running for their lives, so how could anyone spare a moment to help her? However, just when the young girl was at her most desperate and fearful, a tall black figure suddenly appeared. The zombie in the lead didn't even react. That black shadow had already raised his hand and killed all the surrounding zombies. Whoa! As the black blade drew an elegant arc, dripping blood spilled into the air like flower petals. The young girl who had picked up a life was so frightened that she even stopped breathing, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that who else could the guy who saved her be? Wasn't it precisely Qin Kong who was being fought over by the group of them to collect the supplies? It was Qin Kong and Duanju who drove back. Qin Kong. Seeing the man save himself, the young girl was moved to tears and looked at the man as if he were looking at a great savior, full of love and admiration. Shay! Thank you for saving me! She spoke with gratitude, and even extended her right hand towards Qin Kong as she spoke, as if she thought that the other party would give her a hand. But the next second, the young girl's hijacked smile froze on her face. Because a pitch-black gun was aimed at her head. Qin Kong, whose gaze was ice-cold, looked at the young girl with an expression like looking at a disgusting dead dog, without even a hint of pity, and just said very indifferently. Just you guys still want to rob me? Eh? Bang. The dreadful sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. The young girl didn't even make a sound, her head had quickly tilted back over and she fell heavily to the ground with the appearance of a bullet piercing her forehead, her eyes still filled with doubt until she died. And as the scene shifted, while the people around him were still desperately fleeing, Qin Kong was strolling as if he was in his own garden, casually slashing zombies to death, casually kicking mutated dogs to death, and when he saw that the distance was about right, he lifted his left hand to aim at the guys fleeing in the distance. And then there was another bang, bang. The man who had his head blown off died horribly on the ground on the spot. The surrounding people all lost their voices and screamed after seeing this scene. You! What are you doing? He's not a walker. Why did you kill him? The crowd became extremely uncomfortable with Qin Kong's behavior. While they were accusing Qin Kong, they also had to hide behind him, using him as a shield to block the corpses. But for these accusations, Qin Kong didn't even want to explain, he just slowly raised his pistol and aimed it at the next man. I'm killing you all. Don't! Don't! Bang! The man didn't even have time to beg for mercy, another precise shot to the head. The guy who had been accusing Qin Kong so loudly died directly on the ground. Qin Kong hadn't used a gun much in his previous life, and with the various skills that had greatly improved his attributes, a shot to the head within 100 meters wasn't too easy for him. So quickly, he aimed his gun at the next man. Bang 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 bang. He's crazy. He's killing people. Run away. Run. Don't think you'll be spared by the association. Bang. One shot at a time, killing as you go, with ease. Qin Kong, who had precise gun skills, was like the god of death roaming the neighborhood, and none of them could escape from his hands, whether they were zombies or humans. On the other hand, Duanju sitting in the caravan was poking out half of his head to secretly observe Qin Kong, the pupils that had lost their highlights looking very helpless. This is atrocious. This is also atrocious. Although it's true that these people are wrong, there's no need to kill them all, this is too cruel. But why does always feel a little inside cool? When Duanju pressed that button just now, Duanju's heart was indeed very resistant. But after everything had happened, Duanju felt as if it wasn't a big deal. After all, to be reasonable, if Qin Kong hadn't been reborn back, if Qin Kong hadn't been so strong, then she and Qin Kong would have been bullied to death by this group of people. Forget it, it's not up to me to decide these things. The husband sings, the wife follows. What else can I do? Hiss. Something wrong with that statement? Thinking about it, Duanju couldn't help but tilt his head, revealing an adorable expression of girlish puzzlement. Meanwhile, the corpses had been strewn all around the villa. Right now there was a very funny scene where the members of the Letty team were trying to hide behind the corpses to Principal Qin Kong. But even that didn't help. Just like chopping monsters and cutting vegetables, none of the zombies can block Qin Kong's footsteps. Some people may have luckily run out dozens of meters away, but they were still shot in the head by Qin Kong, and the screams of the miserable voices when they came back to their senses were few and far between, and only the last of the oldest man was still wailing at the gate of the courtyard. Ouch! 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 My leg! My leg is gone! Hearing Moncler outlet online the wailing, Qin Kong was slightly distracted, and the finger that was about to shoot failed to press down, causing the neighbor lady to turn around and hide in the building, which made it harder to find her again. So Qin Kong's expression became a few more degrees of indifference. When he twisted his head around, the look in his eyes towards Grandpa Lu could already be described as cruel, and he slowly walked over while changing the magazine of his pistol. When Grandpa Lu saw him like this in the distance, he could only hastily raise his hands, shouting in an almost pleading manner. Don't! Don't shoot! Little Qin! Don't kill me! Mr. Lu's body was trembling madly. His coy appearance was a far cry from the man he was when he saw the door earlier, yet Qin Kong still slowly raised the gun to his head. Shao Qin! Shao Qin, don't be like this. You put the gun down first. A sob had escaped Moncler Outlet's Doria's throat, and his shivering lips seemed as if he might cry out at any moment. I'm already like this, I've lost my legs, can you still bear to kill me? Let me off the hook. Please. I know I'm wrong. No, you don't. Listening to Grandpa Lu's bitter and pleading voice, Qin Kong's lips moved slightly as he replied in a very ferocious and ice-cold to the core voice. You just know you're going to die. Little Qin. Don't. Bang. As the last gunshot echoed in the sky, a dead silence fell over the neighborhood. Aside from the trenchcoat that fluttered in the wind and the blood that became a stream, there was not a single thing that could move. All killed? Duanju's weak voice came from behind him. Qin Kong turned to look at the other party, the icy killing intent in his eyes. Tunizalot just pursed his lips and casually returned. Almost there, I think I missed one or two, but it can't hurt. Hey, you! With that said, Qin Kong suddenly shouted out into the distance, and Duanju looked over uncertainly, only to find a college student-looking youth violently standing out. Huh? Where did this guy come from? Duanju blinked in some surprise. And upon closer inspection, I realized that this guy wasn't the one who helped pack up Han Long's body yesterday. He'd taken a few canned goods afterward and slipped away. This guy had turned out to be worried that someone from the requisition team would misbehave with Qin Kong and Duanju, and had been hiding in the distance trying to see if there was anything he could do to help, even if it was just to leave behind a few boxes of supplies. But he really didn't expect so many people plus the zombies to be killed by Qin Kong. What are you kids hiding there for? Seeing the youth walking towards him, Qin Kong coldly asked, while the youth swallowed somewhat scornfully after hearing this and took a deep breath before replying. Me. I was trying to help. I'm so sorry I couldn't help. Saying that, the youth bowed hard to Qin Kong, as if he was afraid that Qin Kong would shoot him dead. However, he didn't realize that Qin Kong's perception was quite strong. Not only was he able to distinguish the strength of his enemies, but also the strength of their hostility from the youth in front of him. Qin Kong couldn't sense a trace of malice, so naturally he wouldn't strike at him. So Qin Kong took his words at face value and ordered indifferently. I don't want it to stink by my house, is it okay to clean all this up? This? Hearing this, the youth clearly showed a difficult look. After all, there were more than 200 corpses here. However, looking at Qin Kong's cold and slightly admiring eyes, the youth finally clenched his fists and said very firmly, okay, yes. Aha! Seeing that the youth agreed so painfully, Qin Kong nodded in satisfaction. Then he saw Qin Kong unload the pistol and asked absently while walking towards the youth. What's your name? My name is Zhao Xiaonyo. Your name is Zhao Xiaonyo? Is that weird? Zhao Xiaonyo scratched his cheeks in some embarrassment. His name was indeed a bit like what parents in the 60s gave their children. At this, Qin Kong did not want to spit too much. After all, talking about other people's names is not a polite thing. He just handed the pistol over expressionlessly. Won't let you work for nothing, you can have this gun as a reward, and talk to me if you need anything food-wise. Help me clean up the yard, I'm going back. Okay boss. Originally, Zhao Xiaonyo's expression was still a bit torn, but after getting the gun he immediately revealed a look of surprise. There was nothing in the post-apocalyptic world that was worth more than a handy weapon. But that was only for ordinary people. With Qin Kong's perception, the enemy would be aware of even the mere thought of aiming at him, let alone hitting him with a gun. Come on Duanju, let's go home. Ow. Duanju obediently followed up. Qin Kong contentedly wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, while not forgetting to pick up his cell phone to take a look, and sure enough the anxiously Hao was still chasing after him in the WeChat group. Comrades, in yet? How many supplies does Qin Kong's family have? What's the situation? Have the supplies been captured? Which comrade can get back to me? Where is everyone? Chairman Li Hao, there's no need to ask, everyone is dead. As for you, be careful for me when you sleep at night. Qin Kong sent out these two sentences with a sneer on his face, and attached a photo of the corpses littered outside the neighborhood. Chapter 22, The Bull President. Qin Kong ate them all? Qin is awesome. Qin wasn't a gangster before, was he? He's too ruthless. Damn, that's how it should be. I've long been displeased with that Li Hao. What survival association? It's clearly his own little group. I didn't even see a notice from the government on the internet. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. As Qin Kong sent the scene of the finished massacre to the group, the survivors immediately let out a gasp of surprise. This is, of course, those who are greedy for small advantages, those who bully others, those who like to join in the fun have been shot by Qin Kong, and most of the people left in the neighborhood today are honest and decent people. This end of the world just 3 days, they were thugs. Han Long, neighborhood committee big sister, and Li Hao chairman bullied one by one. Everyone's heart is pressed with a resentment. To see Qin Kong can be for them to take the lead is naturally happy as hell. And now, the survivors in the neighborhood also probably guessed that the reason why there are so few zombies in the neighborhood must have something to do with Qin Kong. But even so, there were still quite a few guys in the group who couldn't stand Qin Kong. Asshole. Young people nowadays are so rude, these pariahs just deserve to die. No wonder they remain poor all their lives. Far away on the other side of the neighborhood, the middle-aged man who also lived in a single-family house let out an angry roar. His eyes are fishy red, gritted teeth, although wearing an inexpensive suit, but greasy and fat big face is very prominent. This guy is Li Hao, a bloated and fat head of the guy. Look at this dress before the end of the world. High and low as a leader, will pretend to teach a lesson is not surprising. Chairman, the food is going to run out. At this rate we'll have to go out and look for supplies to make it. There were other people living in Li Hao's villa, numbering about 7 or 8, all of whom were Li Hao's former subordinates and core members of the Survival Association. And upon hearing the man's words, the corners of Li Hao's eyes began to twitch up as he answered him in a very harsh tone. There are so many zombies out there, what are you doing out there? Looking for death? It's safest to stay in the neighborhood and wait for help. Let the poor people who aren't afraid of death go and kill the zombies. Their lives are cheap. We'll go get the supplies after they've killed the zombies. Also right. Looking at Li Hao gritting his teeth, the subordinates around him nodded approvingly, only. A bunch of people are starving. They have been eating cookies and snacks for 3 days now, and that's how they are still scrimping and saving to barely make it to today. It's not that they don't have any rice, but it's mainly because the zombies' noses are too smart, and they wouldn't dare to cook it if they had any rice. And even if you cook it, there's no vegetables, so you might as well have cookies if you're eating rice dry. So soon another youth stepped forward. "Ho, we can't just stare at home, can we? There's always food to eat." "Well, I think it's possible." At this point, Li Hao's voice came to an abrupt end. This was because the crowd suddenly realized that after a quarter of an hour had passed since the gruesome massacre, Qin Kong had actually launched another picture in the group. "Tonight's entree is Boston lobster." Qin Kong's rambling sentence appeared brightly in the group, followed by a picture of deveined, plump and tender shrimp bubbling with steaming aroma on a baking sheet. Next to them were white rice and bottles of red wine written in English, and it was as if you could smell the mellow aroma of red wine through the screen. But these are not the most infuriating. The most infuriating is that the left side of the photo is exactly the direction of the bathroom of Qin Kong's house. Through the reflection on the ice-cracked glass can be seen, his wife is in the bathtub stretched out her feet, happily bathing it. Li Hao simply had the heart to kill Qin Kong right now. But he is bloated, slow and timid, and after so many years of being a leader, he is simply incapable of doing anything other than posturing and ordering his subordinates in a condescending manner. Why? Why this kind of people can mix so openly in the post-apocalyptic world? It's obvious that they're all a bunch of poor people, all pariahs. I'm the general manager of a city development project. Do you know how many people flatter me every day? Why do I have to be treated the same way as you? It's not fair. Wait for it, Qin Kong, wait for it. After the zombie fiasco is over, I'll spend tens of thousands of dollars to hire a bunch of thugs to kill you. Then you'll know you've messed with the wrong person. With this thought in his heart, Li Hao's expression had grown more and more hideous, a cold and sinister smile surfacing on his face, as if he had already seen Qin Kong on his knees begging for mercy. Just that he hadn't thought about it at all. How could this post-apocalyptic world created by the gods end just like that? As for those savings of his, they had long since turned into waste paper. But angry to angry, the immensely angry Li Hao finally decided to discuss Qin Kong in WeChat, commonly known as the method of spiritual victory. "Comrades, the situation is tense now. All of us in the neighborhood are one big family. We should help each other to help each other. Maybe the association is a little bit wrong, but please don't make overly aggressive remarks in the group." As for some comrades, always posting pictures with the purpose of showing off, which is not conducive to the unity of the community and is harmful to the interests of the people, I hope this person can show some self-respect and stop deliberately showing off. After sending these two sentences, Li Hao smiled contentedly, and couldn't help but read it in his heart. "Just you youngster, you still want to fight with me? The thoughts of the pariahs are held by me to death." However, soon after, another survivor in the group bluntly cursed at Li Hao. Voice messages. "I can go to your right, you big stupid. You bring so many people to rob my brother Qin's house, and now that the people are dead and say that Qin is not conducive to unity, he cheap all let you take advantage of it, right? Yeah." Listening to the indignant and impassioned voice messages in the group, Li Hao and his men were all dumbfounded one by one. But this was far from over, and soon another supporter of Qin Kong stepped forward. That's right. And I've seen it all. The zombies in the neighborhood are all being cleaned up by his family, Qin Kong. The supplies were also hoarded by his family themselves. What does it have to do with you? People like that, they're just so used to being leaders that they want to lecture people everywhere they go. It's all because of this bunch of idiots in your association. Qin Kong couldn't help but say that he would have wanted to share our supplies, and he wouldn't give them back when you bastards made a scene. What? How? How could you pariahs? Li Hao revealed a horrified expression. He was seen sitting on his butt on the ground, his hands trembling, looking so flustered that even his subordinates threw him sympathetic looks. But even so, the group's insults still didn't stop. Everyone's heart squeezed a lot of pressure after the beginning of the end of the world. At this time it was like a flood of crazy incline on Li Hao's head, led him from the original high and mighty chairman directly fell into everyone's garbage. And that fake government notice, do you think everyone is a cutie? He should go make amends to Qin Kong. Yes, one should apologize. Apologize for being a bramble. Earth down to the seat. The survivors of the neighborhood became more and more agitated, and in the end it gradually turned into a criticism against Li Hao. Seeing such a hilarious scene, the corners of Qin Kong's mouth also slightly hooked up, finally revealing a smile of relief. It seems the world is not all. In that case, I can't chill their hearts. Although I can't share the supplies at home, I can always share the ones outside. Well, consider it a reward for helping me out. With this thought in his mind, Qin Kong moved his fingers to send a paragraph out. The zombies on the north side of the neighborhood were all lured over and killed just now, and the area around the neighborhood was also cleaned up by me. There shouldn't be many monsters now. Killing zombies is a way to level up, so I suggest that you can go to the nearby supermarket to look for supplies and kill a few zombies to level up on the way, otherwise you'll keep staying in your home sooner or later, we'll run out of food. After saying these words, Qin Kong then smiled and shook his head, dropping his cell phone to stop looking at the group. There was only so much he could do for the group. Unaware of the fact that just after Qin Kong's words, the group's criticism of Li Hao became even harsher. Look at Brother Qin. People helped us clean up the zombies. And you brought a team to rob people? How inhuman, so shameless. What, the president? Crawl for me. The curses were getting louder and louder, but Li Hao's shadow could no longer be seen in the group, probably because he himself felt too deeply ashamed to open his mouth. This farce came to an end, and today was the third day of the end times, and it was already getting dark outside. On the other side of the room, in the bathroom of the villa, a soft, silky, white, lovely creature was giggling with her cell phone in the sink of the bathtub. Hee, it's still Qin Kong. He restrained Li Hao to death with a few words, worthy of being the formidable enemy I have my eye on. Duanju was grinning in triumph. Although it was Qin Kong that everyone in the group was touting, she inexplicably felt a strange sense of pride. Her soft feet paddled out from the water, forming sparkling ripples on the horizontal surface, as if she was gloating over Qin Kong's outstanding performance. However, soon after the happy Duanju finished, his complexion turned cold and he sat up with a serious expression. Now, then, it's time to call my sister and my parents. As soon as she thought that her family might no longer be in the world, Duanju's heart felt incredibly heavy, and she slowly pressed the dial button with her finger, unable to resist holding on to a glimmer of hope even though she had already guessed the outcome in her mind. Do. The phone dialed. The icy electronic tone seemed particularly long at this point, causing Duanju's hands to start shaking slightly. Why isn't it answering? Why hasn't anyone answered after ringing for so long? Has it really been? She waited a full minute and there was no response on the other side of the phone. Just when Duanju thought it was all in vain and no one would answer her calls. Instead, a familiar girlish voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Brother? Is it brother? You're alive. Why are you calling me now? Xiao Ling? Xiao Ling, how are you? The moment he heard his sister's voice, Duanju's throat made a trembling sound, and he almost didn't cry on the spot. After all, no one wanted to live alone in the world, and having the company of family was the most important thing. But I hadn't expected that the very next second after Duanju finished saying this, the opposite party took a deep breath on the spot, and then exclaimed violently. Why is it a woman? Who are you? What did you do to my brother? Hey! Chapter 23, Interest in Advance. So Duanju had to spend 3 minutes explaining to Duan Ling how he'd become a woman, and how he'd been discovered and threatened by his mortal enemy who'd come back from a previous rebirth. The part about losing his body was omitted quite a bit by Duanju, who simply said that he and Qin Kong had turned their differences into a good brotherhood, and had become inseparable. After all, it always feels a bit shameful to tell my sister that she has an affair with a man like this. Awakening techniques can also turn people into women? After hearing this explanation, Duan Ling on the other side of the phone was indeed still a bit skeptical. How come I've never seen it before? You're not one of my brother's dates saying that on purpose to comfort me, are you? How do you prove you're my brother? This? Hearing his sister say that, Duanju scratched his head in annoyance. Why is this child's vigilance all over me? However, on second thought, his sister was actually worried about him if she could be so vigilant, so Duanju couldn't say anything more, and could only rack his brain for a solution. Is there anything that only my sister and I know about our childhood? I don't remember anything that comes to mind. Right, by the way, didn't Qin Kong say that my looks are no different from the ones in my previous photos? Why don't you show my sister what I look like now? I'm a genius. Thinking of this, Duanju was already raising his jade arm, taking a random picture of himself in the bathtub, then finding his sister's WeChat and sending it over. Hello? Sis, look at WeChat, this time you believe it. Duanju said with a slight hint of amusement, his thin pink lips curving up in a flirtatious arc. It was just that I didn't expect that before the picture was sent over for a few seconds, Duan Ling's delighted voice came from the other side of the phone. It's really my brother. It really is you. It's great that you're still alive. Wait a minute? Are those two things floating on the water your boobs? My god. The system is literate. I told you long ago that you should try on women's clothes. Look at the opportunity you're not getting now. Ha! Duan Ling's excited voice kept coming. But somehow, Duan Ju always felt that something wasn't right, as if her sister wasn't happy because she was alive, but instead was inexplicably excited by the sight of a feminized version of her. Why do you say that to my sister? I don't want to become a woman at all. Duan Ju's heart was filled with questions. But just now it was just a joke from her sister. Duan Ling quickly gathered her emotions and inquired in a very serious voice. So, brother, is there any way you can come over to our side? Mom's still worried about you, she just doesn't have time to come over right now. She's the only doctor in the shelter, and there are wounded all over the place, and she's bandaging up the patients. Mom's alive too? That's great. It's good that you're both alive. Hearing that his mother was also alive, Duan Ju choked up a bit. However, when he thought of his mother and sister, two lonely women living alone in the post-apocalyptic world with no one to take care of them, Duan Ju's heart felt a pang of discomfort, and he hurriedly picked up the phone and answered towards the other side. I'll have to ask Qin Kong if I can go. After all, he's my good buddy now, so wait a bit, huh? Okay, brother. Then it's better to hang up first. There are quite a few monsters outside the shelter. I don't dare to speak loudly, just chat in WeChat. Okay, wait for my message. After saying that, Duan Ju hung up the phone, followed by an excited gesture of clenching his fist hard. Nice. Duan Ju couldn't help but shout. After all, even she hadn't expected her mother and sister to be so lucky. Knowing that half of the human population had turned into zombies just at the beginning of the end times, and that those who had turned into zombies would immediately attack other survivors, it was not surprising to say that 80% of the population had died on the first day of the end times. But excitement aside, for Duan Ju there was an even trickier problem at hand, that was how to convince Qin Kong to go with her to Q City, where her sister was. It's a long way to Q City, and I'm sure I'll encounter a lot of trouble. My success rate is too low, so I'll have to rely on Qin Kong. But how can this guy Qin Kong listen to me? I'm afraid I can't even get him to untie my slave collar and let me go by myself. Do I have anything to bribe him with? At that thought, Duan Ju tilted his head slightly, revealing an expression of furrowed brows caught in hard thought. But soon enough, the two soft masses floating on the horizontal surface came into view, and Duan Ju's eyes immediately widened in realization at the sight. Yeah, I thought I had this. Though there is some shame. Although I'm very reluctant. But I have to do what I can to help my sister. It's not the first time anyway. A determined glow gradually appeared on Duan Ju's face in the bathtub. So a few minutes later, Qin Kong, who had finished grilling the lobster, put dinner on the table, and in addition to the lobster, there were meals like boiled broccoli, fried potato cubes, and grilled steak, plus some dips, all of which were very low-tech but tasty Western food. Hum. Humming a little song on his lips, cutting the meat steak in his hand, looking at this table of fragrant, colorful, and very delicate Western food, even Qin Kong couldn't help but feel smug at this moment. How can you say I'm a bad cook this time? Even though it's just a barbecue, I know how to cook. You little, if you say one word that's not good, I'll teach you a lesson. Oof. With this thought in his heart, the corners of Qin Kong's mouth hooked up slightly, his cold face paired with a touch of gentle smile, practically writing the words handsome warm man plainly on his face. Cut the steak, dip it in the sauce, and gracefully bring it to your mouth, enjoying the sensation of a taste bomb of fiber and protein exploding in your mouth. It's delicious, no less. Only. Just the next second after Qin Kong finished sighing about his cooking skills, his fork suddenly fell to the ground. Snap, snap, snap. The fork landed with a crisp clatter and the crystallized sauce dripped onto the clean white floor, standing out in the silence of the villa. And it was only when the scene turned that he realized that the whitewashed Duan Ju had actually changed into a maid's outfit and stood in front of Qin Kong. Qin Kong had just dropped his fork because he was too surprised. Wait a minute? What's going on? Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly and his breathing became rapid. He himself did not know why. Obviously in his previous life he had experienced so many women. To women this creature has long changed, not so interested, especially reborn back. Qin Kong changed than the previous life, more cold, seen the darkness of human nature. He thought that he would not be able to produce feelings for anyone again. But look at this creature in front of you. White apron, black skirt, her front and back figure looked more supple and delicate under the maid's outfit. The lace was as elegant as her looks. The white stockings, in particular, fit those golden proportioned jade legs to perfection, and the spotless color with those streamlined lines was like a work of art. With such a lovely and delicate mate standing in front of her, for a moment it made Qin Kong feel like he had traveled to an otherworldly lord's family. The maid's white and tender face floated with a shameful red color, and the way she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in secret, it was as if she was saying to the new master who had bought her, "Don't think I'll submit to you just because you bought me with despicable means. You can manipulate my body but not my soul. My heart is forever loyal to my childhood friend's young master." This is too awesome. Qin Kong's surface was unperturbed, but his heart had long been in shock. What? What's going on? Shocked, Qin Kong silently covered his chest, and he actually felt a vague pain in his heart. It was as if it had been pierced by something. And at the same time, the reluctant Duanju slowly walked over. Although her face still bore a hint of reluctance, she still clenched her teeth and sat down next to Qin Kong. Then taking a deep breath, she made up her mind to wrap her arms around Qin Kong's body and winked her eyes in acute inquiry. "Master, can you do me a small favor?" Qin Kong sucked in a mouthful of cold air on the spot. If cuteness could be used to kill, then Qin Kong felt that Duanju was already invincible. "What do you want me to do for you?" A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from his forehead. Qin Kong's pupils were becoming unusually shaken at this moment. No. This is the witch. It's the monster who kills without blinking an eye. Under the reign of the 4 Black Emperors, even I can only be displaced and hide. Half of my past life's suffering is due to this woman, so don't be fooled by her appearance. Maybe she's planning to kill me. Must endure. Endure. It's nothing. Master, promise me first. Snap. After saying that, Duanju even rested his head on Qin Kong's shoulder. Shinobu fair. Ah. After a shriek from the young girl, Qin Kong swung his hand and gently wrapped it around Duanju's small waist, and he hugged her fragrant soft body. Shy and cute face, gently rubbing her head with his hand, still reveals a squirmy but not daring to resist expression, simply adorable, that can sweeten people to death. Couldn't be more loving. Qin Kong could only give her a hard kiss before rubbing his cheek against the young girl's forehead. Fine, just tell me what favor you need, as long as it's not too much." While soothing his wife's head, Qin Kong spoke gently, as if he had forgotten that he had just been reminiscing about all of Duanju's evil deeds in his previous life. "And see the purpose achieved, the whole body wriggling, looks very uncomfortable being stroked." Head Duanju before finally a long sigh of relief. "Promised is good. But to do this, to promise me, really Qin Kong is a hateful colorful batch." In his heart, he secretly cursed Qin Kong, but his mouth continued to speak cautiously. "That's right. My sister and my mom are still alive. And then what? They're in Q City now and it's not looking good. And then what? If you're so powerful, take me to Q City to find them, and I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. Please, Lord Qin Kong." The atmosphere would have been quite nice. Even Duanju's face rose to a shy pink color. If Qin Kong agrees, it's not impossible to listen to him obediently in the future. It's a shame, but I won't be an ungrateful female. Man, I'll put up with it. No. What did he just say? What did he just say? Duanju, who heard the voice, froze for a moment. It was not until a few seconds later that he reacted violently and hurriedly pushed Qin Kong away to ask with a face full of incredulity. No? Why? I'm even wearing a maid outfit, eh? And in response, Qin Kong could only pinch his brows and explain to Duanju very helplessly. You little biker, have you listened to what you're saying yourself? Q City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us, and there are tens of thousands of zombie monsters on the road. Let's not talk about the necrotic tide, such a long way. You will definitely encounter stage 3 or even stage 4 monsters. That kind of thing is very tricky even for me to deal with. I can save my life if I run into it, but you're definitely dead. That's why I won't leave this city until I level up to 50, and the same goes for you, just immediately level up to 50. After saying that, Qin Kong even poked Duanju's head with his finger, as if he was criticizing her for speaking without thinking. On the contrary, Duanju, being poked and prodded, she could only cover her head and said pitifully with a very aggrieved look. What's the matter? Is there no way out? Lord Qin Kong, help out. Now. Don't you do that. Hearing such a lovely pleading voice, Qin Kong felt his heart tingle again, and simply couldn't help but burst out. This woman's charms hadn't even been in full swing yet. Can't say no. How can I say no to this? Soft little hands clawed at his sleeves like cat's paws, their pitiful expressions like children asking their parents for a hug. It's also not out of the question. Qin Kong replied as if he was not in control. How could he not have thought that he was clearly the one who should be the stronger party, relying on his absolute strength to wantonly humiliate and toy with this abominable witch? But on the contrary, now, the other party's every move was so heartwarming, like a chimera that could remotely control people's hearts. No matter how hard one tried to refrain, one couldn't help but want to spoil the other party inwardly. There was even a moment when Qin Kong felt that what he had done to Duanju before had gone too far. So helplessly, Qin Kong could only try his best to put on a look of dislike to cover himself, twisting his head in disdain. It's not like there's no way. I have the system function of teleportation. As long as I consume the awakening coins I can pass the props out. I'll give your sister and your mom and the girls an S-rank weapon each and it won't be over. Really? As soon as these words came out, a look of surprise blossomed in Duanju's eyes. In fact, she was already going to give up just now. After all, let a man who was only known for 3 days help himself to rescue his family more than 1,000 kilometers away. This kind of thing is impractical to think about. But he hadn't thought that Qin Kong really did have a way. Of course it's true. Qin Kong still spoke disdainfully, and although he looked very cold, his eyes always glanced at Duanju's face from time to time. It was too cute. However, props can be given, but you have to let them keep a low profile. This world is full of vicious people and bad guys. Absolutely no one can let others find out that they have props in their hands, or else you can't be sure that there will be guys with ulterior motives who will set them up. Why don't you say anything? Speaking of which, the atmosphere was a little quiet, and Qin Kong suspiciously turned his head back, realizing that Duanju hadn't said a word since just now, and was only trembling slightly, unsure if he was surprised or angry. However, just as Qin Kong wanted to poke Duanju's face and ask her what she was rambling on about again, Duanju's head suddenly jerked up, and with a starry-eyed look of adoration, he wrapped his arms around Qin Kong's neck and kissed him hard on the cheek before he could even react. Air. You're great air. Muah. Qin Kong, who had been kissed, was petrified on the spot. Hey! Duanju, who had done this act, was also dumbfounded, and only then did he react to what stupid thing he'd done. I can't believe it. Actually offered to kiss him. How could that happen? My mind went blank. I was so happy, I couldn't control my body, so I put my arms around him. How did it come to this? With hindsight, Duanju hissed hard in his heart. It was as if what was left inside had gone up in smoke with that kiss just now. At this time, when he looked at Qin Kong's expression again, he actually did not show the slightest bit of happiness, but instead, he became much colder, and even had to use a very icy, very vicious voice to say in a deep voice. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers costs 10,000 awakening coins, 2 people is 20,000, on average. Killing 3 ordinary zombies can only explode 1 awakening coin. Do you have any idea how long it will take to save up this money to pay me back? Gollum. Listening to Qin Kong's magnetic and cold voice, Duanju swallowed nervously, looking shivering. And just as she thought, the next second, Qin Kong then picked her up whole in a princess hug and said in a very forceful tone, condescendingly, "So now, let's make you pay interest first." Wait a minute. I have to send a message back to my sister first. Chapter 24, Cute as a Button. Wonders, one of the important props that can be purchased in the system mall, can also be obtained by killing monsters of 3 stages or more. Compared to weapons that are directly summoned to the real world, wonders are more like equipment installed on the awakened person's soul-like skills. They can enhance the host's attributes, increase the host's resistance, or give the host some strange effects, such as doubling the awakened coins gained from killing monsters, or automatically increasing the fruitfulness value, and so on. Realistic weapons are easy to be stolen, but wonders will never be. Each awakened person can only bind 3 wonders normally. Want to replace or bind more wonders also have to rely on rarer props to strengthen it. So that's what happened. I teleported a mobility increasing key and an offensive key to your sister and the girls so they have the ability to kill monsters and stay alive at the same time, and still not get stolen. It was after 10 when I woke up. Warm sun on my face, soft wife in my arms. Flawless white arms encircled the man's neck, shimmering pure white in the sunlight, well behaved and understanding like a cat on a man's shoulder, along with the bells on his neck glittering. Hair with fresh scent would unintentionally fall on the man's cheek, and although it tickled, the warm body heat could bring a fulfilling sense of security in the post-apocalyptic world. Waking up in the morning to enjoy such a treatment was already a death sentence. So Qin Kong could only smile in relief, soothing his wife's back while speaking very seriously. The teleportation fee is 23,000 awakening coins. Well, it's already been transmitted, so tell them that. Good. Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju nodded happily before taking out his cell phone and typing to Duanling. Ray, did you get it? S-class props. This is what your brother and I are capable of. Take the equipment and upgrade properly, I'll come over to you after level 50. Yes, brother. Oh no, it should be sister. Question mark. Looking at his WeChat sister's inexplicable change of heart, Duanju was puzzled as he snapped out the question mark. However, what responded to her was a teeth-baring smile from Duanling. The bright smile was very proud, yet somehow had a sense of mockery. This didn't stop the corner of Duanju's eye from twitching slightly, so she picked up her cell phone, ready to teach this disobedient sister a good lesson as an elder. Who gave you permission to call me sister? But before he could even think about it, before his fingers could touch the screen, Duanju's body had already been yanked over by a powerful force. Ah! With a shrieking roar, the phone fell onto the mattress, and her waist was wrapped around her arms. Her calves and arms kept struggling, but Qin Kong's strength was too great, and with just a little bit of force, he wrapped Duanju's arms around her in a tight embrace, and then proceeded to use his nasty palms to mess up her hair with impunity. Little bitch, I spent 20,000 awakening coins and 2S ranked wonders for you, how should you repay me? Ha? Speak up. Rough, hot fingers kept wandering between the strands of hair, and the originally silky hair was messed up while Duanju could only grab the other's arm and shout indignantly. Head. Don't come after my head. Get away from me. Duanju, who was flailing his arms, fought back. But how could she possibly be Qin Kong's opponent? No matter how much he swung, it was futile, and in the end, he could only struggle and yell like a naughty child. How dare you say this? Why don't you give one to master if you have something like a strange object? Anyway, you've brought back a lot of props from your rebirth, right? Is not trying to whore out old me for nothing. Ha? Ah, this. Hearing Duanju's words, Qin Kong blinked his eyes, revealing an innocent look. Because wonders are bound. I do have a lot of them, but none of them are the best. My wonders grid is full, but yours is still empty. I think this is an opportunity to equip you with 3 SS ranked wonders. At least in my previous life I've never seen anyone able to equip 3 SS ranked wonders at the same time. Ha? After hearing this explanation, Duanju, who was still struggling, froze for a moment. Only to see her dully raise her head, her face slightly red and her eyes clear, revealing an adorable expression of slight shyness and doubt. Why are you being so nice to me? Because you're my wife. Qin Kong replied without thinking, his face calm as if he was saying something that was rightfully his. However, these words caused Duanju to suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately, his eyes widened as he pushed Qin Kong away, then shouted with a face full of disgust. Who's your wife? You're the wife. Your whole family is the wife. I'm only forced to listen to you because of this ghost collar, don't get me wrong. Oh yeah? Looking at Duanju's noisy appearance, Qin Kong hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled smugly. But didn't you say last night that? Don't say it. God knows what Duanju said last night, but it must have been something that made her very ashamed. So with that said, Duanju was already fleeing under the covers in shame and anger, holding her head and burying it head first in the bed. The white pajamas outlined her chiseled figure, and even lying on her back, she could still see the side peaks that stood out majestically. Her white skin, so white and flawless at all times, her ears turned red and her soft, sticky feet were shrinking hard. In a nutshell. Cute as a button. These 4 words popped up automatically in Qin Kong's head. As for the words she said that appeared to be chiding Qin Kong, for Qin Kong they were nothing more than the flavorings of everyday feelings nowadays. Qin Kong, even though he knew that the woman in front of him was a scourge that had done harm to a party in his previous life, he couldn't hate her no matter what. So what if she's a victim? That was a lifetime ago. She's my woman now. With that in mind, Qin Kong's arm reached out and easily carried Duanju back under the covers again. Okay, I'll stop, good girl. Damn. Duanju, who had been carried back, was still gnashing his teeth. The unwilling little eyes looked full of resentment, and the action of turning her head away and deliberately not meeting Qin Kong's eyes was like a little girlfriend throwing a tantrum. But interestingly, this time there were no more teardrops floating in the corners of Duanju's eyes, and she no longer seemed to be as resistant as she was at first to the idea of being held in Qin Kong's arms. Hoo. It's windy today, so the air is a bit chilly too. The strong wind blew a whirring sound along the window slits, masking the low roars of the zombies and the rustling and crawling of the monsters, but also making the whole city more eerie and silent. Rustle. The skin rubbing against the quilt made a comforting sound. It was the cold-feeling Duanju who shrunk his head and pressed himself more meekly into Qin Kong's arms, holding the woman in his arms. Feeling the reassuring softness and temperature, something seemed to be slowly being melted in Qin Kong's eyes. In the end, he could only take a long breath and pat his wife on the back and smile. "Honey, I'm hungry, cook for me, will you?" What do you want to eat?" Duanju raised his head, looking resentful, but his mouth obediently questioned Qin Kong. Anything you make." Qin Kong said casually and rubbed his cheek against his wife's face as he spoke. And in response, Duanju once again pushed him away in disgust, getting out of bed while saying with a face full of displeasure, "Then I'll just scramble you 2 plates of eggs. People like you don't deserve dishes with complicated processes." Anything. But then again, you're quick to say yes to calling you your wife, so it seems like you're used to it. Get used to a hammer. You. Bang. A pillow slammed heavily on Qin Kong's face. And by the time he'd taken the pillow away, Duanju's shadow had disappeared from the bedroom, and the only sound was the sound of snapping in his slippers as he ran to the bathroom to wash up cute as hell. Those 4 words popped up once more in Qin Kong's head. A few minutes later. Damn it, it's an outrage. Changing into his regular clothes and putting on his apron, Duanju, who was in the kitchen, was still secretly gritting his teeth, taking ingredients out of the refrigerator while reciting viciously in his mind. Before, I was restrained, but now incompletely wifey to me. Who's his wife? I'm not his wife. You'll see, you stupid, womanizing, sex maniac. Everything is just an illusion created by me, an act to defeat Qin Kong one day. There will come a day when Qin Kong will be careless, and when he is at his most defenseless moment, I will not hesitate to give him a stab in the back. When that time comes, With this thought in her heart, a smirk appeared on Duanju's face, as if she could already see Qin Kong covering his wounds and kneeling on the ground, begging her for forgiveness with an expression of remorse and unwillingness. I'm sorry, I should have treated you well, I should have doted on you more. Forgive me. Why does something seem wrong? Duanju cocked his head in deep confusion at the image that appeared in his head. But that wasn't the important thing was that it was only when she came back to her senses that she finally realized it. The beef for stir-frying had been marinated in a bowl, the fresh leeks had been sliced into strips, the rice had been washed, the right amount of water had been used, the rice cooker had been activated, and in his hand was the small bowl in which he had just cracked 3 eggs, having himself just beaten the eggs while gleefully fantasizing about defeating Qin Kong. Wait for me. The hand holding the chopsticks, slightly trembling. Looking at everything in the kitchen that he had made in a few minutes, Duanju's pupils began to flutter up slightly, looking very panicked and very startled. It's not right, it's not right. Didn't I say I'd only scramble eggs for him? Why did his body unconsciously start cooking? And you're enjoying it, asshole. It's hard to believe that I actually want to cook for Qin Kong? Can it be that I've become a cooking woman deep down? Don't. If this goes on, I'm really going to turn into a man's wife. Sober me up, Duanju. Inside, Duanju was hissing with all her might, but unfortunately no one could appreciate the panic and helplessness she felt at this point. However, just as Duanju was obsessing over whether or not she'd become a human wife, the corner of her eye caught sight of a certain figure outside the window, which snapped her out of her obsession. Turning her head to look, a familiar shadow was bustling about outside the villa. Oh my god, he's actually still around? Duanju made a surprised sound. Chapter 25, Convincing the Diehards. Hey! Come on! The figure outside was Zhao Xianyo, who had been shouted into the courtyard by Duanju. Duanju really can't stand to watch this dead-eyed brother even in order to clean up the neighborhood early in the morning, plus yesterday and this morning moved a total of more than 10 hours, during which only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Knowing that the bodies that fell outside the villa yesterday were at least 200 to 300, throwing them from the small area to the building across the neighborhood, this kind of workload is not at all something that one person can accomplish. Hey, who's the villain anyway? You really deserve to die. You're bullying an honest man, aren't you? Don't worry about brother Cow. There's sister. No, there's brother. Brother will definitely not let you be oppressed by this bad guy Qin Kong. Come on, brother. Duanju, who was standing at the entrance to the villa, gave Zhao Xianyo a wave. Because he'd been moving corpses for a long time, at this point Zhao Xianyo's body was covered in bloodstains and dirt, and he looked grimy. He stopped when he got to the villa's entrance 2 meters away, and his face not only didn't have the resentment of a day's drudgery on it, but instead scratched his head very honestly and giggled at Duanju. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're so big. Forget it, damn it. Duanju, who heard the word, almost cursed. Luckily, she had strong self-control and just skimmed her lips to suppress her inner anger, then squeezed out a smile and said kindly. Haven't eaten, have you, brother Cow? Just as the food is about to be ready, eat with us? With that, Duanju waved his hand to signal Zhao Xianyo to come in a smiling face that was charming, a slender figure that was full of flavor, and an intimate and gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Duanju was simply the female of females, the human wife of wives. However, Zhao Xianyo froze for a moment after hearing this, and then took a very formal step back. No. Better not. My shoes are dirty, and if I go in there I'll... What's going on? What are you doing? As he was talking, Qin Kong, who had just finished washing up and wiping his face with a towel, walked out from the bathroom. Zhao Xianyo hastily stood at attention when he saw Qin Kong, while Duanju glanced at Qin Kong with some grudges when he saw him like this, criticizing him without any goodwill. You let people move over 300 bodies a day, and this guy has been working for us without eating, so why don't you let him come in and have a bite to eat? Like this? Hearing this, Qin Kong raised his eyebrows in some surprise. He looked at the neighborhood outside the villa. There were still a dozen or so corpses, but it was much better compared to yesterday's restrictive images of mutilated limbs and rivers of blood. I just told him to clean it. I didn't say it had to be done in a day, and besides, didn't I even give him a gun? Qin Kong's heart couldn't help but shatter. And turning back to him, he found Zhao Xianyo still staring at him with a nervous face, looking like a new recruit who was afraid of his officer's anger. This guy is too honest. After working for so long, he doesn't even have any grievances, and I still can't sense a trace of hostility. In that case, maybe? Thinking of this, Qin Kong's heart seemed to have some kind of idea. Although he wasn't good at trusting others, it might be good to have an honest and willing henchman by his side. As for Duanju, a wife is a wife and a henchman is a henchman. How can you mix them up? To clarify here, Qin Kong's perception skill can sense the breath, magical attributes, and malice of those around him who are lower level than himself, etc. Perhaps some people will not have malice towards Qin Kong when they first meet him, but it's quite possible that they will have malice again after some time. And this Zhao Xianyo in front of him, actually after a day of working for Qin Kong, still did not produce a trace of malice. This shows that he is indeed a very honest and decent person, and like Duanju are both existences that make Qin Kong feel no danger at all. This is really a bit of a surprise to Qin Kong, and it is inevitable that Qin Kong has a favorable impression of Zhao Xianyo's character. Change into your slippers and come in, go wash up, and while you're at it, have Duanju get you a new set of clothes. Qin Kong spoke calmly, looking gentle. However, Zhao Xianyo hung her head in some fear after hearing this. Forget it, heir, you've given me a gun and I haven't even finished cleaning outside. As a result, I'm still. Just do whatever you're told to do. Don't gab with me. Okay, heir. Qin Kong didn't give Zhao Xianyo a chance to finish his sentence, and after he coldly reprimanded the other party, Zhao Xianyo's body hurriedly stood still, making an expression of a new recruit who was at the mercy of the instructor's command. Seeing this scene from the side, Duanju couldn't help but narrow his eyes and spit in his heart with a playful smile. This guy, Qin Kong, always puts on an ice-cold face, but in fact, he is very warm-hearted to those who are on good terms with him. He's not arrogant, is he? Thinking about this, Duanju smiled even more as if he had discovered some secret. While Qin Kong had already gone back to the house by now, Duanju reminded Zhao Xianyo after pointing out the bathroom on the first floor. There's a washstand over there, wash your face well and I'll go get you a new shirt. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Xianyo was thrilled to oblige. But he couldn't see the corner of Duanju's eye twitch slightly. Can you stop calling me sister-in-law? I should kill you both. Damn it. So, a quarter of an hour later, a third person appeared at the table. Zhao Xianyo looked very nervous, looking at the table with the 4 dishes and 1 soup cooked by his sister-in-law's hands. The hot white air with the colorful dishes was really appetizing, but Zhao Xianyo didn't even dare to pick up his chopsticks. Seeing how formal he was, Qin Kong had no choice but to press his temples helplessly. You don't have to be nervous, it's just a normal meal. I'm not going to do anything to you. I asked you to come up here because I actually want to invite you to do something. What? What? Zhao Xianyo shivered, looking like he was still a little afraid of Qin Kong. It couldn't be helped. After all, last night Qin Kong alone exterminated dozens of people plus 200 zombies. That horrific scene, just thinking about it could make people tremble. Who in their right mind would dare to sit down and eat with Qin Kong? In response, Qin Kong was ignoring the other party's fear, but instead crossed his arms and leaned on his chin and said very seriously, I'm not going to lie to you, Brother Maverick, the reason I'm so strong is because I'm an awakened who has been reborn back from the future. Ha! As soon as these words came out, not only Zhao Xianyo, but even Duanju looked at Qin Kong with a look of horror. You just told him such an important matter? But before the two of them could voice their questions, Qin Kong's eyes flickered as he continued to explain in a serious manner. In the world of the future, monsters are rampant, corpse waves are everywhere, and the survival environment of human beings is precarious. Finally, in the 10th year of the end times, the entire Chinese civilization was destroyed by the tide of corpses, and human civilization ended. Qin Kong spoke in a rather serious tone, while Zhao Xianyo listened with a nervous face, gulping every now and then. However, although the Chinese civilization was destroyed by monsters, it was ultimately the disunity of the human race, the greedy betrayers, the corrupt people in power, and the warlords who wantonly exploited and enslaved the survivors at the bottom when they had a bit of power. These are the culprits who destroyed the Chinese civilization. When he said this, Qin Kong's tone was filled with grief and anger, while Zhao Xianyo's gaze trembled with infection. But this life is different. My awakening technique has brought me back here, giving me the chance to be able to save the world. This time, the extinction can still be stopped, so, brother calf. Snap. Speaking of this, Qin Kong slapped his hand hard on Zhao Xianyo's shoulder, and Zhao Xianyo also instantly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. I need to find a way to level up to 100 with Zhu Duan. Only at 100 will we have a chance to exterminate those dastardly warlords and villains. We'll need someone to help us fight and watch over the house during the upgrade. Are you willing to join us in order to save the world? Are you willing to not, brother? Qin Kong was speaking in a righteous manner, while Duanju was listening in shock. You! How did you manage to lie righteously? Weren't you backstabbed to death in a wave of corpses by your comrades in your previous life? You told me that. Liar! It's a pure lie. I'm sure no one will ever tell such a cheap lie. I can't believe this is happening. You really believe that? Duanju's heart hadn't finished spitting, but Zhao Xianyo on the side had already revealed an expression of indignation as he grabbed Qin Kong's hand and nodded vigorously. I understand, heir. I understand it all. No, you don't get it. Duanju's insides were already holding his head and yelling. Instead, Zhao Xianyo's eyes flashed with blazing fire, and he answered sternly with an expression of complete loyalty. Starting today, I will do whatever you tell me to do, heir. For the sake of Huaxia, for the future of all mankind. I definitely won't have the slightest complaint. I'll be responsible for watching over the house from now on. Bravo! Hearing Zhao Xianyo say this, Qin Kong nodded his head in considerable satisfaction and patted Xianyo's shoulder once again with great force. Then we are brothers from today onwards. Outside the villa there's a storehouse that I've remodeled with full infrastructure and food. It was meant to be a backup, so now it's up to you to live there also, brother Xianyo. This is a super powerful prop that your brother brought back after he was reborn, an S-class wonder. Bringing it with you will make you stronger. Even your sister-in-law, I didn't give it up. Okay, heir. Thank you, heir. Ah. Looking at Zhao Xianyo nodding his head with gratitude, Duanju's heart was close to breaking down as he shouted. However, just as the atmosphere was joyful and happy, Qin Kong felt lucky that he could take in an obedient little brother. Instead, his cell phone vibrated. Buzz. 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 Qin Kong picked up his cell phone in slight surprise, thinking that it was Li Hao who had aided him in the group again. But I never thought that another familiar ID would appear in WeChat. Building 2, Unit 1, 302 Chen Yi. Brother Qin Kong, you have to be careful. Your neighbors Tian Auntie brought a few gun-toting triads into the district, and they're on their way to find you right now. Ha? Looking at the text in his cell phone, Qin Kong revealed a puzzled expression. Why would Yui Qin be kind enough to remind me? However, he soon figured out the reason for this. It must be because Chen Yi's food was about to run out, coupled with the fact that the two organized attacks of the cell had failed to injure Qin Kong in the slightest, causing Chen Yi to finally understand that Qin Kong was a very powerful backer, which caused Chen Yi to lowly paste over once again. In response, Qin Kong smiled disdainfully and said in a very cold voice towards Zhao Xianyo on the side. Maverick, some greedy guys are running around bothering us. Are you going to help me out and finish them off? No? All at your service, heir. Chapter 26 The Great Kong. The enemy is coming. And there are guns. They would attack the villa at any time, and Qin Kong's home was in a big crisis, and the situation was urgent. Faced with such a situation, the choice Qin Kong made was Zika. With his index finger, he snapped open the pull tab on the listening bottle of Coke. Pull a chair out onto the balcony and put a straw in the Coke can. With a pat on the thigh, the bulging Duanju would reluctantly sit on it. Then with a small stretch of Duanju's hand, Qin Kong was able to easily scoop him up into his arms, and then while wrapping his arms around his wife's waist, he was free to sip on an ice Coke, looking out at the slowly approaching crowd outside the villa in the process. That's life. The cold soda is refreshingly sweet, the beauty in his arms is fragrant and soft, and with just a gentle pinch, he can hold the flesh on his wife's small belly, the kind of touch that is just enough to form abdominal muscles but soft to the extreme, and cue bouncing to the touch. Well. Don't touch it. Duanju made a sound of shame mixed with a bit of exasperation. As the warm palm kept wandering, even through her clothes, Duanju could clearly feel the rough lines and blazing temperature of the man's fingertips, like thick lava burning her skin, which gradually caused a touch of pink to appear on Duanju's face. But even after reminding the other party, there was no way Qin Kong would let her go. The more he resisted, the more reckless Qin Kong's caresses became. Even going so far as to place a hard kiss on that shy face, in order to demonstrate his sovereignty to the world. Who do you say you won't let touch? Whom? Tell me again. Well. I'm sorry. Damn it. The red on Duanju's face grew redder and redder. But even with all the shame and indignation, in the end, he can only bite his lips and show a humiliated expression. Humph, I'll see what you'll do when the triads come later. Jenny E said they have guns and you're still so complacent. People like you will get yourself killed sooner or later. Wait a minute? That's not right, is it? On second thought. If Qin Kong loses, won't I fall into the hands of the triads? It's the end times, there's no such thing as law or morality, and once I'm caught by guys like that, I can't say that I'll get them. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from Duanju's head, and at the same time her arms wrapped around Qin Kong a little more tightly, her face leaning tightly against Qin Kong's shoulder, not daring to move away. On the other hand, Qin Kong's face didn't show a hint of worry, instead patting his wife's head and rubbing his chin against Duanju's forehead in reminder. Just be a good boy and watch the show, don't worry about it, get your cell phone out and check the group. Well, okay. Possibly due to the fear of being captured by the triads, at this point Duanju looked much more well-behaved than before. Taking out his cell phone, presenting it with both hands, and presenting it in front of Qin Kong, Duanju completely turned into Qin Kong's exclusive cell phone holder. And just as Qin Kong thought, the atmosphere in the group changed again. Families, it's time to sanction that murderous demon. I found the security brigade from outside, they're all good at killing zombies and they have guns, so we can definitely finish off Qin Kong this time. Auntie Tian said excitedly in the group, and after finishing, she did not forget to send a photo, a selfie of her standing in the crowd. This group of self-proclaimed security guards are all wearing dark-colored uniforms, tall, fierce-looking, with either batons or short knives hanging from their waists, and many guys with pistols. And just by looking at the epaulets on their shoulders, it was clear that all of these people were employees of the Xintiandi group a kilometer away, a place that appeared to be a legitimate company, but behind the scenes was actually a triad of loan sharks. Were you a fighter before the end of the world? That's why you were able to organize a team so early. It seems that I was reborn and changed the timeline, so that the fleeing Tian de Ma encountered this group of fighters, which introduced the unknown guys into the neighborhood. But it doesn't matter, it's just garbage. With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong laughed disdainfully and took a sip of Coke in the meantime. In the opinion of the survivors in the neighborhood, Qin Kong's biggest dependence is only his rank and pistol. Once someone like him has killed a large number of zombies and has a gun, Qin Kong's advantage will be gone. But in the end, all of the above is just the imagination of the survivors of the neighborhood. What are you doing, Mrs. Tian? Why are you introducing these people into the neighborhood? Aha! Qin Kong and Duanju raised their eyebrows in some surprise. Because there are actually people in the group who will speak up for them. Hey, this group of people that Auntie Tian brought in are triads, right? I recognize their shoulder patches. These kind of people can't be said to be more dangerous than zombies. Qin Kong at least helped us destroy the zombies. What else would Tian de Ma and Li Hao's group do besides flaunt their power in the group? That's right, now you've even brought in the triads, you really deserve to die, Auntie Tian. Qin Kong was really right to kill you guys. The further they spoke, the more agitated the group became with their remarks against Tian de Ma and Li Hao, and Qin Kong's actions had long been recognized by the majority. But soon, an ID appeared in the group. Xintiandi Fong Xin, oh? Yes? As the IP of the Triad Society came into view, the crowd of excited people instantly calmed down. Tian de Ma even pulled the head of that Triad Society into the group. Zinti Andy Fong Xin, looks like everyone isn't very welcoming to us, huh? Then we'll have to put on a good show before we can. Mr. Liu from Unit 601, right? You don't even know us, how can you say we're triads? I will go to your home to say it properly, give me weight oh. Ha ha. After saying that, Fong Xin also added the emoticon of 2 knives behind it, and after seeing this passage, the group immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone then remembered that earlier, due to Li Hao's assertion, everyone had added their address information to the front of their WeChat IDs. So every survivor's location had long been memorized by the triads. They are here to raid the entire neighborhood for supplies and manpower. The men can expand their ranks as thugs, but it's hard to say what will happen to the women. Yet even though the situation was so critical, Li Hao, who couldn't read the atmosphere, ventured out. Ha, this comrade is joking. It's an honor for the district that you can bring your team to protect our district. We can't wait to welcome you, can we? Right. Welcome Xin. Brother Xin looks like a good zombie killer. It's great to come to our neighborhood. Li Hao's words had only just finished when a chorus of voices of agreement appeared below, and by looking at the ID, one could tell that this group of people were all Li Hao's minions. And before Fong Xin could reply, Li Hao began to pretend to persuade again. But Comrade Fong Xin, although we welcome you, there are always some pricks in the neighborhood who like to be mavericks. It's not even if they don't want to share. He even purposely sends pictures of bragging rights to the group, and this kind of person really destroys the unity of the neighborhood. Since you're here, help us out. Saying that, Li Hao's men even made a point of posting the picture of Duanju eating breakfast earlier, not forgetting to add a sentence afterward. You see, it's this hateful pair of dogs. Can you bear such people? The scene comes to the other side. The group of people who just entered the neighborhood were all attracted by the pictures in the group: beautiful faces, slender thighs, and super huge bodies. Everything a woman possesses attracts men's eyes, especially when the woman has to make a smug, middle finger gesture to the camera. It makes people really want to grab her and teach her a hard lesson. There's good stuff. The tallest and most hideous-looking guy in the group gave a sardonic laugh to himself, and from the way the people around him flattered him, this guy was clearly Fong Xin. Looking at Duanju's picture, Fong Xin couldn't help but lick his lips, and the smile on his face grew lewd. I originally thought that I could only scavenge some supplies, but I didn't realize that this place actually has such a special thing. Not bad, the next few days brothers will not be bored, ha 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 ha. With that said, Fong Xin began to let out a grim to the core laugh, and the minions around him were all nasty people as well, none of them showing disgusting smiles like Fong Xin. All of them are triad thugs, long before the beginning of the end of the world, tyrannical and morally deficient. The arrival of the end of the world is not even a bad thing for them, because now they can use their power to wantonly insult and trample on others. Auntie Tian looked thin and helpless among the group. But even so, she had a hard stare on her face. Qin Kong, you little brat. You don't want to hand over the supplies, do you? You like to show off, don't you? Let's see how you're going to run this time. Just because our chairman Li Hao can't fix you, doesn't mean everyone can't fix you. Wait and see. Auntie Tian was quite frighteningly careful, not caring about putting the entire neighborhood in crisis even if it meant framing Qin Kong. But she apparently forgot that since the triads could rob Qin Kong's home, they naturally wouldn't spare her and the association's supplies, just in a different order of precedence. Old woman, where is that Qin Kong's home? Quickly take us there. Fong Xin said with a fierce gaze, while Big Aunt Tian also hurriedly stood up and raised her hand to point in the direction of Qin Kong's house. Mr. Fong, it's right there. Just turn over there. Heh, let's go. With a wave of Fong Xin's arm, a dozen or so people followed with vigor. Each one of them had a ferocious appearance, that cruel and tyrannical aura that was completely different from the feeling of Han Long and the Levy squad from before. These people are really good at killing people. Just what makes Fong Xin strange is, obviously, there were still a dozen meters from the villa, but there was a young, loyal, college student-looking youth in front of the crowd. Hiss. You are Qin Kong? Looking at the youth's stern and unwavering expression, Fong Xin froze slightly and hesitated for a few seconds before asking the other party. And this youth was also quick, just silently drew out the dagger bubbling with red light, and said with its icy coldness. My name is Zhao Xianyo, Qin Kong is my big brother, I've seen all the messages in the group. You people take one more step forward and I'll finish you off. Zhao Xianyo spoke in a righteous manner, even though he was facing a dozen or so gun-toting thugs, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes because Qin Kong had told him, with the wonders even if the other party had a gun they couldn't hurt him. I believe in what my brother Kong said. Zhao Xiaoniao chanted hard in his heart, his blazing gaze seeming as if it could set the air on fire. He had completely taken Qin Kong as a great being. While seeing him like this, Fang Xian's group all showed a mocking look. Ha? So you're Qin Kong's helper? You want to take on all of us by yourself? This little cutie. I guess he killed a few zombies and thought he was invincible because he had a good skill, right? Ha 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 ha. With that, Fang Xian and his group of minions began to laugh, and the hideous laughter echoed in the empty neighborhood, making it particularly ear-piercing. All of these guys had killed zombies, so each of them was at least level 3 or 4, so how could they be afraid of a mere college student? But even if they laughed so recklessly, Zhao Xiaoniao's face still didn't have a trace of fear, and he just swung his dagger in front of his body, making a stance to meet the battle. Oh, so you really are looking for death? Seeing that the other party still didn't run, Fang Xian raised his pistol with some impatience and loaded it directly at Zhao Xiaoniao's head. Kid, you want to fight with your uncles when you're not even fully grown? See what this is? Saying that, Fang Xian also shook the standardized pistol in his hand and mocked in an even more smug tone. On account of your youthfulness, I'll give you 5 seconds to get the hell out of here, or I'll shoot you. 5. 4. 3. Xian, that's a cutie. Ah. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoniao was still motionless, Fang Xian's men couldn't help but spit out a sigh, but they didn't see Fang Xian's gaze gradually turning cold. I see. Aren't you going to run? So confident? He seems to have the same post-level 5 skills as my brother, so I can't guarantee that I'll be killed by him if I venture in easily. This way we can't give him a chance, kid. Don't blame me for making a bad move. You're dead. Thinking of this, the corners of Fang Xian's mouth gradually grinned, revealing a treacherous, sinister, tyrannical and ferocious smile. 2. The numbers were clearly not finished, but Fang Xian's finger had quickly pressed down. Bang! Bullets suddenly shot out. The unexpected ringing sound startled everyone, while on the other side, Zhao Xiaoniao was hit precisely in the face and his whole head was turned to the side. Ah! He doesn't even hide. Duanju in the villa covered his mouth and let out a scream. She still thinks that Zhao Xiaoniao is a pretty good little brother. How can he just die? However, in response to this sight, Qin Kong merely shook the cola here in his left hand and explained carelessly in a subdued tone. S-ranked wonder, Steel of the Heart, dramatically increases the host's defense, vitality, and endurance. Each physical attack on an enemy will slightly and permanently increase those 3 attributes, and damage to flying props is reduced by an additional 30%. Saying that, Qin Kong smiled bashfully and gently soothed his wife's back with his hand. Pistol bullets, it's impossible to hit an awakened equipped with defense-type wonders. We'll just watch the show. Ha! As Qin Kong's words slowly finished, Duanju was surprised while casting his gaze below the villa once more. Zhao Xiaoniao, who had taken a bullet at this point, was standing in place in the horrified line of sight of a group of thugs, slowly turning his head back again. Brother Kong really won't lie to me. Powerful strength would give one confidence, and Zhao Xiaoniao's eyes were even more determined than they were a moment ago. The biting gaze radiated a powerful and fiery light that was not just loyalty to Qin Kong, but also hatred for all heretics, all enemies who had driven humanity to the brink of extinction. Are you guys done with your bull? Zhao Xiaoniao said coldly, obviously not too loud, but it made the thugs on the opposite side of the room shiver coldly, and Tian Dama was even scared to the point of retreating to the back. Now it's my turn. Chapter 27, Brother Qin spare his life. Hum. The scene came to the villa, and Duanju's face showed a dumbfounded expression. Because just when the situation was on the brink, Qin Kong actually lightly kissed Duanju on the cheek before placing Duanju on a chair, not even glancing at the battle downstairs, and summoning a new pistol from space while humming a song all by himself. Checking the magazines, checking the sights, making sure the calibration was perfect, then picking up the favorite silencer and slowly screwing it on under the humming song. The knuckles were white and slender, the wrists strong and powerful, and the palms of the hands moved unhurriedly like laurel branches and leaves blown up in the breeze under an ancient Greek sculpture, unhurried and graceful. It wasn't until the silencer made the click sound of it being screwed in place, and a faint smile appeared on Qin Kong's face, that Duanju blinked back. Woo! She heard a cub-like whimper escape her throat. Only when she came back to her senses did she realize that her knees had been tightly joined together at some point, and the toes on her slippers curled up hard, as if she was trying to hold something back. Looking at this strong, upright, heroic posture, and those handsome, cold cheeks, and at the thought that such a man would be loving on her every day, a faint pink blush came over Duanju's face, unconsciously surfaced. Ha! What's going on? Duanju's eyes widened slightly. Did I make that noise? Obviously. Obviously Qin Kong did nothing, but simply loaded the pistol. But why does feel so elegant? So handsome. The mood seems to be getting happier? As he thought about it, Duanju's breathing began to gradually quicken, and his heart thumped uncontrollably. Looking at the man's firm, erect muscles under his clothes, a strange thought quickly flooded his brain, so much so that Duanju shook his head violently. No? It's not right. How could I possibly have thoughts about Qin Kong's body? Come to your senses. You're really going to turn into a woman if you go on like this. You'll lose your mind. Don't. Duanju's insides were struggling. But no matter how much she restrained herself, the strange thoughts in her mind still lingered. Human desire is also generated by various hormones in addition to consciousness, and Duanju, who had already changed into a female body and was still a seductive saint, secreted countless times the equivalent amount of estrogen as she did before, which naturally also affected her current hobbies and personality. And when he quieted his mind and turned his head to see, he realized that Qin Kong had already aimed his pistol at Fong Xian's group. Holy hell no! What kind of monster is this? Fong Xian's men let out shouts of shock. Because they saw with their own eyes that not only could the bullets not penetrate Zhao Xianyo's cheeks, even the long knives that his companion swung out were easily blocked by him with his arms. Get out! Dang! The dull thud echoed through the neighborhood, and it was hard to imagine that it was the sound of a fist hitting someone in the face. See, Zhao Xianyo waved down his fist. Just now the knife boy will be on the spot, head lopsided, neck twisted, paralyzed on the ground. Life and death. Unknown thugs see the scene are all shocked. The original arrogance of the extreme them, this time even in the slow retreat. Shoot him in the vitals. Shoot him in the head and crotch. He always has a weak spot. Seeing that the situation was not right, Fong Xian immediately yelled at his men to boost their morale, and it had to be said that his brain was quite flexible even if an awakened's defense was strong. Their eyes were always a weakness, and a group of thugs finally woke up after hearing Fong Xian's words, and hurriedly pulled out their pistols in preparation for shooting Zhao Xianyo to death indiscriminately. It was just that they forgot that Zhao Xianyo wouldn't wait for them in place. Xianyo was honest, but it didn't mean he was stupid. Before this group of people could react, Zhao Xianyo had already used the speed of a 100-meter sprint to dart over, aiming at the nearest guy to lift his leg and deliver a flying kick. Ka! Ah! The man who had been kicked down let out a scream of utter misery. He saw that his arm was viciously caught between his own sternum and Zhao Xianyo's soul, and the sound of bones being overwhelmed breaking ensued, and just listening to that sound would make people's backs go cold and they couldn't help but shiver. My hand! My hand! The man with the broken arm fell to the ground wailing in agony. The surrounding thugs sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene, and in a panic, they could not care about anything else, and raised their pistols and started shooting. Bang, 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 bang. Dense gunfire echoed continuously in the neighborhood, smoke filled the air, and all the bullets were blocked by Zhao Xianyo raising his arms to his arms. Although it hurts a little bit, this level of attack really can't hurt me, the props given by Air Brother are too strong. With this thought in his heart, Zhao Xianyo's gaze became sharper and sharper. And the funny thing was, before Zhao Xianyo, who had been set to fire, did anything, Fong Xian's men screamed miserably one by one instead. You shot me. Don't shoot in a crowd. You'll hit your own people. How do I change the magazines? Someone please tell me how to change the ammo. I'm out of ammo. There was a lot of chattering and noise. Turns out they got all these handguns from nearby police stations, and many of them can't even aim them, and only carry them on their person for the sake of bravado. Soon after the round of shooting was over, all of the pistols went out, either because they were unprovisioned or because they couldn't change magazines. On the other hand, and after being shot in unison, Zhao Xianyo lowered his arm, and a hidden anger was already emerging in his eyes. The thugs saw him like this and revealed expressions that something was not good, but unfortunately, before they had time to react, Zhao Xianyo had already lifted up his fists and punched the nearest guy. Wait. Me. Dang. Another punch landed, and the guy who hadn't had a chance to beg for mercy fell to the ground with 3 of his teeth chipped by his fist on the spot. Next to the thugs also want to come up to help. The results of a knife down, cut in Zhao Xianyo's back cannot even break the skin. Instead, he was kicked in the lower half of his body by Zhao Xianyo, who returned to his senses and knelt down with his face twisted and covering his lower body in tears. Dying. Miserable screams rose and fell, and none of the thugs could carry Zhao Xianyo for a single moment. Not even half a minute later, half of the guys were already on the ground, and this crushing battle gave Duanju on the balcony a look of disbelief. You've become so strong after equipping the strange object? You're stronger than me, right? Say, don't these idiots have any skills? Why don't they use them? Duanju's heart was filled with doubt. But in fact, her idea was not accurate. It was not that this group of people were stupid, but most of the skills at level 1 were rather ordinary, and before leveling up to a high enough level the battle still depended on the strength of the physical body to be able to do it. It was just like playing a MOBA game, where everyone was level 1, and the skill damage was definitely not as much as a flat A if they were dead on their feet. Then in such conditions, your opponent Zhao Xianyo for no reason more than a plus defense and attack also immune to long distance damage berserker armor, that still play a fardock. No way. It's finished at this rate. Let's go first. Seeing that the situation was not good, the terrified Fong Xin had no choice but to wave his arm and hurriedly greeted his men to evacuate. There is no fear of no firewood if you stay in the Green Hills. I'll call my big brother to see if you're dead or not when we get back. With this thought in his mind, Fong Xin's face turned darker and darker, and in the blink of an eye, he had already led the crowd to run a dozen meters away. Seeing this, Zhao Xianyo also froze for a moment. Steel of the heart didn't add agility, so Zhao Xianyo's speed wasn't really too far off from a normal person's. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xianyo pulled out the pistol that Qin Kong had given him and aimed it at the back of Fong Xin's head. After a long hesitation, Zhao Xianyo still didn't shoot either. Damn it! Zhao Xianyo cursed himself in his heart. For the sake of the future that Qin Kong was talking about, he knew that he absolutely could not leave Kong with any future problems, but in his heart, he could never get over this hurdle. Chasing away the enemy was fine, but taking someone's life was still too difficult for a college student. Even the guys he had just beaten to the ground were not fatally wounded. However, just as Zhao Xianyo hesitated, a cold and upright figure stood out from the balcony. I knew you wouldn't kill me. Qin Kong mumbled in his heart, and immediately afterward, he aimed his gun at the fleeing thugs. Knock, 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 knock. With several consecutive shots coming from the direction of the villa, the fleeing thugs ahead began to fall one by one. All of them had their heads blown off, all of them perished on the spot. Splattered brains mixed with the red color of blood flew down to the ground, giving the thugs who were still fleeing for their lives a frightening pale color. Even Zhao Xianyo shivered a little at this horrifying scene. The Fong Xin and the others who were still escaping even revealed expressions of despair, each screaming in a hoarse voice. No! I'm sorry. We're never coming back. Help! Help! Knock, 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 knock. The screams received no sympathy from Qin Kong. The only thing that responded to them was the cold, machine-like sound of gunfire, striking Fong Xin and his men with a very rhythmic frequency. One after another, the thugs fell, and before they died, they were still posing as if they were crying in pain. The arrogance and dominance they had at the beginning was completely gone, and there was only deep remorse and fear in their wide eyes. Ah. Until the last shot, even the highest-ranked Fong Xin let out a scream. However, probably because of the distance, the shot actually only reached Fong Xin's shoulder. Fong Xin knew that he would be shot at any time if he stopped, so he could only endure the pain and make a turn towards the building next to him, avoiding the range of Qin Kong's shot, and then desperately fleeing out of the neighborhood. Asshole! Wait for me! You're all going to die. After dropping a harsh sentence, Fong Xin fled the neighborhood with his ass in the air. Looking at the enemy that had disappeared, before Qin Kong could say anything, Duanju behind him hooked up the corners of his mouth, smiled smugly, folded his white, slender thighs together, and mocked mischievously while crossing his legs. Rubbish, letting another one go, tsk, no way. Ha! Hearing his wife's mocking voice, Qin Kong turned his head back in displeasure and found Duanju crossing his legs and looking down at him with a provocative face. Although dejected is a bit dejected, but that arrogant stance paired with a stunningly beautiful face is somehow even more adorable than usual. So Qin Kong didn't refute anything, but just smiled happily and cursed casually. Little bitch, I'll fix you up when I get back. Duanju's feet, which were still wobbling, froze in mid-air. A flash of panic was surfacing so quickly in her eyes that her pupils fluttered slightly. Oh no, I accidentally said what was on my mind. But you can't blame me for that. It's true that Qin Kong was the one who shot crookedly. He's the fish. He's given me another reason to bully me. Damn it. Sometimes when you get acquainted with each other, the words in your heart can't help but come out, and Duanju deeply regrets this. On the other hand, Qin Kong had already leapt down from the balcony, landing easily at a height of a few meters or so, and then picked up his pistol with a changed magazine and walked up slowly. Brother Qin. Father Qin. Seeing Qin Kong slowly walking towards him, a thug kneeling on the ground was suddenly shocked. It was the one who had his balls popped by Zhao Xiaoniu earlier. In the heat of the moment, he could only raise his right hand, making a blocking gesture while begging for mercy in terror. Master Qin. Grandpa. Spare my life, I know I'm wrong, I'll definitely change my ways in the future. Bang. Damn, you're so full of. Qin Kong hadn't even glanced at the other party since the beginning, only cursing very coldly in his heart. There wasn't even an ounce of excess sympathy, just a raised hand and a shot to the man's head as he passed by. And that person was still staring at his horrified eyes until he died, his face full of fear and disbelief. Brother Qin. Have mercy. Another man who fell to the ground cried out. Qin Kong naturally would not treat him poorly, and again raised his hand to send the other party to his death with a shot. Bang. All enemies were treated equally. As long as there were guys who had malicious intentions towards Qin Kong, why, none of them would be able to leave alive. No. One of the thugs, knowing that he would surely die if he stayed, actually forced himself to crawl up from the ground with the severe pain and quickly ran towards the far side. But apparently it was all in vain. On the villa at a distance of dozens of meters, Qin Kong was able to shoot to kill, and now that it was not even 10 meters away, how could he possibly shoot off course? Bang. Poof. Demons. Demon. Bang. You're going to hell. You. Bang. Don't kill me. I was forced to do it too. It's Fong Xin and his brother. Bang. Boom 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 boom. In the end, this kid who talked too much was even patched up by Qin Kong with a few more shots. Why the do you always say you were forced to do something? It's always the same word. Cursing secretly in his heart, Qin Kong's face showed a hint of contempt. And after coming back to his senses, the surrounding thugs had already died in a clean sweep. The only ones left were a weak-legged old woman shivering and kneeling on the ground, as well as Zhao Xiaoniu, who had coldly shivered, and after coming back to his senses, he hurriedly ran over to Qin Kong's side and bowed respectfully. Sorry, heir. Okay, alright. Qin Kong waved his hand to interrupt Xiaoniu, knowing that Zhao Xiaoniu was feeling guilty about not being able to kill Fong Xin. But when you think about it, even the murderous Duan Zhu in his previous life showed great resistance when he pressed the explosion button. Qin Kong didn't just want to kill people in the beginning, there has to be a process, so for Zhao Xiaoniu he just calmly educated. It's not the same as it used to be. Just because you're kind-hearted doesn't mean people will appreciate you. Forget it this time, and remember to cut off the roots next time. Well. Good. Good. Seeing that Qin Kong didn't make things difficult for him, Zhao Xiaoniu hurriedly stood still and promised. The respect in his eyes increased a few more points, worthy of being Brother Kong. He's as open-minded as a valley, and he's not too formal. I'll be following Brother Kong from now on. Zhao Xiaoniu's eyes glittered with excitement. As for the other side, Qin Kong had slowly walked up to the old woman with his pistol in hand, revealing a meaningful smile while speaking in an icy tone in a deep voice. Egu, look who's here. Isn't this my big mother Tian? Little Qin. You're not going to shoot Big Mom, are you? Auntie Tian raised her right hand tremblingly and made a show of trying to persuade, but shivering, looking like a shivering dog. Of course not, my good neighbor. Qin Kong smiled bashfully, and as he spoke, he was already pulling out the cell phone in his arms, and tapping the WeChat interface open slowly. After all, I'm not a demon, so let the others in the neighborhood decide whether you live or die. I don't think you should mind. Qin Kong said with a smirk while a deep fear appeared on Tian de Mam's face. Chapter 28, Dead Old Woman. What does it mean to let other people decide? Xiao Qin, you are joking with Big Mom, right? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Seeing that the old woman was still playing dumb, Qin Kong directly disliked the gun on the other party's head, which caused Tian de Ma's body to tremble, and her face gradually turned from iron blue to pale. The muzzle of the gun is cold and merciless, like the fingertips of the god of death poking Tian de Ma's brow. Just after a few seconds she could not withstand the pressure, but held her head and knelt down, emotionally out of control, and shouted. Hey, give me a break. I have no choice. There are zombies outside, and we don't have much food at home, so if we can't get anything to eat, we'll have to starve to death. You know, Xiao Qin. I'm too old to kill zombies. Please be merciful and let me go. Said, this old woman actually really cried out, the whole body twitching and shivering as if she had suffered much aggression. But in this regard, Qin Kong can't even give birth to a little bit of sympathy, borrowing the name of the association, taking the squad to wantonly scavenge for supplies, and also introducing the triads into the neighborhood to be the lapdogs. This kind of scourge, placed in any base in the end times, is an unstable bomb. What's more terrible is that she herself is still unconscious of this. Qin Kong must let this old thing understand how detestable she really is before he can do so.
I'll say it again.
Qin Kong's tone grew impatient, and his slender knuckles slowly pulled the trigger down, making an appearance that he would fire at any moment. Get your cell phone out and ask the rest of the neighborhood what to do with you, and I'll shoot you if you don't get results in 3 minutes.
Xiao Qin. Terrified, Tian Dama tried to struggle a bit more.
But what responded to her was Qin Kong's even more ferocious commanding voice.
Ask.
Good.
I'll ask.
Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Tian Dama could only take out her cell phone in a panic, and with a head full of cold sweat, she already had no time to think, but could only use her hands that were trembling to the point of being out of shape to desperately type.
Everyone in the group.
The bad guys have been chased away by Qin, and the neighborhood is now safe.
The triads were killed by Qin? How can that be?
That group of people just now seemed to have a gun in each hand.
Brother Qin is too fierce. Seeing the message sent by Auntie Tian, the originally silent neighborhood group is once again active.
Everyone was afraid that the triads would come after them one by one, and now that they saw Qin Kong win, they couldn't help but feel like they had been robbed of their lives.
Only the joyful atmosphere didn't last long before someone sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute? The one who sent the message was Tian Dama? Why is this old thing still alive? Isn't she with the triads? What are you talking about, Lu?
Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Auntie Tian hastily interrupted the man by withholding her words. Auntie was also forced to do so. Auntie didn't want to bring in the bad guys either. At this moment, Xiaoqin has already misunderstood me, thinking that I'm an accomplice of those people, and wants you guys to decide whether I stay or go. You guys can't falsely accuse Auntie at this time. Quickly help me explain.
There is such a thing? We misunderstood her?
Seeing Auntie Tian say this, the people in the neighborhood issued questions, but they could not see a slight hint of cunning on Auntie Tian's horrified face.
Act a little pitiful, a little humble, and everyone in the group will surely forgive me, right? After all, I'm an old man, and it's a social virtue to honor the old and love the young. And I said stay or go, not live or die, so the most I can do is get kicked out of the neighborhood. We'll see about that. Qin, you're not going to let me get away with this, are you? Sooner or later, I'll find someone to kill you. I'm not a vegetarian.
With this thought in her mind, Tian Dama's eyes gradually darkened, and her gritted teeth expression looked very twisted. But even so, she didn't forget to continue playing dumb in the group, still explaining to the crowd in a nice voice.
Yes. It's all a misunderstanding.
Now that the bad guys have been chased off and the neighborhood is safe, there's no need for everyone to be so saber-rattled.
As for misunderstanding me or whatever, it's okay, I forgive everyone. My old man has a bad memory and has forgotten it all, so let it all go.
After saying that, Tian Dama also sent 3 rose emoticons, as if this matter had really ended perfectly.
Only.
Just as she was gloating over her resourcefulness and thinking about how she was going to get back at everyone in this neighborhood afterward, the guy in the group who likes to spit fenugreek has yet again popped up.
All past you ah. Old man, you. Yeah. Outspoken insults heckled the group.
This made Tian Dama, who was still complacent in the last second, suddenly froze, holding her cell phone with a face full of disbelief as she looked at the next message.
Shameless old man, you're still trying to put a face on it now? He still forgives us? We don't know. This old thing and the cadres of the Survival Association raided several houses for supplies yesterday. They didn't dare to go out to kill the zombies, so they robbed ours if they couldn't rob Qin Kong's, and left me 4 packs of the boxes of instant noodles that I had worked so hard to find. And then something about, we need to centralize the supplies for the association to keep, otherwise we'll attract walkers. It's for the safety of everyone in the neighborhood, and I believed you. Leaning on your old age to bully others, you should have let Qin Kong shoot you. Die now.
Hey. The more this one in the group talked, the more agitated she became, and Tian Dama's face grew paler and paler. And soon, these words were like a fuse that stirred up the public anger of all the survivors in the neighborhood. Everyone, with one word from you and one from me, was furiously denouncing what Auntie Tian had done. Yes, it's better to shoot a piece of it when you're in a position of power. I was robbed too, but by Li Hao and the others, my family is left with hanging noodles.
Can Brother Qin see it? Brother Qin, make a decision for us. Shoot this person. Better shoot Li Hao's group as well. Yeah, shoot them. +1. +1. +1. Speaking of which, the group was basically full of rows and rows of +1 characters brushing the screen over and over. Looking at this sight, Tian Dama's hands had long been shaking beyond recognition, fear causing her body to tremble once again, but she could only use the last of her strength to type fiercely in the group. You guys. It's not right for you guys to do this. It's slander. I'm innocent. If I'm really killed by Qin Kong, all of you are accomplices. You'll all go to hell. Hell and all that is not a thing for the living to think about. Facing Aunt Tian's last struggle, a familiar ID suddenly appeared, causing even Qin Kong to faintly freeze. It was Qian Yi. She wanted to take the opportunity to show off in front of Qin Kong again. Now we'd rather see you go to hell, dead old woman, die you. You. Looking at the words Qian Yi sent out, Tian Dama's heart was shocked and angry. Because Qian Yi and her best friend Cheng Xiaoren were also cadres of the association. Showing off got Li Hao's favor, and Li Hao even shared their supplies in order to be able to please them. The portion they received was even more than Tian Dama. Bitch. Eating little damned. Fear and anger overwhelmed Tian, and she gripped her cell phone and cursed as if she were a madman. But when she looked back, she realized that Qin Kong was staring at her with a bit of playfulness in his indifference. After all, there is nothing more fun than this group of dogs biting dogs. Shao Qin, you let me go. The big picture is set. Auntie Tian knows that there is no way back, can only throw away the last dignity, hugging Qin Kong thighs, hissing and crying. Tears look ridiculous and pitiful. Yeah. I still have over $100,000 on my card. And I have a beautiful daughter working in Korea. I can introduce you to all of them. Please spare my life, I'll be sure to do so afterward. Bang. As the gunshot rang out, Auntie Tian's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end. The twisted corpse fell to the ground with a thud. No one cared even if blood and brain matter flowed on the ground, except Qin Kong, who kicked it away with a disgusted expression and patted the dust on his pants and mumbled to himself. Just talk, don't get my clothes. Calf dirty, and clean up as before. Okay, air. Zhao Xianyo, who received the order, hurriedly stood still and promised. At this point, the incident finally came to an end, and Qin Kong, who was in a good mood, hummed a song as he walked towards the villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa. While Qin Kong was still executing Auntie Tian, Duanju had long since been comfortably sprawled out on his bed, fluttering his white, tender feet while scratching his cell phone. Finally, I've taken care of all the pesky guys, too tender. Qin Kong really has to be defeated by me after all. But it's a shame, we've wasted so much time, we should have killed more zombies to upgrade. Then again, I think this system unlocked something last time? Open it? Can't kill zombies. Researching and studying the system isn't bad. Duanju doesn't want to be a vase waiting to die. She must always find a way to improve her strength. In order to do so, only then will she be able to defeat Qin Kong in the future, and become a powerful and handsome demonic nun. Here it is. Awakening Coin Mall. My current awakening coin is 263? That's a lot. Duanju couldn't help but spit in his mind. Knowing that Qin Kong had spent more than $20,000 on just teleporting wonders, at this rate she would have to save for 3 months before she could pay back Qin Kong's money. And opening the mall interface, a whole page of them appeared, hundreds of props, wonders too, weapons too, food and consumables too. Unsurprisingly, but any equipment type props were going to cost several hundred or even a few thousand to hit the bottom, and oddities and such were even more expensive. Even the strong recovery injection cost 200 awakening coins, which to Duanju was simply the luxury of luxuries. It's too expensive, I can't afford it at all. Duanju scratched his head in some frustration. Soon enough, however, a flashing red prop caught her eye, causing Duanju to squint and take a closer look at it, and recite it to herself. SS Grade Curiosity, Sacred Bloomer priced at 150,000 awakening coins, boosts all attributes by 30%, randomly strengthens one of the host's flying prop skills to release it an additional 3 times when in use, and increases magical power consumption by 20%. SS Grade? Chapter 29, Buying the Best. Question mark. Returning home, Qin Kong felt a bit strange. Because instead of coming downstairs to greet him, Duanju, who was his wife and maid, was sitting on the bed in his bedroom, posing as a villainess? Folding her white thighs and smiling smugly, she waved her feet in the air while scornfully looking at him with a look like a mongrel, her face full of contempt. Meh. Narrowing his eyes, Duanju made a contemptuous sound. Qin Kong, on the other hand, furrowed his eyebrows in confusion when he saw her like this, and stepped forward to reach out and try to wrap his arms around Duanju's body, only to be knocked back by Duanju's backhanded slap. Slap. What class? How dare you touch me? You want to get your ass kicked? Qin Kong uttered such a sentence in horror. Of course he was joking, just somehow, in front of Duanju inexplicably a little villainous? In any case, it's a very angry look that is, this woman ate the wrong medicine? Muttering darkly in his heart, Qin Kong's eyes revealed some skepticism. And seeing him like this, Duanju had no choice but to spread his hands and reveal a very dejected smile, before shaking his head while helplessly explaining. TSK, uneducated guys are like this, only using despicable means to threaten others. Tell you what. The SS grade wonders you've been dreaming of are available in Master's Mall. If you want it, you should quickly undo the collar and release Master. Otherwise, humph. As he said that, Duanju didn't forget to raise his foot and stomp on Qin Kong with his soft, sticky soles to show how noble his status was. However, in response, Qin Kong only narrowed his eyes and gaze, then with a backhanded grab he held Duanju's ankle. Hey! You! Duanju, who had been grabbed by his right foot, froze for a moment. Before she could react to what was going on, her body was already slipping rapidly. When she came back to her senses, it became a strange position with the bottom of her feet facing the sky and her right leg forced to hang in the air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his leg out, and struggling for a few moments remained fruitless, so Duanju could only rebuke sharply and angrily. What are you doing? Let go of me. I've got SS-ranked wonders in my mall. Make another move on me and you won't get it. Are you an idiot? If you don't give it, you don't give it. Qin Kong laughed playfully, looking at this cute creature on the bed making a fuss. He simply couldn't afford to develop a trace of anger. Instead, he picked the foot to shake it in the air again as if he were teasing a pet. Stupid woman, you seem to have forgotten that even if you get it, the SS grade wonders are still for you to use, and you can't even buy them without money, so you should be the one begging me now. Hey! Hey! As soon as these words came out, Duanju, who had come to a sudden realization, immediately widened his eyes. The pupil quake looked panicked and amused. Just paying attention to the words SS grade, I forgot that Qin Kong's curiosity grid is already full. Then again, why do I always get carried away lately? I don't feel like I'm too smart, and when I see Qin Kong, I just want to teach him a lesson. It's not possible that the female body has an effect on intelligence, is it? I don't think so. Wait. In the middle of her thoughts, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's head, and a not-so-good suspicion was creeping up in her mind. A pregnancy is a fool's errand. But soon, Duanju shook his head violently again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that really is the case, it would be better to die. I can't accept this kind of humiliation. I'm a man who wants to be a king and have a harem. With this in mind, Duanju's gaze was already growing firm. But at the same time, Duanju suddenly felt his body lighten. It turned out to be that his left leg was also being held in Qin Kong's hands, and it looked like most of his body was going to be lifted alive from the bed by the other party. Ah! Asshole, get off me! It wasn't you who said you wanted to mess with SS grade wonders. Do you think I really want it? Let go or I won't cook for you. The furious Duanju could only flail his arms around, trying to wriggle his body to break free of Qin Kong's restraints, but all of this was just childish hijinks from Qin Kong's point of view. So you don't want this curiosity? This? Well. As expected, Duanju hesitated after hearing this, while a provocative smile appeared on Qin Kong's face. Your mouth says you don't want it, but your body is honest. It's almost too easy to guess when you're weak. If you want it, say it out loud and beg your master. You. Listening to Qin Kong's increasingly complacent laughter, an angry blush was growing on Duanju's face. Damn Qin Kong. I can't believe I'm being molested like this, playing with me like I'm a fool every time. This can't be tolerated. But without curiosities it will be hard for me to beat him in the future. Won't I be bullied by him for the rest of my life? Damn it! The more he thought about it in his heart, the more Duanju's resentment grew, biting his lip in indignation in a very cute way. However, once he saw Qin Kong's arrogant and smug face, the words to beg for forgiveness were never able to be uttered. While it was true that Qin Kong was handsome and rich, Duanju just didn't want to be looked down upon as if he were a dumb human wife. Don't want it, love it, or leave it. Turning his head, Duanju spoke with a face full of disdain, as if he thought he could get rid of Qin Kong's toying with him that way. I didn't expect that. In the next second, Qin Kong hooked the corner of his mouth and said very forcefully, "Answer incorrectly and I'll punish you." Nuts. So, a minute later, the farce was over. Knowing his mistake, Duanju sat on his knees on the bed like a maid. His docile and obedient posture completely lost the air of smugness he had earlier, but his face was still full of resentment, that is. On Qin Kong's side, he placed his hand on Duanju's head. He could use the inspection function to directly see the mall information, and naturally, he could also see the strange object. It's really an SS class wonder? Qin Kong muttered to himself, even he showed some surprise at this point. It's the prop on the red grid, so much luck. What's a red plaid? Listening to Qin Kong's words, Duanju asked curiously. The props were indeed red just now, and she thought it was because the quality was too good. And in response, Qin Kong had to patiently explain things to his wife. There is a red grid in everyone's mall. The props in the red grid are fixedly refreshed to be a grade or above, refreshed once a day and always discounted by 30% once purchased. The red grid won't be refreshed with new props for the next period of time. In other words, it's an untimely discounted item bar. So that's it? Duanju, who had heard the explanation, blinked, but she soon realized what was going on and hastily reminded towards Qin Kong in surprise. Then let's hurry up and buy it. After all, we don't even know when the next time an SS grade prop is refreshed. Not to mention it's still on sale, so it's not a loss if we buy it. That's true. Hearing Duanju's suggestion, Qin Kong thoughtfully stroked his chin, looking a little hesitant. My previous life, so many years, have not heard of the red grid can be refreshed SS grade props. You get the mall skills the next day to brush. Such an opportunity is really rare. But the effect of this strange thing, you always feel so strange, With that said, the two once again looked at the effects of the curiosity. SS grade wonder's sacred bloomer enhances all attributes by 30%, randomly strengthens one of the host's flying prop skills, causing it to be released an additional 3 times when used, with an increase in magic consumption by 20%. It looks like it's strong, but it's a randomized enhancement, and it has to be a flying skill. It's hard to tell if this will even work. That's right too. Upon hearing this, Duanju, who was still a little excited, wilted, pouting in a way that looked very unhappy. So it does seem strange, so let's just forget about it and wait for something else. As he said that, Duanju even puffed up his cheeks, his white and tender face turning as round and bulbous as a peach. And then the next second. Buy! Qin Kong inexplicably shouted. Ha! Hearing the shout, Duanju turned back with a confused look on her face, but before she could regain her senses, Qin Kong had already traded awakening coins through the arm that touched her head, and then in a single moment of inattention, he helped Duanju by the sacred bloomer. Host spent 150,000 awakening coins to obtain the prop sacred bloomer. Hey! Didn't I say it's useless? Why did you buy it? Everything happened so suddenly that by the time Duanju reacted, the crystal ball sealing the firework pattern had already appeared in her mind, and the sudden accident made her a little angry. Isn't this a waste of money? In response, Qin Kong merely rubbed Duanju's head and replied in a voice that seemed tough but was actually full of favor. Sooner or later it will be useful, and it's a rare opportunity to buy it. What my woman uses has to be the best. Ha! Qin Kong was still talking smugly, just as conceited and obnoxious as usual. But somehow, an inexplicable sentiment was creeping up in Duanju's heart, knowing full well that it was wrong, but he couldn't help but leap in his heart. This guy. You really deserve to die, Qin Kong. Don't think I'm grateful for that. Don't even think about it. I am absolutely. Never. What's wrong? Why are you gawking again? Seeing Duanju's delayed response, Qin Kong tilted his head and asked curiously, opening his arms in a hugging gesture in the process. I spent $150,000 on you, This is really emptied out. Aren't you going to thank me? Come on, hug. Cluck. Looking at the man in front of him, a rather terrifying gnashing of teeth escaped Duanju's lips. But after all, people also spent $150,000. That's a large part of Qin Kong's previous life's belongings. Only
just as Duanju raised her small hand, ready to grudgingly hug and thank the other party when the rest of the light from the corner of her eye suddenly landed on Qin Kong's lit-up cell phone.
Seem to have seen some unpleasant name?
Duanju dropped Qin Kong, who had his arms open, and with a single grab of his hand he pulled his cell phone out of Qin Kong's pants pocket before pointing to the text on it and asking with a cold face.
Hey, Qin Kong. Qin Kong blinked, somehow actually nervous. Why is Qian Yi messaging you again?
Why haven't you deleted her yet?
Chapter 30, You Don't Deserve It. Building 2, Unit 1, 302 Qian Yi. Brother Qin Kong, how is the situation? You drove away so many bad guys just now, so powerful. You shouldn't be hurt, right? I'm so worried.
Do you need Yui to take care of you? I've studied nursing before and I'm very good at taking care of people.
In exchange, treat me to the lobster from last time, will you? The text displayed on the phone looks like this.
And the expression Duanju put on was one of exasperation.
As my archenemy, even if I were to start a harem, I'd have to find a beautiful young woman with a good character and a pure and innocent personality, and this kind of woman, who looks like a tea master, is simply not good enough for Qin Kong. How can I let a mere bimbo bring down my archenemy's character?
Jealous?
What jealousy? Just kidding.
There's no such thing.
I just don't want my opponent to be low, otherwise I wouldn't have any honor in beating him. How could I possibly be jealous of a woman?
With that in mind, Duanju very easily convinced himself that it was the slightly puffed up cheeks that looked so sultry, like a sulking little girlfriend.
Why haven't you deleted her yet? Duanju couldn't help but ask again.
And when Qin Kong saw her like this, he had no choice but to scratch his hair and explain helplessly. Just forgot, and it doesn't really matter if you delete her or not, right? Just a passerby.
Ha!
Looking at Qin Kong's averted gaze, Duanju still felt that something wasn't right, and his heart inexplicably began to get annoyed.
This kind of woman. This kind of biker.
Actually dares to send this kind of ambiguous message with my Qin Kong.
Unforgivable. No way. It has to be deleted. With that, Duanju wanted to tap on WeChat to pull the plug.
And seeing this, Qin Kong also reached out in a hurry, wrapping his arm around Duanju's waist while trying to retrieve the phone.
Hold on, just listen to me. The sturdy arm easily wrapped around the soft, thin waist, and with it came the body odor that wandered between his nostrils. Duanju's body was always this soft and sweet, and her red, moist face was like a peach with dewdrops hanging on it during the picking season, which made Qin Kong feel in love with her every time he hugged her. Chirp! Qin Kong couldn't help but bite on the cheek. However, it was this that made Duanju start blowing up even more recklessly. Ah, look at that! And you grabbed the phone. You just don't want to delete it. Seeing color and forgetting righteousness, scum. Not really. I just wanted to tease that bitch. Killing zombies every day is boring anyway, what a shame to delete it.
What Qin Kong said is also true. Most of the time under the end of the world is to stay at home, always have to find some fun to relieve boredom. However, Duanju, who had heard these words, had a cold gaze, and although his body was held in Qin Kong's arms and he was unable to break free, he still questioned in a condescending tone.
You actually call someone a biker? Ha!
Qin Kong, who heard this, was dumbfounded.
You mean? That's all I can call you?
Of course.
Duanju replied with an almost unthinking cry.
But soon she reacted to something and quickly shook her head in horrified denial.
No.
Who's bitch? I blame you for calling me that all day long, I'm used to it.
Bastard Qin, go to hell.
With that, Duanju was already lifting his arm and swinging away a heavy punch towards Qin Kong's chest.
But obviously, how could she be Qin Kong's opponent?
Qin Kong just casually lifted his hand and grabbed Duanju's wrist, then with a little force he yanked Duanju into his arms and rubbed her cheeks fiercely with like a Rua kitten, doting on her as he did so.
Okay, from now on, I'll just call you little bitch. If you want to delete it, just delete Qian Yi. I don't have a problem with it, okay? That's more like it. Hearing this, Duanju nodded contentedly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile.
Soon, though, she tilted her head and looked puzzled once more.
What's wrong with it? Forget it. I don't care.
So the picture came to the other side. Chen Yi and Cheng Xiaorin are really still waiting for Qin Kong's news. Don't look at her swimming in WeChat. In fact, her home has run out of food, vegetables and meat are all gone, only hot sauce with rice left to eat.
I've been so explicit. I've never been this humble to any man. Qin Kong, he will definitely let me pass as long as he's a man, right? It's not like I don't understand post-apocalyptic literature. How could someone as strong as Qin Kong not want to start a harem? All men are cheap. They all want to have concubines. Even Qin Kong wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking of this, the corner of Qian Yi's mouth hooked up into a smug arc, and her eyes gradually exuded a grim light. That smug, big-breasted girl doesn't think she can gain a man's favor with 2 pounds of flesh, does she? We'll see. My skills are not to be blown away. I'll become the villa's mistress the day Qin Kong dislikes you. A mere Qin Kong will sooner or later become a plaything under my skirt, ha 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 ha. With this thought in her heart, Chen Yi's expression had grown more and more complacent. However, just as Chen Yi was fantasizing about whether she should have lobster or steak for dinner, Chang Xiren beside her weakly raised her right hand and pointed to her cell phone. That? Sis? Shen Yi, who heard the voice, hurriedly looked at the cell phone. And in the next second, her smug face turned swish into shock, and her wide-eyed look at the phone was filled with an expression of not daring to place. You don't deserve it, get out. Simple, straightforward, and easy to understand, Qin Kong's WeChat returned these 5 words and said nothing else. Can't you match? The corners of Qian Yi's eyes began to twitch, and her anger made her hands tremble. Not good enough for lobster? Or not good enough for Kong? The men chasing after me can line up from the train station to Commercial Street. How dare you say I'm not worthy? I'm not worthy. Qin Kong, don't give your face away. You don't really think I can't live without you, do you? You wait for me. There are plenty of men who have killed zombies with higher ranks than you. When I find a reliable one, I will come back to take revenge on you. Shen Yi snapped the words like a madman. She couldn't take it anymore when her former spare tire mocked and teased her like she was an idiot. However, that wasn't what made her the angriest. What was even more infuriating was that the moment she snapped the long string of messages out, a bright red exclamation mark actually popped up. You have been blackballed by this user. Qin Kong. You dog. A mournful and incomparable shout came out from the small area, but unfortunately, no matter how much she hissed, no one cared at all, that was it, and even the zombies couldn't recruit a single one. But then again, how many awakening coins do you have left? The scene returned to the villa. Duanju, who had finally deleted Chen Yi, only felt refreshed, and was leaning over the bed and chatting with his sister in WeChat while fluttering his little legs and constantly patting Qin Kong's body. Qin Kong, sitting on the edge of the bed, clearly didn't care about Duanju's feet, and took it purely as a back-pounding. And hearing Duanju's question, he was also curious about his remaining assets, so he hastily opened the system interface to check it out. There's over 40,000 left, but there's still a lot of weapons and props and such. Qin Kong spoke calmly, seemingly unconcerned about the money. But I didn't expect the words to fall just as soon as they did, but Duanju, who was still fluttering his feet, snapped out of it and turned his head to look at Qin Kong with horrified eyes. What? Only 40,000 left? How come it's so little? Didn't you survive for years in your previous life in the post-apocalyptic world? You're still too little? Hearing this, Qin Kong was simply furious and could only explain to Duanju in a raging manner. It's all for you to spend, isn't it? In my previous life, I was neither a warlord nor the lord of any survivor base. I was just a mercenary who relied on receiving missions to earn a living wage. It's hard for a normal person to save 300 system coins in a year, and it's already strong for me to be able to save up to 200,000. How dare you dislike me? With that said, Qin Kong even turned around and strangled the back of Duanju's neck, pretending to be angry as he pinned her down on the bed. Quickly apologize to your master. Wasting so much of my money and still not being able to utilize the effects of the wonders, it's all because you were so lazy yesterday and didn't level up to level 10. Meh. Qin Kong thought to himself that he looked quite realistic in his anger. But Duanju had obviously gotten to know Qin Kong well enough to know that he was just joking. And so it was that the corner of Duanju's mouth hooked, revealing a smug and flirtatious smile, and even though he was being held down by the neck, he still taunted in a condescending manner. Such a small amount of money, we can't even afford to buy SS grade props next time we brush up. We don't know when we'll have to wait again if we miss it. What a waste. Ha! At these words, the atmosphere was quiet. And it was only after Duanju turned his head around and looked puzzled that he realized that Qin Kong was already clenching his fists and gritting his teeth with a grimace. I think I said I was going to teach you a lesson before I left the house. Thanks for reminding me. A few more drops of cold sweat broke out from Duanju's head, and a bad feeling was building in his heart. And in the next second, her body was dragged alive. And Qin Kong's angry roar was heard echoing throughout the villa. You want to get your ass kicked, don't you? You can't tell your priorities, can you? Let's see if you dare next time. Saying that, Qin Kong had already raised his palm high. And at the same time, Duanju, who was lying on Qin Kong's lap, let out a terrified cry. Wait a minute. Only this won't work. Aw, Qin Kong. How daring. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 31 Steady Perversion. Still worried about leveling? Still depressed that your skills are too weak to get a girl? What if you want to level up but don't dare risk your life by going out to kill monsters? Why don't we try this brand new system creation brain machine live battle simulator? It can summon the awakened person's consciousness into the virtual world, boost magic power and mental power by killing virtual images of monsters the awakened person has encountered before, and gain exorbitant experience values. You don't need 30,000 to buy now, you don't need 10,000, just 9,998. Just 9,998 foot. How's that? It's better to act if you're moved. There are only 3 units left in stock, so if you are interested, please place your order as soon as possible. Well, that's it. 2 hours had passed since the Triad gang was taken out, and at this moment Qin Kong was standing in front of a piece of equipment, explaining to Duanju in a serious manner. This machine is a stupid product that I was tricked into buying in my previous life. The speed of killing monsters in it to boost experience is only 1%, and it needs to be recharged by purchasing energy crystals from the system. I was going to put it in my space to eat dust, but since I'm not leaving the house today, why don't you just use this machine to boost your real-world combat skills? The energy left inside should not be a problem to maintain for a few days. The device has a white outer shell and a soft inner core, and looks like a hibernation pod from a sci-fi movie, so I'm sure you can lie down in it and enter a so-called virtual environment. As for this amazing thing in front of him, Duanju just rubbed his ass while saying with a face full of irritation. Why didn't you bring out something this fun earlier? Wouldn't that make it possible to upgrade at home? 1% experience. You can't kill many of those even if you're tired. Qin Kong sputtered somewhat breathlessly, while Duanju had already laid in putting on his helmet and closing the hatch. The inside inexplicably felt like a robot cockpit. Forgive him once for giving me a new toy. You can simulate a combat environment? Then I'll challenge 10,000 zombies and train directly into a post-apocalyptic pastry hand. Thinking of this, Duanju's face was already surfacing with a touch of smugness, and outside, Qin Kong saw how interested she was, so he didn't bother her anymore to go back to his room and change his clothes. Just before he could close the door to his room, Duanju's cry came from the living room once again. Right. Empty. Kitchen. I stewed ribs. Remember to turn off the heat after an hour and a half. Oh. Got it. Qin Kong casually replied. But after agreeing, he strangely rubbed his chin again, always feeling that something was strange. What's with this everyday feeling? Why is there no post-apocalyptic atmosphere at all? Qin Kong was puzzled about his current life. He should know that in his previous life, he was tired of surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, and sometimes he had to engage in bloody battles with zombie monsters for a mouthful of food. And then look at this life, the days have been a little too nourishing, not to mention that his strength has completely exceeded the level of the world, the security index pulled full. Duanju also have to change every day to make all kinds of food, resulting in the end of the world. He completely lost the tension. But what the hell? It's good to live a quiet life. That's what I worked so hard for in my past life, wasn't it? It would be even better if I could have a baby. And it's not because of God's favor that I was reborn, it's because I worked hard to get it, so why shouldn't I enjoy it? With this thought in his heart, a faint smile appeared on Qin Kong's face. But this was what made Qin Kong so powerful, and he wasn't saying this to think highly of himself. Qin Kong's awakening technique in his previous life was to give up all his skills before level 30 in exchange for one unknown effect, an unknown effect that even he himself did not know. While everyone else was frantically killing monsters and acquiring skills to become a strong party member, Qin Kong could only rely on the meager attributes he gained from leveling up to barely survive. His frail strength had allowed him to develop a rather steady and robust to the point of perversion, which was also the reason why all of the enemies he killed were all one-shot kills with a single stroke of the hand. Later on, a wave of monsters swept through China, and all humans were at stake. Even he himself forgot that he had an unknown effects skill. Until after his death, Qin Kong, who had been reborn and returned, reacted violently to the fact that his awakening skill was when the host dies, he re-enters the time point before the end of the world and retains all the skills and props he got in his last life. The prerequisite was that he had to be able to survive to level 30 without skills to do so, and that was a very tough difficulty, not to mention hellish. I never want to experience that kind of displacement again. No one can persecute me in this life. As of now. While Duanju was still training his monster killing skills in the simulation machine, Qin Kong had already changed into clean clothes and jumped down from the upper floors with great dexterity, his cold gaze quickly locking onto the northwest. How could he possibly shoot crooked? From the beginning he had deliberately let Fang Xin go. The bullet had left his magic power on it. Within 30 kilometers it could be clearly perceived by him as long as he didn't use shielding type skills. He just had to get Fang Xin to go back and then end the organization in one fell swoop before he could do so. Do you want to live after offending me? No way. Swish. After a flash, Qin Kong's figure disappeared into the neighborhood. And meanwhile, inside the simulator. Ha! So amazing. Ha. After starting the simulator, Duanju felt as if he had traveled. After a shimmering white light, she was surprised to be in a new city, where there were neither zombies nor living people, and she was the only one standing alone and dumbfounded in the middle of the street in the empty world. Beep, you have entered the actual combat simulation environment. You can switch between the environment and the enemy according to your memory. If you have any needs, just visualize them in your mind and click to confirm. Oh? Aren't these the smart version of VR glasses? It's quite interesting. Let's arrange a few zombies for me to try first. The thought had only just crossed his mind when an eerie low roar came from behind him. Duanju hurriedly turned back to look, and found that a few waddling walkers had actually come around the corner. Kinda like the real thing? Oh, no, it's exactly the same. Thinking this way, Duanju's eyes turned cold, and he took a fighting stance and fought. Unsurprisingly, Duanju, who was up to level 8 and also equipped with an SS-ranked oddity, killed these ordinary zombies like a crushing blow. A left hook knocked off the fat zombie's jaw, then a rising dragon fist dry fly teeth and claws of the security zombie. The suit male zombie still wanted to sneak attack from behind, but was Duanju turned back to a high leg kick, flew a few meters, the tip of the shoe in the air drew an elegant arc, so that the thighs and the ground to form an angle of nearly 160, the body's flexibility and grace at this moment. The flexibility and grace of her body at this moment was revealed to the fullest, and this kind of action was simply a piece of cake for Duanju. Oomph, I'm so handsome. Saying this in his heart, Duanju's face also revealed a smug smile. Just as quickly, the system's beep extinguished this enthusiasm. Dropping, host kills normal zombie virtual 3, gaining experience value 0.03. That's a too little. Duanju, who heard the system prompt, couldn't help but curse. But think about it, after all, it's just a training simulator. It's good to have experience to take. What more can you ask for? But smart as Duanju, and how can not want to find a way to develop a new function of the simulator? It's boring to practice killing zombies like this. No wonder Qin Kong said this device is a lie. But if... What if my imaginary enemy is Qin Kong? Buzz. The moment the thought appeared, the image of the street suddenly flickered a few times, and a man with an icy, emotionless gaze appeared at the front of the street, a sight that caused even Duanju to be startled for a moment. Really? It's really Qin Kong. Wait. This way. Duanju's pupils fluttered slightly. She suddenly realized that she could keep practicing in this simulator. Until she could completely defeat Qin Kong, she could return to the real world to challenge him, and then defeat the other party in one fell swoop to seize her freedom. Ho 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 ho. Ah ha 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 ha. Duanju's body couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that unruly man being trampled under his feet. A sickly wry smile appeared on her face, and her clear black eyes flashed red. Her mind and body were becoming unbearably aroused by it. Qin Kong, I didn't think there would be a time when you would miscalculate. Relying on this instrument, sooner or later I will find a way to defeat you. No matter how many times I try, I'll keep trying, and one day I'll trample you under my feet. As of now? Simulator, start it up, make him attack me. Duanju said with a very proud voice, not forgetting to assume a fighting stance as he spoke, making a show of determination to fight with Qin Kong. But the next second. Swish. Hey! After a strange sound of breaking wind, Duanju's vision flew straight up into the sky. All the sights are sweeping away at speed, the whole world is spinning in the sky. It wasn't until a second later that there was a sudden thud in his ears, and Duanju felt the back of his head hurt and ache, and at the same time saw his headless body standing not far away. Spiked? Killed in seconds? When? I didn't even see it. Duanju's heart was shouting in terror. It was a good thing that the simulation opportunity to carry out a certain degree of attenuation of the fear of death and pain, otherwise at this moment Duanju was afraid that he would have to be mentally deranged due to having his head cut off. Attention, the host enters near death. The brain will immediately eject from the simulator if it dies in the virtual world and deduct a small portion of mental energy. Please use the reset function to restore the host's body. So that's how it is. Hearing the simulator's beep, Duanju couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Only, before she could say the word reset in her heart, virtual Qin Kong's body suddenly appeared in front of her head, and then raised his right arm to condense magic power against the head and icy gaze without a trace of mercy, like a man who had ascended from hell into the world of the living of a killing god. The constantly flashing black energy in the center of his hand was like a condensed laser cannon from a sci-fi movie, not giving Duanju any chance to react at all. Wait for me. Boom. Zika. It's the sound of an analog cabin door opening. Covered in cold sweat, Duanju took off his helmet and sat up violently, touching his face with his hands several times to make sure it hadn't been burned away before muttering to himself in a horrified voice. Seriously? That's a filler too? Solid to the point of being sick. Chapter 32 Kill them all. Squeaky. Squeaky. An ugly rat bursts out of the sewer on the dilapidated street. The rats had dirty fur and fishy red eyes, their disgusting and huge size was fully twice as big as before the end of the world, and their bodies would also emit a weird black gas, which didn't look like anything good at first glance. Animals in the post-apocalyptic world evolve too, and this thing with plague and dark energy is looking for food on the streets. Whether it was a broken limb or an undried bloodstain, it was good tonic for the monster soon. A puddle of remains that had been gnawed by the zombies to the point that only bones were left came into view, and the rat's eyes instantly radiated an even more intense red light. Not caring that there were still zombies roaming around, it pounced on them with bloodthirsty movements. Then, squeak! Pouncing in mid-air, the rat was grabbed by a pair of large hands. It was a walker wandering by who had spotted it. The panicked rat began to struggle desperately, twisting his body while gnawing on the zombie's fingers, his sharp teeth biting out the white bones of the zombie's fingers, and blood was flowing along the pale knuckles. But alas, the zombie had no sense of pain, so how would it care if a few fingers were good or bad? All the zombie knew was that rats were rare game and that their rich dark energy was necessary to help the body evolve, and while the rat was still struggling in pain, the zombie had lifted it above its head before opening its bloody mouth and squeezing. Z. Ka chow. With the sound of bones breaking, the rat's body completely shattered, leaving only bright red disgusting pulp flowing into the zombie's mouth along with the broken flesh. After consuming the new genes and accumulating enough energy, the zombie's body gradually reacted and began to grow pitch black fur and bizarrely sharp teeth, and the muscles that had been festering continued to grow, and a brand new Stage 1 monster was about to be born. Only. Wow. The zombie that had been able to evolve with great difficulty had its head suddenly chopped off. The scene turns to realize that it was the passing Qin Kong who casually gave it a knife, as if nothing happened, just like kicking a wild dog to death, and never gave the zombie a second glance. CE since the beginning. Drop, host kills plague corpse monster 1, gaining experience value 12. TCH, true. Hearing the system's beep, Qin Kong, who was walking along the road, smacked his tongue in annoyance. The higher the level, the less experience you get from killing low-level zombies. The monsters are evolving too slowly. If this goes on, even I won't be able to level up fast. It looks like we'll have to find a way to gather monsters together after this. Is Duanju's constitution prone to attracting zombies? It seems like every time I take her out, I run into high-level monsters. Try taking her out next time. Oh, I think we're here? At the same time, Qin Kong dodged to the bottom of an office building, and the sign of the towering building was clearly written with the words Xintiandi Group, so this is indeed Fong Xian's turf. There's still a lot of breath in the building. There's a lot of them. After slightly scouting the building with his perception, he found that the number of humans was no less than 50, which slightly surprised Qin Kong. Peeking through the door, but found that the first floor hall is empty. The place of the stairs is piled up a lot of chairs used to fend off the zombies, showing that Fong Xian's group is not too stupid. All on the second floor? Sensing along with the scent, Qin Kong muttered. Immediately after that, he saw Qin Kong suddenly crouch down and gently jumped and flew more than 5 meters high, then easily raised his hand and grabbed the stone decorations outside the window, a position where he could see the inside of the building with only a slight probe. This was followed by Qin Kong outside the window blinked in some surprise. because even he hadn't expected the scene inside the building to be so unpleasant. Don't fight it. I'm sorry. Spare me. Who gave you permission to speak? How many times have I said that you are dogs raised by Brother Feng? Try saying one more word to me. Well. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Several women were pathetically kneeling on the ground, while surrounded by a group of fierce-looking thugs, arrogantly drinking beer while punching and kicking them. It was obvious from their uniforms that many of these beaten people were white-collar workers from other companies in the office building, and now they were being humiliated as slaves by this group of small-minded triad thugs. They all had big and small wounds on their bodies. Looking at the evil people who kept laughing, the women could only try their best to put on fawning gestures to get a smile from them, so that they could be beaten less. And it's not even over. In the corners of the room were also squatting a number of shivering men, women and children. All without exception were bruised and battered, fear and despair written all over their faces, and could only clump together helplessly, not even daring to meet the sight of those thugs. Meh. Looking at this vulgar and violent scene inside the house, Qin Kong secretly sneered and couldn't help but spit on this group of people in his heart. It's only been 4 days since this happened. Feng Xian and his gang really deserve to die. But well, what they are has nothing to do with me, whether it is good or bad. The end of messing with me is only death. That said, there seems to be a not low-level guy here. With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong's gaze slowly shifted to the man in the middle of the hall. The man looked to be the leader of the gang, with a long tendon body and a floral shirt. The fierce face actually didn't even have hair or eyebrows, and the cross-eyed look was very menacing just by looking at it. And at this moment, the shoulder-bandaged Feng Xian is standing beside this person. His face is no longer the arrogance when he entered the neighborhood, at this time is even crying and howling, hands and feet toward the flower shirt to complain. Brother! My brother, ah! When will you take revenge? I really can't swallow this breath. I'm going to kill both that Zhao Xianyo and Qin Kong. What's the rush? In a hurry to get reincarnated? The floral shirt didn't give Feng Xian any face at all, just stomping on the head of the woman kneeling at his feet as he reprimanded his brother with a sardonic smile. It wasn't because you wanted to go out and get laid that you caused this mess? I have already said that the situation is not clear. There are many monsters in the city. The priority is to upgrade. You idiots can't listen to anything, but also took the lives of more than 10 brothers for nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that you're my brother's sake, I would have scrapped you long ago. When he said this, Flower Shirt's tone was so ferocious that even the surrounding whip-wielding minions couldn't help but feel a chill at the bottom of their hearts when they heard it. However, Feng Xian was oblivious to this and was still deadpan pleading towards his brother. But brother, you're the only one who can help me take revenge. That Zhao Xianyo like a retarded rampage to destroy the brothers. Qin Kong even rely on their own shooting accuracy, on the upper floors of the constant discharge of dirty guns. You see, my arm cannot be said to be wasted. If we leave them alone, they will surely become your rivals in the future. We have to do it as soon as possible, brother. Said here, Feng Xian actually choked a little, aggrieved, almost did not cry out on the spot. This kid has always bullied people. Bully used to, or the first time to suffer a loss was injured arm. But on the contrary, Flower Shirt, who looked at his brother with nothing but disdain, smiled wryly in a rather cocky tone as he crushed the woman's body hard with his shoe. Feng Xian, you just don't get it. Don't you get it yet? What are the end times for? Isn't it to give us a chance to turn over a new leaf? These upper-class celebrities, rich second-generation officials, how imposing they used to be. Even ordinary people would chew their tongue and say a word about the triads when they saw us, but what about now? It doesn't still become our dog. Dogs are everywhere. Why do you have to go to that place to make yourself uncomfortable? Ha 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 ha. Said, the Flower Shirt again stepped hard on the woman on the ground. The poor woman did not dare to make a sound, can only lie on the ground with her whole body trembling and sobbing. But brother, I still can't swallow this. Seeing that Flower Shirt was unmoved, Feng Xian gritted his teeth anxiously. Soon, however, he remembered something and took out his cell phone and opened the photo to show Flower Shirt. And brother, don't you want to this woman? This is the first time I've seen such a superb woman in my entire life. It would be a shame if brother didn't take her in. There's such a thing? The original Flowery Shirt still had a disinterested attitude. However, after seeing Duanju's photo, the Flowery Shirt's attitude immediately reversed, and as soon as he snatched the phone to take a closer look at the photo, a greedy glint quickly surfaced in his eyes. If that's the case? It's not bad? Right. So brother, when do we get our revenge? Well, A wry smile of uncertainty crossed the flowery shirt's face in the face of his brother's questioning. And at the same time, Qin Kong, who was listening to the entire conversation outside the window, scratched his cheeks, then silently opened his space and pulled out the long black sword. The opponents are all losers with low levels and few skills, and the next scene must be Qin Kong breaking the window, handsomely letting out harsh words and killing under the surprised and angry questioning of the villains, and meting out punishment for the other party for daring to covet his wife. Wasn't it more than enough for a reborn powerhouse like Qin Kong to deal with this kind of cargo? Daring to insult Duanju, he had to go in and defeat, then humiliate, then viciously abuse them before he could do so. But wrong. Big mistake. Qin Kong wouldn't do that at all. It doesn't exist. His expression grew serious, and his eyes emerged as deep and cold as ever. The purpose of Mordecai is to go all out, do everything we can, and show no mercy. Giving the enemy a chance is digging a hole for yourself. There is only one life for anyone. If you want to live, you must never stay alive. Break in and play hard to get? Are you kidding me? Kill them all in 10 seconds. Use skill, curtain of darkness. What's the situation? Flower Shirt and Fong Xian suddenly made frightened noises. For in a mere instant, the second floor of the office building was plunged into deathly darkness. It was pitch black before his eyes, he couldn't see his fingers, and even his voice became indistinct. Seeing the situation is not right, the Flower Shirt quickly get up, look left and right, but no matter how much he focuses, his vision cannot see clearly in the darkness. Even the woman at his feet disappeared without a trace. But vaguely, it was as if he could see some ghostly figure leaping about the room. Fong! Help! The black curtain blocked out most of the sound, and even close by, Flower Shirt could only hear a very faint shout. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from his forehead, and the fear of the unknown caused his heart to beat faster and faster. Out of battle instinct, Flower Shirt quickly looked hard and used the skill directly. Skills: Battle Body Enhancement, Titan's Embrace. Giggle giggle giggle. His bones made an eerie rattling sound. Seeing the Flower Shirt that was only about 1.7 meters just now, his body size was rapidly increasing at this moment. Until it reached about 2 meters, the muscles on his body had already densely packed to the point of no return, and then Flower Shirt also violently swung 2 punches towards his side, fearing that the ghostly shadow would come close to him. The reality, however, is that he hit nothing. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Cold sweat grew on the Flowery Shirt's head as fear made his heart pound. And just as he took a deep breath and prepared to roar loudly toward the darkness, a long blade, however, suddenly pierced through his body, and immediately afterward the curtain of darkness quickly receded, and what appeared in front of him was only a field of corpses and black-clothed assassins with icy cold gazes. Put! Qin Kong pulled the knife out expressionlessly, the blade bringing out a drenching blood spilling onto the ground, and the Flower Shirt also howled miserably from the intense pain, covering his stomach and kneeling down. At this moment, his pupils had glared to the maximum, because he clearly saw that Fong Xian, who had broken his head, had become a corpse and collapsed at his feet, and all of his juniors, without exception, had all died violently. And all of them were killed by a single knife. But in response, the man in front of him showed no mercy, but simply looked down at him with the same gaze as if he were garbage, and then silently lifted the blood-stained knife to his neck. Wait a minute. Flower Shirt knew something was wrong, and in the heat of the moment, he raised his hand in a heck of a hurry. Allow me to say a word. It's okay to let me die. Wait a minute. In the face of Flower Shirt's plea for mercy, Qin Kong's movement stiffened slightly, and although his gaze remained icy cold, his silent demeanor seemed to grant Flower Shirt's offer. So Flower Shirt could only ask with a face full of horror. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? I have no grievances with you. Is it necessary to kill me right off the bat? Flower Shirt desperately shouted, his mournful voice not only containing fear of Qin Kong, but also resentment and anger at Qin Kong's sudden killing spree. Are you here to save these people? If so, you can take them all. Or do you just like killing? In that case, it's fine if we work together. I'll help you find more pigs to kill. You've already killed all of my men, and you killed my brother too. There's no need to have to kill them all. Why don't you say something? What exactly do you want? At least say it so I can understand. The further he spoke, the more the Floral Shirt's voice trembled, as Qin Kong's expression had never fluctuated since the beginning, as if it was an ice-cold machine. It wasn't until the end that Qin Kong's pupils glanced slightly towards Fong Xian on the ground, and the Flower Shirt caught the movement, which led to a sudden realization of what was going on, and trembled with an expression of shock to the extreme. You are Qin Kong? He came after me before I had a chance to seek revenge on him? Is this reasonable? Finished with your last words? Looking at the man who was already shocked beyond words, Qin Kong coldly replied back, and then raised his hand and chopped down directly towards the other party's head. Wait a minute. Click. Chapter 33, Training the Newly Minted. After slashing the guy in front of him, the world was finally clear. Qin Kong expressionlessly flung his long knife, spilling the filth on the blade onto the ground, creating a trail of blood. At the sight of this, the slaves who were originally used as flower shirts all trembled in fear, and although they knew that the man in front of them had saved them, yet none of them dared to venture forward to thank him. After all, even Flower Shirt and Fong Xian weren't as decisive and handful as Qin Kong. Seeing that no one around him dared to make a sound, Qin Kong had no choice but to take his sword back into space and turn his head towards one of the middle-aged men and shouted, "Hello!" Ah! The man who was suddenly called out to him was startled. He got up hastily and stood up in a group of women and children, shivering and looking very frightened. What's the matter, big brother? Brother? Qin Kong, who heard this, frowned slightly, seemingly not too pleased with the title. Although I was reborn and came back, my mental age is indeed a bit older, but how can I see that I'm only in my 20s, right? It's fine for Zhao Xianyo to call me brother, how come you can call me big brother? Is it hard to believe that it's a matter of temperament? With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong put his sight on the mirror not far away. In the mirror, he was holding a long knife in his hand, wearing a black trench coat, his blood-stained robes fluttering gently, and his cold eyes containing vicissitudes of life. Although Qin Kong's face was clear and handsome, not much different from a college student, he exuded a mature and steady temperament, and just standing there gave people a feeling of unruffled authority. Doesn't this look young? Why do you call me big brother? Qin Kong was obviously not self-conscious about his own temperament and was still silently spitting in his mind. But forget it, it doesn't matter. The first thing to do is to check if there are any leftovers and get some supplies back. What's the name, bro? Qin Kong said with a flat expression, taking the knife back into the system space as he spoke. His calm and unruffled appearance was very domineering. And so the man could only answer slightly nervously. My name is Tianzhu, the employee of the Marina Group on the 7th floor. Ah. Me. I'm not with Fongqing and the others. As he was talking, Tianzhu suddenly panicked for some reason, presumably because he was worried that Qin Kong would kill him as a thug. After all, he was the only one in the group of slaves who was old and male. And in response, Qin Kong could only smile and wave his hand. Nothing, you do not need to be nervous. See, you full of injuries look also does not look like in their gang. I want to ask Fong Xian. Oh, his brother called Fongqing, right? Fongqing, this group of people still have accomplices? Ha! Like this? Hearing that he would not be killed, Tianzhu was finally relieved, then hurriedly explained to Qin Kong. There is also a storage room on the roof. Fongqing has piled all the supplies collected these days on the roof. Do you need me to take you there? Yeah. Hearing that there was someone else who took the initiative to lead the way, Qin Kong gladly accepted, so Tianzhu walked ahead to lead the way for Qin Kong. These people were currently in awe and fear of the aura that he was exuding, so basically there would be no danger. As for why Tianzhu took the initiative to lead the way, it was probably because he wanted to show off in front of a strong person, and it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain Qin Kong's shelter. Take the elevator? All the way to the stairwell, but Tianzhu pressed the button for the elevator, which made Qin Kong frown a little strangely. In response, Tenzel also explained fearfully. There are still quite a few zombies in the building, some of them have evolved quite a bit, even Fongqing doesn't dare to mess with it. Fongqing has blocked it from the 5th and 6th floors with tables and cabinets and whatnot, and they're all going up in the elevator. After saying that, Tianzhu also shrunk his neck in some fear. Obviously he had seen the corpse monsters of the 5th and 6th floors before. However, what made Tianzhu strange was that Qin Kong, who heard these words, not only did not get scared, but instead said with a face of excitement, "That's just as well, take the stairs. I'll take care of the walkers in the meantime." With such a good experience in front of him, how could Qin Kong let it go? At best, it's just a bit of a delay, but it's the end of the world. What could be more important than gaining experience? No, right? Probably. Ha! After seeing Qin Kong's leaping expression, Tianzhu was dumbfounded. No, big brother, are you not listening? That monster can't even be dealt with by Fongqing, and there's more than one. You just finished fighting earlier, wouldn't you be going now? Alright, if you can't beat me, you still don't know how to run? Hurry up and lead the way is all. Qin Kong waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Seeing him like this, Tianjia couldn't say anything more, and could only hang his head and lead the way in front with a sad face, his face full of this is dead expressions. And just like Tianjia said, after walking to the 4th floor, a large pile of furniture and wooden boards appeared in the stairwell, and Tianjia wanted to go up and help move them, but Qin Kong raised his hand to stop him, then gathered a little bit of magic power and waved it out casually. Rumble. A large pile of chairs and cabinets were suddenly bounced off like toys, the closer ones were blown to smithereens on the spot by Qin Kong's black energy, and in just a moment the road became very permeable. Holy! Seeing this scene, Tianjia immediately let out a terrified cry. In the next second he retreated several steps and pointed in the direction of the upstairs and exclaimed. Big brother! They're coming! Can I? Snap! Before Tianjia could even finish his words, a crisp explosion suddenly sounded. It was a bizarre zombie with octopus tentacles, bloated like a 300-pound fat man, with flexible and powerful tentacles that could easily break a person's neck. Tentacle zombie, alias seafood zombie, a stage 1 mutated monster that would attack the enemy with flexible tentacles and venom. It is said that the venom of the seafood zombie sprayed on the body after a week will not be able to get rid of the stench. Qin Kong does not want to be touched by that thing, so without even thinking about it, raised his hand and shot a round of energy bombs. Hey! Looking at the corpse on the stairs that was already sprawled out on the ground from the headshot, Tianjia was completely dumbfounded this time. Who am I? Where am I? How did the zombie die? When he returned to his senses, Qin Kong had already walked to the 5th floor, and an impatient voice rang out. Keep up, aren't you going to lead the way? Ah! Okay, big brother. After the realization of Tianjia hurriedly ran up, and this does not matter, into the eyes of a large group of zombies just now. The sound of the explosion will be the remaining zombies all attracted over, do not know what is stored on the 6th floor, the zombies here, one by one, tall, energetic, look at all of the zombies are going to be mutated into a stage of the zombie, no wonder the Fangqing brothers do not dare to bring people up to clean up the zombies. It is no wonder that Mr. Fang did not dare to bring his men up here to clean up the zombies. However, in response, Qin Kong only silently summoned his sword back, then said in a calm tone. What's stored here? How do zombies eat so well? It seems like it's a warehouse where Xintiandi Group stores some banned drugs. Can zombies evolve when they eat weird stuff? Sure. After replying calmly, Qin Kong carried his sword and walked up. Although these zombies were all powerful and bloodthirsty, to Qin Kong they were just fancy-looking mongrels compared to humans. Simple-minded zombies were still much better to deal with. Then it's hands up, hands down, hands up. It didn't take more than a few minutes to cut down all the 100 or so zombies. Holy! Strong is not human. Tianjia, a big man, hid in the corner shivering, terrified of Qin Kong's strength while being afraid of which zombie would rush over and bite him. And it wasn't until after chopping the last few and finding Tianjia still standing in the corner with his legs weak, that Qin Kong finally realized something and turned his head to ask with some curiosity. You don't think walkers are contagious, do you? Isn't it contagious? Once these words came out, Tianjia really showed a surprised expression, while Qin Kong's side also showed a sudden realization. No wonder. I told you why the people in the neighborhood are so wimpy. This group of people all think that the zombie virus is contagious. Can only say that the movie and television works poison too much. Most people think that the zombie, this kind of thing, is a monster carrying pathogens, not to mention bite, may gently scratch, will be infected, and then turned into a zombie, which makes a lot of people do not dare to easily go to fight against the corpses, even if they are very slow. But not really. In this post-apocalyptic world, zombies and beasts turned into monsters are the same as the failure of awakening and evolved monsters. There is no virus at all, just a lot of pain if bitten, that is. It's not viral, and it won't mutate if you bite it. Qin Kong explained in a slightly disgusted manner, and as he did so, he also removed the fire axe from the wall and casually tossed it to Tianjia. Moreover, killing zombies can also be upgraded. Would you rather be stepped on by an idiot like Feng Chang? If you just want to survive, you'll become someone else's slave sooner or later, so why don't you kill a few more zombies to upgrade while they haven't mutated? The original. After hearing these words, Tianjia seemed to have quite a bit of enlightenment. His originally timid gaze became much firmer, and his hands were gripping the axe handle with a death grip. But big brother, why? Are you helping us? Even the government is in a bind with itself right now. Hearing these words, Qin Kong also blinked his eyes as an afterthought, only then realizing that he was talking a bit too much today. The main reason was that Fong Qing's treatment of ordinary people was too despicable, which reminded Qin Kong of a lot of bad things in his previous life. For example, some warlords would use humans as slaves, dropping them into the arena to kill each other like wild beasts, and the upper-class people would drink red wine while watching the lower-class people kill each other, while placing bets with the other upper-class people, betting on which the upper-class people would drink wine and watch the lower-class people fight while placing bets with other upper-class people on which slave would win. Such heartless organizations are commonplace in the future, and there are even many cults founded by perverts who believe that consuming high-level awakened people can give them powerful skills, and so set off a wave of cannibalism, and the whole of China was made a mess, and just thinking about that scene gives Qin Kong a headache. So out of sympathy for the survivors and out of concern for the future, Qin Kong was still willing to help ordinary people when he could at least telling them that zombies don't transmit diseases and poisons is a simple matter. "Consider me a good guy," Qin Kong replied with a helpless face. However, he could not see that Tianji's gaze had revealed some admiration and respect. Chapter 34. After hacking a few more zombies, the building was basically cleaned up, and Qin Kong finally went up to the top floor under Tianji's leadership, and just as soon as he entered the door, he saw a kid with dyed red hair and tattoos standing out with a machete in his hand. "Who are you?" "This is our brother Fawn's storehouse. Are you coming up here looking for death?" Saying that, the red-haired kid had already raised his sword and rushed at a fast pace, while Qin Kong raised his right leg indifferently and spoke. "You." "Ah." A kick hit the abdomen, the red hair flew out 4 or 5 meters away on the spot, fell to the ground and covered his stomach, then let out a wail of pain. Damn it. Ah." In response, Qin Kong didn't even bother to glance at the other party and simply waved his hand to signal Tianji to deal with this person before walking into the storehouse alone. "Oh? There's quite a lot of stuff?" What came into view were boxes and boxes of supplies and even several freezers stocked with seafood and meat and such. "I didn't have enough time when I came back from my rebirth, and I didn't buy all the supplies, so I'm going to replenish them this time." With this thought in his mind, Qin Kong had already arrived in front of the locker. The system space was limited, and Qin Kong couldn't take it all away at once, so he had to empty the space inventory first before putting the food in. Wow! A whole mess of props fell out: knives, axes, ropes, backpacks, props, whatever. Alloy Tang knife F-grade system prop, scrap obtained from the raffle, just a little bit tougher and sharper than normal knives, still a little bit useful for other people, but for Qin Kong it's the trash of trash. Hand crank generator, something bought before the end of the world, existed in system space in case of accidents, and there were actually 2 more in the basement, which didn't seem like they'd be of much use right now. Level +1 chocolate F-rated system prop, a consumable with no nutrition, but allows a level 1 to consume it with a 20% chance to become a level 2 and then become happy. There is also a large number of useless props and equipment. Will not go into detail. In short, Qin Kong reborn back this time to do too much preparation, so that now look at the space again, a lot of useless things. Why is there so much junk in my space? How much wasted money did I spend in my previous life? Forget it, it doesn't matter, let's just throw these useless things away, it's better to get more food. I seem to remember there's only 1 bottle of soy sauce at home. Oh, really? While thinking about this, Qin Kong rummaged through the cabinets and found a row of kitchen spices. CUN. An arm flicked out, so rows and rows of spices were sent into the space. Then came to the freezer, the steak, seafood, lamb meat rolls and other protein content, high volume and small food collected. Soon the large warehouse was moved by him a quarter. Qin Kong at this time inexplicably have a feeling of helping his wife to buy kitchen supplies. Almost half an hour passed. This feeling of being able to take whatever you want and still not spending any money was just too good. Even Qin Kong couldn't help but get a little carried away, and when he came back to his senses, the system space was already stuffed to the brim, showing that only 8.2% of it was left. And in the end, Qin Kong didn't forget to bring 2 or so big tubs of ice cream with him, even though he didn't recognize the brand. The writing all over the English looked high class, so it was always the right thing to take. Refreshing. Qin Kong gave a rare smile. It was the first time he could be so happy when he was by himself. Bringing so many things back, Duanju will be very happy too, right? Now she'll have all the spices she needs to cook. Okay, it's getting late, time to go back. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something important? But it shouldn't be a problem, I've got so many supplies. Aha! With this thought in his mind, Qin Kong, who was rubbing his chin, walked out from the storehouse, only to find that the red hair from earlier had already been bound by Tianji with ropes on his hands and feet, and was looking at Qin Kong with a horrified face. It seemed that Tianji had already told the red hair about what was going on down there. In response, Qin Kong said in disagreement. You actually didn't kill him? Didn't his brother Fong give you guys a hard time? Qin Kong spoke indifferently, without even a hint of sympathy for Red Hair between his words. And upon hearing this, Red Hair was immediately startled and hurriedly cried as he explained towards Qin Kong. Don't kill me. I didn't do it on purpose either. It's just that Fong Qing, he has too many people with him, and I don't dare to disobey him. Here's what he said. Redhead side even cried with howling finished. Tianjia also did not forget to spread his hands on the side to add the last sentence. It seems to be Tianjia did not intend to kill this young man. Seeing him like this, Qin Kong didn't bother to say anything more. Helping once didn't mean he could help a second time, and Red Hair obviously wouldn't come looking for Qin Kong's trouble in order to avenge Fong Qing's death, so it didn't matter if he killed or not to Qin Kong. As for Tianjia, he wants to keep the red hair, just keep it. Anyway, if the red hair betrayed the bad luck is also him, Qin Kong really do not care so much. Suit yourself, keep him alive if you want, be good, I have things to do, I'm going home. After saying that, Qin Kong was ready to turn around and leave, and even brought a large backpack of props with him on his way out, which he had just picked up after a little checking. If he couldn't put it into the space, he could only put it in the backpack. However, just as Qin Kong had already reached the stairway and was about to leave the building, Tianjia hurriedly called out to him from behind. That big brother. You're about to leave. Or what? Qin Kong glanced back at him somewhat strangely, while his footsteps didn't stop and he was already walking slowly towards the bottom of the stairs, so Tianjia had to quickly follow. Big brother. You are so strong. Is it okay to stay and protect us? We have too many women and children here, all bullied and scared by Fong Qing. I can't protect so many people by myself. Then figure it out on your own, it has nothing to do with me. Listening to Tianjia's anxious voice, Qin Kong's face remained expressionless as he simply walked while speaking indifferently. It's the end of the world, you must rely on yourself for any difficulties. If I protect you and help you kill monsters when they come, then you guys will be level 1 for the rest of your lives. I can protect for a while, can I protect for a lifetime? It's not like you don't have a weapon in your hand, let them take a knife and kill zombies with you. Speaking of which, Qin Kong's figure had already arrived on the first floor, and after lifting his foot and kicking away the tables and chairs blocking the staircase, he left Tianjia standing alone with his fists clenched in place. Although he didn't want to accept it, Qin Kong's words were indeed right. However, just as Qin Kong walked to the main entrance of the office building, he froze for some reason. Such a small amount of money, we can't even afford to buy SS grade props the next time we brush up. We don't know when we'll have to wait again if we miss it, what a waste. Duanju's words inexplicably rang in his head. And Qin Kong, who froze for a moment, blinked his eyes and suddenly had a good idea, twisting his head towards Tianjia with a smile full of goodwill. But let me protect you is not impossible. After the 5th level can unlock the awakening coins function, 200 awakening coins. I can protect you for a month under the premise of not hindering my own upgrading, the money to save enough to come to the Dragon Building neighborhood. Random survivors to add the micro credit group on the line, they all know where I live. Emphasized I said everyone 200 awakening coins, save enough money to come to me. Oh. Ha? Qin Kong turned around and left after he finished smiling, leaving the dumbfounded Tianjia standing at the stairway with a dumbfounded look on his face. Awakening coins? What is that thing? So, the scene shifted, and the camera returned to this side of the neighborhood. The sun was setting, and the loaded Qin Kong arrived at the courtyard in a few dashes. It's getting dark. 2.5 hours. That's not bad. I don't know how well Duanju practiced her words. Should be killing zombies to kill, right? Ha? Wait. Click. Qin Kong, who had opened the door to his house, sensed that something was wrong. A familiar, cold, slightly frightening aura was quietly drifting through the villa. This austere, cold-killing intent that Qin Kong, who had exchanged blows with him once in his previous life, absolutely could not forget. The devil's nun. How can that be? Qin Kong blinked in surprise. Obviously Duanju had been controlled by the collar. Why was she still radiating so much hostility? It was hard to believe that she had also awakened the memories of her past life. Qin Kong, who felt bad in his heart, swallowed a mouthful of spit. Only to see his brows tightly frowned, eyes bitterly cold, as if he was facing the enemy like a heavy pace from the stairs up. And into the eyes, indeed is holding a spatula, eyes reddened Duanju. Wait a minute? Spatula? Realizing something, Qin Kong froze slightly. And in the next second, Duanju took a sharp, deep breath and shouted angrily at Qin Kong. Qin Kong! You brat still dares to come back! You rib soup almost roasted dry. If it wasn't for me watching in time, a pot of meat would have been all mushy. If you can't handle such a small thing, you go to hell. With that, Duanju swung the spatula down hard. Although his expression was fierce, his white thighs and slippers, and his curvaceous figure did not frighten anyone. What's more, the collar didn't even trigger the punishment mechanism, so it's clear that Duanju's hostility is just the level of a simple couple who have a falling out between friends. Even kind of cute? Wait. Well. Obviously, Duanju was no match for Qin Kong, and in just a moment he was grabbed by the wrists and held in his arms. His hands were secured behind his back, and his waist was wrapped around him in passing, so both of their chests were pressed together, and Duanju could only tilt his head back to grit his teeth and stare at the other. But even after seeing his wife looking so angry, Qin Kong still said with a smiling face, "I thought it wasn't dry." "Then why are you so angry? Don't you have a sweet tooth? I brought you ice cream. It's a lot. Have fun." After saying this, Qin Kong hastily winked in a friendly manner, as if he was giving a sign of goodwill to the petite wife in his arms. Duanju, who heard these words, froze slightly, and for a moment there was a happy glint in his eyes. However, very quickly, Duanju, who had regained his senses, once again looked fierce, shaking off his head to discard his surprise, and converting it into a raging expression as he shouted, "Neither can ice cream. Die. For S sake." The two were soon wrestling. And Qin Kong probably couldn't imagine how the real reason Duanju was angry was actually he had been killed by Qin Kong in the brain machine simulator over 100 times. I can't beat the emotionless Qin Kong in the simulator, so I can only bully the real Qin Kong. He won't really hit me anyway. Stomp on you, 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 stomp on you. Wait. When did I get picked up? When did I get picked up? Wrong way. It's not the right direction. I'm not going to the bedroom. We haven't eaten dinner yet. Defy failure and build on it. Chapter 35. Qin Kong, cutie. Where have you been hiding? It's really rare to see a guy with a high level and novel skills like you. Do you know how long I've been planning for this slash? I'm definitely not going to let you escape today. Become a part of the flesh and blood god cult, become one with all the congregation. If it's you, you'll definitely be the best sacrifice. In the darkness of the night, a group of religious people clad in red robes were searching ceaselessly in the ruins. The guy in the lead was a church priestess who was not quite mentally normal, and she used her tentacles coalesced with bright red flesh and blood as a weapon, letting out a loud laugh while using her tentacles to continuously strike away the surrounding ruins and wreckage. Boom! A bungalow was easily lifted off the ground by the tentacles, and the woman's smile turned more and more perverted. Come! Fall into a gluttonous feast with me. Ha 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 ha. There were 30 to 40 people in the congregation, and each of them had a level of 30 or higher, and all of them showed bloodthirsty and crazy expressions. This was definitely not an enemy that ordinary people could face. But even so, Qin Kong, who was hiding behind the wrecked wall, still stabilized his breathing as fast as he could, and then gripped his long sword tightly, letting his gaze gradually turn from the initial shock and fear to cold killing intent. Why? The wound in his abdomen was bleeding and the air was getting colder, all thanks to the cultist priestess. Is it my fault that I have no skills? Is it my fault that I want to be strong and not be bullied, so I'm trying my best to upgrade? Is it wrong that I just want to live? I want to be a good person too. But why are you forcing me? Why is it so hard to find a woman you like, but she's a cultist? It's true that people should be damned if they don't expect anything from women. Want to eat me? Ho ho ho. Under the darkness of the night, the corners of the man's mouth hooked up slightly, clearly in deep desperation, but showing an arrogant and cold smile. At that exact moment, the wall behind him crumbled, and it was the prioress who found him with a group of religious. So here it is. My little cutie. Ready to give flesh and blood for the church. The mentally tense Qin Kong snapped his eyes open. Originally thought that there would be a difficult battle, but fixed eyes only to realize, where there are any ruins of the wall here? There is also no cold tentacles, one is obviously lying in one's own bed. The sunlight filtering through the cracks in the curtains was just enough to shine on his face, and while it was clear and blue outside, his cheeks were warmed by it. The quilt is soft and comfortable, but not as sweet and fluffy as the woman in his arms with a gentle wrap. His arm can completely encircle that waist, and she sleeps defenselessly on his shoulder, occasionally rubbing her head gently against the side of his face. Such a lovely yukai lying in his arms made Qin Kong unable to resist ruffling her hair and admiring that beautiful yet purely lustful side face. Scared to death. Qin Kong, who had come to his senses, stroked Duanju's face while murmuring in his heart, so all those horrible sights just now were all dreams. The memories of my past life are attacking me again, and every time I think of that cult it makes me sick. Where are those damn hiding now? With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong's eyes were flooded with a few moments of icy killing intent. The female priestess in his dream was the first woman in his previous life, and one of the few enemies that had almost taken his life in his post-apocalyptic career. It's true, women are all fools who forget what's good for them, and they should be treated as objects to be used and discarded as if they were suicidal. Both the priests of the flesh and blood religion and the demonic nuns of the four black emperors are a bunch of lunatics who kill for fun, and shouldn't exist in the world. But what's this? Having experienced so many betrayals, Qin Kong's heart had long hated women. But even so, every time he saw Duanju's cheeks he couldn't help but raise a trace of compassionate feelings, a strange emotion that had arisen from the first time he had looked at Duanju's face, and even though there was a million murderous intentions in his heart, his body couldn't harm her in the slightest. Could it be the effect of the charmed body? Stroking the sleeping Duanju's head, Qin Kong couldn't help but begin to ponder. But that's impossible. Charming body is Duanju's first-level awakening technique, and she's so much lower than me that the charming effect shouldn't work on me. Why don't you give it a try? Try to see if I can attack Duanju. If I can't even do the bare minimum, I'm sure I've been charmed. Thinking of this, Qin Kong's eyes grew serious as he gathered black energy onto the index finger of his right hand, forming a small section of blade before placing it on Duanju's arm to try and slice through the skin. However, cold sweat slowly surfaced from Qin Kong's head before the blade even fell. Knock, 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 knock. The heart was beating faster and faster, and the pupils were fluttering slightly. It was clear that it was only a small inch of skin that had been cut open, and a wound that small could be easily healed with system props. But can't get down. Couldn't get down at all. As soon as he thought about how he actually hurt Duanju for the sake of this kind of boring experiment, Qin Kong felt a great sense of guilt that penetrated deep into his chest and hit his heart. So much so that even breathing became very difficult. I can't do it. So sad. So sad inside. What's going on? Why did you hurt Duanju? What am I doing? This is my woman. Mine. Ah. Duanju, who was sleeping soundly, shrieked. Confused, she only felt that she was suddenly hugged tightly by someone, so she had to open her eyes in a daze, only to find that Qin Kong was holding her in his arms like an octopus. Off. Nuts. Duanju, who had been woken up, was furious. Between struggles, the sling draped over her pale arms, her skin looking white and smooth and glistening in the sunlight, while her soft arms and thighs disliked the man's chest hard enough to try and kick the other man away. What's wrong with you in the morning? Don't be so clingy as soon as you wake up, okay? It's disgusting. A line of veins slowly emerged on Duanju's head. But I can't blame her for being irritable. What kind of person doesn't give sleep at night and wakes up so early in the day? In response, the calm Qin Kong suddenly raised his hand and pinched Duanju's chin, so much so that Duanju could only pout his pink lips with a face full of displeasure. What for? Let go of me. Think I'm afraid of you just because you act mean? Don't play with my face. Aha. You you woman. I couldn't say that word even after holding it in. Qin Kong was horrified to realize that he couldn't even swear at Duanju. So he could only question with a shocked expression. What kind of spell did you use? Is it hard to believe that you are also reborn back? Why couldn't I lay my hands on you the first day I saw you? You're talking about the gathering? Duanju, who heard this, rolled his eyes in anger. You think you're some kind of good guy now? Aren't you just a sex maniac who gets off on sex? What's wrong with you now? We have to go out to fight zombies later. Get off me, I need to catch up on my sleep. Duanju, who was pinched in the face, had a face full of grudges. Sweeping and cooking and providing bed warming and emotional value, I've done a pretty good job as a human wife, haven't I? What's this kid needing a bicycle for? I've had enough. I'm leaving home. Thinking about it, Duanju was already gnashing his teeth in anger. However, in the next second, Qin Kong's expression turned cold, and he ordered in a very serious manner. Who gave you permission to yell at me? How dare you, a servant, be stubborn? Get the hell out of here and go make breakfast. Ha! The Qin Kong who said this looked very fierce. But if you look closely, it's not hard to notice that he's actually just gritting his teeth and summoning up all the strength he can before barely putting on a menacing face and saying those words, and Duanju, who's hearing this, is also dumbfounded. Has Qin Kong taken the wrong drugs? Duanju blinked, his puzzled eyes watching Qin Kong's face, but didn't sense the slightest bit of malice from the other party's expression. And she didn't realize that this was what was going on in Qin Kong's mind at that moment. Can't not have feelings for a woman. And it's that damnably evil nun. I'm not going to like her. As long as I can boss her around like a slave, I won't develop feelings of dependence and pity for her, will I? I won't spoil her anymore. Never. So that I can. TCH, well, darn it. Question mark. Duanju huffed and puffed and agreed, while Qin Kong, who heard this, had a look of disbelief on his face. Although Duanju, who was ordered, looked unconvinced, his slightly flushed face looked very haughty, and the little eyes that puffed up his face with grudges seemed to be saying, "Ordering me again, I'm not a cook. But on the basis of your good behavior last night, I will reluctantly make breakfast for you." Propping up her small hands and struggling to climb up, while aiming at Qin Kong with a sultry look, she pursed her small lips and went to get the clothes. Her clumsy and cute appearance was simply pitiable to death. You wait. Qin Kong only felt his brain go blank. His body grabbed Duanju's arm like an instinctive reaction, then pulled him back under the covers as soon as he got up on his own instead. What again? What the hell do you want? Duanju was furious at this triple play, while Qin Kong took a deep breath and looked away somewhat sheepishly. No, I'd say you'd better get some more sleep, I'll just make breakfast. Even Qin Kong himself didn't know why he said that. But he had a feeling he'd become very miserable if he asked Duanju to get up early in the morning to make him breakfast. In response, Duanju didn't say much, just felt that not having to make breakfast was quite a relief, so he opened his arms and lay down smoothly. Swinging his feet in a big pose, he greeted Qin Kong. Go on then. Just warm up the milk and bread, and don't ever fry the fries. You're just afraid that I won't cook well. Damn woman. You'll stuff whatever I cook in your mouth later. Or I'll make you cry. Bang. While cursing, Qin Kong lifted up his pants and left the bedroom quickly. The action of closing the door with force looked as if he was angry, but his words were very spoiled. And seeing Qin Kong leave, Duanju, who was lying on the bed, also narrowed his eyes and tilted the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile full of flavor. Humph, a mere Qin Kong, in the end, isn't it still being held to death by this great master? Sundry fish. As he spoke, Duanju raised his chin proudly, looking very condescending. Soon, however, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared, turning into a look of puzzled confusion as she rubbed her chin. Hiss. I used to talk like this? Chapter 36 Disaster Alert. Lit. View a mountain from the side and see the peaks on the other side. Idiom figure. Looking across the country, one can see many things. The heights vary from near and far. Not know the true face of Lushan Mountain. It's just a matter of being here. This body, if you change into the pre-apocalyptic world not to be a cosplayer, is a pity. Get a set of Thunder and Lightning General to do live broadcasting is not a monthly income of more than 10,000? Hiss. Would I look like a handsome man if I wore tighter clothes, added a jacket to cover this up, and cut my hair flat? Aha. I'm sure I'll make my sisters fall in love with me, right? Inside the bathroom, wearing a woolen sweater, Duanju stood sideways in front of the mirror, repeatedly surveying his face and body with an admiring gaze before throwing out this question. But won't it look bad if cuts it flat? What if Qin Kong doesn't like it? Huh? What's wrong with him? What does it matter to me if he likes it or not? Why should I consider his opinion? Thinking about it makes me angry. He's crazy this early in the morning. I should have kicked him in the face and cut off his grandchildren. Speaking of which, it's this damn collar. With this in mind, Duanju's expression began to gnash his teeth as he lifted his hand up and grabbed the bell and yanked on it, resulting in nothing more than a string of jingle 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 crisp sounds. Oh no, it seemed like it wasn't just the sound, there was a terrifying white light flashing from the collar. So Duanju was so frightened that he let go and stood still. Okay. I won't touch you, okay? Look at you, you're so angry. Spitting silently in her heart, Duanju's gaze turned a bit sultry, but luckily the collar sensed her sincerity and faded the light back after a burst of crackling. Then there is the daily routine, washing and tidying up. Wash your face, brush your teeth, comb your hair with a sandalwood comb for a few moments, and then apply the pink crystal lip balm to your lips with a gentle sip. The lips that were already red and moist added a few more moments of crystalline luster, and also made Duanju's temperament mature and steady. That's the benefit of a charmed body. Even without makeup, it's a first-class stunning beauty. Well, I'm looking good today, too. Looking at the haughty and smug woman in the mirror, Duanju couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth into a confident smile. Then she saw her happily running back to the living room, sitting on her butt next to Qin Kong, picking up the milk and sending it to her mouth. Gollum gollum gollum. Sweet milk in the throat, heart pain, no sugar is Qin Kong. The milky white liquid slid down the corners of his mouth to his chin, and it didn't even resemble that white skin. It wasn't until he finished this entire glass of milk that Duanju snapped and placed the glass on the table before saying with a cocky look on his face, it's not that I'm talking about you. Although you came back reborn with skills and look as if you're very strong, but in the end, you're still a mongrel. What kind of hero is it if you don't start a harem? Whoa. As he was saying this, Duanju even raised his arm to put an arm around Qin Kong's shoulders, and persuaded him bitterly like a good brother. How about this? Although my strength is not good, but I still have the skills to get girls. I'll find a way to get you a few more women, and then you untie this thing on my neck. Do you think it's okay? Aha. When he finished speaking, Duanju didn't forget to wink adorably. In response, Qin Kong, who had long since calmed down, glanced at his eyes and replied very coldly. Don't even think about it, it's enough to have you. Why the hell? Duanju's heart let out a roar of grief. Attempts at persuasion were fruitless, and once again Duanju's escape plan fell through, so he could only take the bread and mutter with a resigned face. I'm really convinced, how could there be someone as dead set as you? I promise you that I won't darken in the future, okay? Besides, you've given my mom and sister 2 S-class wonders, how can I be so kind as to harm you? Can't we be brothers? That's hard to say. Listening to Duanju's resentful spewing, Qin Kong, however, just calmly applied honey to the slices of bread and explained very calmly. I wouldn't want to bet on it. What if your blacking out wasn't under your control? And then again, are you unhappy being my wife? Do you have any needs that aren't being met? That's not true, it's still fun to have one. Duanju twisted his head around in a different way, looking exasperated. But it would be nice if you could stop touching my head at all, it always feels like I'm being underestimated. Ah, so. Hearing Duanju's words, Qin Kong blinked in realization and twisted his head around to wrap his arms around Duanju's body. That's fine, but you'll have to make it up to me in some other way. Huh? What do you mean Before Duanju could react, Qin Kong's head had slowly dropped facing this woman that he loved and hated. The repressed emotions in his heart couldn't be vented no matter what, so he could only use a strong attitude to ruthlessly possess her. When the action was over, the red-faced Duanju was filled with disbelief, his trembling pupils looking very shocked. Instead, Qin Kong just smiled and pursed his lips, as if reminiscing smugly. Today's wife energy is replenished, so I can stop touching your head. Harder. Harder fists. Duanju's small pink fists were already clenched in death, biting his lips and staring angrily looked very humiliating. Asshole. You're an asshole. You're a scumbag. I want to kill him. Why can't I kill him? Hate it. Why are you doing this to me? Duanju's heart was in shock. Instead, on the surface she just pushed Qin Kong away, twisted her head and wiped her mouth with her arm, and kept exhaling like she was gambling. Treating me like an idiot. I've told you not to pity bullying me, but it's still always like this. I'm really gonna get mad. I'm gonna get mad. Where's my knife? Thinking of this, Duanju turned his head to look around, seemingly searching for a weapon. But without thinking about it, the next second, her brute waist was wrapped back around by Qin Kong, and heard the other party say in a gentle-like tone. You're actually wearing lipstick? Strawberry flavored, for me? Ha! No need for the knife. I can't take it anymore. Hey, be careful, don't knock the table over. At the drop of a hat, the two began to wrestle again. It's just that Duanju's small fist smashing into Qin Kong's body, rather than a fight, it's more accurate to say a massage, and the fact that a certain prop didn't even trigger the punishment mechanism only goes to show that there's a little bit of malice in her heart. Qin Kong naturally knew all of this, so he went along with Duanju's nature, and didn't fight back no matter how hard she hit on Qin Kong's body until after 2 minutes of hammering, the panting Duanju finally subsided, and Qin Kong, who was pinned down underneath her, laughed with a face full of helplessness. Pissed off? Damn you. Armored dragon turtle, right? Hitting my old hand hurts. Duanju was still gritting his teeth and cursing. However, looking at Qin Kong's relaxed and somewhat playful expression, Duanju also knew that he couldn't hurt him at all, so he could only skim his lips and climb down from the other party before changing the subject with a face full of irritation. Where are we going to kill zombies today? Master wants to level up to 10. When I have a powerful skill that triggers the sacred bloomer, I'll see if I don't teach you a lesson. I'm going to kill 500 zombies today. 500. Thinking like this, Duanju's little eyes that looked at Qin Kong with his afterglow turned even more sultry. But unexpectedly, just as Duanju was still thinking about how to kill monsters quickly and efficiently, Qin Kong was rubbing his chin and explaining thoughtfully. Shouldn't have to go too far today either. Why? Duanju cocked his head in some confusion. Instead, Qin Kong just smiled and didn't say anything, lifting his hand and tapping his cell phone, so a female voice filled with electromagnetic sound came out from the phone. Attention all residents. Attention all residents. This is the X-City Military District Temporary Command. Disaster Prevention Bureau Red Alert number 114 is in effect. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Halfway through the woman's words, there was also the extremely shrill sound of 3 long and 2 short air release sirens coming from the cell phone. A large number of zombie hordes have broken through the defense line of the military district and are expected to arrive at the city's Jianxin district within 12 hours, numbering around 300,000, with a large number of advanced zombies, as well as unidentified mutated creatures. The military will do their best to draw the hordes out of the urban area, and will conduct a fire coverage to annihilate them outside of the city, so please be prepared to take precautionary measures for all the survivors. Repeat, a large zombie horde has breached the military district's defense line and is expected to snap. Qin Kong raised his hand and turned off the broadcast, his calm and relaxed appearance not much different from usual. However, on the other side, Duanju sucked in a breath of cold air and stared with wide-eyed disbelief. Building a new district? Isn't that what we have here? $300,000. Chapter 37, Stupid Wife. So, half an hour later. Put on a black undershirt, put on a white jacket, put on the tactical gloves and knee pads, and then hang the pistol in the holster on the trouser leg, the fibers of the fabric and the bumpy figure tightly attached, so that the already soft and beautiful figure more exquisite and delicate, the lofty peaks standing in front of the chest, in the open jacket under the hidden, such a perfect body. Coupled with her delicate face, it was a perfect combination of handsome and charming. Combatant Duanju is ready. Please give instructions from the chief. Well, middle-aged. Duanju, who had put everything on, gave Qin Kong a proper salute. And for this soldier who was full of seriousness and very cute, the instructions Qin Kong gave were naturally so cute. Give me a hug. Ha! Under Duanju's dumbfounded expression, Qin Kong lifted his hand and took the cute creature into his arms, then ruthlessly rubbed his cheek on her head like a RUA kitten, so soft and fragrant, so comfortable to hold. A little over 6 meters tall, no more, no less, just enough to wrap her arms around her brute waist, white and tender, cute and cuddly, with a sweet aroma emanating from her skin. All in all, she was just a delight to look at. In response, Duanju clenched his small fists. Hard fists. Don't you know how to role play? You have no sense of humor at all. People call you sir and you treat them like pillows. People like you would be shot in the army. And come to think of it, Qin Kong didn't die on a woman's belly in his previous life, did he? It's hard to tell with a lecherous devil like him. With this in mind, Duanju's face was already darkly gritted and full of resentment. Luckily, Qin Kong ached for half a minute before he sucked up enough wife energy to regain his composure, blinking his eyes as he soothed Duanju's head with a smug smile. There are a lot of zombies this time, and there's an official army out there, so you can't just kill zombies. Why do you have to be careful about killing zombies? Duanju cocked his head uncertainly. So Qin Kong had to scratch his cheeks and casually explain. The military was successful in solving this necrotic wave in the previous life and also set up a corresponding shelter in X. I didn't want to disrupt the events of the previous life too much, so I wanted to hunt the zombies as undetected as possible. Ha! What a pain in the ass. Hearing Qin Kong say this, Duanju skimmed his lips a bit unhappily. Won't that tie up your hands? The upgrades will slow down again. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong smiled and nodded her head. Stupid, 300,000 zombies are too many in number, just for us to kill. Cannot finish. Ah, can get 1 or 2,000 is good, wait to see work, go. Meh. Under Duanju's disdainful laughter, the two finally set off, and the 5th day of the end times officially began. And before leaving the courtyard, Qin Kong didn't forget to give Zhao Shunyo, who was exercising in the courtyard, a wave. Calf. Keep an eye on the house. Here we go. Got it, air. Zhao Shunyo agreed readily. He had become physically stronger after obtaining the wonders, and could clearly see that his muscle density was much stronger than normal. But even so, Duanju muttered with some concern. Hey, can Zhao Shunyo keep the house by himself? His honest vigor won't be able to fight the corpse tied to the death, right? Idiot, you worry quite a bit. I've told him ahead of time what to do about the necrotic tide. Qin Kong smiled calmly while quickly revealing a playful expression. But then again, why do you worry about other men every day? Is it because you want to cheat on me behind my back? Idiots who see different men are punished severely, oh. Ha! As he said that, the hand on his waist even grabbed harder, the forceful movement causing Duanju to unconsciously let out a grunt, his legs trembling for a moment, before he turned red in the face. How can it be? Who's cheating? I wouldn't. Saying that, Duanju then immediately reacted to something and immediately shouted with an even more exasperated look. Nope. Who's stupid? You've called me stupid 3 times in so little time. Say it again and I'll get mad. Just stupid. Looking at the woman's huffing and puffing, Qin Kong was still teasing recklessly, knowing that the other party had been a 10 evil witch in her previous life, but in his heart, he still liked it to death. How could a woman like this turn into a demoness? Could it really be what I think, that Duanju suffered some kind of terrible blow in his past life? While smiling, Qin Kong's heart secretly whispered, seemingly firming up some sort of conviction. As it is, this life I won't let it happen again. Don't move. Hey. Duanju was still angry about calling her stupid, but soon she felt her legs lose their support and her entire body float up. When she came back to her senses, she was already being held in Qin Kong's arms in a princess hug position, and she couldn't struggle down even with both shoes flopping in the air. What are you doing again? Duanju in his arms huffed and puffed. Qin Kong, on the other hand, turned into a slightly serious expression and looked into the distance calmly. It's not far, I'll just take you straight there, don't yell idiot. Ha! With that said, a strong gust of wind slipped past her cheek, blowing Duanju's hair around, so she could only wrap her arms around Qin Kong's neck to prevent herself from falling. Glancing around with her remaining light, all the scenery was rapidly sweeping away. Qin Kong was like a ninja in an anime, holding her in his arms as she leapt 10 meters in a single leap as she flew rapidly across the street. Again! Why say again? Because Duanju remembered that she was brought back to the villa by Qin Kong like this on the first day of the end times, and God knows how strong Qin Kong's physical fitness was. And at that time, my own self was still quite resistant to the touch of the limbs, and felt a sincere fear and disgust. Now the words have been adapted to the big difference. Qin Kong looks quite handsome from this angle? Although the usual Qin Kong was horny and liked to tease, the Qin Kong who got into the mood would become very serious. His young, handsome side face contained a coldness and steadiness that didn't belong to his age, and the aura of solemnity and murder came in a steady stream, and even when he didn't meet his gaze he would feel vaguely overbearing, causing Duanju's toes to unconsciously curl up. As for being scared or excited? That's for her to know. Then again, what is my current intimacy value with Qin Kong? There was nothing to do lying in my arms anyway, so I might as well look through the system for something to do while I was at it. But as soon as he opened the system interface, Duanju's pupils instantly dilated, his face turning into a look of disbelief. Current intimacy value with symbiotic partner is 85%. Relationships identified as C-vowed. God damn the C. Why, it's getting higher. It's not possible. Look at this incredible, frightening, bright pink number. Duanju could only shake his head hard to clear his head and make sure he wasn't awake. But that number was right there in the center of his mind, and no amount of head shaking was going to help, which couldn't help but make Duanju mutter in even more alarm. Surely. Must be something wrong with the system? Look, a guy gives you money to spend, rare gifts for your mother and sister, and takes you through the post-apocalyptic world to fight monsters and upgrades. It's okay to be slightly nice, right? But any more good feelings must be between brothers. I don't have any feelings for Qin Kong at all. Even if he's really sweet and caring, and it feels good to sleep with him, it's just a brotherly feeling. That's absolutely right. Not to mention he tried to kill me before. We were mortal enemies in our previous lives. Sooner or later I'll finish paying back the money and get away from him. How can it be a C-vow? No way. Shouting this in his heart, Duan-ju ruthlessly dismissed the system's judgment with his will. But it was at this time that Qin Kong, who was holding Duan-ju and leaping several blocks in a row, lowered his head and reminded in a serious yet slightly doting tone. The zombies have become more, don't make a sound, so as not to attract too much delay my deployment after. What are you thinking about? Why are you so stupid? Muah. With that said, Qin Kong actually gave Duan-ju a hard kiss on his cheeks after leaping up. And this caused Duan-ju, who had been denying the system in his mind, to instantly blush, glaring, almost gnashing his teeth, and cursing. You. The expletive was almost shouted. But the next second, Qin Kong reminded again with a serious expression. Shoo. Don't yell. Well. Looking at Qin Kong's fierce expression, Duan-ju could only swallow back the words that came to her mouth and then shut it indignantly. She glared at Qin Kong with a cannibalistic gaze, gritting her teeth in a way that looked like she hated the man, that is, her ears remained red. Damn it. Asshole. Anyone who s with me is going to die. Wait for me. Amidst Duan-ju's inner growl of grief and anger, the two of them soon appeared in a mall square. The terrain is flat and open, with plenty of room to start a fight, and it would be nice to take the upstairs position to snipe. But that's not the point is that the average zombie has a very low intelligence, and the stairs in the plaza are spread out on both sides of the building. They can't even find where the stairs are, and until there's a stage 1 or higher zombie on the scene, the humans just have to stand on the second floor and shoot all the way up. According to my memory, there should still be a few hours before the corpse tide arrives this way, so the two of us should first clean up the zombies in the mall, and then just keep attracting some of them to come in and kill them with the stereo when the tide arrives. That way we can share some of the 300,000 corpse tide for us to make experience, and it won't affect the too many changes to the previous world line. Oh. After hearing this, Duan-ju let out a sound of sudden realization, completely forgetting that just now she was still cursing Qin Kong in her heart. Is that really a good idea? Looks like you weren't that bad in your past life. For popping or snapping. Duan-ju smilingly patted Qin Kong on the back, while Qin Kong glanced at her with some displeasure. How can you say it as if I died of vegetables in my previous life? But then again, I'm suddenly curious about something. What? You said. Qin Kong responded calmly. While speaking, there was another zombie lumbering over. Just before it got close, Qin Kong casually chopped it to death with a knife. My wife is talking, you trash, don't get in the way. Zombie, Naya. That's right. Duan-ju also ignored the zombie that was casually hacked to death, and instead inquired with an excited face. Since killing zombies and monsters can level up, then 300,000 zombies were lured out of the city, and once the army used bombers to blow up the pilots, wouldn't they just level up? That's right. After hearing these words, the atmosphere was inexplicably quiet for a moment. Soon, he saw Qin Kong raise his right hand, touch Duan-ju's head, and then tenderly said with a caring gaze. This kind of sneaky upgrade method, how can the system recognize it? No more talking, let's kill the zombies first. Yeah? Duan-ju, who had his head soothed, blinked innocently. Although this time Qin Kong didn't say that word. But how come it feels like? Is being treated like an idiot again? Chapter 38, Biochemical Baby. The system is amazingly judgmental about the matter of gaining experience by killing monsters, and it will rate the value of experience gained based on your participation in killing monsters. For example, if you kill a zombie by slashing it with a knife, that's 1 experience. If you shoot it with a gun, an occasional 0.7 experience pops up, and if you kill it with a bomb, it turns into various numbers ranging from 0.1 to 1. But if the bombs were used to directly level an area, then the experience value would not be rated at all, sometimes high, sometimes low, and would even not be given as far as Qin Kong's experience was concerned. If all the bombs were made and planted by a single person, then the experience he gained would be very high, but bombs like the bomber were all made in factories. And if too many people were involved, it would make the system think that it wasn't even an awakened person killing zombies on their own, so they wouldn't get any experience. To summarize, there is no way to upgrade by killing zombies on a large scale with a weapon that is a product of science and technology unless it is using a skill or a system prop. Ooh, got it. After listening to Qin Kong's explanation, the wide-eyed Duan-ju nodded very seriously. And looking at her big, clear and intelligent eyes, Qin Kong, a burst of speechless, inexplicably have a kind of said so much all said in vain feeling. Forget it, let's just kill the walkers. I'll clear the second floor up, you clear the first floor. Okay. Duan-ju agreed very readily. However, before Qin Kong left, Duanju didn't forget to grab his shoulders and explain with a serious face. But I really listened. Yeah. Qin Kong spoke with a face full of black lines. Then a one-step leap directly to the second floor. In response, Duanju didn't say much, only hooking the corners of his mouth into a contemptuous smile. Oh, this asshole still doesn't believe me. Isn't experience counting as a zombie kill? I get it, I'm smart. With this in mind, the smile on Duanju's face grew more and more amused. Meanwhile, the zombies on the first floor of the mall had long since discovered Duanju's presence, and they were gathering like beasts in their stride. A familiar low growl echoed throughout the mall, an eerie sound like an evil spirit from hell. Rotting skin, crooked teeth, pus-filled wounds, and bloody mouths that constantly reeked of stench and drool. Zombies were such horrific creatures, and as the end of the world got longer and longer, they would become more and more disgusting, and some of them would mutate into unnameable monsters. Only for today's Duanju, these trash zombies she can't even look at anymore. Humph, garbage. Wow. Drawing his dagger, he casually swung it, and a zombie fell with its head sliced off in response. Another zombie tried to sneak attack from the side, but was hit in the chest by the flexible Duanju's foot. Only the sound of cracking ribs could be heard in the air, and the zombie flew out a few meters horizontally, and collapsed on the ground, killing him instantly. It's not an illusion, I've gotten so much stronger. Since the last time he had obtained the symbiotic echo skill, Duanju had gotten a portion of Qin Kong's attribute values, and hadn't had a chance to experiment with his strength after that, but of course simulators didn't count. Now that he was dealing with zombies again, Duanju felt that he was already quite handy compared to before. Some of the zombies were also very strong, they could run, jump, and sneak attack from behind, but all of these actions were like slow motion in Duanju's eyes. All it took was a gentle dodge and a kick, and a zombie's spine would be broken on the spot, so it was not a problem to easily solve. Drop, host kills normal zombie 7, gained experience value 6.2. Ha? Less experience? Is the efficiency of killing zombies and gaining experience lower when you're too high in level? Although his heart was wondering, Duanju's hand movements to kill the zombies didn't stop. With slash after slash, her white jacket had been stained with quite a few blood splatters, and the right side of her cheek was also stained with a drop of blood. The blood paired with her flirtatious face and clear red pupils inexplicably surfaced an evil and haughty aura. Just. Whoa. While hacking away at an unknown number of zombies, Duanju suddenly heard the sound of a cabinet being knocked over behind him, so he hurriedly turned to look behind him. And standing there was a female zombie with pale skin, long nails, and an aura that was several times stronger than the other zombies. At a glance her pupils were blue, she wore a short skirt and exposed her thighs, and underneath her pale skin were blue veins that were visible to the naked eye. Needless to say, the walker had very little, if any, decomposition. Biochemical Matrix, alias Biochemical Baby, a stage 2 mutated monster with terrifying aggressiveness and speed, and possessing a low level of intelligence. Its own strength is not strong enough to rival a stage 2 zombie, but it will attract higher rank zombies to have relationships with it and breed even more terrifying monsters. It is a very dangerous existence, and it must be erased upon sight. It must be wiped out upon sight. The above is the information retrieved by the system, which Qin Kong would have been able to see if he was there. But Duanju didn't have this feature. All she knew was that the zombie in front of her was quite good looking, her slender thighs were white and tender, and her delicate face was handsome and charming. So with a hook of her mouth and a wave of her small hand, she picked a sword flower in the air with her dagger and muttered to herself in a very smug manner. Oh? There's such a cute one among the zombies? This one's got a lot of experience for sure. When he finished speaking, Duanju's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly transformed into a killer-like stance, lowering his body and charging straight over. But she didn't expect, just when she was 5 meters away from the female zombie, the guy suddenly flashed with a ghostly shadow, and lurched around in an arc at an incredible speed. Even Duanju couldn't dodge in time, and could only raise his sword in a hurry to block. Click! The white dagger that Qin Kong had given her surprisingly made an ear-piercing metallic clash when it collided with the female zombie's nails. Seeing this scene, Duanju sucked in a mouthful of cold air on the spot, and like a cat that had exploded, he retreated to a place more than a dozen meters away with a few flash steps and a backflip. Then he dropped to the ground and stared at the female corpse with a wary look on his face with his dagger. What kind of speed is this guy? And he even caught the dagger just now? The dagger Qin Kong gave me has never failed to cut someone. What class is it? Can I handle it? Why don't we call Qin Kong to come down? With this in mind, Duanju began to hesitate slightly. But soon, a flash of determination surfaced in her eyes. No, I can't. If I let him come every time, how can I upgrade? How can I defeat Qin Kong? I don't want to be a wife for the rest of my life. Fight it. Cluck 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 cluck. The female zombie let out an oozing low growl that seemed particularly eerie in the silent mall, her hands unfolded, her sharp nails becoming even longer than they had been a moment ago, and she looked at Duanju as if she were looking at a delicious pile of fresh meat. However, in the next second, this piece of fresh meat had a ruthless gaze and even took the initiative to charge up with a knife. Brother Calf. While Duanju and Qin Kong were still preparing for the wave of corpses, two figures appeared in the courtyard on this side of the villa. Who are you? Looking at the two young girls dressed in short skirts and black silk with cute and moving looks, Zhao Xiaoniao asked with a slight alertness. Instead, what responded to him was the woman's soft, feminine, lovely, and gentle voice. I'm Qian Yi, I'm a friend of Qin Kong's brother. I heard that the necrotic tide is coming, and it seems that Qin Kong's brother has gone out? Wouldn't it be dangerous in the neighborhood? Qian Yi said with a smile on her face, and even revealed a worried expression when she finished, looking very compassionate. And Zhao Xiaoniao is not stupid. After hearing that Xiao's friend did not show a friendly look, anyway, even more vigilant and more eyes, who knows that Qian Yi even took the initiative to take up his arm, a pitiful face pleaded. Qin Kong isn't here, so our two sisters can only look for you, brother Xiaoniao. We saw the scene yesterday where you beat up several bad guys all by yourself, it was really awesome. For the sake of us being neighbors, can you let us stay and give us something to eat? Okay? Chapter 39, A Test. When Zhao Xiaoniao fought with the Triad crowd, some survivors in the surrounding buildings recorded the footage and secretly sent it to another mysterious group chat. So now many people have learned that Qin Kong is no longer strong but only knows some kung fu and shoots accurately, while Zhao Xiaoniao is really strong to the point of being terrifying one against dozens of people, not to mention that he can use his physical body to harden against bullets, and it's not too much to say that this kind of physical fitness is even superhuman. Qin Kong, you're just lucky. You're just lucky to have found a pistol, and you're running around the neighborhood. You don't really think you're so tough, do you? Deleted me? How dare you delete my mom? Wait for me. With my charisma, any man would fall at my feet. After I subdue your stupid brother, I'll turn him against you. Then I'll take away everything you have and drive you and your wife out of the villa. When the time comes, huh? Even if you beg me on your knees, I won't give you a bite to eat. Eat. Meh. A touch of viciousness surfaced on Qian Yi's face. And at the same time, Zhao Xiaoniao, who was being held by his arms by the left and right in a concerted attack, was really at a bit of a loss for words. Originally, he wanted to struggle a bit, but the two women very boldly stuck their breasts on his arms, rubbing them around with a fawning face. The soft and warm touch rattles the heartstrings, the crisp and lovely voice is very pleasant to the ear, plus Qian Yi and Chang Xiaoren are beauties in their own right, whereas the pathetic and touching look that Zhao Xiaoniao, a virgin, can carry off. That's why the fidgety Zhao Xiaoniao could only avoid the line of sight and try to explain as seriously as possible. All the supplies here belong to Air Brother, and the place to live is also given by Air Brother. I can't let you guys live in the villa without Air Brother's order. You guys stop it. Brother Calf, don't be so rigid. Although Zhao Xiaoniao's tone was serious, his shaken eyes were still captured by the perceptive Qian Yi. Only to see Qian Yi's mouth slightly hooked up, complacency has been overflowing. At the same time the action has become more ambiguous, even tiptoe pink lips to Zhao Xiaoniao's ear. Brother Qin Kong is so generous, surely won't mind us two weak women to stay overnight. Besides, you are not his subordinate, the strength is still so strong, why do you have to listen to him? Just give us two to live a few nights to avoid the corpse tide well as a reward, no matter what requirements people can agree to you. Oh, brother Calf sucks slip. Saying that, Qian Yi's tongue had already touched Zhao Xiaoniao's earlobe, and the warm spit caused the man's whole body to fall into tingling, and for a moment he only felt that his brain went blank. But fortunately, Zhao Xiaoniao's will was still quite strong. Not wanting to be manipulated by his desires, he simply pulled his arm out of those two tender pieces with a hard heart and force, then retreated 2 meters away and shouted in panic. Don't! Don't! It's always okay if I ask Air. You two wait first. Hey! Saying that, Zhao Xiaoniao had already pulled out his cell phone and started to deduct words. Qian Yi saw this and wanted to raise her hand to stop it, but it was too late. Zhao Xiaoniao had already sent the message out. Air, there are two sisters here who say they're your friends who want to live in. They don't have any food left, what should we do? The message went out. However, there was a delay in replying over there, which caused both Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin's complexion to become tense. Damn Zhao Xiaoniao, are you Qin Kong's dog? Do you listen to him so much? Why do you ask for advice when you're so powerful? What a loser. An air of resentment surfaced on both Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin's faces. If it wasn't for the fact that they really didn't want to eat rice porridge with white sugar, they wouldn't have come running to beg Zhao Xianyo. On the other hand, Qin Kong, who had been slaying in the movie theater on the 4th floor of the mall, was casually waving his hands and hacking away at the zombies, a terrifying monster falling into a pool of blood, while Qin Kong was as relaxed as a lord strolling through his own backyard. Experience plus 0.5. Experience plus 0.5. Experience plus 0.5. It wasn't until all the walkers had been cut down that he slowly pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Cho sent me a message? 2 sisters? I don't know any sisters. I don't have many friends. Wait a minute. Wait a minute? It wouldn't be Yi Qian and her girlfriends, would it? As sharp as Qin Kong, he quickly guessed the identity of the other party, so he smoothly tapped the surveillance app on his cell phone, and sure enough, he saw Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin standing in the courtyard. The villa had a shield created by props, and even Zhao Xianyo had to put in some effort to get in, so there was no need to worry about these 2 women going to the house and stealing things. But even so, Qin Kong still revealed a cold expression, looking at Qian Yi as if he was looking at a dead person. You want to intercept my house while I'm away, and you want to turn Zhao Xianyo? You guys are really something. But with the character of the calf. I guess I really can't do it, just let him drive Qian Yi away. No, wait. Thinking of this, Qin Kong's eyes narrowed slightly as if he had some interesting idea. Zhao Xianyo is loyal and obedient, but his character is too soft. I'll kill Yi Qian sooner or later, but on second thought, isn't this the right time? We can use Yi Qian to test Maverick. A girl with a very good relationship, behind his back is actually trying to murder him and his friends. This kind of woman in front, Zhao Xianyo is the choice to let her go or to kill her? It is necessary to let the calf grow up. Qin Kong smiled faintly, as if he had already made up his mind. So soon he returned a message to Zhao Xianyo. Since we are friends, let you arrange it, just do what you want, but don't be deceived. Okay, air. Zhao Xianyo on WeChat replied sharply. As for whether he would be cheated? Qin Kong's heart is actually very clear. Heroes can't pass by beauty. Even Qin Kong in his previous life was cheated by a woman once or twice, and almost lost his life. Zhao Xianyo, such a young and impetuous college student, will definitely be taken down by Qian Yi. What Qin Kong wanted to see was just whether Zhao Xianyo could recognize himself and change his ways after making a mistake, and only after experiencing this kind of thing could he truly become an awakened person with a strong heart. Let's hope that Maverick won't turn against me over A. If that's the case, I was wrong about him. With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong skimmed his lips, looking unconcerned. And just then, the sound of a fierce fight came up from downstairs. Boom, 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 boom. What's going on? Hearing a roaring sound, Qin Kong blinked his eyes in some confusion before he flashed out of the movie theater with a few consecutive jumps, looking up the hall along the platform on the 4th floor of the mall. What Qin Kong didn't even expect was that the mall downstairs had long been in a mess, and his lovely wife was actually fighting a stage 2 zombie back and forth. Wait a minute? That's a biochemical baby? After looking at it for several times before confirming that he hadn't made a mistake, Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly, as if he was incredulous at the sight in front of him. Duanju isn't even level 10 yet, and he's actually able to fight a stage 2 zombie back and forth? It's so hard. Duanju's angry roar came from downstairs. Chapter 40, Die, Bitch. It's so hard. Duanju, who had been fighting frantically on the 1st floor, roared in anger, yet after the roar she didn't even dare to breathe, immediately jumping back and withdrawing for cover. Boom! The female zombie's claws landed on the ground before Duanju jumped up, and the sharp and tough palms actually cracked the floor. Ridiculously fast and incredibly powerful, since the end of the world, Duanju hadn't seen such a terrifying monster except for that tank zombie. No matter what method he used, he couldn't attack the other side, and as soon as he swung his sword he would be stopped by the female zombie with her claws. Click! As expected, after a slash, the female corpse once again blocked the attack with her nails before backhanding her claws towards Duanju's arm. Asshole! Duanju cursed angrily, and in his haste he could only jump away in a hurry, but he was still caught by the claw on his sleeve only to hear a zip sound, and 4 cracks immediately surfaced on the sleeve of his jacket, which he wouldn't dare to think about if he were to scratch on his skin. Cluck 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 cluck. The female corpse that had failed to succeed in several counterattacks let out a terrifying low roar, as if even it hadn't expected the human in front of it to be so hard to kill. Duanju, on the other hand, was no longer in good shape. Her jacket was in tatters, and her black tank top had a few scars scratched into her abdomen and pants on her right leg, with bright red liquid slowly trickling down the fabric, clearly scratched from the previous battle. "This woman, why don't you call me when you're in danger?" Seeing the wounds on Duanju's body, Qin Kong was inexplicably annoyed in his heart, and the biting black energy between his fingers quickly condensed, a powerful pressure constantly emanating from him, so much so that the swarms of rat monster birds around the shopping mall all scattered with a roar. Just a moment later, this terrifying pressure quickly pressed back. Qin Kong calmed down. He suddenly realized that Duanju might just want to rely on himself to deal with a high-level zombie for once. After all, the Duanju of his previous life had also grown up on his own step by step, and even after becoming his wife, he wouldn't lose the pride in his heart. It would be a bit too unsettling to just intervene and interrupt the fight. It's a bit dangerous, but since it's Duanju's choice, I'll just wait and see. It's not too late to make a move when you need to, so you can see how talented Duanju really is. Thinking of this, Qin Kong silently nodded his head, and looked at Duanju with a little more respect. On the other hand, Duanju was still fighting this female corpse. Die! Another blade swung out. But just like before, the female zombie raised her hands to block with her nails, defending the attack just enough without shifting. The ear-splitting sound of metal clashing reappeared as the two delicate shadows formed a stalemate in the middle of the crumbling mall. Both of their bodies were trembling slightly from the exertion, and neither one of them was convinced by the other, whether it was the strength, the aura, or the pair of voluptuous big thunders. The only thing that made the female zombie strange was that the other party's power seemed to have weakened a lot compared to before. The female zombie, who didn't have much of a brain, assumed that Duanju had already lost his strength, so her eyes glared fiercely as she angrily exerted her strength. While easily blocking Duanju's attack away, her arm also reached out to try and grab Duanju's neck. Wow! The nails scratched out a terrifying wind-breaking sound in the air, and once this thing touched the body, even if it didn't die, it would have to lose a layer of skin. The next second, however, something pitch black was pulled out of Duanju's pants. Clock? The female walker let out a low growl of disbelief. Because Duanju actually dropped the dagger directly and raised his left hand to aim the gun at the female zombie's head. Die Beyonce! Bang! With a single shot, the female zombie's entire head tilted back over, and her arms, which had been flailing, were dragged back by her body. But this is far from over. Under Qin Kong's influence, Duanju, as his woman, had also developed a good habit of making up for his mistakes. Before the female zombie's body even fell to the ground, Duanju aimed another trigger and several shots at her body. Thump, 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 thump. The horrible sound of gunfire echoed throughout the mall as all the bullets were fired, bruising the delicate figure of the female corpse. Poof! The biochemical babe collapsed, her white thighs limp from inactivity, and even one of her shoes fell off. Seeing this, Duanju, who had been tensing his nerves to fight with all his might, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He only felt his body go limp and fell to his knees with a plop sound, and then muttered incredulously to himself while gasping for air. Phew! What the hell? It's too damn difficult to deal with. How come it's so hard for me to fight a first-order zombie? Because it's not the first order. Hearing Duanju's indignant shout, Qin Kong, who was located on the 4th floor, blinked in surprise. Although Biobabe is a weaker monster in Stage 2, it's still a Stage 2, and normally you have to be at least level 25 to kill it. But Duanju actually managed to fight it for so long with a cold weapon. At this moment, Qin Kong only felt incredible. Even if Duanju had gotten some of Qin Kong's attributes, they were only basic attributes, and in the end, he still didn't have any decent skills, and relied entirely on his combat talent and on-the-spot reactions to complete the kill. With such talent in front of him, Qin Kong finally understood at this point why Duanju was able to become a dominant demoness in her previous life. She truly had the potential to become a strong person. It's just a pity that it's still too young. The fight's not over yet. Qin Kong shook his head and made a regretful expression. On the other hand, while Duanju was still kneeling on the ground panting for breath, the female corpse that should have been dead through and through, her right foot that had lost its shoe actually trembled again. Ha! Come on, man. You're still alive. Duanju, who saw this scene, was filled with disbelief. She reacted quickly, seeing the situation is not right, immediately took out the magazine ready to give the pistol to change the ammunition. Unfortunately, because of the hurry, the magazine actually a not hold steady dropped on the ground, while the female corpse has slowly stood up. The female zombie's head still had traces of being pierced by bullets, and the drenching blood had already dyed all of its face red. Its hideous and horrifying appearance was like a beast that had crawled out of hell. It's amazing that it didn't even die when it got shot in the head. Roar! Possibly due to the anger from being attacked repeatedly, the female zombie actually let out an extremely ear-piercing roar. The next second she came flying in, both claws striking Duanju's face straight on, making a show of ripping him to shreds. It's over. Seeing this scene, Duanju was so scared that her face turned pale. Before, even if she couldn't fight, she still had the ability to drag it out a bit before calling out for Qin Kong's help, but at this moment, she didn't even have the strength to get up, so how else could she call out for help? Only, just as the zombie's claws were only 2 meters away from Duanju, a black ball of energy fire was suddenly blasted down. The female zombie's entire body was smashed to the side, and before Duanju could react to what was happening, the female zombie had already been incinerated in the hot flames. Holy, what the? Looking at the blazing mass of coke, Duanju couldn't help but purse his lips in hindsight. And soon enough, a familiar voice came from behind him. Stupid woman, lost another fight, how many times is this? Ha! Duanju looked back in surprise, and saw that Qin Kong was standing proudly behind her, stretching out his arm and pulling her up for a moment. Duanju actually felt very touched, and looked at Qin Kong's handsome side face and felt very handsome. After all, the joy of surviving a robbery is beyond anyone's control. But soon after, Duanju, who had regained his senses, shook his head violently and resumed his usual puffed-up appearance as he grumbled at Qin Kong. I'm not the one who's stupid. It's this zombie strong nasty so evil. Why does this monster haunt me every time? How did I survive my past life without your help? Well. Hearing Duanju's question, Qin Kong also blinked with some confusion. When you say it like that, it's true. It's only been 5 days in this life. There are a lot of stage 2 zombies, and they've all been encountered by us, so it doesn't make sense that it should be Speaking of which, Qin Kong froze for a moment. Because he suddenly reacted to the fact that perhaps the stage 2 zombies weren't attracted to Duanju because of his physique, but rather because of Qin Kong himself. He relived a life. The number of zombies killed in these 5 days than the first 5 days of his previous life killed dozens of times more or even hundreds of times more than the bodies killed and cannot be disposed of, so can only be left on the street to be eaten by other zombies. And the more the zombie eats, the faster it evolves, causing the zombies in this neighborhood to easily evolve to stage 1 or even stage 2, the first intelligence. They have little ability to think. They only know that by following that black-clothed man they will be able to eat more flesh and blood, so as soon as I get out of the neighborhood, I get targeted by walkers? So that's it. Understanding everything, Qin Kong cursed in his heart, but soon he was relieved. Although high-grade zombies are more dangerous, but after all, the experience of high-level zombies is also very rich, can only say that there are both good and bad things. As for now, Qin Kong knew there were more important things to do. Did you just upgrade? Hearing Qin Kong's serious voice of inquiry, Duanju blinked innocently and hastily opened his system to take a look. And as expected, just now, because he was too nervous, Duanju didn't even hear the system's beeps, and it was only then that he realized that he'd already risen to level 10, having split a large amount of experience value between himself just now when the biochemical baby died. Drop, the host's level has increased to level 10. Gain a 0.7% increase in all attributes, gain 3 skills, love infusion. Seeing the name of the skill, Duanju's pupils widened slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. The name alone is strange. What kind of abstract skill is this? Chapter 41, It's a Nurse. Love infusion. Consume a small portion of stamina and magic power to release a light element to strengthen the target. The strengthening effect is restore stamina 1% plus heal life 1% plus attribute growth 1%. The attribute strengthening effect can be stacked repeatedly. The highest can be stacked up to 100 layers. The overflow of life value will form a light. The overflow of life value will form a light attribute temporary shield to protect the target, and can be used on oneself. The higher the level, the lower the consumption and the longer the duration of the strengthening effect. Attached passive effect, Pearl combination. If the target's intimacy value with the host is higher than 60%, then the light element will automatically fly to the target's body without aiming. If the target's intimacy value with the host is higher than 80%, then all the bonuses will be increased to 1.5%, and if the target's intimacy value with the host is higher than 99%, then the consumption will be reduced to 20% and ignores the distance of use. Tick, Flight Class Skill detected. SS Class Wonder Sacred Bloomer has been triggered automatically. Skill Love Infusion will be released 3 additional times during each use. Magic consumption increased by 20%. Wait a minute. This isn't right. Gaining skills is a joy. However, Duanju, who had listened to the system's introduction, stared incredulously. Qin Kong had been placing his hand on Duanju's head, so he could see the effects of the new skill as well, and at Duanju's surprise, Qin Kong simply blinked curiously. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Nowhere," Duanju said indignantly, and as he spoke, he also set aside the hand on his head, then tugged at the collar of Qin Kong's coat in question with a face full of displeasure. "Don't you see? All the skills I took are support skills, all the skills of a priest. I'm a nurse. How did I become a demonic nun in my previous life? You've got it all wrong. You've got the wrong person." As he said that, a vein began to loom on Duanju's forehead, and his gritted teeth looked very angry. But looking at that charming and attractive face, rather than being hideous, Duanju when he was angry was a bit cute. In response, Qin Kong couldn't help but laugh a little, and habitually wrapped his arms around Duanju, rubbing that soft little waist while patting her head and comforting her calmly. "It's impossible to catch the wrong one, you little twerp is definitely that remorseless demoness. My perception skills won't recognize the wrong one. The only explanation is that the system gives skills that are decided based on the current state of the awakened person. In your previous life you were alone to survive, hacking monsters and upgrading by yourself, so the skills that were given to you were the combat type. And in this life you became my wife, so the skills naturally became support system. It makes sense." After saying that, Qin Kong even smiled and nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Duanju's new skill. However, Duanju, who heard this, sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said in a deep voice that was so angry that it trembled. "Also, that is to say, without you Lousy could still be a party king. But now I can only be a nurse to add blood to my teammates? Cam. Qin Kong, you. What are you doing coming back reborn with nothing to do? How are you going to compensate me?" As he said that, aggrieved tears began to emerge slightly at the corners of his eyes, and the exasperated Duanju could only raise his fist to pound on Qin Kong's face. But where was she a match for Qin Kong? Before the fist could fall, it was easily grabbed by Qin Kong. Not only did he not hit the other party, but he was also kissed on the cheek by Qin Kong, who grabbed the gap of raising his hand. "Chirp. So cute, give me a kiss, but it's nice to be a support, isn't it, and won't I be able to take you upgrading much faster than you can alone? Aha. You." Covering the place where he was kissed, Duanju displayed an even more furious rage. His face was also starting to redden with anger. "Shame. It's a disgrace." Looking at Qin Kong's smug, teasing smile, Duanju only felt anxious and angry in his heart, yet he could do nothing about the other party. "It's this guy's fault. It's this guy's fault. I could have become a top-notch powerhouse, stepping on everything, opening up a harem, and harvesting countless sisters to become a lord of a party. But because of this man has become now this. Become this. This humiliating. This undignified. I don't want to be a wife. I don't want to be Qin Kong's wife. This kind of guy. Such an asshole." Thinking of this, Duanju's pink fists were already clenched in death, and the resentment on her face grew thicker. Just beat him? Can't beat him at all. Condemn him? He bought SS-ranked equipment and gave his mother-in-law and sister-in-law a set of top-quality equipment, so what's there to condemn? Run away from home? What about the big soft bed and the steak and lobster? And what about the luxurious kitchen that Duanju had so fondly remembered? Are you going to become a hobo and survive on canned food in a zombie-infested city? Eaten. Eaten to death. He's being eaten to death by Qin Kong. It's over. Life is completely over. If this keeps up, I'm sure I'll be, too. A line of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's forehead. Her pupils were quaking slightly, and her legs couldn't help but close together. It was as if her body was out of control, every cell submitting to this man in front of her, who was tough as hell, arrogant and cocky, and yet powerful enough to override everything else, from the bottom of her heart. What's wrong? What are you trying to say? The corners of his good-looking eyebrows gently raised, Qin Kong began to survey the woman in his arms with a playful gaze again. Just by running his palms through the ends of his hair and gently caressing his cheeks with his warm palms, he exuded an ineffable and powerful oppression, an androgynous charm that rendered the woman completely incapable of resisting. No. Me. A slight shudder escaped Duanju's throat. She didn't know why this was happening, she just felt her head getting hotter and hotter, her heart beating faster and faster, and her lips getting progressively drier and drier. No way. I won't. I absolutely cannot admit defeat. Out of my last dignity, I will never, never, never give in to Qin Kong. Right now, if you do, you can only endure for the time being, endure humiliation and lie in wait. Even if all I get are auxiliary techniques, I will defeat you one day, just wait for me, Qin Kong. Well, I'm just saying. Sacred bloomers were triggered as well, now isn't that bad? Although there was a million things in his heart, he definitely wouldn't let Qin Kong notice on the surface. So in order to hide the panic in his heart, Duanju avoided Qin Kong's eyes and pursed his pink lips to carefully make a sound in an attempt to change the subject. SS grade wonders are just wasted. What's the point of triggering this skill 3 times? What bad luck? Hiss, backwards? Fortunately, Qin Kong, who heard this, didn't think much about it and just rubbed his chin to put on a thinking expression. The case of healing skills being strengthened by strange objects I haven't really seen much. In the many forces of the past life, whether it's warlords or cults, sanctuaries or official bases, very few people will specifically cultivate an auxiliary. After all, everyone feels that letting the concentrated funds to cultivate combatants is the most cost-effective, and the healing aspect then using props is also fine. As he said that, Qin Kong paused slightly as he noticed Duanju's sultry little eyes, puffing up like a sulking little girlfriend. So Qin Kong hurriedly changed his words and smiled. But don't worry, you're my woman, I won't leave you behind no matter what skills you get, I promise. As he said that, Qin Kong even tenderly rubbed Duanju's head. And Duanju's face improved quite a bit after hearing this, only to turn his head with a disdainful expression. Not a bad word, but master doesn't need you to lead, I can fight walkers on my own, enough about that, I'll try my skills first. Good. Qin Kong nodded. On Duanju's side, he raised his hands up and placed his palms on his chest, reciting the words love infusion in his heart before gathering his magical power and converging it into his palms. Buzz. With Duanju as the center, the air was faintly emanating some sort of airflow fluctuation, a spatial vibration caused by any awakened when they used their magic. And soon after, a brilliant holy light suddenly surfaced. Only to see Duanju's body flicker 3 times like a light bulb that kept switching on and off, and then the scratches on her belly and thighs recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. So ticklish. The feeling of growing flesh and blood was strange, and Duanju squirmed and moved his brute waist a few times. Soon enough, though, that strange feeling dissipated and was replaced by flawless, white skin without even a hint of a scar. Wait. I feel like I've gotten stronger. As his wounds recovered, Duanju inexplicably felt as if his strength had increased. The sacred bloomer made each release of the love infusion 3 times, which meant a 3% increase in attributes and physical strength. Don't look at it as a measly 3%, any creature's attributes and physical strength would only get lower and lower when they were in a combat state, but Duanju could rely on his magic to restore it. The effect is obvious, and it's already strong as a support technique. Looking at Duanju's happy face, Qin Kong also smiled in relief. Soon enough, however, Duanju blinked her big, intelligent eyes as if she'd thought of some other strange idea, and then she was seen gathering her magic and unleashing another skill at her chest. Love infusion. Love infusion. Love infusion. Fill. Buzz off. As skill after skill was unleashed, the holy light on Duanju's body flashed faster and faster. The overflowing energy began to form a golden, translucent energy armor on her skin, and at the sight, Qin Kong hastily raised his right hand, slightly surprised, to dissuade her. Hello? What are you doing? Stop it. Power. I feel power surging through my entire body. Duanju shouted excitedly, his whole body glowing as he did so. I'm going to be invincible. This is invincible. The light on his body became more and more prevalent, and the power in his body became stronger and stronger. It was as if there was an inexhaustible amount of strength, and it felt even more exaggerated than drinking 2 cans of energy drinks and then 2 shots of adrenaline. And that's just 40 or 50 layers of stacking. Sacred bloomers are useful. I can quickly stack my attributes to 100 levels. And the attributes I got from Qin Kong can also eat this effect. 200% combat power. I exploded. Duanju's insides hissed. Since the end of the world until now, it was the first time she had this feeling that she was strong and powerful. It even felt like it had the ability to defeat Qin Kong. Just in the next second, when Duanju was about to stack up to 100 layers, her eyes suddenly went black, and her body was instantly dislodged, her entire body falling down uncontrollably. Chapter 42, Sleeping All Day. Empty. As the light of dusk colored the city orange, the air was filled with the guttural roar of propellers, and an endless stream of zombies swept through the city like waves, while the murmur of shortwave currents emanated from the helicopters far up in the sky. Command Center, this is Falcon 1-1, altitude 100, maintaining cruising attitude. Fleur shows the main migratory herd of zombies is moving along Highway 7 towards the Bayou Bridge. Report complete. Utilizing helicopter noise on walkers as planned, over. Roger, over. As the radio exchange ended, the helicopter, which had been floating motionless, suddenly began to move forward, the sheer number of corpses preventing even the helicopter from skimming over them fast enough. It wasn't until they had crossed an entire street that the pilot and co-pilot finally saw the front of the line of corpses. The zombies were like puppets eager to kill, all running uncontrollably after hearing the sound of the helicopter, their twisted postures almost like pseudo-humans in a horror novel. Waving his arms and hissing at the same time, even the noise of the propellers could hardly cover the thousands of zombie whines, which couldn't help but make the co-pilot soldier shed a drop of cold sweat and muttered to himself in a slightly nervous manner. I've read online survivors say that walkers can evolve based on their hunting environment. They don't grow wings and fly up here, do they? What are you babbling about? Hearing his companion's words, the pilot frowned somewhat breathlessly. Wouldn't it be nice to actually have one of those things to sweep it down? I really don't believe any carbon-based creature could resist a Gatling. Didn't they say awakened people can take bullets the hard way? Then you have to rise to a very high level to get the skill, right? The highest level in the base is only level 11, this is a zombie, how can it be more powerful than a human? The pilot spoke absent-mindedly while pulling the lever, his subdued tone as if he didn't take the wave of corpses seriously at all. After all, this kind of slow-moving and unintelligent creatures were just too low-level, and even if the occasional first-order mutant appeared, it was just a matter of a round of strafing and could be killed casually. Only. The moment he finished those words, a fiery red object suddenly appeared on the infrared scanner, moving rapidly behind the tide of corpses. Hey, anomalous heat source at 7 o'clock on the left flank. The co-pilot saw this and gave a quick reminder, while the pilot pressed a few buttons and then raised the altitude of the helicopter some more. I've got the altitude up to 102, it won't be able to touch us at this distance even if it climbs to the top. Nope. It's so fast. It's already caught up with us. At these words, the pilot's heart was startled, so he hurriedly turned his head to the left side of the helicopter. In the distant street, a zombie was running quickly with its limbs like a tiger with movements that could never be accomplished by humans. The skin of its entire body had rotted away, leaving only swollen to exaggerated muscles dripping with blood. Its entire brain was exposed in the air without even a skull, and its hideous muscles had completely covered its face, leaving only a bloody mouth with sharp teeth and a bright red, slender tongue, which was nauseating just to look at. Seeing such a monster, even the comm-pilot could not help but break out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly turned on the radio to report to the headquarters. Command Center, high-risk target encountered, requesting white phosphorus strike, over. Ha! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the driver and co-pilot made surprised noises. Because just now, the brain of the muscle reptile suddenly emitted a strange electric current, and immediately afterward, its body flickered and disappeared into thin air. The two pilots who saw this scene were stunned on the spot. What was that? Phantom? Or instantaneous movement? The zombie used a skill? With this in mind, a bad feeling began to well up in his heart. And the next second, the reptilian monster that should have been running on the ground suddenly appeared 100 meters in the air, in front of the helicopter. Without giving the two soldiers any time to react at all, the whole thing swooped over. Crap! Boom! Ha! I don't know if it was Duanju's illusion, but there seemed to be a strange explosion in the distance. My head hurts. What's going on? Wasn't I in the mall having a 1v1 with a female zombie? My right hand is warm, and I feel so relieved. What are we doing now? Ha! The disoriented Duanju finally opened his eyes. Right now, she only felt a little weak and dizzy, just like she had to brace herself to go to the classroom after playing games all night. And when she woke up, she realized that she was lying on a bed sold in the mall, located in a solitary room on the 3rd floor, covered with a soft quilt, while Qin Kong was sitting on the side clutching her right hand tightly. Stupid woman, you finally woke up. Qin Kong's eyes were fierce, looking as if he was angry, and his tone was very unpleasant. Do you realize what you've done? It's just stupid, I've never seen you so stupid. Well, what's going on? Weren't we just testing out a new skill? Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju barely managed to sit up, blinking his eyes with an expression that looked very confused. Getting up, she rubbed her head with her left hand, feeling as if there was nothing wrong with her other than a slight headache. Why am I upstairs? Did Qin Kong carry me up here? Why did I faint? Aha! Thinking this way, Duanju finally saw the right hand that Qin Kong was holding onto. Ha! What's he doing? It hurts to hold on so tight. So what the hell happened? Duanju, who had just woken up, clearly didn't understand what was going on. And seeing her in such a foolish manner, Qin Kong could only frown and reprimand very sternly. Excessive consumption of magic and mental power will overdraw the body, and in serious cases it can even cause brain death. In the end times when this happens, most of the awakened who are in a deadly battle with a strong enemy really have no choice but to overdraw their magic power to use their skills, but this is the first time I've seen an idiot like you who just gained a skill and just wasted his magic power. Speaking of which, a hint of anger even grew in the bottom of Qin Kong's eyes as he raised his finger and poked Duanju's head hard. Why don't you stop when I tell you to stop? Why didn't you stop? Why don't you stop? You don't listen to me, do you? You think you're a smartass again, don't you? A disobedient servant should be punished severely. Next time you do that I'll spank you. Do you hear me? Well, don't poke me in the head. I can't remember what you said. I won't do it again. Duanju, who was being poked in the head, was confused. His aggrieved and defiant look was very cute, and was raising his small hands in constant resistance. Duanju didn't remember exactly how many times he used love infusion, he only knew that the stacking was very happy. And seeing Duanju's still confused expression, Qin Kong could only snort coldly before letting go of Duanju's hand before handing her a packet of cookies and instructing her with a serious face. I've got to go down and prepare for the necrotic tide, so if your head still hurts just lie here for a while and stop messing around with your skills. This is for you, take a bite if you're hungry. Ow, good. Duanju looked like a good boy and agreed. Qin Kong could only shake his head helplessly at the sight, pinching Duanju's cheeks with his hand before leaving the room, looking in a hurry. What? Why are you being so mean to me? Shouldn't you be happy that I'm dead? Ha! And it's still early, the tide of corpses hasn't arrived yet, so I don't know what the rush is about. Wait? At that thought, Duanju twisted his head to look out the window, only to blink in realization. It turned out that the sky outside the mall was already dusk. The two had left the house in the morning, and almost 10 hours had passed. I've been out for so long? With hindsight, Duanju recited in surprise in his heart. But soon she realized something else and couldn't help but look at her right hand, cocking her head a little in confusion. Wait a minute? That means Qin Kong has been sitting by my side without moving an inch while I was unconscious? Ha! But why? Why? He could have taken advantage of my unconsciousness to lay traps, and given his character, killing zombies and upgrading is definitely more important, so why does he have to stay by my side? Is it hard to? Ha! Thinking about it, the answer was already coming out because Duanju's safety was much more important than killing zombies. So a faint pink blush floated up to her cheeks. Even Duanju, at this time, actually also looked a little rushed and shy. However, she soon turned her head, puckering her face to show a disdainful expression. Heh, I'm kidding. I'm not impressed. Qin Kong must be trying to feign concern to lure me into a fall, so that I, a strong person who could have looked down on the world in my previous life, will immediately be his wife. What a sinister and cunning fellow. I won't fall for it. I can be really smart. Do not want to this, take a break and go to help the old. Qin Kong, master is not a useless vase. Hum. With this in mind, Duanju was already unconsciously humming out a song, looking very happy. Only, when she lifted the quilt, put on her shoes, and was ready to go out to see what Qin Kong was busy with, her stomach made an untimely sound. Gollum. Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything after sleeping for so long, I'm so hungry. Well, let's eat the cookies first. Chapter 43, Pre-War Preparations. A wave of corpses is coming. I saw it with my binoculars, right here in the East End. Where's Qin Kong? Doesn't he have a gun? He has to come forward to protect us. Haven't you heard? He ran away. He took his vixen and ran away from the precinct. This guy really can't be relied on. It's still our chairman Lee. WeChat blew up again. The necrotic tide is imminent and people are on edge, but somehow the news of Qin Kong's departure from the neighborhood gets out. This escape-like behavior can't help but make people suspicious of Qin Kong, so Li Hao and his minions once again take control of the situation. This time, however, not many people responded to Li Hao's call. The survivors in the neighborhood followed Qin Kong's advice, going out to look for supplies, killing zombies when they had the chance, and establishing small groups to go out together to take care of each other as the zombies in the neighborhood were cleaned up very well by Qin Kong, resulting in the remaining ones being sporadic and weak, which made it easier for the survivors to make kills. Qin Kong basically went out every day, and the residents of the neighborhood were accustomed to it, so they didn't think that Qin Kong was running away. Instead, they felt very disgusted by the slander of Li Hao and the others. "Yo, isn't this Mr. Li? Brother Qin isn't here so you can show off again? What is Chairman Li trying to do this time? I just watched the show, I don't take sides. And don't try to take my supplies." Those who mocked Li Hao were in the majority, and it was clear that most of the remaining survivors were sensible. But even this was not hard for Li Hao to defeat, and soon his do-gooder leadership talk reappeared in the group. "Comrades, don't be like this. The survival society did make a mistake before, but we've learned our lesson and will never do it again. But now, these are perilous times. We survivors have to screw together and unite as one. I'm also willing to believe that Qin Kong will come back, but no one can guarantee this, can they? So as far as I'm concerned, let's hurry up and set up a group, pool everyone's wisdom and strength, and then analyze what to do about the necrotic tied together. The cell supplies are limited, so if it's really not possible, we'll think about centralized distribution, and I'll take good care of everyone's wishes this time." The smooth-talking Li Hao circled the group, and in 3 words set himself up again as a good leader. And due to Qin Kong's absence, some of the wavering residents were indeed compelled again, and soon some responded to Li Hao. "I think President Li has a point, we should just let go of our old grudges. There's so much food in Qin Kong's house, will the corpse tide attract zombies when it passes by? That's not very dangerous." Some people spoke sideways, their words still couldn't be separated from Qin Kong's supplies. After all, his family's resources were just too rich and tempting. As long as they robbed Qin Kong's family, it was estimated that they wouldn't need to go out to look for food for a year. It's just that this group of people didn't know that Qin Kong was actually in the shopping mall a few hundred meters away from the neighborhood at this time, and was looking at the messages in the WeChat group while moving his chair. After being screwed by Li Hao so many times, there are still people who don't have a long memory and are willing to believe his words? I have to say, some people are really cheap. But whether you were cheated by Li Hao and lost all your money or were killed as cannon fodder, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm going back and I'm going to take you all down, With this thought in his heart, a cold smile appeared on Qin Kong's face, and in passing, he moved his finger to send a message to Zhao Xianyo. "Xianyo, take a note of the ID account that defected to Li Hao, I'll use it later." "Okay, Air." Zhao Xianyo, as if he was waiting for orders 24 hours a day without any rest, the speed of his reply was super fast. Qin Kong was still very satisfied with this little brother, he just didn't know if Zhao Xianyo could stand up to Qian Yi's seductive attack. As for why Qin Kong never got rid of Li Hao? One could only say that Li Hao was too meticulous a person, and had not appeared once from the beginning until now. Although Qin Kong had the perception skill, he could only sense the approximate location of the creatures, and was unable to recognize the unfamiliar scents that he had never met before. There were thousands of scents in the neighborhood, some of them zombies, some of them animals, and only a small number of them were survivors. If you're looking for something hard, you won't be able to find it in 3 days or 3 nights, unless Qin Kong uses his skills to blow up all the buildings, but that would be too ferocious. It's better to deal with the tide of corpses first. If Li Hao is there, I'll let him have fun for 2 more days. Rumble. The chair made an ear-splitting noise as it was thrown to the floor. As Qin Kong moved furniture after furniture around, all the side doors and all the windows of the mall were basically all blocked tightly, leaving only one big door open to the outside, mounting a Bluetooth stereo in the center of the first floor and making sure that the power supply was fine before he contentedly patted the ash on his hands and smiled. But just at the same time, the teenage girl's contemptuous voice came out from behind him. "I can't believe you blocked all the doors and windows. Are you afraid that the number of zombies rushing in is too large to solve? Luckily you're still a reborn who retains your skills. What a waste, waste." Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Kong turned around slyly, and sure enough, he saw Duanju, who was eating a cookie while revealing a smug smile. White jacket because the female zombie tore the mess so simply threw away, only left the close black undershirt is still wearing the body, white strips of shoulder straps under the white smooth, blown skin. 2 groups of full and rounded objects will be the black fabric hard to hold up, so that the bottom reveals the girl's beautiful abs, as well as the hidden belly button. Defenseless. Duanju was simply unaware of his own charm. Thinking that as long as he had clothes on his body, he was fine. And while she was gloating, the cookie crumbs fell on the top end of those 2 soft masses, so Duanju, who was gloating 1 second, hastily patted her own chest the next, her arrogant and disdainful feelings suddenly gone, leaving only a clumsy and cute girlishness. God, it's so cute. Qin Kong, whose pupils were slightly widened, couldn't help but chant in his heart. Eating, sleeping, and stupid, how in the world did this little twerp become a cult leader in his past life? Even if he had a talent for fighting, he shouldn't have? Wait. Thinking of this, Qin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is it hard to believe that I've spoiled her too much in this life, causing this woman to have no sense of crisis? No way? I don't spoil her much, do I? I'm hard on her, aren't I? With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong furrowed his brows to reveal a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Duanju, who had finished nibbling on the cookies, was already smilingly walking up to the front, standing on her tiptoes to wrap her arms around Qin Kong's neck, making a gesture of hooking up with him, and then smiling brightly like a tomboy. Hey, Air, do you need any more help? I'm rested and I need to work too. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Kong actually froze in a bit of a trance. He'd met a variety of women in the post-apocalyptic world, but most of them had been fairies and saints, not to mention work, and it was good enough that they didn't point their fingers at people. And Duanju, such a character in the opinion of Qin Kong, is both virtuous and generous, looks lovely and works actively. 3 views are positive to death, but also can provide a full life value and emotional value. Who to spoil if not her? So in the next second, before Duanju could even react to what was going on, her savage waist was already wrapped tightly around Qin Kong. The job is done, but you do have other things you can do, like give me a kiss. What? You! Duanju, who heard this, shrieked in shock and tried to push Qin Kong away to try and resist. But alas, it didn't work. By the time he came back to his senses, his cheeks had already been pecked hard by the man. So much so that Duanju, who had originally wanted to kindly give Qin Kong a hand, instantly glared in anger. The abominable Qin Kong! I treat you like a good buddy, and you treat me like a stupid wife? Don't think I'll be grateful for taking me out for an upgrade. You do that, and I'll get back at you one day. Stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you, stab you. Thinking this way, Duanju was really angry, clenched fists to make a knife grip on Qin Kong's stomach, back and forth, stabbed several times, as if this will be able to poke the death of Qin Kong as. But Qin Kong obviously didn't understand what he was doing, and took it as his wife being pampered, so he could only rub Duanju's head with his other hand and read in his heart, "That's so cute. By the way, this is for you." With that said, Qin Kong finally remembered the main event and hastily summoned a hand crossbow from space and handed it to Duanju. Duanju froze for a moment, confused, took the weapon, looked it up and down for a few moments, and felt as though there was nothing special about it, so he twisted his head around and inquired with a sultry look on his face. "Why a crossbow? I want to use a gun." "You'll see in a moment," Qin Kong said with a smiling face. And at the same time, his right hand also pulled out his cell phone, gently clicked it, and the Bluetooth stereo in the hall released loud music. It was Andy Lau's "Congratulations on Your Fortune." Corresponding to this was the low roar of terror that gradually approached from outside the mall. "Didn't you want to upgrade to beat me? There's plenty of experience to feed you this time," Qin Kong said with a smile on his face, very calmly, and as he spoke, he was already picking Duanju up by the waist, and with a single leap, he took her and bounced her to the second-floor platform. But on the contrary, Duanju was narrowing her eyes and muttering in her mind with a suspicious little look. "Why does it feel weird? Huh? Am I being teased by Chinky again?" Chapter 44, Apologize to Me. It was late, the moon was hazy, and a myriad of eerie low growls filled the city under the darkness. More and more zombies joined into the corpse-tide army, and as far as the eye could see, the prosperous neighborhood had long been filled with densely packed monsters. All the survivors had closed their portals tightly, and not a single living person could be seen on the dark streets, with the only zombies twisting and roaring low and unchecked. Yet it was in this eerie post-apocalyptic world that a string of joyous music suddenly came out of the mall. "I congratulate you on your fortune. I congratulate you on your wonderful crooked bebop?" A number of walkers close to the mall cocked their heads in confusion. Perhaps attracted by the song, the huge tide of corpses actually did separate a group of zombies walked out. The zombies had very low intelligence and had no concept of windows and walls, so they just brainlessly hit the walls or kept picking and pulling, and it was obvious that such an attack would not be able to break through the mall's defenses. That's exactly why. The zombies that were able to walk in through the mall's front door were only a small fraction of the total number of corpses, numbering around dozens to hundreds, and as they came in at the same time, the song on the Bluetooth stereo stopped. Wow! It's really coming in. That's for sure. Seeing Duanju's expression of excitement as his eyes were filled with sparkling stars, Qin Kong smiled slightly with amusement. Immediately afterward, he didn't forget to pull out his hand crossbow and give Duanju a brief demonstration on how to use it. Although this looks like an ordinary alloy hand crossbow, it's actually a system prop that can only be bought with 50 awakening coins. There's a button here, look. With that, Qin Kong pointed to a red button on the side piece of the trigger, just enough for his thumb to stick to when holding the crossbow. Qin Kong then casually pulled the trigger, only to hear a whoosh sound, and the head of a zombie downstairs was burst open on the spot. Zira. The sound of the iron arrow piercing into the bone was very oozing, and the bloody wound pierced all the way from the zombie's left temple to the right cheek. But even then the crossbow's momentum didn't stop until it pierced the ground. So accurate. Snap, snap, snap. Duanju once again let out a gasp of amazement, while not forgetting to clap his little hands twice in applause. It wasn't that Duanju was acting on purpose to make Qin Kong happy, knowing that she had to be within a few meters of her target with a pistol, while Qin Kong could still accurately blow his head off with a weapon like a hand crossbow, which had an extremely severe trajectory drop. How could that not make Duanju feel amazing? But soon, something even more interesting happened. Qin Kong, who had finished shooting a round, gently pressed that red button, so a burst of mysterious energy flickered on the crossbow arrow that had stabbed into the floor tiles, and in the blink of an eye, the originally shot crossbow arrow actually returned to the crossbow gun's chamber. This? A dumbfounded Duanju blinked his eyes and stared at the hand crossbow with his mouth wide open, half unable to speak. And looking at his wife's unseen appearance, Qin Kong couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth, rubbing Duanju's head and explaining with a smile. Don't ask me what the principle is, the system props are just like that. In short, the arrows of this hand crossbow can be used indefinitely, so we won't waste bullets and won't attract too many zombies over because of the sound of gunfire. How's that? Good use, right? After saying that, Qin Kong even blinked his eyes, as if he was expecting Duanju's reply. Only this time, Duanju didn't let out an exclamation of surprise like he did just now, but instead muttered after a moment's hesitation and with a bewildered look on his face. Isn't that just a crossbow with unlimited arrows? 50 awakening coins for such a thing feels kind of stupid. At these words, the atmosphere fell silent, leaving only the zombies downstairs still whimpering and roaring. Qin Kong, who was originally still a bit excited, had an expression that spanned a batch of faces at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon glanced at Duanju with a look of disgust. What do you know, you stupid woman? It's a way to save money and make the best use of it. Don't you get it? Humph. After saying that, Qin Kong even turned around furiously and started to aim at the zombies on the first floor to shoot, as if he was sulking, venting all his anger on the zombies. In response, Duanju was confused, only blinking his eyes and muttering in his mind. Huh? Is Kong angry? Is he waiting for me to compliment him? But it's true that doesn't help. Thinking this way, Duanju's eyes twinkled and he seemed to think of something else interesting. Hiss. Qin Kong, this guy always feels strange props more than outrageous, not to mention this hand crossbow, the collar on my neck, and protect the villa's energy shield is not also? All of them are expensive, but the function is hard to say. How can I put it? It's like a middle-aged man who collects strange tools that he hasn't used in years or even a decade, and then wants to be complimented on them when they come in handy. Put. Duanju couldn't help but laugh a little at the thought, as she inexplicably felt that Qin Kong was a bit childish, actually getting angry with her over such a trivial matter. However, angry to angry, the main event Qin Kong certainly won't be delayed. At the same time as Duanju was stealing joy, Qin Kong had already shot over a dozen zombies with a face of displeasure, and looking at the experience that had been introduced with difficulty being taken away so much, Duanju also hurriedly plopped down on the side of the pail, aiming to shoot at the experienced babies below. Whoosh! Roar! A zombie let out a mournful roar. Because this arrow pierced its chest. Blood and pain would make the zombie even madder, and it stood in the hall swinging its arms hard towards the second floor as if it wanted to rip and tear the stupid woman who had shot a crooked arrow. Right. I'm sorry. Duanju cried out somewhat apologetically, panicking as he hastily summoned back his crossbow and aimed it at the zombie for another shot. Whoosh. Ho 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 ho. The zombie screamed even harder. Because Duanju's arrow was even more crooked than the first one, actually hitting the zombie's thigh. The off-balance zombie collapsed to the ground, the hideous red color in its eyes intensifying as if it was cursing the stupid woman for not being able to give it a hard time. And seeing this, Duanju was also scrambling to recall his crossbow to fire a third shot. I'm sorry. Sorry. Really? I'm really sorry. The zombie lying dying on the ground stopped roaring, tired, destroy. It didn't expect that it would have to suffer such inhuman torture even after it had turned into a zombie. That damn woman had shot 12 arrows without killing it, until all of its internal organs were necrotic and its blood had flowed to the point of exhaustion, and Duanju's last arrow hadn't been able to explode its head. It is also the first zombie to die because of excessive blood loss. If this is rumored, how can it still mix in the zombie world in the future? Give a pain in the ass. Look, isn't wireless ammo good? You can still practice your aim. Watching Duanju repeatedly shoot crookedly, Qin Kong spat sulkily from the side. However, Duanju huffed with red cheeks. You shut up. It's up to you. I like to play with my prey. Can't I? Okay. Qin Kong nodded his head expressionlessly. And his mind was haunted by the thought. Little bitch, you're talking back to me again. I'll teach you a lesson later. This was what Qin Kong thought in his heart. The exasperated Duanju, however, knew nothing of this and was still concentrating on shooting the zombies on the first floor. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the first batch of zombies were all cleared out, new corpses piled up everywhere along with the ones that were already in the mall, and the smell of blood gradually grew stronger in the air. But since both of them weren't at a low level right now, the experience given by ordinary zombies was really limited, so neither of them upgraded as also Qin Kong activated the audio again. The best please come here, the bad please go away gifts are not for the faint of heart. Ow 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 ow. Hearing the melodious song and smelling the strong smell of blood, the zombies outside the mall became even more furious. Soon another large group of zombies rushed into the mall, only this time, instead of hissing at the two people on the platform, they rushed straight to the corpses of the other zombies to gnaw on them. That's disgusting. Although he had already seen this kind of scene, but before the most is a few zombies nibble a corpse only, like this hundreds of zombies nibble hundreds of corpses of the scene is simply unheard of, a hell of beasts of the fishy red feast to see the Duanju-san are going to be cleared. Well. I can't. Covering his mouth, Duanju ran to the side and dry heaved. However, Qin Kong didn't have much reaction. After all, he had seen all kinds of scenes in his previous life, and there were countless monsters more disgusting than this in the future, so how could he vomit because of such a small thing? But out of love for his wife, after thinking for a moment, Qin Kong still pulled out a cube prop and threw it down after slightly injecting magic power. Wow. Ha! Duanju made a surprised sound. Blue light suddenly flashed in the air, and soon a translucent energy barrier completely separated the first floor from the second. This energy shield couldn't block physical shots like crossbows and arrows, but it was able to cut off the escape of the smell of blood, and Duanju immediately felt much better after the air cleared. Well. What is this? After throwing up, Duanju wiped the corners of his mouth and came over to Qin Kong to inquire curiously. System artifact gas shield, 100 awakening coins apiece, can filter air for use. Because he was told that crossbows and arrows were useless, Qin Kong didn't even raise his head when he replied, looking as if he was still sulking. In response, the unaware Duanju blinked his eyes and replied with an innocent expression of cuteness. Qin Kong, you really like to collect useless. Oh no, strange props, eh? Decision made. It's better to throw you down to the walkers. Why? Don't! Duanju cried out in horror. But before she could regain her senses, her body had already floated into mid-air, and it was Qin Kong who had executed the princess hug skill on her. Half of his body poked out beyond the platform, the cool air blowing down the gap in his undershirt onto his back, causing Duanju to only tighten his arms around Qin Kong's neck in case he let go. Are you playing for real? There are still a lot of zombies out there. It's dangerous to throw me down like this. Then apologize. Qin Kong spoke in a serious manner, and although he looked angry, his arms were held in a deadly embrace, clearly not really going to throw Duanju off. But he plays it realistically is all. Apologize to me. Let's just say you're incompetent and stupid woman. A stupid waste of space with nothing but two big boobs. I'll never contradict Lord Qin Kong again. Say it now, or I'll throw you down. Nuts. I'm not going to. Aha. There's that long-tongued monster walker coming in. Don't throw me off, ah. I'm telling you. Chapter 45, Hugs from Brother Kong. The scene shifts. Qin Kong was still shooting zombies while Duanju was kneeling in an ORZ position not far away. Biting her pink lips tightly, her body trembled slightly, and her crystalline teardrops ghostly swirled in her eye sockets, the word humiliation written all over her face. Dirty. I'm already dirty. My dignity was insulted. I can't believe I said that out of fear. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm a good for nothing with big boobs. I've been insulted by scumbags. Oh. Duanju, who was kneeling on the ground, had a disheveled look on his face, while Qin Kong looked in a good mood, and even shooting zombies became more energetic. Host kills normal zombie 1, gaining experience value 0.3. Host kills normal zombie 1, gaining experience value 0.3. Host kills ordinary zombie 1, gaining 0.5 experience value. Host kills. Killing this way may seem inefficient, but it's the safest way to go. Here we have to mention the combat power setting. Although Qin Kong was reborn and brought back the props and skills from his previous life, but his personal ability is still limited at the moment. 300,000 zombies in the tide of corpses will inevitably have a lot of second stage zombies. A couple of them are not bad to deal with, but if one time to come to a dozen or so, plus tens of thousands of zombies to seal the position, Qin Kong may be able to defend himself, but then it will not be able to care about Duanju's safety. Qin Kong might be able to defend himself, but then he wouldn't be able to worry about Duanju's safety. So like this, after killing a batch and then lead a batch, and then kill a batch and then lead a batch of upgrading mode is simply not too stable. Even if the two people's noise is too big, the attention of the tide of corpses attracted over is also fine, because Qin Kong did not use magic. Full of magic he held Duanju to escape is not easy. Drop, the host's level has increased to level 11. Gained a 0.7% increase in all attributes, for levels are still needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host. I upgraded? Duanju, who was still disheveled, suddenly raised his head. Qin Kong, on the other hand, bristled and explained with a calm face. Of course it's going to upgrade, you have symbiotic echoes that take all my experience. Bull, I only got a quarter. Duanju secretly gritted his teeth in response. While Qin Kong's gaze flickered when he heard this, he said in a slightly cold voice. Swearing at me again? You've lost your memory so quickly, haven't you? No. Sorry. Hearing this, Duanju hurriedly knelt and sat down obediently, scooting his legs like a duckling to move to Qin Kong's side and blinking his big innocent eyes. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong also lost the idea of reprimanding her, so he could only gently smack his lips and helplessly order. Go kill the zombies. The way you shot that crap at the biochemical baby, one clip down and you get a headshot. The dog shakes its head when it looks at you. Raise your hit rate to 80% for me today, and don't take a break until you've shot 300 zombies, do you hear me? Well. Darn it. Heard that. Duanju agreed with a resigned sigh, but the word unconvinced was written all over his face. In response, Qin Kong raised his right hand and directly grabbed Duanju's neck, then stared at him with wide eyes and condescendingly said in a deep voice. Hear what? What should you call me? Ha? So in the next second, Duanju could only kneel down and reply very respectfully like a seat under the earth. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Kong, I'll kill the zombies properly. Well. That's right, go. At Qin Kong's gulp, Duanju gritted his teeth and picked up his hand crossbow, returning to the platform to kill the zombies once more, but with a different sentiment floating in his eyes. Bastard Qin Kong, you should stab you to death for flirting with me. Let me kill walkers, right? 300? I'll kill 1,000. I'll surpass you in rank soon. We'll see. Whoosh. As he thought to himself, a crossbow bolt was fired, followed by a mournful roar from downstairs. Zombie, what did I do to you? I'm chewing on a corpse here and you shoot me. Is there any law left? I'm sorry. I'm going to give you pain. One shot didn't work, and the frazzled Duanju hastily recalled his crossbow, then took careful aim and fired a second shot. It looked like there were going to be a lot of zombies to suffer tonight. The night is long. The tide of horrible corpses was endless, as if it would never end. And just as Qin Kong and Duanju were busy killing zombies, an extremely ear-piercing, resounding boom suddenly came from the street not far outside the mall. Buzz 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 buzz. What is it? Qin Kong and Duanju exchanged surprised glances. Immediately after that, the two of them put down their hand crossbows, and as if they had a heart-to-heart, they tacitly went to the window, and came up to the window to observe in secret. On the dark street, an extremely arrogant modified SUV was rushing through the corpses. The roaring sound was the loud noise from the car's engine, and that wasn't all. The driver inside actually had the audacity to open the car window, stomping on the gas pedal while raising his middle finger to the zombies outside and shouting arrogantly, "Rubbish! All of you, go to hell! I'm going to rise to level 6 tonight. Ha 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 ha." As the roar of the engine grew louder and louder, group after group of zombies were smashed to pieces by the SUV, and as he watched a single corpse lie sprawled on the ground, Duanju opened his mouth and muttered to himself in some surprise. "It's still like that? Swimming dragon zombie, that looks so cool. It's just brain damage." Hearing Duanju's words, Qin Kong commented very calmly before patiently explaining. "It's hard to cause direct kills with vehicle impacts, and cars don't give as much experience as handguns for killing walkers, so you can't really kill more than a few by blindly hitting them like this, and..." Speaking of which, Qin Kong's gaze became much colder, and the line of sight looking at the car was very cold, as if he was looking at a coffin. "And making noise in the tide of corpses with such fanfare will definitely attract high-level zombies. Stage 1 mutated zombies can still be dealt with by ordinary people, but if it's a second... it's okay, it's already been encountered." As he was speaking, Qin Kong shook his head somewhat breathlessly. And just as he said, a giant zombie with a body size of up to 3 meters, with a shriveled left arm but an incredibly thick right arm suddenly rushed out of the horde, and its strength was clearly higher than that of the other zombies. All the zombies it touched were knocked away on the spot, and while rushing it also let out earth-shattering roars. "Oh! Holy!" Duanju couldn't help but curse in his heart. 100 meters away, the amazing roar was able to make the glass on this side of the mall vibrate. It was hard to imagine how strong the zombie's fighting strength was. It just charged all the way across the street, chasing after the SUV like a mad rhinoceros. Iron-armed zombie, stage 2 mutated monster, possessing extremely strong defense and explosive power, and possessing a low level of intelligence. This kind of zombie will focus the energy in its body in one arm, which allows its arm to block most of the attacks, and when hunting its prey the iron-armed zombie will use its strong body to directly hit its prey. Once grabbed by it with its arm, the prey would only end up being crushed alive. The owner of the SUV, who had been rampantly yelling in the last second, no longer had a temper, and at this point, all that could be seen was his car desperately accelerating in front of the wave of corpses. However, it's too late. Pre-humans, being targeted by a stage 2 zombie will only lead to death. Soon, the iron wall walker caught up with the SUV, and with a wave of his hand, he overturned the entire car that was still moving. Accompanied by the sound of metal hitting and the burning sound of gasoline being ignited, the young owner of the car was grabbed by the zombie in his hand, lifting it up in mid-air and slowly sending it towards his mouth, and still biting it from the head. "Aha! Don't! Help! Somebody help me!" The man was screaming at the top of his lungs, his desperate roar echoing throughout the blackness of the night. However, no one could respond to him. There was no way anyone would help him. The government had said that all survivors must stay at home with their doors and windows closed when the wave of corpses came, so who would help a fool like him who was in a hurry to escalate and didn't use his head? Qin Kong also definitely wouldn't go to the rescue as all. Cute. It's better to die early. This kind of brain dead will be a disaster even if we save him. With this thought, Qin Kong had already left the bedside, his gaze indifferent as he continued to go back to kill the zombies. Instead it was Duanju who was watching from the window. Holy! Eaten alive! So cruel! God, it's cruel! How can that man move his legs when his brain is gone? It's horrible! It's horrible! As he watched, Duanju clutched his head and crumpled it. It's similar to the feeling of watching a horror movie. It's scary but you can't help but watch it. Human curiosity is so complicated and sick sometimes. And it wasn't until the man was gnawed to the bone that the iron-armed walker finally quieted down, turning into an aimless puppet like the others, knowing only to follow the tide of corpses as they moved slowly. Well, Duanju, who had watched the entire process, couldn't help but shiver. The originally white and smooth skin had quite a few goosebumps, and even Duanju had to rub his arms several times to barely ease the inexplicable panic. And soon, was scared enough. Duanju did even her own did not expect things. That is all the way trotting hurriedly ran to the side of the Qin heir. In the Qin heir are not paying attention to the time to open the arm. A hand will be embraced. That's scary heir. Eh? Qin Kong, who was hugged, was dumbfounded. It was like he didn't expect Duanju to initiate the hug. And Duanju, who finished that sentence, was equally confused. Because she also didn't understand how she could hug Qin Kong like a child when she was scared. Wait a minute. Wait for me. With the benefit of hindsight, Duanju's eyes widened. It was only then that she reacted to how outrageous her actions had just been, simply out of place with her fierce man-like image. Wait a minute. I'm not. Anxiously red-faced Duanju still wanted to weasel out, and hastily scattered Qin Kong's panicked swinging of his small hand. Unfortunately too late. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Kong had already swept her into his arms, kneading that soft brute waist while soothing his wife's head, and then not forgetting to smile in a slightly meaningful voice. Oh, scared are you? It's okay, hubby cuddle. No. I'm not. Go to hell. Why did you become like this? Don't. Don't turn into a human wife. Don't. Chapter 46. Don't. Duanju's insides were screaming with shock. But no amount of shock was going to help, the hunt was going to continue tonight. At 2 a.m, the moon and stars, after several hours of fighting, shooting, as well as Qin Kong's tuning. Guidance, Duanju's marksmanship has become pure, basically within 2 arrows will be able to explode the head of a zombie. Although it was only a crossbow, the principle of these shooting weapons was actually similar. After getting used to it, aiming would naturally become more and more accurate, and now Duanju wouldn't have a problem with his marksmanship at least. Tonight's battle results are 1,000 plus regular zombies, 20 plus stage 1 mutated zombies, and a lot of zombie dogs killed along the way. Of course, 1,000 zombies have a large part of the Qin Kong killed. Qin Kong kill zombies get experience will be greatly reduced, so busy so long 2 people did not upgrade, but instead of downstairs corpses have been piled up. Can't stuff it. The mall can't be stuffed anymore. One more walker can't get in. Seeing the scene, Qin Kong found a curtain to cover the door. Coupled with the effect of the air shield, the zombies outside can be said to neither see the interior of the mall, nor smell the mall's blood, naturally, will not take the initiative to walk in. No more. The scene shifted, and Duanju was already laying on the ground in a big pose, his hand crossbow tossed aside, exhaustion and resentment written all over his face. Upgrading is too hard too, it's not fun at all. I want to go home. She grumbled loudly, puffing up like a small child throwing a tantrum. Seeing this, Qin Kong, who was also a bit tired, retrieved his hand crossbow and put it into space, then squatted down next to Duanju and poked his head to comfort him. The battle record is good enough, with so many kills, I'm afraid we're way ahead of everyone in terms of experience, and if things go well we'll both be able to level up tomorrow. Let's just rest for tonight, but we definitely won't be able to go back home. Huh? Why? Duanju blinked in some confusion, while Qin Kong smiled bashfully and pointed his finger out the window. A low roar has long been heard outside the mall. 300,000 zombies are no joke. This number of zombies can block several streets just by stopping in the city, although Qin Kong can hold Duanju jumping around on the roof, but after all, it's hard to see the road in the dark. If you accidentally lose your footing and fall down, you might let the zombies who found their prey fall into a berserk rage. It's easy for Qin Kong to run, slightly harder to carry Duanju, and the nearby survivors who are still alive are the worst off, so it's better to play it safe and not run around. The military would soon use helicopters to lure the group of monsters away from the city, so the tide of corpses certainly wouldn't be able to trap the two is all. Well. Duanju, who understood the meaning, gave a somewhat reluctant assent. But soon she puffed up her cheeks again and muttered in a grumpy tone while sniffing the unpleasant smell of her sleeves. Then there's no proper dinner to eat tonight, and I can't change my clothes or take a shower. Sniff. I don't smell anywhere near as bad as a corpse in a grave right now, and my clothes are tattered and torn, so I'm really a post-apocalyptic refugee now. Speaking of which, Duanju's eyes even flicked up to look at Qin Kong with a slightly contemptuous afterglow. It's obvious that certain guys are still the chosen one who came back reborn with skills, and as a result, the women who follow him around are so miserable. TSK, can't help it nah. Duanju spread out his hands and shook his head while showing a smug smile. Although the conspiratorial tone was a bit exasperating, Duanju was clearly just joking around, so it seemed very cute as all. In response, Qin Kong simply walked over with an expressionless face, pulled Duanju up, took the bewildered Duanju back to the single room with a bed before, and then opened his space to pull out something. Clang! A pressure cooker was placed on the floor while Duanju, who was on the sidelines, stared in disbelief. Ha! Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, the fragrance of the spices refreshing, while Duanju's expression was one of confusion. However, that wasn't all. Soon Qin Kong pulled another steaming rice cooker out of the space, followed by a folding table, chairs, dishes, and even a tablet for watching dramas. Items are in whatever state they were in before they were stored in the space and whatever state they were in when they were taken out, so the rice and the ribs in the pressure cooker are still hot. And finally, Qin Kong's slender fingers gently clicked, and under the wrapping of a mysterious piece of energy, a tub filled with hot water suddenly appeared outside the room before he wrapped his arms around Duanju's savage waist and smiled condescendingly. Ha! I think there was a disobedient kitty who said it was miserable to follow me? Who was it? Looks like I'm going to have to teach her a lesson again tonight. Sorry. Under Qin Kong's overbearing and forceful lewdness, Duanju could only redden his little face, hold back his tears, and forcefully hold back his humiliation to let out a very unwilling voice failed again. It's too hard to mock Qin Kong once. On the other hand, Qin Kong also knew that Duanju was only joking, so he pinched her cheeks and doted on her. Does it help to just say you're sorry? Who did you just call, guy? What were you supposed to call me? Well. Hearing this, Duanju, who was already in a very difficult situation, revealed an even more aggrieved expression and could only bite her pink lips and whisper in a very squirmy manner. I'm sorry, Master Qin Kong, I shouldn't have said anything bad about you. Humph, it's good to know you're wrong. Seeing Duanju looking so cute, Qin Kong also lost the idea of punishing her, so he could only pat Duanju's head to pacify her. Now go get cleaned up, we'll get an early night and get up tomorrow to continue the zombie fight. Yes, master. After instructing Duanju, Qin Kong didn't forget to hand her a bath towel and new clothes, even the shower gel and shampoo were all there. Don't underestimate his system space. And in the face of such intimate care, set humiliation, remorse, shame and one Duanju can only hang his head gray and leave the room. Well, he got me again. With this in mind, Duanju, who had left the room, was secretly gritting his teeth again. Ever since she became Qin Kong's woman, Duanju couldn't stand being toyed with by the other party as if they were idiots, so every time there was an opportunity to taunt Qin Kong she wouldn't let it go. But she didn't know what was going on. Every time she taunted Qin Kong she would be defeated, as if she really was the wife of a fool human being, being casually toyed with by that hateful man. Every time this happened, it was as if a mysterious terrier was ghostly ringing in her head. How come she didn't look for her own problems more when she was molested by Qin Kong as a stupid human wife? And Duanju replied, if you fail to awaken and turn into a zombie, it's your own fault, okay? Your initial skills are crap, too, okay? You don't dare to leave your home even if you run out of supplies, okay? Why are the walkers after you? Why is your house the only one that doesn't stock up on supplies? Why is it that a bunch of psychos in the community group randomly send out some mobilization messages and you're just like a little cutie? Why did you rush forward as cannon fodder, and in the end, you didn't get any meat, eggs, or milk, and you were shot in the head by Qin Kong? Find your own problems, okay? All day long, I've been looking for my own problems. How can I win against Qin Kong? Every time we fight, the zombie just runs around like a retarded person, ha 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 ha, and gets slaughtered by Qin Kong, and I take the opportunity to try to fight back against the slave collar, I electrocute you and then the neighbors are there, it hurts too much. You tell me how to win with a bunch of retarded teammates? I've been played to death and operated to death. At the end, the narrator has to say, oh, why don't you look for your own problems when you're being molested by Qin Kong as a stupid wife? What the? When he thought about it, Duanju felt like he was holding back a great deal of fire in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. He even had the urge to pick up his sword and hack another 200 zombies, so it could be said that Duanju's biggest motivation for killing zombies now was to surpass Qin Kong. At the same time, in the heart of the air cursing Duanju has faded clothes, while carefully into the tub although the heart is very unhappy, but the bath is still to be washed, and I have to say, in such an environment of bathing and dressing is also some other. The fun of it all? Outside the window was a pitch-black night, filled with hideous, terrifying zombies with scarlet eyes, hordes of them in numbers that were oppressive enough alone to suffocate. The window is a woman leisurely bathing scene. Under the moonlight, the sparkling water reflects the woman's beautiful face, as well as the white tender as snow, blowing the ice muscle. Well, the water's just right. Because the feeling of the bath was so comfortable, Duanju couldn't help but squint his eyes, revealing a look of contentment and happiness. Come to think of it, maybe it's not so bad. Although it's not pleasant to be Qin Kong's woman, at least I'm having fun. Besides, I'm just pretending. It's not like I really want to be his woman. It's a pretense that I deliberately performed in order to defeat Qin Kong. One day, my heart will never yield to Qin Kong. Never. As of now. Whoa. The water rippled, and it was the mischievous Duanju who lifted his right leg up. Under the moonlight, the pink feet shimmered with a jelly-like luster, and just by gently swinging them in the air, a holy light like mist filled the air with a crystal clear, fresh scent. Humph, master's feet are so pretty. You're worthy of it. Looking at his right foot, Duanju nodded with a very satisfied smile. It's a pity that such a good thing was given to Qin Animal on the cheap. If I were to be reborn? If I were to be reborn, I'd be the hero of a cool article. I'd grab a bunch of cute sisters like you. It's just a shame I'm not a man, or else nah. At that thought, Duanju froze slightly, suddenly sitting upright and blinking with a puzzled expression. Why does that sound weird? Chapter 47, The Great War is at hand. Jade, you smell good. That's not right, is it? So that's why you specially prepared the tub for me to wash myself for nothing. No, it was just an impromptu idea. Let's just say you're so cute, I love it. Don't make excuses for being horny. And you're the cute one. Your whole family is cute. Okay, hopefully later you'll be as sharp-tongued as you are now. I just love it when you're bratty. GUH? Nuts. Don't. Another memorable night. The hideous and terrifying zombies staggered under the darkness, moving blindly in search of a mouthful of flesh and blood, their dense numbers completely filling up the entire urban area, and all that was left of the originally bustling city was now broken walls and a scene of gore and blood. The sixth day of the end times, early in the morning. The air was slightly cool and drizzly, not a good day. Ka chow. There was the sound of lowered guns being loaded on the streets of Jianxin district, followed by a group of camouflage-clad soldiers rushing up the street and cleanly decapitating several zombies with their sabers as the streets were cleared. The larger force quickly caught up, and soon the voice of the chief came over the radio. All hands. All street entrances will be defended with a bayonet 3 crossfire grid. The herd is expected to arrive at the target area at 8:10. Until then, everyone stand by as planned. Buzz off. The officer's roar was deafening, and soon the rattle of armored vehicles moving was heard not far down the street. The noise made by the tracks in the ground was heavy and incomparable, causing the countless soldiers' expressions to become more grave and the atmosphere to become tense. The special operations team will occupy the high ground for me. By 7:50, I want you to clear all the surrounding buildings. Don't let the zombies get shaded from behind before the machine gun team finishes their bullets. What's the armored car from Team 4 doing? He's running over the shrubs in the green belt. Obstructing the view, don't you know? Where are the drones at? Can you see how far away the wave of corpses is now? Answer commands faster. Angry roars came again and again as all the soldiers tensed up for the coming battle. However, while the others were still digging trenches and constructing fortifications with sandbags, a young soldier was holding his rifle with a pale face, leaning against the back of the sandbags with a face full of horror and muttering to himself. We're dead. We're dead. This is definitely dead. The soldier's body was shaking violently, fear of the monster in his eyes. Seeing this, the captain in charge of command on the side hurriedly ran over and squatted beside the team member, grabbing his shoulders and saying seriously, "Hello? What's wrong with you? Didn't you see the video posted last night?" The soldier remained whispering to himself as if he had not heard the captain's inquiry. Those zombies have evolved to the point where they can move instantly. They can't even handle a helicopter. We don't even have a level 10 awakened in our regiment. It will kill us all. I don't want to die. Saying that, the soldier's eyes already had tears of fear slipping down, and his violently spasming appearance looked painful. But this can't be blamed on him. Anyone who faces a zombie, this kind of human-like monster, will feel panic, not to mention that today we have to deal with a whole 500,000 zombies. Even if the whole regiment's machine gun is raised out to sweep wildly, it will take a day and a night to sweep to kill the whole thing. Yes, the number of zombies that the officials got at the beginning was not accurate. The corpses, after a day of wandering and gathering, the original 300,000 corpses had grown to a full 500,000, and it looked like red and black sea waves sweeping through the city from the overhead view. The root cause of this situation is that an artist was giving a concert before the end of the world, resulting in a base zombie population of over 80,000 at that location, which directly creates a cluster node that sucks in zombies. Hey, calm down. The captain saw that the soldier was scared out of his wits, so he had to shake the soldier's body hard and then comfort him with a serious expression. With so many of us and so much firepower, the zombies definitely won't be able to get through, and the officer said that when the wave of zombies passes, we'll be able to use the system props to build a base in the city. Don't you still want to find your brother? Wake up! Me? I? Hearing this, the soldier's eyes gradually cleared, and his spirit, which had been on the verge of collapsing, recovered quite a bit. And just then, soldiers in the distance yanked a young girl out of the building and brought her hurriedly to the captain in 5 and 3 steps. Captain! There's a child here. Child? The captain gave a rhetorical question in slight surprise. Looking back, it was indeed a 12 or 13-year-old girl who was hiding behind the soldier with a trembling look. The girl's clothes were quite clean. It was her face that was stained with a lot of ash and a few drops of dried bloodstains, and her cowering and timid look was very pitiful. Survivors? Upon seeing the young girl, the captain became quite serious and immediately looked around the building with a startled gaze. There are actually survivors in this neighborhood? Mom! Mom, she! The little girl was shivering and making noises at the same time, so the soldier had to pat her back to calm her down. Mom, she went to get food and left me alone, but I'm so hungry. So when did your mom go out? The captain frowned at the question, while the little girl replied with glistening tears and great pity. 2 days ago. Oh, my God. Hearing the young girl's words, the man who was the captain exclaimed in his heart, and immediately felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. It's a busy time, and the urgency of the end times can drive a person crazy. Facing a wave of corpses is devastating enough, but what's even more desperate is that even if they repel the wave, they probably won't be able to save many people. The future is bleak, family members are nowhere to be found, and countless survivors are waiting to be rescued. The soldiers had no idea where to go from here, and many were like puppets who had lost their souls, simply following discipline and obeying their officers' orders. This feeling of despair to the point of suffocation made the man who was the captain of the team couldn't help but clench his fists and curse the damn world in his heart. Bastard gods, brain-dead things, why do they tease humans like this? It would be a big mistake to think that we will succumb in this way. There will be someone to lead us, someone who can rise to the highest level, become the strongest awakened, and lead humanity back to prosperity. I won't admit defeat until then. Never. With this in mind, a blazing light flashed in the captain's eyes. When he came back to his senses, the captain pulled up the soldier who was afraid of death just now, dragged the little girl to the other side and said with utmost seriousness. Get up, you take this girl to the camp, and there's not enough manpower for logistics, so you'll pacify the refugees in the back. Ha! But the soldier was timid, but he didn't want to run away from the battle, and hastily opened his eyes wide to try to defend himself. And in response, the captain patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Well, that's an order, just let the top come to me if anything goes wrong. You're not far behind on the front line, so get going. After saying that, the captain pushed him away with a hard shove, and the soldier had to give the captain a salute with a grateful expression before taking the young girl with him and leaving the place in a hurry. And that's when the roar of the officer on the radio resumed. The zombie cluster is expected to arrive at the defense line in half an hour. Everyone go to level 1 alert. ? With the sunlight shining on his face, Qin Kong, who was still asleep, violently opened his eyes. Something soft and squishy on your body? Pupils turned, and indeed saw Duanju's defenseless sleeping face, skin as white as snow, eyelashes slender and long, and a very slight whirring sound when he breathed gently, almost like a pampered kitten, lying in his master's arms and lounging around with impunity. Touché. Waking up from his sleep, Qin Kong stroked Duanju's head twice. How could such a cute creature not let him stroke it twice more? But for some reason, Qin Kong's gaze looked a bit serious, and he soon called out in a magnetic and serious voice. Xiaoju, get up. Duanju didn't respond, still huffing and puffing. It's dawn, get up. Duanju still didn't respond, and moved his arms sleepwalking-like, hugging Qin Kong's body tightly. So Qin Kong had to take a deep breath, then pinch Duanju's face and say quietly. Little bitch, get up. Or I'll spank your ass. Feeling the pain in his cheek, the dazed Duanju finally opened his eyes. The air was cold, and Duanju pouted his pink lips and muttered reluctantly, his body shrinking under the covers as if in an instinctive reaction before muttering in a slightly grumbling manner. What time is it? It's too early. Can't I get some more sleep? Speaking of which, Duanju blinked suspiciously as she suddenly realized that Qin Kong was looking out the window with a heavy face. What's going on? The zombies are here? Empty, are you there? Hello. As he said that, Duanju even mischievously raised his small hand and waved it in front of Qin Kong. Seeing this, Qin Kong then gently patted away Duanju's arm and sat up to look into the distance before muttering to himself with a grave expression on his face. Where it's not right. What's wrong? Duanju was still blinking innocently. This time period should not be possible to appear right, but this feeling should be right. The corpse tide has the smell of stage 3 zombies. Qin Kong's expression when he said this was unusually serious, but Duanju didn't let it make him nervous. Instead, he slowly got up and softly wrapped his arms around Qin Kong's body. Lying on his lap, the curves of the woman's supple body were aesthetically pleasing and elegant, and even through the quilt it was still as charming as could be. What are you afraid of? Is the third stage so powerful? Duanju said wearily, not forgetting to squint and rub his face against his abs when he finished. Anyway, with Qin Kong around, you're not afraid of any monster, right? What's a third stage? My husband. Oh no, my air brother is the strongest. I'm the only one who can beat him, so I'm sure it's a good idea to stay with him until he's beaten. For now, just play the role of a wife. Humph, Qin Kong's body is so warm. With this in mind, the corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smug and rhythmic smile. Only this time, Qin Kong didn't smile and tease Duanju as usual, he just gently soothed his wife's back before looking out the window and muttering. Although I can deal with it, for the current army stage 3 zombies are definitely insurmountable monsters. I guess I've done too much since I came back from rebirth to create a butterfly effect. The army will definitely be wiped out at this rate. Saying this on his lips, Qin Kong's expression had become more and more grave. If the survivor base could not be established, then the future plans would be more or less problematic. He could not let all the humans in this city die out. Get up, we have to go help them. Well, okay. Although he looked reluctant, Duanju raised his head and winked adorably at Qin Kong. All listen to Kong. Current intimacy value with symbiotic partner is 89%. Chapter 48, The Corpse Tide Attacks. So today's process starts with: get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, simply eat 2 hard-boiled eggs for breakfast, and change into matching couple's clothes. Qin Kong naturally wore black, his slender silhouette was like an unsheathed sword. His jacket was loosely draped over his shoulders, but could not cover his tight figure. The muscle lines under the material of the garment were hidden, and with that cold temperament, it was as if the shadows were all sharpened by the pressure of his aura for a few moments. Duanju, on the other hand, was definitely in a tight, slim white tank top, white jacket and sweatpants. The lapels of the jacket were always open, the snow-white fabric inside clinging to her skin, outlining harsh and proud curves, and tilting her chin up slightly to reveal a condescending expression, as if she didn't care about either the zombies or the living. Today's master is also very handsome. After admiring himself with his cell phone's selfie function, Duanju smiled very proudly. But this complacency didn't last long, that's all, because soon her waist was easily wrapped around Qin Kong's arm, mentally subconsciously wanting to break free. Her body was the first to betray her because of the familiar scent and warm temperature. Her original haughty expression instantly turned into that of an obedient little girlfriend, so she was seen leaning on Qin Kong's shoulder, blinking her eyes and asking in a cute and adorable manner. Empty, we're off? Aha, but there's one more thing to do before I leave. Qin Kong responded with a smile. Immediately after that, he wrapped his arm around Duanju and headed out to the platform where he'd shot the zombies last night. Looking down towards the lobby below, there were indeed quite a few zombies gathered downstairs, and even though the gas shield masked the scent, there were so many of them out there that there were always going to be a few stragglers who'd gotten separated from the tide of zombies and gotten lost, who'd slipped into the mall. Imagine a zombie that goes into a room with thousands of bodies. It's like a dragon entering the sea, like being in heaven. Eat as much as you want, eat as hard as you want, eat until you die. Puffing, puffing, puffing. The hall was full of gnawing sounds. There were even quite a few zombies that had mutated. Their skin rotted away, revealing the bright red, hideous muscle fibers inside, and their teeth had become as sharp as a canine's, which was scary just to look at. Holy! This kind of scene was indeed still too bloody. Even after seeing it so many times, Duanju still couldn't help but curse. And in response, Qin Kong merely raised his right hand and calmly snapped his fingers. Snap! Whoa, whoa, whoa! As the sound of ringing fingers fell, a large wave of gasoline and alcohol fell from the sky like a wave, drenching almost all of the bodies in the hall, something he'd stored in his system space long ago. Qin Kong's fingertips picked, the silver cube then broke free from the bloodstains, obediently fell back into his palm. After the props were retrieved, Qin Kong then pulled out a windproof lighter, lit it and handed it to Duanju. Here, experience for you. For me? Duanju blinked in some surprise. But soon she twisted her head away in a chirpy manner and puffed out her cheeks with disinterest. No need, just take it, I'll kill the walkers myself. I don't want this kind of food. In my previous life, I was a demonic nun who was famous in China. If I had to have everything chewed up and fed to me, I'd be his wife. I don't need it, tisk. The more she thought about it in her mind, the more disdainful the expression on Duanju's face became, but it was her eyes that were honest, glancing at the lighter every now and then. And in response, Qin Kong had no choice but to gently explain. The props are all prepared by me. I'll share a lot of experience even if I don't like these, and I'm too high level to kill these low-level zombies to level up anymore, so I might as well share some with you. Speaking of which, Qin Kong even slowly lowered his head and doted on Duanju's head with his face. What's more, you behaved so well last night, I as the master have to show something, right? This is your reward, oh. Well. Speaking of which, Duanju's face flushed slightly, and his originally arrogant expression seemed to shy away quite a bit. Duanju then saw Duanju snatch the lighter, her red face glaring hard at Qin Kong before dropping the lighter arrogantly. Who cares, you can have it or not. And don't call me Pa. Boom. As the lighter fell into the hall, a raging flame instantly ignited. Thousands of corpses, hundreds of zombies, all plunged into the sea of fire. In this instant the flames burned the body into charcoal, the thick smoke along with the smell of blood filled the entire shopping mall, and even burst out of the crackling sound of burning grease. But even so, those zombies remained unmoved, like greedy evil scaly scales trapped in a sea of fire. Even death became part of the feast, not stopping until their flesh and bones were burned out. Drop, host kills normal zombie 10, gained experience value 7. Drop, host kills normal zombie 7, gain experience value 5. Dropping, host kills. Host kills. Host kills. Host kills. Host level upgraded to level 12. Gained a 0.7% increase in all attributes. 3 levels are still needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host. Oh feast of gourmets, do they still have memories from when they were human? Looking at this terrifying sight, Duanju couldn't help but shiver as he hugged Qin Kong and muttered. And hearing this, Qin Kong stroked Duanju's head to placate her. They're all just monsters, no need to sympathize with them. If they really had memories from when they were human, they wouldn't have awakened a new intelligence after evolving. Well, let's go. Ow. The palm between his hair was hot and strong, just being gently stroked would make him feel inexplicably at ease, which made Duanju obediently oblige as if it were an instinctive response. For the sake of giving me so much experience, I won't scold you in my heart today, huh? Duanju's face arched flirtatiously. And soon enough, Qin Kong picked her up with ease, smashing the floor-to-ceiling window and jumping out of the mall, while the mall blazed behind him. The army deployed the battle line over at the old power station, where the terrain is gentle and the soil is loose, making it easy to build fortifications and fire in formation, and the location is remote enough that it's not easy to accidentally injure. The survivors will just hide out in the nearby high-rise buildings and wait for the high-level zombies to show up before we strike, to make sure that the city's survivor base can be built. While holding Duanju in his arms for a continuous jump, and explaining softly in a calm voice, Qin Kong's figure kept flying above the tide of corpses like a dragonfly pointing at water, and no matter how much the zombies flailed they couldn't touch him in the slightest. While listening to Qin Kong's words, Duanju, who was shrinking into a ball in his arms, bristled and inquired with disgust. Why don't you just make a move right from the start? Do you have to come out at the critical moment to act like a bully? Damn reborn man. Not at all, stupid woman. Qin Kong laughed back, his calm demeanor very confident, but it made Duanju a little angry. Who's the stupid woman? I'm the one who isn't. And at that moment, Qin Kong patiently explained. Although I'm a reborn and have retained a lot of high-level skills, my props, my level is only 16, and my basic attributes plus the bonuses from the wonders aren't that many times higher than those of an awakened of the same rank. My magic power and stamina are limited. It's not a problem to deal with stage 3 monsters, but if I were to meet the tide of corpses and consume a lot of magic power, I can't guarantee that I'll be sneak attacked by a high-level zombie. Speaking of which, Qin Kong's expression seemed quite serious. In a post-apocalyptic world, only one's own life is most important, and I'm not a savior to put my best foot forward for a bunch of strangers. What a cold man. Duanju narrowed his eyes and muttered slyly. But soon the corners of her mouth quirked up again in a slightly playful flirtation. But who knows if you're just a tough talker? It can't be that it's just an excuse because you want to help the army and you're too embarrassed to say so explicitly. Prideful miscellaneous fish. You? The corner of Qin Kong's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. Duanju, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, revealing a smiling expression with "I've seen right through you" written all over his face. Whatever you say, I'm going to eat the experience of stage 3 monsters anyway. Qin Kong, who had twisted his head around, looked very upset, and in a rare move didn't retort to Duanju's words in the middle of the conversation. The two of them had arrived above the building, just a block away from the army's deployed defenses, and Duanju, who had been put down, stared in amazement. Hey, there's even an armored car. How can this still lose? From afar, the military had completely blocked the direction of the tide of corpses. Rows of machine guns, an armored vehicle all standing by, and even 2 helicopters and countless drones circling in the air. Duanju, who grew up in a harmonious society, could say that he had never seen such a battle before, especially the helicopter's roaring propeller sound, which could shock people's eardrums even if they were separated by a few hundred meters. But even so, a touch of gravity still surfaced between Qin Kong's brows. I don't know, let's wait and see. Target cluster, range 500 meters. The scene came to the front of the battle line, cold and precise commands came over the radio, and all the soldiers were all tense as hell. The captain, hiding behind the sandbags, squinted his eyes and looked through the scope into the distance. The tide of corpses was like a black murky stream, slowly but inexorably coming in, the rotting limbs glistening with grease under the rain, making people sick just looking at them. Machine gunners, stand by. Click clack click clack. The captain spoke softly, so the row of machine gunners simultaneously pulled the bolt and loaded the gun. The breathing of the soldiers was clearly audible over the radio, but no one spoke, only the subtle friction of a finger gently resting on the trigger. Target 300 meters. Target 200 meters. Target 100 meters. The outline of the tide of corpses was clearly visible as the commands fell with a bang. Twisted limbs, festering faces, and even a low hissing sound could be heard coming from their throats. The zombies in the front row stepped over the corpses in the street, their pace getting faster and faster, like evil spirits from hell. It wasn't until finally, after a zombie had grinned its lips and opened its fishy, bloody mouth to an outrageous extent, that the sound of an officer's command finally came over the radio. Fire. Chapter 49, Corpse in the Rain of Bullets. Fire. The officer's deafening command boomed down, whereupon a deafening roar instantly erupted from the position. Tons of fire spewed and shell casings splattered, and the dense gunfire rang through the sky like thunder, as a round of unison fire swept through the corpses, exploding the torsos of the front rows of zombies like sludge. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of gunfire drowned out the sound of the propellers for just a moment, and dirty blood and broken bones splashed through the air in a scarlet haze. With such a high intensity of firepower, even the zombies couldn't hold back at all, and in just an instant, a large portion of them fell down. However, what made the soldiers feel nervous was that the zombies were like never-ending. Obviously a round of flanking fire had killed hundreds or thousands of zombies, but more zombies were coming madly behind them, stepping on the corpses because they heard the gunshots. My God! The soldier beside the captain let out a terrified shout. His trigger finger began to spasm, the knot in his throat rolled up and down but could not swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even the cold sweat under the helmet flowed into the eyes. Obviously looks like a human form, but the movement is just like a wild beast. Tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of zombies desperately rushed forward. Such a horrible scene. Even if you hold a machine gun in hand, even if you are holding a machine gun in your hand, you will also be scared to death. Keep up the fire, don't let them break the 100-meter line. Immediately after the captain's bullets ran empty, he ripped his hoarse voice out in an explosive roar, his neck veins rippling, but his hand steady as a rock as he changed bullets. These soldiers may look young, but they are all well-trained elites. Before the soldiers in the front row are empty, the soldiers in the back row will be able to calculate the amount of bullets through the rhythm of gunfire, and when counting down a few rounds, they will tap their companion's shoulder to signal, so their companion will immediately cease fire to replace the bullets, and the soldiers in the back will make up for the gunfire. After shooting, the soldiers in the front row also changed their magazines, so they could continue firing. With such precise coordination, the fire coverage was all-encompassing and never-ending, and as long as there were enough bullets, that many zombies couldn't rush over. As the great Lu Xun once said, carbon-based life can't stop a bullet, or if it can, then another one. Times have changed, zombie. Ow 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 ow. The hissing of zombies and machine gun fire echoed throughout the city. Watching the disintegrating corpses fall one by one, with more zombies pouncing behind them one by one, Duanju standing on the roof of the building couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast and breathing hard, experiencing the horror of the end times for the first time. I can't believe it. It's horrible. Duanju lamented in horror in his heart. Because she was very clear about one thing, the city's population was no less than 5 million, and the mere 300,000, actually 500,000 in front of her was only 1/5 or even 1/10 of the total number of zombies. Such a number of people already made the army like an enemy, not to mention that this was still a pile of zombies attacking from one direction. If these monsters had all evolved to more than one stage, and then rushed from all sides, it would be unknown whether modern weapons could deal with them or not. That one is? At that thought, Duanju's eyes lit up in surprise and pointed in a direction. Qin Kong looked in the direction of her finger and originally thought it would be a high-level zombie, but he didn't realize it was just Duanju's old friend, the long-tongued zombie. The long-tongued zombie, which already possessed basic hunting intelligence, realized that charging from the front would only result in death, and hurriedly ran to the surrounding buildings, shooting its tongue out of the windows to try to attack the soldiers behind the sandbags. But alas, even the most incompetent of armies in the post-apocalyptic world can't be disrupted in formation by such imbecilic monsters. Snap! With the sound of the sniper rifle resounding through the heavens and earth, the long-tongued zombie whose body hadn't even peeked out of the window was smashed to pieces on the spot. Sir, it seems like some of these walkers are intelligent, and quite a few have run into the building. The sniper upstairs rushed to radio a report while the officer replied in a steady voice. Don't worry, the special forces are in place, you just clear the streets. The voice on the communicator was calm and cold. Special forces awaken individuals in the military whose rank exceeds level 5. The initial awakening skill had limited enhancement for humans, but once they broke through level 5 and gained a second skill, they were able to crush zombies with pure physical skill, just like Duan Ju. Although the tide of corpses was overwhelming, it still looked unbearable under the soldiers' tacit cooperation and the suppression of their furious firepower. In the roar of the machine gun, the zombies' charge was torn apart hard, and between the blood and flesh, the tide of corpses even appeared to have a short break. Cease fire for 1 minute, change ammunition, and report casualties. The officer remained stoic as he gave his orders, and soon the radio was filled with reports from the street captains. No casualties in Team 1. No casualties in Team 2. No casualties in Team 3. When reporting on the battle, the expressions of the various captains as well as their subordinates were very excited, because no one had expected that the corpse tide would actually be so easy to deal with. Not only were they able to repel them by relying on their rifles, but they even made quite a few of their soldiers level up. You know, there are still bombs and bombers planted that aren't being used, so it looks like today's battle went pretty well. Only. No casualties in Team 4, but a survivor was just found. I sent them to the camp, Suryu. The captain's voice came to an abrupt halt as he said this. His pupils suddenly contracted, his sight locked onto a certain figure among the corpses in the distance, followed closely by a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead quickly. Sir! A roar exploded so suddenly over the radio that everyone's hearts were lifted. Unusual target detected on Red Flag Street. Requesting sniper support. The captain shouted desperately, never so nervous since the end of the world. The words were followed by 3 seconds of dead silence on the radio, followed by the chief's command to force down the trail. All snipers deployed on Red Flag Street, snipe the target as instructed by Captain Jian Yuan. What do you see? What kind of monster is that? One of the snipers couldn't help but let out a gasp. So all the people of the 4 teams looked toward the front, only to see a terrifying zombie with a stature of more than 3 meters tall, and with a right arm as thick as a tree trunk. The monster's skin was glowing with a hardened metal green-black luster, and the swollen muscle fibers of its right arm were like strong steel cables, leaving cracked footprints on the road with every step. It's the iron-armed walker. It's gotten bigger compared to last night, and it's still evolving. As soon as the order fell from the communicator, several reflections of sniper scopes flashed across the roof of the building, and the muzzles of the guns wordlessly adjusted their angles to lock onto their targets. And then there was bang. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and the bullet flew straight towards the monster's head. The 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet tore through the air with an initial velocity of 853 ms, but in the 0.3 seconds before it touched the target, that right arm suddenly erupted with an agility that didn't match its size. The elbow joints were mechanically folded at 90, blocking as precisely as if the attack had been anticipated. Snap! The slugs rubbed stinging sparks against the mutant cuticle. What? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The sniper rifle's bullets hit the monster unharmed. And soon, a fishy red gaze appeared in the eyes of the iron-armed zombie. It raised its right hand up, protecting its head completely, and before the snipers and the soldiers on the front line could react to what was going on, a deafening, keening roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Oh! Knock! 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 Dang! The heavy footsteps sounded like an earthquake. And right after that, there was the roar of Captain Jian Yuan, who was terrified. Shoot it! It's coming at us! Chapter 50, Human Purgatory. Shoot it! It's coming at us! Captain Jian Yuan gave the order in an almost growling voice, whereupon the soldiers on the defense line immediately pulled the triggers. The bullets poured out like a rainstorm. However, the skin of the iron-armed walker was just as hard as its arm, and the bullets splashed with blinding sparks, but didn't even leave a crack. What the kind of monster is this? The soldier let out a terrified shout as he fired. As they watched the monster get closer and closer to the defense line, countless soldiers' faces began to pale, gradually revealing a look of fear. Each step shook the ground and cracked and splattered debris, and it would only take a few seconds for it to crash into the crowd, and then it would definitely be a crushing massacre. But fortunately, just when the situation is most critical in life and death. Boom! A deafening cannon sounded suddenly like a savior. The muzzle of the smoothbore cannon exploded with blinding fire, and the tungsten alloy bullet tore through the air at a terrifying muzzle velocity of 1,700 meters per second, accurately hitting the zombie's chest with a whistling sonic boom. It was the tanks deployed behind the defense line. On the 6th day of the end of the world, the tanks that could put together a crew were less than 5% of the establishment, and the only one that could be started was this one, and the loader inside it was even a temporary carny, his trembling hand nearly slamming the armor-piercing rounds on the bolt. Good thing the shot was accurate enough. Roar! As the shells hit, a mournful roar echoed throughout the streets. The right half of the iron-armed Deathstalker's body was torn to shreds, blood, flesh and shattered bones splattered out more than 20 meters like rain, and a radiating mist of blood still filled the air. The soldiers were all staring at the monster with fearful gazes, afraid that a single shell wouldn't kill it, but luckily, after wailing in pain for a few seconds, the iron-armed zombie finally slumped over and collapsed. Plop. It's dead? A soldier blinked and asked with a nervous expression. About. The other soldier responded to him dully. Looking at the steel beast-like monster, even though it had fallen to the ground, the expressions of the crowd were still very grave. However, before the crowd could come out of the oppressive feeling of the iron-armed walkers, an eerie electrical energy kept flickering in the air, crackling. Oh, no! Zhang Yuan was the only one in the group who reacted. He raised his rifle and aimed behind him, only to see a crack in the air like a projected cloth cut by invisible scissors too late. With the frantic surge of the alien current, the crawling zombie with its entire body revealing its fishy red muscles and bare brain suddenly appeared above the tank. 5-bladed claws were bubbling with cold light under the rainwater, just for a moment. Click. The composite armor was easily dissected like a piece of paper, and the last thing the driver, captain, and gunner heard was the snorting sound of metal being torn apart. Ah! Screams came out of the tank. Shoot it! Finish it! Immediately followed by the defense line in chaos, countless soldiers began to shoot at the monsters on the tanks, while the nimble crawling zombies moved crazily at an unimaginable speed, not only dodging all the bullets, but also clawing 2 soldiers to death in the process, which made the spirit of all the soldiers extremely panicked. And at the same time, the tide of corpses in front of the front line was approaching, and the officer on the radio had long since been roaring frequently with anxiety. Zhang Yuan. What's the situation over at Team 4? Zhang Yuan. Not anymore. Answering the officer was a sniper. That thing is too fast to aim at. Captain Jiang was knocked out. What? Hearing this, the officer far behind the battle line revealed a look of horror. And when the crowd looked towards the front, they realized that it wasn't just on the side of the 4th team, but several monsters that were different from the norm had appeared on almost every street: the bloated, acid-spitting meat mountain, the tentacle-laden, swiftly moving Cthulhu, and the huge, muscle-expanding tank zombie that had fought head-on with Qin Kong. They take advantage of the gap between the jumpers messing up the back of the army, and are preparing to lead a mass charge of all the walkers, no longer caring about the side of Team 4. Jesus! What the hell is this? What the hell is this going to be? At the same time, above the building, a system alert popped up in Qin Kong's head. Fat zombie, stage 2 mutated monster, slow-moving, strong defense, due to excessive venom stored in the body turned into a bloated sphere, will spit acid from a distance to infect the target. Tentacle zombie, stage 2 mutated monster with more than 8 tentacles that can swing flexibly, extremely agile in action, and strong recovery power. Jumper, a stage 3 mutated monster with sharp claws capable of tearing through steel and a well-developed head that can store psychic energy, which allows it to use powerful spatial skills. Possessing basic intelligence, it knows how to command the corpses and take the lead in attacking highly threatening enemies. It is a high-risk zombie that combines speed, lethality, and intelligence. Coming! As the target appeared, Qin Kong muttered to himself, finally revealing an excited gaze. While seeing him like this, Duanju was stroking his chin and inquired with a puzzled expression. Is this the one? Doesn't look like it's very strong, huh? Huh? What are you wearing? Halfway through his words, he turned back and realized that Qin Kong had put a cut of a black mask on his face at some point. The mask was matte black, with a metallic sheen emanating from its surface, like a piece of armor remnant that had been deliberately polished, and it was cold and handsome when he wore it. It was that somehow, the masked Qin Kong caused Duanju to inexplicably feel a sense of strangeness, as if the guy in front of him wasn't Qin Kong, but someone else who looked a lot like him. This is the cognitive interference mask, a grade A prop that will alter one's aura when worn, making it impossible for Perceptive Awakened to recognize the wearer's identity. I don't want to be recognized by the military in the future, or else I'll surely be morally kidnapped and dragged off to become a mercenary. Qin Kong calmly explained, and as he spoke he took a white mask of the same style and handed it to Duanju. You wear it too. Ha? Gee, okay. Duanju smacked his lips before taking the mask, looking a little reluctant. In fact, she would like to show her strength in front of the army, so that everyone knows the prestige of the Queen of the End Times Duanju in front of a group of soldiers to kill the zombies with magnificent movements, and then to win a sound of applause. That kind of scene, just to think about it all, feels so good. But Qin Kong had said so, what else could she do? I'm used to it. I'm going to have to go along with him, or he'll bully me again. Ha? This prop? Just as he was thinking about it, Duanju's eyes widened slightly after receiving the mask, and he began to scrutinize the prop in his hand. Its lines were too perfect, the light refracted around the edges tinged with sharpness, and the streamlined silhouette resembled a moment of liquid metal frozen in place. It's like forging moonlight into wearable weapons, snowy and shiny, overall. Hiss. Look good. This thing is perfect for my aesthetic. After a heartfelt exclamation, Duanju also lifted the mask into mid-air for a closer look. Before the end of the world, Duanju was at least a cartoonist, and she was very enthusiastic about the secondary world, so naturally, she couldn't help but have a middle-aged attribute, and with a mask as handsome as this one, Duanju couldn't possibly refuse it. Well, although you always buy strange props, but I have to say that this is quite good-looking, very discerning, Brother Kong. The color and style is just what I like. The corners of Duanju's mouth hooked as he happily complimented Qin Kong. However, upon hearing this, Qin Kong scratched the side of his face in embarrassment. It's not really something I bought, it's something a friend from my previous life let me keep for a while, but I never met her again after that, so I used it for myself. Is that what it looks like? Duanju blinked in slight surprise, seemingly unconcerned by this. However, she soon revealed a wary gaze, narrowing her eyes, coming over to Qin Kong's side, and pointing at the mask while inquiring in a resentment-filled voice. Wait. So the guy who gave you the mask was a woman? Why else would it be in pairs? Hearing this, Qin Kong surfaced a hint of surprise, while Duanju's eyes grew sharper. This white one in my hand couldn't have been worn by another woman. When he finished speaking, Duanju's eyes widened and his puffed-up face looked very angry. In response, Qin Kong was pleased to smile, and suddenly stepped forward, his left hand encircling his wife's waist, his right dragging the back of her head, and with just a slight push, Duanju's chin couldn't help but lift, and before she could react, she was kissed solidly by the forceful Qin Kong. The sudden event caused Duanju to wave his small hands around in confusion. However, very soon, her struggles gradually smoothed out, and the tips of her shoes were slowly rising on tiptoe to actively cater to. Until Qin Kong finished tasting the sweet petals, he licked the corners of his mouth with intent, and then played with the bells around Duanju's neck while smugly saying, "It's all mine, why do you think so much, you little fool? Hurry up and put it on, master will take you to upgrade. Jingle bells, jingle bells." The bell made a crisp ringing sound. Well. Damn it. The exasperated Duanju could only curse with a red face. Avoiding the important points and dodging people's questions, when it's obvious that they're just asking casually. What a barbaric, rude, and arrogant fellow. Such a man deserves to die, and I should never have given him a good look. Damn. Damn it. I keep getting played as a stupid woman. I'm not a fool. No, I'm not a woman. I'm not. With this in mind, Duanju was already stomping his feet in anger. Obviously, hundreds of thoughts of killing Qin Kong arose in his heart, but as soon as he thought of Qin Kong's cold and confident face, as well as the other party's sturdy and warm body, all the desires to fight back turned into inexplicable heartbeats, and his cheeks became even more red. Kill him. It's all because of Qin Kong I become like this, into this disgraceful look. I'm definitely going to kill him. Duanju gritted his teeth and chanted in his heart, tears of humiliation flashing from the corners of his eyes. But what else could she do? It was impossible to resist Qin Kong, so she could only listen to him and obediently put the mask on, then wrapped her arms around Qin Kong's waist like a clingy kitten, making it convenient for the other party to carry her and jump off the building, but her expression was still bulging and furious as all. Well, don't get angry. Qin Kong laughed helplessly and rubbed Duanju's head as a sign of comfort, the gentle gesture easing the anger on Duanju's face. In a moment you'll take care of the iron-armed walkers, I'll deal with the jumpers, is that clear? An iron arm? Duanju, who heard this, blinked innocently. Isn't it dead? In response, Qin Kong just smiled without saying anything, placing his sight on the distant ground. The iron-armed zombie, who was originally supposed to be blown to death, actually slowly got up after a few twitches and stood up once again. It grabbed the unlucky zombie beside it with its skinny left hand and opened its huge mouth to bite down. The zombie's head was quickly chewed and bitten, and as the blood and flesh energy replenished into its body, the fishy red and disgusting flesh buds spread across the wounds of the iron-armed zombie, and soon a new arm grew out. "That's okay?" Seeing this, Duanju couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, and suddenly felt very sorry for the soldiers fighting against these zombies with no post-apocalyptic experience, and no knowledge of all the monsters' specialties and habits. They had to rely on human life to fill in the information gap. Without Qin Kong, at least half of these soldiers would have been sacrificed, not to mention all of them. With this in mind, Duanju couldn't help but show a sympathetic look. "But it's good that my heir brother is a cold-hearted person on the outside, huh? No? I'm not supposed to hate him. And since when did I even call him heir in my heart? Don't. Anyone. Who can come and tell me?" Back to the battlefield. In front of them was the iron arm walker that had recovered as before and led over 100,000 walkers to continue advancing. Behind them were the jumpers walkers who had been killing their way through the line and had already killed a dozen or so of their companions in a few turns. The screams were endless, the figures of his comrades fell one by one, even the sniper in the building was found and killed by a stage of zombies, and everything in front of him was dyed blood red. "Kill it! Kill it now! We can't be dragged down by that red monster any longer. The corpse tide is coming. It can't be topped. Don't! Don't eat me! I won't fight!" After a scream, the line of the four teams was in complete disarray, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that this scene was an inferno on earth. Looking at such a horrible scene, listening to the miserable screams of his comrades, Jiang Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, finally revealed a look of despair, and even his hand holding the gun began to tremble involuntarily. "Who can tell me?" Jiang Yuan's heart was questioning hard. With the loss of the front line and the annihilation of the army, hordes of corpses will pour into the city with impunity, and the entire city will soon be turned into a nest of zombies, with no survivors being spared. "Why are you doing this to us? Isn't it enough to risk our lives? Is there really any point in struggling? Whoever is good. Whoever is good. Please step up and help us out a little. Captain. Captain Jiang." While Jiang Yuan was still confused by despair, the shouts from not far away pulled him back to reality. From his consciousness, a large number of zombies had already rushed into the defense line, and his subordinates were being crushed by the zombies, relying on their rifles to just barely block the other side's bloody mouths. "Captain! Help me!" The soldier hissed in a voice that was close to crying, the heartbreaking shouts piercing into Jiang Yuan's heart as hard as a blunt knife cutting into his flesh. The cry for help finally awakened Jiang Yuan's courage. Despite the fact that the jumper's blow had nearly shattered his ribs, he pushed through the excruciating pain and pulled out his sidearm with a trembling hand. Click! The sound of the safety popping off was faintly audible in the heavier rain. The muzzle of the gun was raised inch by inch, aiming at the back of the head of the zombie who had the soldier pinned down. At this time, a shadow covered Jiang Yuan's body underneath. The rain washed over the greenish-gray face, gnarled, maggot-like veins underneath the rotting skin. The broken and then regenerated right arm dangled at his side, and instead of rainwater, some kind of weird goo mingled with shredded flesh and brain matter dripped from his fingertips. The scariest part is its eyes. There were no pupils, only two turbid orbs that were white from the rain, staring straight at Jiang Yuan. It's over. There's no such thing as a hero. It's just a deathbed fantasy. As Jiang Yuan let out a voice of despair in his heart, the palm of the iron-armed zombie slowly reached out towards him, and it only took a second for it to grab Jiang Yuan's body and crush it to pieces. But also at the same time, two other figures suddenly appeared, one on the left and one on the right, just in front of the iron-armed walker. "Good job, little brother, leave it to my old heir brother next." A clear and charming voice came from beside him, causing Jiang Yuan's originally gray pupils to regain their light. Fixed eyes only to realize, in front of the eyes appeared, actually as a pair of black and white matching, dress extremely handsome, and wearing a mask of the couple? The young girl had just finished saying those words proudly, when she was gently knocked on the head by the man on the side. "I've told you to hide my identity, what are you shouting at me for? See if I don't clean you up when we get back." "Aha! I'm sorry." Chapter 51: Killing the Third Order in Seconds. "Jiang Yuan, how's it going over at Red Flag Street? What's the status of the necrotic tide now? Please call back when you hear." Snipers are fine. Hello? Is no one there? Hello? The officer on the radio was roaring in frantic rage. The number of corpse tides was extremely large, and if even one line of defense was lost, the entire team would be plunged into a situation of no return, so the officer's agitation was reasonable. And only when the camera turned to Red Flag Street could it be seen that Jiang Yuan was now sitting paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide open, looking at the two figures in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Wait a minute? Civilians? It's comforting to know that someone has stepped up in a time of crisis. But as a soldier, how could he let the unarmed people face those monsters head-on for him? No. Absolutely not. That's a monster that can't even be killed by tank fire. Even the awakened warriors of the special forces will never be able to fight it. They're sending them to their deaths. I have to do something. I have to. Ha! Jiang Yuan's thoughts came to an abrupt end. Because that man dressed in black, in the face of the coppery, iron-armed zombie, was able to calmly and gently raise his right hand and press it against the zombie's chest. Boom. There was no build-up, no sign, the pitch-black energy suddenly erupted. The 3-meter-high steel body even flew out like a piece of flotsam, crashing through several concrete walls one after another before finally crashing to the ground dozens of meters away from the ruins, stirring up a sky of smoke and dust. Holy! This blow caused all the surrounding soldiers to instantly freeze in place, and a few of them hadn't even managed to hold back their foul mouths. Jiang Yuan, who had originally struggled to get up, was completely stagnant at the moment, with only 3 philosophical questions left in his head. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? And when he came back to his senses from the shock, he realized that the young girl wearing a white mask had quietly stood beside him at an unknown time with a long, slender figure, convex in the front and curved in the back, her full breasts almost bursting through the material of her clothes, and her slender waist forming a heart-stopping arc length with her suddenly flared hips. Even wrapped in pants, those long straight legs could still be seen with smooth muscle texture. It was a perfectly cast and supple snow-white demonic blade. The fabric was its sheath, quenched with killing intent in its voluptuousness, so that one couldn't help but want to gently ruffle it, hold it in the palm of your hand, and then carefully caress and love it. It's beautiful. Not only Jiang Yuan, even the other soldiers around him were shocked by the woman's charm, and for a while they even forgot that the tide of corpses was still approaching. Yet that's not all. The woman gently raised her hand towards Jiang Yuan, and a soft white glow flowed from her fingertips, enveloping his entire body like a holy spring. Ka! Ah! As a sharp pain came, the broken ribs actually reset themselves automatically. The blood and flesh healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the bruises quickly dissipated in just a few seconds. Jiang Yuan's body was already back to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Skills? Healing skills? Looking at his hands, Jiang Yuan let out a voice of disbelief in his heart. This level of healing ability was unheard of in the entire force. And when he looked up toward the two again, the white-masked girl was tilting her head, the corners of her flirtatious eyes under the mask curving up in a smile like arc. Master's appearance must be handsome. With today's performance, Master's legend will surely circulate in the army, and when I dry out that bastard Qin Kong, I'll come here to become an ace special forces soldier. When the time comes to take the soldier's little brother to brush the copies, the military medal can hang all over the chest hump. I'm a genius. Duanju's mind was thinking this way, and while he was thinking it he was also sliding around on the ground with the tip of his tiny shoe, as if he was making plans for the future. Yet she doesn't know that. Because of Qin Kong's super strength, plus her godlike healing skills, plus Duanju's own ability to charm, the two of them had already been filtered in the eyes of the soldiers at this point. Especially Jiang Yuan, the expression on his face as he looked at Duanju and Qin Kong had reached adoration, because one second he was praying for someone to come down to the world to save them, and the next second the two of them suddenly descended. Holy Virgin! These two must be the heroes who saved mankind, the Sun and the Virgin. Jiang Yuan shouted in his heart with incomparable excitement. Hope after despair can blind a person, and Jiang Yuan and the other soldiers here just happened to go through that process. Hiss. Why are these soldiers looking at me strangely? Stealing a glance around, those blazing gazes were practically burning 2 holes in the mask, so Duanju couldn't help but sputter after a moment's hesitation. Not quite the same as the gangsters and thugs you meet in your neighborhood? Those men look at me all horny and lewd, like slimy slugs. But what about these soldiers? Like a star? Grass. Those eyes are so clear and bright. Why do I feel a sense of shame in my heart? It's horrible. Because he was being watched adoringly by too many soldiers, Duanju was actually a little embarrassed for a moment, his pink toes and his shoes curled up into a ball, and he could only hide behind Qin Kong like a kitten and hug his arm. Soon, however, a sound in the distance drew the attention of the crowd. It's doing it again. That red one. Everyone run away. Boom. As the shouts fell, the concrete wall in the distance suddenly exploded and scarlet jumpers manifested from the smoke. With half of the camouflage fabric still hanging between its flesh-stained fangs, its exposed brain still emanated an eerie electrical energy spatial skills at the ready to instantly move to its next prey, which caused all the soldiers who saw it to suck in a breath of cold air. But when the jumper walker swept through the crowd with its powerful perception, for some reason, it suddenly froze in place as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Kong just stood calmly, not even raising his eyelids. However, the mutant that had just been on a killing spree was now like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, its entire body muscles spasming and instinctively taking a step back. LOL. LOL. The jumper let out an eerie and terrifying low roar, staring at Qin Kong as if he were an enemy in death. On the other hand, perhaps knowing that a big battle was inevitable, Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, hurriedly roared loudly to remind Qin Kong. Bro! This guy's no good to deal with. It can even tear through the armor of a tank. Yeah. And it can move instantly. Let's work together to finish it off. We'll cover for you. Although he knew that Qin Kong was very strong, there had to be a limit to how strong he could be. The soldiers didn't think that Qin Kong's mortal flesh could deal with the elite monsters that easily tore apart tanks, so one by one, they volunteered to step forward, only hoping to fight alongside Qin Kong. However, in response, Qin Kong merely raised his right arm and pondered in his mind while gathering his magic power. A stage 3 monster that moves instantly? The tank was torn apart by it? It's a tough one with a strong body and strong escape ability. I had wanted to save some magic power to kill more zombies for upgrading, but now it's better to end the battle quickly if. Let's use that to finish it. With this thought in his heart, the magical pressure emanating from Qin Kong's body was getting stronger and stronger. Dark energy condensed into a counter-rotating vortex at his fingertips. The tiny gravel on the ground suddenly violated gravity and floated into the air, and the fallen leaves and dust within a 10-meter radius were circling crazily with Qin Kong as the center. Is this the awakened? It's too strong. Seeing such a shocking scene, the surrounding soldiers all exclaimed inwardly. On the other hand, the jumper zombie sensed that something bad was happening. Immediately launching an instantaneous transfer, he ripped open a space crack 20 meters away and came in front of Qin Kong, aiming at his face and grabbing on. Ka! Those were sharp claws that could even rip through steel. The power of a stage 3 monster was as terrifying as it was. But for some reason, this strike from the jumper walker didn't manage to grab Qin Kong's face, and was instead blocked by a translucent wall of black energy. Cluck 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 cluck. When the blow failed, the jumper immediately let out a low growl, and its fishy red muscle fibers quickly tensed up, as if it wanted to continue its attack. But when it moves, it realizes that at some point, the 6 dark energy walls have trapped it inside the small cube. Even the air has solidified into a gel, breathing and movement has become very difficult, and if it doesn't launch an instantaneous movement, it will definitely die. But when it wanted to instantly move again, a sharp pain came from its muscles that the zombie couldn't even tolerate. A skill as powerful as instantaneous movement is bound to have a cooldown interval. Die. There would be no mercy against humans, let alone monsters. Qin Kong just uttered these 2 words very indifferently before casually snapping his fingers. Boom! The cube was instantly filled with a sea of pure black fire, and absolute darkness that could swallow even light. The jumper twisted into eerie silhouettes within it, twitching violently like an insect thrown into a strong acid. Even more horrifying was the fact that, despite the fact that its hideously open jawbones could be seen, not even a half-assed scream could come out of it. So after a few seconds, the cube disappeared and all that was left was a weird burnt mess that wasn't even coke falling to the ground. Seconds. Drop, host kills jumper 1, gained experience value 4,370. The host leveled up to level 21, gaining a 2.1% increase in all attributes. For levels are still needed to unlock the next skill, please continue to work hard. 3 times in a row? Is great. Hearing the beep in his head, even Qin Kong couldn't help but let out a gasp of astonishment. The skill just now was a high-level skill. After level 50, it consumed at least half of the magic power. It was pretty hard to recover naturally without relying on props. At least a day or 2 of rest was needed. This trip wasn't in vain. Killing monsters over the level gives too much experience. Wrapping his arm around Duan Zhu's waist, Qin Kong was very excited to give his wife a report on the situation, and after finishing, he didn't forget to dote on her and rub her cheek. What Qin Kong didn't expect was that Duanju in his arms actually blinked his eyes and responded with a face full of excitement. I upgraded too. I got a good share of the experience. The host leveled up to level 14 and gained a 1.4% increase in all attributes. 2 more levels are needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard. Because of the symbiotic echo effect, Duanju had also gained a large amount of experience, and this one zombie had gotten more experience value than the two of them had been working on all night. However, before the two of them, Qin Kong and Duanju, could finish their surprise, a muffled sound suddenly came from their ears. Thud. Eh? Hearing the voice, Qin Kong and Duanju turned their heads in surprise, only to find that Jiang Yuan had already slammed his knees into the earth, his trembling arms raised into the air as he spoke with incomparable sincerity like a praying priest. Hero! Hero! Ha! Chapter 52, The Enthusiastic Citizens. Just like the intelligence records in his previous life, the corpse tide needed a leader, which was the corpse king. It will lead the lower zombies to attack the survivors in hordes, thus gaining more flesh and blood to ensure their evolutionary upgrades. However, once the corpse king died, the tide of corpses would become aimless. Although they would still be in groups, they would not be able to form an orderly and decent charge, which was the reason why the army in the previous life was able to easily solve this tide of corpses. As for now, the jumpers have died, the corpse tide has no leader, the pressure of the whole force suddenly reduced a lot. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was still kneeling on the ground, shouting at the Duanju duo at the top of his lungs. Hero, hero! Annihilating a third-order mutant with a wave of your hand, and raising the dead with a lift of your hand. The two of you must be exceptionally gifted awakened ones, heroes chosen by the heavens to bestow upon us with such strong strength. Please make sure that the big brother joins our troop. Only when you're here can the brothers survive. Jiang Yuan's voice was high-pitched, loud and clear, like a sob, full of the warriors yearning for a strong man. And as soon as he spoke, the soldiers around him chimed in, and for a while everyone was paying homage towards Duanju and Qin Kong. Please. Please do join us. Please. Thinking about just now, the jumpers were killing the crowd like a living, the soldiers were overwhelmed with panic, so it made sense to try and leave the Duanju duo behind. The internet was open, and there were already quite a few survivors within Huaxia who had risen through the ranks quickly, who had been making a big fuss online claiming to be saviors and other such powerhouses. Although most of these remarks were meant to be pretentious and attract defectors, it had to be said that they did give people a lot of hope, and weren't Qin Kong and Duanju just as powerful and beautiful as those saviors they talked about on the internet? Their strength was so strong, and their bodies and clothes were gorgeous to the extreme. How could this not make one's heart adore them? They must be allowed to stay. We'll be safe with them. Let them be officers. Please. The officer who had been hard at work commanding the battlefield for an hour had a slow question mark over his head. However, in response, Duanju and Qin Kong both had their eyes wide open, revealing bewildered expressions. Ha! Duanju's mind was thinking, I want you guys to be my future comrades in arms, but you want me to be the savior? What Qin Kong thought in his heart was, Cam, overloaded, should have used a weaker skill. This is going to be the military as a key monitoring object. Sins! Duanju and Qin Kong simultaneously shouted in their hearts. And Qin Kong also knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Once the officer of the army arrived, he would surely spend more words to persuade him. Instead of that, it would be better to take advantage of the situation to slip away anyway. The remaining zombies were not as strong as the iron-armed zombie and the jumper zombie, so leaving them to solve the problem on their own should not be a problem. No, it's better. Looking at the blazing eyes around him, the corners of Qin Kong's mouth twitched slightly as he replied in an indifferent voice. My wife and I are just enthusiastic citizens who see the road and help each other out. We just want to be ordinary survivors at home in peace. It would be too much trouble to join the army, but if you establish a survivor base in the future, we'll consider joining, that's all. After saying that, Qin Kong tugged on Duanju's arm, wanting to pull the other party to get out of here quickly. But Duanju was still a bit reluctant to give up. His face puffed up and looked as if he was sulking. Easy for you to say, you've robbed all the iron-armed walkers, and I haven't killed a single one yet. And in response, Qin Kong just pushed his arm slightly harder and pinched hard on that soft mass. Let's go, little bitch. Bad man. Duanju felt the knuckles on his waist. Obviously in her heart, she wanted to resist, but the strong and hot touch made her confused, so she could only curse with a red face. In order to prevent Qin Kong from acting strangely again, she had no choice but to unwillingly wrap her arms around him, and escape the place with a few dodging and jumping in a row under Qin Kong's embrace. Hey! Wait a minute! Hey! Seeing the two leave without looking back, Jiang Yuan still wanted to try and stop them. Unfortunately, there were still quite a few zombies on the battlefield, and his shouting in turn drew the corpses to him, so he had to cooperate with his teammates to raise his gun and shoot. Day. Intense tongues of fire lit up again, and zombie after zombie fell. But as the gunfire continued, more and more zombies gathered, and it was sure to be endless. Captain, you actually let them go. Sir said that we must find a way to keep a powerful awakened person when we meet them, not to mention the fact that they saved the lives of the entire 4th team. Sir would definitely lecture you if he knew about this. The soldier shouted as he fired, more or less grumbling between his words. And to this, Jiang Yuan could only reply helplessly. They're so strong, I couldn't stay even if I wanted to. But it doesn't matter, I just heard that woman call the man empty. After that we'll go and pull up the city's resident information and find all the males with empty in their name, between the ages of 20 and 30, and who live in the Jinshin district, so there's no way we can find out where that guy lives. Speaking of this, a scorching fire emerged in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He no longer had the helplessness and despair that he had felt at the beginning when he was caught in the doomsday, but was instead filled with anticipation for the future. If everyone is as strong as he is, our civilization is far from over. Brother Air, right? Don't worry. I'll find you, I'll find both of you. And stay as the spiritual leader of our team. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Each of Qin Kong's jumps could span a distance of more than 10 meters, so there was a gust of wind in his ears. Soon he disappeared from the view of the troops, and even the helicopters couldn't find him. It's not quite what was expected, but 3 steps up is pretty good. Duanju and I have been out in the rain for so long, it's time for us to go home, have a good meal, and get cleaned up. I don't know how Zhao Xianyo is doing now. With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong couldn't help but show a contemplative expression. Soon enough, however, his gaze turned furtively, suddenly realizing that the Duanju in his arms was staring at him with a resentful gaze. What for? Are you still mad? Qin Kong laughed helplessly, and even slowed his pace to rub Duanju's head as he spoke. There are so many zombies, it's not that bad, why don't we just kill a few on the way back? Don't you want to go home and take a shower? No, not that. Listening to Qin Kong's gentle voice, Duanju narrowed his eyes in cold response, his eyes filled with the keen insight unique to being a woman. I was going to say, how many women did you hook up with in your past life, you biatch? Eh? Hearing these words, Qin Kong's expression froze slightly, and his originally darting steps came to a halt. While Duanju in his arms gritted his teeth darkly and continued to ask in a slightly sultry voice. Just like your character, you must have been all over the place in your previous life, right? How many lovers did you have before me? Where did you get that mask? Damn it! I'm pissed off. Quickly tell me. Ow. After saying that, Duanju suddenly opened his cherry mouth and bit down hard on the shoulder in front of him. Immediately following that was the sound of Qin Kong wailing in agony. Hey! Just talk, don't bite me. Strange, how come the collar didn't trigger? It hurts. Don't bite, wife. Can't I just say it? Chapter 53, Love Heard in the Past Life. The tide of corpses hadn't yet receded, and the festering stench of decay once again filled the neighborhood, with scattered zombies roaming the outskirts of the neighborhood, dragging their mangled limbs as they continued to prowl among the charred greenery. The average person would have to go through this dead zone to get into the neighborhood. In order to explain to Duanju about the past life woman's fate earlier, Qin Kong had to bring her to a safe supermarket. So, start explaining it to you now. Qin Kong dragged over 2 dusty folding chairs, the metal legs scraping out an ear-splitting sound, and although Duanju grimaced, he obediently sat down, only to intentionally move his chair back half an inch before sitting down, as if he was distancing himself from Qin Kong. Well, while on the surface Duanju was still puffed up, what was actually going through her mind was, yeah, listen to the story. Now I can finally learn a little bit about Qin Kong's past life. No, I'm not curious about Qin Kong's past, I just want to learn more about his character so that I can easily utilize his weaknesses to defeat him in the future. Well, it takes knowledge to fight a war. I've got some common sense, huh? With this thought in his heart, the corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smug arc. On the other hand, the bright-eyed Qin Kong finally began to explain in earnest. First of all, I did have sex with many women in my past life, but in the end it was all just a one-night stand. Qin Kong spoke in a serious manner while Duanju curled a strand of hair around his fingertips, pretending not to be very curious. But if I were to ask how many lovers or partners there have actually been, thinking about it, there would be only one, my first love. Hmm. When he heard this, Duanju's movement of curling the ends of his hair suddenly stopped. Her ears twitched, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she seemed to have become quite vigilant, but soon Qin Kong frowned slightly, explaining in a slightly sullen manner. But that woman is a madman. Is the priestess of the blood and flesh god cult, commonly known as the tyrannical eating cult. That cult specializes in feeding on human flesh, and she saw my identity as a high-level awakened person and thought that I was a good ingredient, so she deliberately pretended to adore me to lure me into the trap, and even had to brand me with the slave brand of that cult's ingredients, and it was also because of her that I had a shadow over women. But even though Qin Kong's expression was pensive when he said this, Duanju couldn't hold back his laughter. Fish, fish, fish. Qin Kong, as powerful as you are, you can actually be deceived by a woman? You almost got your waist cut off because of a woman. How did a fool like you survive for so long in the post-apocalyptic world? At the thought of this, Duanju, who was forcibly stifling his laughter, even his shoulders began to shake slightly, and his mind automatically replayed the scene of a completely naked Qin Kong, stamped with the epidemic prevention symbol by the cultist madwoman as if she were pork, a scene that inexplicably gave Duanju a sense of joy. I can't. It's not very nice, but I really can't hold it in. Originally eyelashes fluttering, Duanju also smiled happily. But as a chill crept up his spine, Duanju actually shivered coldly. And it was only when she looked up that she realized that Qin Kong was staring at her with a cold expression on his face, a cold light floating in the depths of his pupils, as chilling as an icy abyss. Well. So in the next second, Duanju reflexively clenched his legs, the moment his knees came together, rubbing out a thin sound of fabric rubbing together, and his toes, which had been wobbling around, suddenly froze, instantly becoming well-behaved and adorable. I'm sorry, Air. You go on. The words of apology came out of his mouth. Because Duanju knew that if he didn't apologize he'd definitely get a hard lesson from Qin Kong on the shelf. But come to think of it, Qin Kong's experience in his previous life must have been very painful and tragic. The fact that he was willing to share it with Duanju meant that he had already treated Duanju as a family member, so how could he just laugh at people? Sorry. Ashamed as Duanju was, he could only apologize once more with a red face and hanging head, squeezing out a cute little animal-like sound between his throat. Qin Kong, on the other hand, shook his head when he saw this and got up to rub his wife's head, calming her like a disobedient cat. It's good to know it's wrong, but there's not much back there after going through that woman. I'm afraid to get too emotionally attached to raw people. But having said that, physiological needs always need to be addressed, right? Think about it, if you hadn't turned into a female, surviving in the post-apocalyptic world as a mercenary, eating without food, and fighting monsters every day in a 9-death environment. Not knowing if you'll live tomorrow or if human civilization will disappear tomorrow, don't you want to have some fun and let off some steam while your life lasts? Speaking of which, Qin Kong even reached out and rattled the bell between Duanju's neck with his fingers. That's why it was all just a one-night stand. I didn't even remember their names, but you're different. You're my kitty in this life, my favorite Stepford wife. Jingle bell on 'em. The small, cute bells made a pleasant crunch. And Duanju's cheeks also became reddened as a result, the heart inexplicably some angry, and inexplicably some shame, can only bite the pink lips twisted to turn his head, pretending not to care about the appearance said. Say. What you say? If it were me I would probably be looking for women every day too, so forget it, I'll leave all this alone. Aha! Seeing that Duanju arrogantly forgave him, Qin Kong smiled faintly and couldn't help but nod his head in relief. Wife is so nice to coax. But pleased as he was, soon Qin Kong silently tugged Duanju up and pinched her chin with his blazing palm, smiling imploringly. Since you're not pursuing this matter, should I pursue your question? Duanju, who was pinched on the cheeks, was forced to pout, and could only blink her big clear eyes and ask curiously. What's wrong with me? You're okay with that? Qin Kong sneered and asked a rhetorical question, then he pulled back his collar and pointed to his neck, which had a ring of crimson teeth marks on it. Who bit this? Which disobedient kitten bit it? Answer me. Well, that Seeing the wound, Duanju still wanted to twist his head away sheepishly, but because his chin was pinched there was nowhere to hide, so he could only look away and mutter in a low voice. It's not. Because of some scumbag. The words came to an abrupt end before they were finished, as Qin Kong's head had slowly fallen, lips pressed down with a searing force, like a branding iron sealing an oath. The back of her neck sank into her palm, and the arm across her waist suddenly tightened, rough, warm 5 fingers plunging deep into her scattered hair. It was an almost paranoid, overbearing tightening to the extreme, as if he wanted to eat up everything about her and grasp it between his fingers, so Duan-ju, who couldn't resist, could only humiliatingly stretch out his arm and wrap it around Qin Kong's neck in response. Well, I'm not happy. Obviously it shouldn't be like this, obviously I've seized Qin Kong's trust and can find a way to use his concern to unlock the collar and escape from here. But why? Why? Why can't you resist at all? It is so hard in my heart. I always feel that Qin Kong is also pitiful, actually being harmed by a biker like this. Consider it as a favor for you to take care of me. I will take good care of you in place of those women, of course. It is as a good brother, surely. Bubble. The two lips parted. Qin Kong was still gently soothing Duan-ju's head, while Duan-ju no longer had a trace of temper, completely turning into a blushing, docile, and meek appearance, and was snuggling in Qin Kong's arms, rubbing his head against the side of his face. Stupid woman, so cute. Qin Kong smiled and cursed. Soon after, he pinched Duan-ju's cheeks and looked up out the window in a subdued manner. So next, it's time to go home, but I just had a fun idea. What is it? Duan-ju asked in a small voice, while Qin Kong patted her head and narrowed his eyes in bad humor as he explained. Let's sneak back in without the rest of the neighborhood finding out and see what the group does while I'm gone. Okay hubby, all at your service. Chapter 54, Something. Wasn't it easy to sneak home? Qin Kong picked up Duan-ju and flashed to the villa in a couple of jumps. The speed was ridiculously fast. Even if someone had turned on their cell phone to record the video, they wouldn't have been able to see Qin Kong's shadow. Touching the walls, the shields on the villa were still in place, indicating that no one had entered the house in the past 2 days. So Qin Kong led Duan-ju in from the balcony, and the first thing he did when he got home was to take off his soaked jacket. Pocky pack. The wet clothes were thrown in the washing machine, and what was visible with them were Qin Kong's firm muscles, glowing coldly like iron in the sunlight, looking tough and powerful. However, just as he was about to throw his undershirt into the washing machine as well, Duan-ju, who was on the side, immediately took a step forward and reached out to knock the clothes out of his hands. Snap. What do you want? Qin Kong, who was slapped on the back of his hand, asked in confusion. Duan-ju, on the other hand, couldn't help but give him a blank stare and lecture him without a good reason. How can you wash outerwear and underwear together? Separate them properly, you idiot. Ha! This. Hearing Duan-ju's words, Qin Kong wanted to say something, with speechlessness written all over his face. It's the end of the world, it's good enough to be able to wash clothes, who cares about such things as differentiating between washing outerwear and underwear? But on second thought, water resources weren't scarce right now, so if Duan-ju liked it, she could use it, and even if the water and electricity were really cut off one day, Qin Kong would find a way to satisfy Duan-ju's needs. After all, this is his favorite little minx. Okay, so is there a separation between underwear and underwear? Sure. I'll wash it in hot water anyway, you don't have to worry about it. You go ahead and take a shower. I like to shower after I've done my work, don't keep me waiting later. Ow. Saying that, Qin Kong had been pushed into the bathroom by Duan-ju, and he blinked somewhat dazedly, as if for the first time he felt the sensation of being ordered around by his wife. How to say, this feeling always makes him feel strange, but also very reassuring? So Qin Kong, who had entered the bathroom, then inquired with the corner of his mouth hooked in a very smug manner. Should we wash them together then? You. Bang. The bathroom door slammed hard. Qin Kong also had no choice but to skim his lips and turn on the shower to prepare for a bath. It had rained lightly all day today, and running from the mall to the side of the battlefront and back to the villa had stained his body with quite a bit of rainwater. His hair had long been wet, mixed with the earthy smell of rainwater, and the putrid stench of zombies seemed very unpleasant, but Qin Kong was used to crawling around in the ruins in his previous life, so he didn't really care. Whoa! As the foam from the shampoo slid down onto the tiles, Qin Kong, who was still a bit grimy, reverted to a handsome fierce man with broad, strong shoulders and well-defined muscles, like a carefully sculpted work of art. Water droplets slid down along his collarbone and flowed over his tight chest before coming into contact with his well-defined abs. The muscle lines were beautiful and at the same time filled with the tension of a man's unique wildness. Not to mention his handsome to demonic side face, as if he were a demon king coming out of a manga. If he could hang an earring on his ear, he would be able to go to the stick country and become a boy band star. Unfortunately, all of this was useless to Qin Kong. After all, even the best face value was almost useless in the post-apocalyptic world. At best, it would be kept as a plaything by XP's strange warlords, so Qin Kong never cared about his face value. Come on, let's see what's happened in the last 2 days. With this thought in his heart, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth hooked up an evil arc, silently took out his cell phone and tapped it twice, so the WeChat interface quickly lit up. The first thing that caught his eye was a certain officer of the Survival Society asking cautiously. Hey, so Qin Kong did die, right? At Kong, are you still there, brother Qin? Qin brother, you see it back to say a word, Qin brother Qin empty? Qin Kong. Hello? Qin, are you alive? He's really dead out there. The further they spoke, the more arrogant the tone of the people in the group became, and in the end, there were quite a few people who directly addressed Qin Kong as surname Qin. After not going home for 2 whole days and nights, and not sending any messages in the WeChat group, and not replying to Zhao Xiaonyo again, many people in the neighborhood thought that Qin Kong had died in the necrotic tide. After all, it was 300,000 zombies. Actual 500,000. In this regard, many residents of the neighborhood felt regretful, and some were worried the zombies in the city were endless, and in the previous days, it was because Qin Kong was there that the zombies in the neighborhood were continuously cleaned up, and now that Qin Kong was dead, the zombies around them increased again, and at this rate, it became difficult to even collect supplies. But don't look for a lot of worried people, it's actually more of the gloating guys. Surname Qin finally waved death. I knew that kid did not have a good end, day after day in the group to pretend your mother. This sentence was sent at 10:30, which meant that until the time of noon, the people in the neighborhood felt that Qin Kong was dead. That's right, isn't that just taking a gun? What's there to be proud of? You don't know how to give the big guys a share when you have so many supplies, it's good to die. It's a shame about his wife, it's really good looking, I don't mean anything else, I just want to say it's a shame his wife died. Previously, due to the fact that Qin Kong was in the way, many of the lingering villains did not dare to speak easily, but now that Qin Kong was dead, they sprang up one by one. Sure enough, there are still bedbugs that haven't been cleaned up, I was right not to organize them to set up a camp. Looking at the group chat logs, Qin Kong secretly sneered in his heart. He actually had long had the intention of establishing a camp. Just before getting rid of Li Hao, Chen Yi and some disgusting guys, he felt that he could wait and see some more. No, guys who like to chew the cud in private have popped up again. But that's okay. Qin Kong had explained it properly to Zhao Xiaonyo. All those ites that defected to Li Hao and those that spoke ill of Qin Kong, Zhao Xiaonyo would record them one by one. It's not good for you guys to talk about Qin like that, he at least helped us clean up the zombies. There are also some supermarket locations with more supplies, all of which we only learned about after Qin Kong sent them out. It's thanks to brother Qin that everyone has survived until now, people's life and death are unknown, is it really good for you guys to badmouth him like this? That's it. There were still some people below who were helping Qin Kong speak. Qin Kong swept a glance and probably memorized the names of these people, perhaps they could be used in the future if they really set up a camp. But interestingly enough, there was a particularly short-tempered Luman in the group before, and since Qin Kong had taken the lead, he had disliked Li Hao every time he spoke, and this time was no exception. Go alright, start making demons again Li Hao, you and that association of yours, and your group of pussies who eat and see the wind and make the rudder, is a bunch of, all give me to stop, do not force me to curse, or wait for Qin to come back to you to death. This kid's got too much of a temper, doesn't he? Looking at Lu who was fighting with his tongue in the group, even Qin Kong can't help but marvel, after all, Li Hao's side has a team, he dares to dislike Li Hao. This hard is also considered a die-hard fan of Qin Kong. Apparently, though, there are no laws or morals in the post-apocalyptic world, and it doesn't help to just have a big temper. Soon the long-lost ID popped up, and Li Hao once again proudly said in the group. Mr. Lu, don't be like this, we are all good comrades, we are all family members working together to survive, how can we hurt our peace because of a little thing? Now that the zombie tide is coming, the situation is urgent, and there is no news from the government about the battle on the front line, and we don't know how long it will take for the zombies outside to disperse. As far as I'm concerned, it's better for us to think about the issue of supplies earlier. If we wait for the tide of zombies to enter the neighborhood, and everyone can't get out of their homes, wouldn't it be better for us to want to solve the problem can't be solved? What Li Hao said seemed normal, but in actuality, he was hinting at Qin Kong's villa all the time. It was still not too late to rob his house. And, as expected, the next second after this was said, a survivor volunteered to pop up. President Li is right, we can't be mother-in-laws over a dead man. Although Qin Kong did help us, facts aside, is Qin Kong himself okay? If he hadn't gone out to die on his own, we wouldn't be thinking about his family's supplies. He died on his own wave, it has nothing to do with us. We're only going to get the rest of his family's supplies in order to survive. So what I'm suggesting is that if Qin Kong doesn't come back at 12 tonight, we'll go and take out the supplies from his house and divide them up, and let President Li personally lead the team to lead us there. Is that okay? After saying that, the person also sent a rose emoji, and Li Hao was very satisfied with the reply. Of course. This is also for the sake of everyone in the neighborhood. Although I'm sorry to Qin Kong, I'm willing to be the sinner for everyone's sake, so let me lead. Okay. It's up to President Lee to take the lead on supplies. We'll be there to help. Count me in. As Li Hao's words fell, all the greedy guys in the group, one by one, emerged. The corpse tide was imminent, and no one wanted to receive less supplies. But they didn't realize that Qin Kong, at this moment, was looking at all of this with a gaze that was cold to the core, and it was as if each and every living ID had turned into a dead person in his eyes. But surprisingly, when Li Hao had already made his decision, there were actually two people who raised their voices in opposition. I'm not letting you in, so get the hell away from me if you don't want to die. These words were said by Zhao Xianyo. Qin Kong originally thought that he was just a very honest social terrorism college student, but he didn't expect him to be quite reliable at critical moments. And the next sentence was more surprising. It was actually said by that Lu. You guys can go if you want, I'm not going anyway. I don't think Qin Kong is dead. I'll remember to collect your corpses when you're slaughtered by Qin, I mean on your heads one by one, hee. After saying that, Lu did not forget to send an emoticon with teeth bared and a smile, full of a sense of mockery overflowing on the screen. Cam, what an offense. But it's a talent. There's something about this kid. Qin Kong couldn't help but spit out a couple sentences in his heart. Chapter 55, The Newlywed Routine. What was Duanju's favorite thing to do before the end of the world? It would definitely be cooking, except that anyone who likes to cook should understand that while cooking is fun, preparing the ingredients is a very troublesome and painful thing to do. But. It would be different if the ingredients were readily available and at home by just rummaging through the freezer. The amber-colored braised pork trembled and piled up into a small mountain. The thick sauce glowed honey-colored under the candlelight, and when gently pressed down with chopsticks, the crispy pieces of meat separated in layers like falling snow, and even before they were picked up, they could already smell the mellow fragrance of the aged skin and carved flowers. Thump, 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 this is my master's best braised pork. Duanju cheerfully brought the plates to the table. In addition to braised pork, there are scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic broccoli, winter melon rib soup, and chilled skinny eggs. The dishes on the table are so aromatic and colorful that just looking at them makes you hungry. But no matter how good the dishes looked, they couldn't compare to the charming and attractive Stepford wife in front of him an hour ago. Duanju had first prepared the ingredients before going to take a shower, and then came out to cook afterward. So at this point, her skin is smooth, her hair is smooth, her snow-white thighs are visible, and her feet are white and pink on her slippers. White woolen clothes tightly attached to the body, the surging curves of the most prominent sweet body odor and shower gel cream wrapped in clothing, like a carefully wrapped cream cupcake, gently peel off the greaseproof paper, which is soft, sweet, dense mousse texture. And at this time, this lovely creature would also take the initiative to pick up chopsticks and pick up a square piece of braised pork and hand it to Qin Kong's mouth with a smiling face. Come and try my specialty, ah. Humph, eat. Duanju's eyes flashed with smug cunning, only her smirk was so adorable that the rhinus looked a bit like flirtation and adoration instead. I'll use the things I've made to stuff your stomach and turn it into my shape. In the end, you'll become a body that can't live without me, and then you'll know the horror of master. Eat it up, ahahahaha. Duanju's heart thought this, and the smile on his face grew more and more complacent. After all, even in the end times no one could resist good food. But the other side. Oh, my God. Qin Kong's eyes widened. Although he had already experienced this several times, every time he experienced this feeling of being the head of the family, it made his heart feel as if it had been gently scratched by a kitten, and a tingling electric current whooshed up his spine and into his head. Duanju smilingly tilted her face, her eyelashes still stained with kitchen vapor, her eyes filled with adoring starlight, as if the man was the master of her entire world. This feels like. It's addictive. Get over here. Ignoring the crystallized chunks of meat on the chopsticks and instead just wrapping his arms around his wife's waist? The sudden movement caused Duanju to panic for a moment, and he could only do his best to keep his chopstick holding hand in the air in case he dropped his food due to the shaking. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. I said eat red meat, not for you to eat me. Bastard Qin Kong, full of scraps, should have killed you. Damn you. Aha. Don't bite my neck. With such a virtuous and lovely wife in front of him, ask which man could not be moved. Qin Kong's patience was already very strong, but he still couldn't help but hug his wife tightly and kiss her non-stop on that white and tender face and neck. Achoo! You're so cute, little bitch. While rubbing the fluffy hair and caressing the soft waist, when Qin Kong said those words just now with a face full of complacency, Duanju's cheeks had already been covered in a blush of shame and anger, and was staring at Qin Kong with gritted teeth. "You're such a bully when people finish cooking for you. It's not fair. I'm leaving home." "No." Qin Kong refused her cleanly and pinched his wife's cheeks as punishment. "You're mine alone, everything is mine, and you're not going anywhere." Then. It's always okay for me to sit across the table and eat, right? That doesn't work either, sit on my lap and eat. Ha! No matter what was said, it was useless, the tough Qin Kong would reject all of them, as if she was a pet with no human rights. In response, Duanju also clenched his fists in anger, clenching his teeth in secret while crushing his heart. This kind of treatment. This kind of despised treatment. It's a waste of my efforts to make a gourmet meal. The plan to capture Qin Kong has failed again. As of now. Endure. You must be patient. Only after completely tricking Qin Kong can we find his weakness, no matter what he does, just endure. Just as he thought that, Duanju's tiny toes gently curled up in a show of hard resistance. Luckily, Qin Kong was still a bit conscientious and didn't make a move during dinner, wrapping his arms around Duanju before happily chucking up the dishes. That said, are you still in touch with your sister and mom? Of course, I'll check in every day. The Duanju in his arms blinked and answered while habitually picking up a rice spoon to serve Qin Kong and himself a bowl of rice. But there's no contact yet today, what's the problem? It's not much. Qin Kong responded lightly, seemingly careless but actually full of concern. It's just that you became that way in your past life, and I think maybe it has something to do with your sister and the girls? It can't be that you found your sister in your past life and found out they were abused or something, so you blacked out and became a crazy person who kills men when she sees them. Well, this meat is really delicious. Qin Kong was talking while eating, just chatting idly and rubbing his wife's face in the process. In response, however, Duanju narrowed his eyes, revealing an expression of haunted pettiness, and said in a sultry tone. "What did you say? Who are you calling crazy?" Talking about you in your previous life, why are you angry? Quickly give me a good meal." "Hoof." The reprimanded Duanju was full of defiance, twisting his head in an arrogant and adorable manner. It was a pity that there were still things to be done tonight, so Qin Kong couldn't put this little cutie on the spot, so he had to calmly explain after taking a bite of his meal. After 12 o'clock tonight, Li Hao's gang will probably find their way over, so it'll take a lot of trouble to get there then. "Ha? Again?" Duanju furrowed his eyebrows in confusion and turned his head, and there seemed to be a bit of disdain between his words. "Those guys have been here 2 or 3 times, haven't they remembered? What ungrateful trash." Saying that, Duanju even hooked up the corner of his mouth, and while rubbing his soft parts against Qin Kong's thighs, he raised his chin and smiled smugly. "Why don't you let me do it myself this time? Taking out this kind of mongrel fish doesn't require hubby's hand, just leave it to me." You. Duanju, who said this, was all smiles and looked very confident. And it's precisely this confident and arrogant look that will give people a wonderful feeling of wanting to bully her? Trample everything she owns and crush her dignity. Let her become a possession that belongs to me alone. And this feeling made Qin Kong feel like he was really perverted sometimes. That's why Qin Kong wanted to say something. Looking at his wife's smiling face, he hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively. "You didn't mean to seduce me, did you? Talking about what?" "No, I'm not." As soon as these words came out, Duanju immediately gave a puffed-up defense, and in passing even gave Qin Kong a whack on his chest, but it didn't hurt for Qin Kong, that's all. Why is Qin Kong always like this? Why does he always treat me like I'm a soft and cuddly girl? I don't look like a girl. I'm a tough guy. I'll prove it to you tonight. Prove that master is truly strong. I'm going to kill all those guys, let the world know the terror of my master Duanju, let the neighborhood feel the pain. How dare you covet my husband's goods? Die, all of you. Thinking of this, Duanju couldn't help but grit his teeth, his anger turning into appetite as he ate 2 more mouthfuls of rice. But soon she cocked her head in confusion. "Ha? What's wrong with that? What was I trying to prove in the first place? Forget it, whatever, anyway, I have to take out those bad guys. But I still have very little experience against humans, in case I'm defeated, Qin Kong will surely laugh at me again. What should we do?" "Wait a minute. There's still that, isn't there? Thinking about this, Duanju's eyes lit up as if he had found some good idea. So she hurriedly finished her dinner in a few bites, broke away from Qin Kong's arm with a full stomach, and then jumped up and ran to the corner, that is, where the brain machine practical combat simulator was located. What do you want? Qin Kong asked with a bewildered look on his face as he held the bowl. Duanju, on the other hand, had already laid back into the instrument, smiling at Qin Kong with a smug expression on his face. Exercise your master's real-world combat skills, and remember to call me when they arrive later. I'll go and finish the group off. That. Click. Qin Kong appeared to be about to say something else. Unfortunately, the simulator's hatch was already closed, so Duanju, who had entered the spirit world, couldn't hear it anyways. So I'm the one doing the dishes? Qin Kong's mouth opened wide with a surprised expression. Say, isn't she my slave? How come she's getting to look like my real wife now? No. Why does it feel like Duanju is supposed to be my wife? Why do I have to put a slave collar on her? Is that necessary? With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong tilted his head in some confusion. Forget it, let's do the dishes first. When he was reborn and came back, what Qin Kong had planned to do about food was to eat fast food if he could, eat pre-prepared dishes if he could, and use whatever dishes and chopsticks he could, and even saved a lot of disposable ones. But today, finished, completely turned into a newlywed routine. Why do we still have to wash dishes in this post-apocalyptic world? It's a waste of water to wash underwear and clothes separately. Chapter 56, Failure of Training. Brain Computer Real World Simulator. The garbage that had been treated like trash by Qin Kong in his previous life and placed in space to gather dust, how could he not expect to be used as a treasure by Duanju one day? After all, the price of the brain machine simulator is too high, 10,000 awakening coins. The first few months of the end of the world is simply impossible to save so much money. When you can save money to buy this machine, the host also simply do not need to use the simulator to train the actual combat ability. As for the dispensable experience, it can be said that it is simply useless. And here's where we have to mention something else, something Duanju thought to himself: the brain machine simulator could simulate Qin Kong's true battle power. This is extremely wrong. Because the brain machine simulator was reading Duanju's memories, how strong the Qin Kong in Duanju's memories was, how strong the Qin Kong in the simulator was. Qin Kong had as many as 40 to 50 skills, so far he hadn't even used 5 of them, so how could Duanju possibly imagine Qin Kong's true battle prowess? So what she had been fighting against was just a weakened version of Qin Kong. After 2 days, I'm using this machine again. I'll practice with Qin Kong before the guys in the neighborhood deliver it to me. Meh. With this in mind, Duanju narrowed his eyes and revealed a smug, yet somewhat conspiratorial smile. Well, it was just an accident. I'm just not familiar with fighting yet. But this time is different. Not only have I leveled up to 14, I also have such a powerful skill as Love Infusion. And I also have the triple skill release effect and attribute boost of the Holy Bloomer. Directly raise the attribute to 100%, Master is 200% attribute plus Divine Bloomer's 30% plus Qin Kong's full attribute 5%. This is not to mention Qin Kong, even the second stage zombie came to the Master can also be killed in seconds. Ah ha 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 ha. The smile on Duanju's face grew more and more smug. However, she did not know that the jumper that was killed by Qin Kong in seconds this morning was actually a stage 3 zombie. She was still stuck in the memory of Qin Kong and the tank zombie fighting with a back and forth. So without further ado, let's start the experiment, starting with. With a wave of his arm, the scene of the simulated world changed, just in time for the morning battle between the army and the tide of corpses. Immediately after that, Duanju reached out her small hand and placed it on her plump breasts, using her magic power to release the skill. Irrigation. Note. Buzz off. The vibrating sound from the magic caused the dust of the simulated world to tremble slightly. As more and more bright lights came over his body, Duanju could feel his strength rapidly increasing, and even his perception and brain's reaction speed were much faster. Duanju let out a whimper of pain. As before, Love Infusion's brain developed vertigo when it was used almost 30 times, and it was still a little short of stacking to full tier. But the difference was that this time Duanju was in a simulator. All she needed to do was move her finger and her magic would automatically recover, but the gain buffs already added to her body wouldn't disappear. And so very quickly, Duanju stacked the love infusion to 100 layers, and now, just by standing still and not moving, her body would radiate a strong holy light, just like an angel descending from heaven, only with less white fluffy wings. Power. Almighty power. I feel like I'm going to be invincible. Bring me my opponent. Anum. Bang. As Duanju snapped his fingers, the simulated Qin Kong did appear on the far side of the street, watching her with an extremely icy gaze. Come on. I'm gonna you up. Duanju spoke triumphantly, and as he spoke he was already in a fighting stance. And the next. Wow. A ghostly shadow flashed past, and the distance of 100 meters was instantaneous. Qin Kong's speed was still incredibly fast. But to Duanju's relief, this time she was finally able to barely see Qin Kong's movements, lifting her short sword and slashing up. Phew. Sharp wind-breaking sounds sliced past his ears, and it clearly felt like it cut into Qin Kong, but the blade didn't feel like it was hitting in any substantial way. This made Duanju feel very surprised. And by the time she got back to Qin Kong, who was already standing behind her, simply raised his right hand and extended his fingers, seemingly releasing some kind of skill, and immediately afterward, she was shut up inside the airtight black cube energy shield. Seeing the scene, Duanju's eyes instantly widened and his pupils fluttered slightly, the silhouette of the jumper's desperate struggle before he died still lingering in his mind. But before she could open her mouth to make the simulator stop, Qin Kong had already waved his hand, so... Aha! The cube was filled with black flames, and Duanju only felt that he couldn't see anything, and then he was turned into charcoal in excruciating pain. Cam! The scene reset after the character's death, so Duanju was standing on the same street as a moment ago, with a face full of resentment. Why? Why did Qin Kong in the simulator use a new skill this time? Obviously he didn't use it even after I fought him so many times last time. Hit the marketplace. The simulator's Qin Kong will grow, and it seems to be growing faster than me. At this rate, I'll never be able to surpass Qin Kong. No, I don't want to be a wife. I don't want to be a wife. The mind was hissing hard. And the Duanju of the analog world was already clutching his head and rolling on the ground in pain. Maybe this is her last stubbornness as a male. Although it is true that she is not a match for Qin Kong in reality, she will always think of ways to defeat the other party once, even if it is in the simulator. Lu Xun once said that a man only fails when he gives up. I don't want to give up. I want to beat Qin Kong. I want to defeat Qin Kong and then become his wife. Be his master. Damn it, damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier Duanju's heart became, wishing he could press Qin Kong to the ground right now and give him an explosive whack. But it was at this time that Duanju suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. That is, the Qin Kong in the simulator turned out to still be there. It's just that he's standing motionless because he's on standby is all. Duanju finally noticed the matter, so she hurriedly got up and patted the dust on her body, jogging all the way to virtual Qin Kong's side. Wait? This guy's like? Doesn't move, eh? Duanju waved his hand in front of the virtual Qin Kong. The other party remained unmoved. It turned out that as long as she didn't give the order to start, this Qin Kong wouldn't move. Ha! In that case. On your knees. Duanju, who was full of smugness, suddenly uttered this order. Unfortunately, however, this was a battle simulator, not a slaver simulator, and it obviously couldn't fulfill Duanju's strange wish. Qin Kong, who was standing still, didn't move. But that wasn't going to be hard for Duanju, and soon the corners of her mouth hooked up in a flirtatious smile, waving her little hand. The scene changed again, arriving at the staircase of the villa where she and Qin Kong were staying. By having Qin Kong stand on the side of the stairs, Duanju could stand on the stairs and look down on him from above. Then Duanju took off his shoes, stretched out his white tender feet, and prepared to stomp down hard on that face. It's this confident and cold man who always plays me like a fool. I've finally caught him this time, haven't I? Qin Kong, I didn't think you'd have this day. Kiss my toes and I'll forgive you for what you've done to me these days, ahahaha. As the laughter in Duanju's heart grew more and more complacent, and her beautiful jade feet grew closer and closer to virtual Qin Kong's face, it was as if Duanju's heart had already conjured up Qin Kong's humiliated and unwilling appearance at her feet, and just thinking about that scene made her feel inexplicably excited. Just tick, the distance to the virtual enemy is less than 0.2 meters, triggering an automatic attack. The voice of the simulator suddenly appeared in his head, and Duanju's expression was momentarily stunned. So the next second, The smooth ankle was grabbed hard by the man. Before Duanju could react, she was yanked down hard by virtual Qin Kong, and the moment she lay on the ground, a long black blade stabbed down. Put. Blade pierces, blood flies. Duanju, on the other hand, trembled his little hand and cursed the simulator in his heart with fierce anger. Cam, why didn't you tell me about this setting earlier? Finished training so soon? How was it? How many zombies did you kill? Seeing the simulator's hatch open, Qin Kong, who had finished washing the dishes, rushed over and gave a curious question to Duanju. And in response, Duanju, who had a face full of black lines, just slowly got up and walked over to Qin Kong with a sultry expression and hugged his body. At this point, Qin Kong still didn't understand what was going on, and thought it was Duanju just wanting to cuddle, so he smoothly wrapped his arms around her. However, the next second, this lovely woman opened her pink lips, aimed at the shoulder and bit down. I'll let you stab me. Go to hell. Ah. Why are you biting again? The villa vaguely heard Qin Kong's miserable screams. Chapter 57, Still biting? Ah. Why are you biting again? Qin Kong's miserable screams were faintly heard from the villa. And as the scene shifted to the storehouse outside the villa, Zhao Xianyo, who was about to go out on patrol, seemed to notice something and couldn't help but say in surprise. I thought I heard Air's voice. There are many zombies outside, and Qin Kong has not returned any messages for 2 whole days and nights. At this time, even Zhao Xianyo can't help but worry about it, fearing that Qin Kong will have any accidents. In response, Shen Yi was holding Zhao Xianyo's arm, a deliberate smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and her voice was so sweet that it made people uncomfortable. How come I didn't hear it? Brother Xiaonyo, it must be because you're too worried about Qin Kong and exhausting yourself that you're hallucinating. You'll tire yourself out like this. Saying that, Shen Yi also turned her eyes and revealed a wry look, deliberately lowering her voice ambiguously. If you ask me, Qin Kong hasn't heard from us for so long, I can't say that he's had a slip-up outside and won't be able to come back for a while. Why don't we take the opportunity to enter the villa now, so that we can protect Qin Kong's supplies on the one hand, and on the other hand, we can also improve our meals what do you think? Saying that, Shen Yi also deliberately put on a cute look and winked her eyes. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Xianyo gave her a skeptical look and hastily drew back his arm to ask warily. Aren't you a friend of Air's? How can you say such things? Air said he'll be back. Until then my job is to guard Air's base, no one can enter. When he finished speaking, Zhao Xianyo even opened his eyes wide and made a righteous and aggressive appearance. And seeing him like this, Shen Yi had no choice but to skim her lips and give up for the time being, pretending not to care as she replied. Well, I was just kidding about that too, the decision is yours. Listening to Shen Yi's words, Zhao Xianyo gave a cold snort with some displeasure. Obviously after a day of getting along, he was very dissatisfied with this woman and her best friend. And up to this point, it's important to mention Shen Yi and Chang Xiaorin's costumes. Shen Yi wore a beige knit top, with just the right waistless design, with high-waisted denim hot pants. Her legs look extraordinarily long, and then she also intentionally didn't wear socks, barefooted on a pair of soft-soled slippers. The silver chain on the ankle will be faintly reflecting the light as she walks, so that people will always want to take a look at a few more times when they see her. Cheng Xiaorin, on the other hand, is dressed in a pure desire style, milky blue shirt. The hemline just covers the hip line, at first glance conservative, but as long as the movement is a little too big will reveal the inside of the black riding pants. Her hair is tied into a high ponytail, a plush bear hanging on the hairband charm. The bear will be gently shaken with her head tilted, as if the naive and innocent look. These two women, ever since they entered Zhao Xianyo's house, have been trying to seduce him. While Chen Yi was persuading Zhao Xianyo, Chang Xiaorin was still deliberately sitting on her knees by the coffee table peeling oranges, gently licking at her juice-stained fingertips, every movement full of temptation. However, damn, this man is so dead even. Chen Yi and Chang Xiaorin both cursed at the same time. Qin Kong underestimated Zhao Xianyo. After 2 days of getting along, under the two women's desperate rounds of attack, not to mention getting on base, Zhao Xianyo hadn't even actively touched their bodies once. Under Qin Kong's brainwashing, Zhao Xianyo deeply understood how difficult it would be for humanity in the future, and that the only one who could stop it was Qin Kong, and that nothing was as important as saving humanity, and that a mere 2 women were nothing. Besides, since these 2 women knew Qin Kong, it was bad to say that they were still Qin Kong's people, so how could Zhao Xianyo possibly touch his brother Kong's women? That's damned. Shen Yi, who had failed to seduce, squatted down next to Cheng Xiaorin, and looking at Zhao Xianyo, who had once again walked outside the house to patrol, the two of them could only secretly gnash their teeth and chew their tongues. Obviously everything is ready, I have agreed with President Li, as long as we can convince Zhao Xianyo, we can easily enter the villa. But this man is also too rigid, is he Qin Kong's dog? Said the exasperated Qian Yi, who also picked off a piece of her nail polish, looking like she was gritting her teeth. And Chang Xiaorin's side was also skimming her lips, full of depression. The chairman can't wait, urging us to hurry up and take care of this stupid big guy. After all, the villa's shield is expected to take a while to try to forcefully break through. Speaking of this, Chang Xiaorin shivered for some reason and suddenly lowered her voice to ask cautiously. Then again, Qin Kong is really dead? Of course. Qian Yi said without thinking. I secretly looked at Zhao Xianyo's cell phone. Zhao Xianyo sent a message to Qin Kong, he didn't even reply, must have died outside, but it's a turtle man, with a wife he's a little man, running outside to kill zombies every day, it's deserved to be chewed to death by monsters. Qian Yi said with a face full of contempt, and even hooked the corner of her mouth to reveal a wry expression after she finished. It's really not possible to just use that one trick. It's a bit sinister, but who made Zhao Xianyo listen to Qin Kong so much? But this way, Zhao Xianyo will definitely be taken down by us too, right? Ha ha ha. After saying that, the two women narrowed their eyes and licked their lips, revealing greedy gazes at Zhao Xianyo's back. As for why it was like this? It could only be said that Zhao Xianyo's body had been substantially strengthened after obtaining the wondrous item Steel of the Heart. Not only did his muscles become more muscular, even his height had increased by a few centimeters, and with his strong body coupled with his heroic performance of 1 against 10 2 days ago, he would naturally make quite a few young girls salivate over his body. Chen Yi and Chang Xiaoren were no exception. It was just that the two of them simply wanted to use Zhao Xianyo and have a good time at the same time, and Zhao Xianyo knew nothing about it. The night was as dark as ink, the waning moon dyed a dark red by the blood mist, the outline of the city collapsing in the distance, with only a few clusters of eerie shadows left drifting among the ruins. The wind, wrapped in the smell of rotting flesh, swept through the streets, swirling up supermarket flyers and broken glass. There was a sudden rattle of glass bursting from one of the taller buildings, followed by a long, wet chewing sound. It's so dark. Don't you turn on the lights? Some small, cute creature made a curious sound, a melodious voice like a kitten gently patting its owner's ear with a cushion of flesh, cute and soothing. In this regard, as the master of the Qin Kong just gently put his hand on her back, while soothing the snow-white flawless skin, while taking out his cell phone in a light-hearted manner. Reclining on the bed, with fluffy pillows at his back and his waistline naturally sloping down the slope of the mattress, he looked very cozy. The body was covered with a soft quilt, while in her arms was her warm wife, her slightly red face was still covered with sweat-dampened hair, and her luscious and cute little mouth looked especially attractive in the moonlight. Idiot, won't they know we're back if we turn on the lights? How can we lure Li Ho out that way? Qin Kong replied with a smile, gently clicking his cell phone as he spoke, whereupon the projector beside the bed immediately lit up, casting the image onto the wall on the other side. What appeared in the image was actually the surveillance footage that Qin Kong had arranged in the small area. A group of people were slowly moving forward towards Qin Kong's villa under the dark night. Leading the team is a suit-wearing, fat head and ears bloated middle-aged uncle, although the general appearance, but in the demeanor reveals a disconcerting leadership style, obviously as the Qin Kong has been looking for Li Hao. Looking at the group of unsuspecting guys approaching the villa, Duanju also pursed his small lips and flirted with slight disdain. Obviously a powerful reborn, but to use such tactics to trick people into killing them, what a lazy and despicable fellow, huh? As he said that, Duanju even hummed softly, his haughty look looking very cute. And in response, Qin Kong smiled calmly and explained carelessly. These trash don't give experience when they kill, and they like to hide, so how could I possibly spend time cleaning them up? Letting them find their way to the door is the most time-saving way. But well, is this the time to talk about it? Is it hard for you to change the subject? With that said, Qin Kong suddenly moved his left hand that was encircling Duanju's waist slowly downward, then aimed a firm squeeze at the soft spot. Ha! Duanju's body shuddered, and indeed he made a strange noise. Qin Kong, on the other hand, touched her head with his other hand and inquired in a very strong voice. Do you know you're wrong? Will you bite again? Answer me. Well. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Feeling the man's overbearing strength, as well as the other party's possessive sight, his own body was like a bird in a cage with nowhere to hide, so Duanju could only respond with a red, humiliated face, and incidentally wrapped her arms around Qin Kong's neck. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong also rubbed her head once again and smiled with satisfaction while pacifying her. So good, my little Duanju. Well. A sound of shame escaped Duanju's throat. Although on the surface she was very meek, in her heart she was crying out in grief. This shame. This feeling of being treated like a pet. On what grounds? On the material of the garment at the back of Qin Kong clenched hard, unwilling anger was surging madly in the bottom of his heart. Without you, I would have become an unrivaled and powerful awakened. But now I'm just like a tamed cat. And what's with the good boy? If I don't avenge this, I'll never be a man. One day I'll make you taste this humiliation too, Qin Kong, you big. Aha! Just as she was thinking about it, the little activity in Duanju's mind came to an abrupt end, and it turned out to be Qin Kong suddenly cupping his chin and lifting her face. What are you thinking about, little bitch? You look like you're defiant to me? Well. No. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Duanju was like a frightened kitten, an instinctive sense of submission spreading throughout his body from the inside out, so he could only hastily shake his head and plop down into Qin Kong's arms. I'm a well-behaved and obedient kitty, how could I disobey? It's you who think too much, master. Oomph, that's good. Jedi. I'm gonna kill you. The mind was still hissing with determination. But every time that blazing palm brushed through her hair, the gentle touch was like a mockery of her powerlessness, and what was even more detestable was that her own body would tremble at his powerful scent, an uncontrolled reaction that made her feel even more humiliated. Kill, 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 kill. Woohoo! On the 6th day of the end times, late, Duanju's resistance failed once again. Chapter 58 Super Straight. On the 6th day of the end times, late, Duanju's resistance failed once again. And now, the picture was given to Qin Kong, who was calming his meek stepford wife while picking up the cola whiskey she had mixed for him with his other hand, the ice glistening in the amber-colored liquor, and his eyes fell on the bustling crowd in the projector's image through the crystal-clear glass. What are you guys? Looking at the dozens of people under the dark night, Zhao Xianyo was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Hao's group to actually play for real, and had already brought a large group of people to the outside of the villa before 12 o'clock, making a gesture that they were ready to break into the villa. Gun in hand, follow me. Kill the calf and rob the villa. Li Hao finally acted all the way out. Before, when Fang Xin came a lot of dead triads, those people's guns are too inferior, Qin Kong is too lazy to get, honest Zhao Xianyo also did not want to pick up, did not expect to be stolen by Li Hao too. And for that, Zhao Xianyo was definitely not afraid. After all, these bullets can't hit him at all, plus Li Hao's group of people are greedy and afraid of death. They don't even dare to go out to collect supplies until Qin Kong is dead, so I'm afraid that there isn't a single level 5 or above for dozens of people together. The only thing that Zhao Xianyo did not expect was that Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin somehow became Li Hao's hostages? Maverick! Help me! Shen Yi tore her heart out and shouted, while Chang Xiaorin on the side was also crying and pitiful. Brother Calf, I'm sorry. They took us while you were away. It was our carelessness that dragged brother down. Oh. Being captured by two strong men, Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin, miserable crying, pathetic appearance to provoke people's heart, but they dry howling half a day, but their eyes are always dry. And seeing Zhao Xianyo's hesitant appearance, Li Hao began to press on, and even took a step forward, copied the golf club and pointed it at Zhao Xianyo's nose. Comrade Xianyo, right? A friend of Qin Kong's? I'm warning you, Qin Kong is dead, and his supplies will rot at home even if you don't take them. It's everyone in the neighborhood who made this decision, it's public opinion. Public opinion. When he said this, the pitch of Li Hao's voice was also much higher, as if he was cheering himself up, and his cross-eyed appearance looked unusually arrogant. And you don't want these two girls to suffer, do you? I advise you to abandon your darkness and help the big guys to break the Qin Kong family's shield. It's good for everyone in the neighborhood. Saying that, Li Hao also turned around and signaled Qian Yi and the strongman who grabbed her, so the strongman pretended to move his arm, and Qian Yi also pretended to scream in a miserable manner. Aha! It hurts so much. Brother Calf. Hurry up and do what they say. My arm is going to break. This? As Qian Yi's screams became more and more miserable, the hesitation on Zhao Xianyo's face grew. Although he really can't see Qian Yi and Chang Xiaorin, but he is not sure if Qian Yi two people are Qin Kong's friends. Really, if there is a good or bad in Qin Kong's side can't be said. The people who follow Li Hao are all eyeing him. They are the last group of people in the neighborhood who support Li Hao. The victory or defeat depends on tonight. How can they not go all out? The zombie tide is coming, and there are more and more zombies outside the neighborhood. No one wants to be trapped in their house by zombies and starve to death. As long as Zhao Xianyo's heart was soft, they would be able to get supplies that would last for months or even years. Their eyes even radiated a red light as greedy as a zombie's. However, to this, Zhao Xiaonu's reply was, "But I refuse." Ha! When these words came out, Li Hao, who was holding a golf club, was directly dumbfounded. Shen Yi was also dumbfounded, and so were the people following Li Hao. If Zhao Xiaonu didn't allow them to get away, they wouldn't be able to beat them even if they went together. Wouldn't tonight's action be a joke? Yet these people are not the most clueless. The one who was the most confused should be Qin Kong, who was watching the surveillance upstairs and had long since turned into a dumbfounded look because even he himself didn't expect that Zhao Xiaonu could actually be loyal to this extent. Really underestimated this brother. If I really establish a camp in the future, I can consider Zhao Xiaonu to be my right-hand man. This is too straight. And at the same time, Zhao Xiaonu, who was standing in front of the villa's gate, had already straightened his back and made a very tough stance and snapped. Brother Empty has done me a favor. Since he said he can't let anyone else in, I can't let anyone in even if the King of Heaven comes. Xian Yi, Cheng Shaorin, I'm sorry. The only way to break into the villa tonight is to step over my dead body. If you want to fight, go ahead, I'm not afraid of you. Towards the end, Zhao Xiaonu's roar was deafening, scaring Li Hao and the others so much that they turned white, and some were even cursing in a low voice. Why are you roaring so loudly? Want to lure the zombies here? Completely forgetting that they had actually shouted mostly more than Zhao Xiaonu when they shouted slogans just now for the sake of courage. In this regard, the most difficult is no better than pretending to be held hostage. Chen Yi. At this time she has long been grimacing and gnashing her teeth. In hell! You damn Zhao Xiaonu. It's okay that Qin Kong's good-looking wife doesn't like me, but you're a single college student and you don't like me either? I'm being held hostage and you don't even help me. Asshole. Sissy. You deserve to die just like Qin Kong. Chen Yi's heart simply hated the rush. Thinking back to before the end of the world, how many rich guys were willing to spend a lot of money to get a smile from her, and which one of her Porsche Ferrari co-drivers she hadn't sat in? When did a male college student look down on her? We should have let the walkers eat you all of you. Chen Yi's heart was still roaring with indignation. On the contrary, the surrounding guys, although this group of people shouted arrogant slogans, none of them dared to really go forward to subdue Zhao Xiaonu. Just kidding, the sight of Zhao Xiaonu's foot drying and crushing the triad's sternum was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to become crippled in this time period. As for shooting? That would be even more unreasonable, not to mention the fact that bullets can't hit Zhao Xiaonu. The sound of the gun can be too much louder than the shouts of the crowd, and it will definitely attract zombies. What about this? What about this, President? Chairman Li Ha. Ha. When it came down to it, even Li Hao was out of ideas. The people around him were urging frantically at him, while Li Hao, topped with a full head of sweat, was slow to make a decision. However, right at this moment, a sharp-tongued, thin man suddenly appeared, placing his hands in front of him and making a friendly gesture as he leaned over towards Zhao Xiaonu step by step. Brother Zhao, don't get excited, we're not saying we have to rob Big Brother Qin Kong's home, sometimes things have to be discussed. The man grinned and looked as if he was harmless, while Zhao Xiaonu frowned warily. Which one are you again? What are you trying to say? Actually. The man spoke with a smiling face, purposely stretching his voice to stall for time, and in between words he had already walked closer to Zhao Xiaonu. And seeing this sight, Qin Kong couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat helplessly. Mavericks are still too inexperienced. What's wrong? The Duanju in his arms blinked and gave an inquiry in a cute voice. And in response, Qin Kong gently stroked her hair and replied with a smile. Just watch. Dang. Suddenly, the dry and skinny man in the picture swung out a punch and hit it. Zhao Xiaonu naturally blocked it easily and glared at the other party with an angry gaze. Just somehow, when the attack was clearly blocked, the corner of the dry and thin man's mouth hooked up in a wry smile. Soon enough, Zhao Xiaonu felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, only to feel his eyes go black, and plopped onto the ground with a plop. Isn't there a skill? What's the point of wasting words with him? Looking at Zhao Xiaonu, who had fallen to the ground, the dry and thin man smiled very proudly and turned back to the crowd before explaining. My skill puts enemies I come in contact with into a coma. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the coma, so it'll only last for a minute or two. Tie him up while we're at it and let's go get the supplies. Well done. Well done. The crowd that followed Li Hao couldn't help but praise the man. Immediately after that was a group of people rushing into the courtyard, ready to use the weapons they brought and their own awakening techniques to destroy the shield on the villa. Speaking of which, it was also Chen Yi's doing for the shield to be rumored, so tonight's crowd had come prepared in order to grab the supplies. But I'm kinda curious. Qin Kong said with a smiling face, his fingertips tapping on the wall of the cup, a hint of playfulness appearing on his face. How long will it take for an awakened person of less than 10th level to break through the protective barrier of the S-rank system? Props, come on guys. Chapter 59, Brass Walls, Iron Walls. Protection Protocol at Cube. Props grade, S grade. Applicable scenarios, safe house protection, base building. Description: when activated, the cube centers on the high-strength energy barrier, covering the entire building with a maximum radius of 50 meters. The barrier has physical barrier bullet blast impact resistance, magical resistance elemental cursed spiritual attacks, and chemical resistance fire electricity corrosion resistance. Customizable barrier shape to fit building contours, automatic enemy and enemy unit recognition and whitelisting. Note, used in conjunction with the gas shield cube, it can isolate poisonous gases, radioactive dust, and biochemical viruses at the same time. It is a strategic defense item essential for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. First use the prepared rope to tie Zhao Xianyo solidly, then use handcuffs to handcuff all of his arms and ankles, and finally did not forget to add the chain to tie him up again. There is no way, Zhao Xianyo's fighting ability is too strong, not to give him the highest specification of the bondage packages really let a person cannot be at ease. But if you were to ask, why didn't Li Hao take advantage of the situation to finish off Zhao Xianyo? Of course, that's because it can't be done. Zhao Xianyo's skin is thick, even if he is unconscious, he is still invulnerable to knives and spears. God knows whether a knife will not even break the skin but also make him wake up early, so for safety reasons it is safer to tie it on. As for now, smash me. With a wave of Li Hao's hand, a burly man took a step forward with a fire axe spitting on the palm of his hand before gripping the axe's handle tightly and riveting it towards the villa's front door. Under the night color, the axe blade rapped with the sound of whistling wind, ruthlessly chopped on the thick solid wood door, so a piercing noise suddenly sounded, clang. Holy! The man who had swung this axe was so shocked that he was shaken back 2 or 3 meters away in just an instant. The blade of the axe was like splitting on an invisible steel plate, shocking the man's tiger's mouth and almost dislodging his hand, so he could only ghostly scream in the yard in shock and fear. A real shield? What the hell is this? Ha! Let's see. With that said, some curious guys walked in as well, and a group of them felt around the villa's doors and walls just as their fingertips touched the door panels. A light blue ripple spread in the air, as if there was a transparent film of energy covering the surface. Is this shield a skill or a prop? Where did Qin Kong get something so powerful? The strong man whose arm was numbed by the shock said in awe while touching the barrier. At first Qian Yi said that there is a shield. Everyone actually did not care much. After all, this end of the world is very fair. Everyone has awakening skills, also have a system. Qin Kong can use the shield. It is reasonable to say that they can also use skills to break open. But that doesn't seem to be the case right now. Knock 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 knock. Someone hit the wall a few more times hard with the hammer, and just as thought, the wall didn't budge, but instead layers of scuff marks appeared on the hammer. I can't, Chairman. This thing is too hard. Even the windows have shields on them, there's no way to get in. We came for nothing. President Li, what to do? Several of his men began to deflate, while Li Hao's face grew more and more somber. He violently pushed away the minions in front of him and stepped forward to press himself against the shield, feeling the icy energy fluctuations. This energy cover looks so advanced. Is this Qin Kong's prop? You're a ING brat. You can't even leave me alone when you're dead. You've left such a brainiac to protect your family, haven't you? But don't worry, whether it's your family's supplies, or the energy shield props you used to protect the villa, I'll take them all. Don't think I can't do anything with the energy shield. Props are dead and people are alive, they will always break open. Thinking of this, Li Hao surfaced a touch of cunning. A greedy smile made his fat face twist even more disgusting. After getting this shield prop, I no longer need to worry about zombies attacking my house. This must be the prop that Qin Kong dumped his family's money to spend all the awakening coins to buy, right? I'll take this. You bunch of wasted. Oh no, don't panic everyone. There's always a way out. Li Hao, who said the wrong words, swallowed the word waste, and cursed in his heart, this group of fools still have to rely on me to fool around, and then pretended to be a leader and waved his hand to command the crowd. This is a system prop. If you want to break it you must use a skill to do so. Everyone whose awakening skill is with an attack or strengthening effect? Try hitting it with a skill, it can definitely be broken open. Heh, let me try then. After saying that, there was indeed a man who volunteered to come forward, only to see him sticking out his chest and strutting with his head held high, his chin raised high making his whole person look very confident. It was all like the old man is the strongest in heaven and on earth. But I should be given first credit for breaking open the door. I want 20% of the supplies. Fine, just 20%, go ahead and try. Seeing how confident he was, Li Hao couldn't help but get excited. Just all of them did not know that at this time, Qin Kong was drinking whiskey while embracing the petite wife in his arms, and his restless hand was caressing the soft and delicate body under the quilt, while at the same time, he had to look at the little cutie. He was looking at this group of idiots with the same gaze as he was looking at his wife. That guy looks strong, won't he break the door? Duanju cocked his head and blinked, stretching out his white arm to point at the image on the projector. The man inside was radiating red light all over his body, and his muscles were gradually surging under the magical power the muscle liberation form, a strong man of level 5 or above, really belonging to the stronger ones in Li Hao's group, so it was no wonder he could be so confident. However, in response, Qin Kong was playing with the flavor with a playful expression. It might work if you take some time. Boom. The man's fist, wrapped in scarlet magic, slammed into the shield so hard that it shook the outer walls of the courtyard slightly. Dang. 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 Break it for me. Break it. One loud bang after another echoed through the neighborhood as the man blasted like a madman in quick succession, each punch accompanied by a deafening ring. His muscles swelled to the limit, his veins rippled, and even the ground was cracked by his stomping. Yet even then, the shield remained motionless, not even a single crack. He's trying so hard. Duanju, who was cradled in his arms, scrunched his neck and spat while habitually resting his head on Qin Kong's shoulder, looking very cozy. And Qin Kong smiled slightly after hearing that, summoning the AT cube with his right hand and injecting magic power to manipulate it a little bit, then he stroked his wife's head and soothed her. Then give him a little reward. Tick, host magic detected, activating anti-shock mode. Give it to me, break ah. The man roared wildly, storing up a final blow that focused all of his strength. All the magic gathered in the blade of his fist and slammed into the thin blue shield so hard that even the others around him felt sure the punch would work. However, ka-chow. The sound of crisp bone cracking suddenly rang out. The man's arm twisted and deformed in mere moments. With that, a dazzling blue light emanated from the energy shield, and as if it had triggered some sort of ejection mechanism, the man's body flew out like a broken kite toppled by the blue light, and smashed into the flower bed a dozen meters away with a boom. This was followed by, wah! A mouthful of blood gushed out, drenching all the flowers in the flower bed in red, and the man fell to the ground and passed out immediately afterward. Ha! At the sight, everyone was stunned, and the golf clubs in Li Hao's hand fell to the ground snap. Just by looking at it, one could tell that the man was already the existence with the strongest power among them, and even he couldn't break the shield, so what could the rest of them do? And at that moment, a tyrannical roar rang out. Cam! Don't waste my time. I don't give a, get out of here. Hey! What are you doing? Don't! Saying that, a man rushed up with a pistol. Li Hao saw this and raised his hand to stop it, but he didn't expect the guy to raise his pistol and aim it at the window, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Pa! The sound of gunshots rang through the darkness of the night, and the figures of the zombies outside the neighborhood shuddered, finally noticing the movement in the neighborhood. And at the same time, there was a mournful scream from the courtyard of the villa. Aha! Bastard ah! I told you not to! What are you doing, stupid? The person who made the miserable scream is actually Li Hao? Chapter 60, you're free, aren't you? After that grumpy guy fired a shot just now, the bullet rebounded the moment it touched the energy shield, and actually hit Li Hao's thigh directly. So Li Hao planted down, holding his thighs while howling miserably, and his hideous expression no longer had the look of complacency at the beginning, but only maddening hatred and curses. A bunch of stupid pigs, a bunch of idiots. It's not enough to make things happen. I told you it's a system prop and you're still using modern weapons, I'm so ed. Brainless things. Along with more and more blood on his thighs, the clean suit gradually turned crimson, and the sharp pain made Li Hao, who liked to pretend, show his true nature. And listening to his insults, that grumpy guy also gradually grimaced with both eyes and suddenly twisted his head to roar at Li Hao on the ground. Shut up! Dead fat pig! Who are you cursing? One more word and I'll shoot you. Saying that, the man actually aimed his pistol at Li Hao, while Li Hao's men also hastily raised their pistols to aim at each other when they saw this, and the situation instantly became scorching. Hey, don't! Everybody stop it! Things had developed to this situation who would not have expected, but even so, Xian Yi was still able to put on a pathetic appearance, clenching her pink fists and persuading towards both sides. We're all here for the supplies, there's no need to hurt each other over this. The gunshots just now can't be said to have alerted the corpses. Before they come in, we have to hurry up and find a way to enter the villa. Is right. Hearing the beautiful woman's voice, the man who shot him smirked and put away his pistol, looking at Li Hao on the ground with a slightly sarcastic expression. Then I'm sorry, President Li, I was reckless just now, I apologize. Your mom's. Li Hao, who was helped up by his men, cursed fiercely and angrily in his heart, the veins on his face spreading like centipedes. However, seeing that the gazes of the people around him were all on him, he knew that now was not the time to tear his face off, and that the only way to have the last laugh was to get the supplies and to get Qin Kong's shield props, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and squeeze out a smile against the excruciating pain. Okay, but such reckless behavior don't appear again on the line, Comrade Qian Yi. I see that you seem to have an idea, why don't you say it? After saying that, Li Hao placed his eyes on Qian Yi, who also smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the still unconscious Xiao Xiaoniao. Idea well. Do have, but I do not know whether it works or not. Xiao Xiaoniao recognized Qin Kong as a big brother, that I think Xiao Xiaoniao should have access to the villa. We use him as a siege hammer to crash through the gate, is not it can do it. Hiss. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, even Chang Xiaorin sucked in a breath of cold air. As the saying goes, the most poisonous is the heart of a woman. Taking a living person as a siege hammer, this kind of thing is simply not what a normal person can think of, not to mention that it is still from the mouth of a sweet and lovely young girl. However, as if you could? Someone actually nodded approvingly. In the midst of the end times, greed corrupts people's minds at an incredible rate. Although it felt a bit cruel, in order to be able to break open the door earlier, what's wrong with slightly sacrificing one or two people? Besides, Xiao Xiaoniao's physical qualities were already strong as hell, so even if he used his head to hit the door panel, he should be fine. Worthy of being Qian Yi, such an evil method could be thought of by her. Looking at the crowd downstairs who had already slowly lifted Xiao Xiaoniao up, Qin Kong faintly spat out a sentence and hurriedly got out of bed and put on his pants. Seeing him like this, Duanju on the bed couldn't help but hook up the corners of his mouth, stretching out his white and tender feet from under the covers, waving them in the air with great dejection. Broken move, right? Thought how confident you were, but it turns out you're still a mongrel. I just don't want Joe Calf to be used like a tool to bang on doors. Putting on his pants, Qin Kong said coldly, light red teeth marks floating between his naked neck, taking the pistol while not forgetting to glance back at the woman on the bed. I'll clean you up later. Slightly sundry. Duanju stuck out her tongue and made a face, looking happy to see Qin Kong eat her words. And in the meantime, the shouts of the crowd had come from downstairs. Crash on the count of 3. Okay. Come on. Several people lifted up the unconscious Xiao Xiaoniao and held him horizontally between mid-air, ready to be used as a siege hammer to hit the gate. Cruel expressions surfaced on everyone's faces, hideous smiles filled with greed and violence. Li Hao's mouth grinned to the root of his ears, and the severe pain made his smile sick to the extreme, as if he had already seen a mountain of supplies in front of him, while he himself was sitting on the leather sofa of the Qin Kong and counting the loot. The violent man who shot the gun grinned, a mouthful of yellow teeth, saliva spilled out from the corner of his mouth, or oblivious to it, his heart is even still calculating. Qin Kong's woman may not be dead outside, if she is still in the villa, then break open the door after the old man must get her to the hand. As for Yi Qian, she even became the conductor, standing in front of the crowd, raising her hands to give orders while licking her lips and muttering in her heart, Qin Kong, put on a show for me, right? In the end, the things in your house are still mine. You really deserve to die outside. 3, 2, 1. Qian Yi's clear shout was especially clear in the dark night, obviously with such a lovely voice, but at this time it seemed very oozing. Bump! As the shouts fell, all of them exerted their strength together, and it looked like the unconscious Xiao Xiaoniao was about to hit the door. Just then, however, the villa's gate popped open on its own as if it had sensed something, before they could hit it. Ah! A group of people lost their balance because of the excessive force, and all of them fell to the ground in a moment. On the other hand, seeing the door open, the overly excited Qian Yi was completely unguarded. She thought it was her idea that worked, so she was the first to rush into the house, running and shouting excitedly at the same time. The idea was mine, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to take 20%. I'll go in first. The night wind swirled the smell of blood into the cracks of the crowd, and Qian Yi's petulant laughter was particularly piercing in the dead silence. After saying that, Chen Yi, who stood at the front, jumped up and rushed in. The others were anxious when they saw this, but unfortunately, the several people who were responsible for attacking the city just now collapsed in front of the gate, so these people couldn't squeeze in at all. This snatch and run. Get out of the way. The corpses outside seem to be moving, don't waste time. Me. I'll just take a box of instant noodles. Let me in first. Everyone wants to fight for the supplies. The scene was once chaotic. Li Hao limped desperately forward to squeeze, but the chaotic crowd knocked to the side. But soon, all sounds came to an abrupt end. Li Hao, who had almost planted himself, was helped up by his men, and he pushed the Yama in front of him to the ground, and looked up to hurl insults at the group of fools, warning them to distribute the supplies in an orderly manner, and follow the association's arrangements in all cases. Yet he saw that Chen Yi, who had already entered the villa, was actually backtracking step by step. Her white and beautiful legs were trembling slightly. Chen Yi was slowly dragged out of the villa as if she was being dragged by the back of her neck by an invisible hand. And right behind it was a blackened silencer barrel. It was being slowly pushed out against her sweating forehead. The owner of the gun was half bathed in shadows, his bare chest glowing with a metallic color in the moonlight, a sturdier, more perfect figure than Zhao Xianyo. When the man stepped into the courtyard, Li Hao then saw the face clearly. It was Qin Kong. Qin. 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 It's like meeting a demon from hell. All the people's legs were trembling, and their faces turned pale in just an instant. Qin Kong was laughing. Not a violent anger, not a mockery, but a rippling, almost gentle smile. He just walked on, disliking the whole body, shivering Chen Yi out of the villa with his gun while turning his head towards the others with a smiling face and saying gently, "Disturbing people's rest at this late hour." The muzzle of the gun slowly pressed down with the words, while Chen Yi, who had long been stunned, fell to the ground with weak knees. "Are you hardly idle?" Qin Kong smiled and winked at the group. Chapter 61, Shooting of Green Tea. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that the triads led by Fang Xian are dead, Han Long's gang of gangsters is also dead, and all those who messed with Qin Kong are all dead. If it wasn't for Chen Yi secretly spreading the word Qin Kong died outside in her private messages, coupled with the government's statement that a corpse tide was imminent, how could these guys who coveted Qin Kong's supplies but were too timid to do so have popped up? So now. Qin Kong? Under the dark night, seeing the face that had been seen in the WeChat group, Li Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. The muscles on his face gradually twisted due to the severe pain and shock, and the cold sweat slid rapidly down his temples, and finally he could only use a nearly trembling voice to say in horror, "You're still alive? You're actually alive." His voice sounded like he was being strangled, and his trailing voice almost broke, showing how scared Li Hao was at this moment. But in response, Qin Kong hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled with interest. "Who made you think I was dead? Is it hard to believe that you all want me dead? Ha?" After saying that, Qin Kong swept a faint glance towards the surrounding crowd, and with just one glance, this group of neighbors were like frightened rats trembling, their legs softened, and they could barely even stand up. What's going on? Isn't he dead? So Chinking's been at home all this time? Then he saw everything we just did? Finished. It's over. Thinking about this, the faces of a group of people were already close to pale. And at the same time, Chen Yi, who had long been scared and fell to her knees, finally came back to her senses, and her blossomed face was actually hardened by her to squeeze out a smile, and then she used an almost fawning look of fake surprise to say, "Brother Qin Kong. It's great that you're still alive. We were all worried about you." Yup. Yes. Chen Yi's words had only just fallen when the people around her reacted, and the first one to emerge was a greasy middle-aged man. "How could we want you to die? You are the benefactor of the neighborhood. It's not that you have no news, we are afraid that you have an accident, so we came to the villa to see you. It's great that you're okay." Right. That's why we specially organized the rescue team." An older woman with a curly perm suddenly slapped her thighs and screamed, exaggerated wrinkles piling up on the horizontal flesh of her face. "We all came here because we were worried about you, and we're going to go out to look for you, silly boy. What are you doing with a gun? How dangerous, put it down." With that, the older woman even waved her hand kindly, only the smile that was forced out of fear looked very twisted. "Ha, is that so?" Hearing them say this, even Qin Kong, who had relived his life, was amused. Seeing Qin Kong smile a bit, Chen Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, thought that he believed in his words, so she immediately moved her white legs to rub forward, and then hugged Qin Kong's waist, lifting up her pathetic face. blinking her eyelashes that were hanging with teardrops. The plump curves of her chest were rubbing Qin Kong's body non-stop through her beige woolen sweater, and wriggling vigorously at the same time, while writhing vigorously, she said daintily, "Brother Qin Kong. You don't even know, I've had nightmares every day for the past 2 days that you weren't in the neighborhood. What would we do without you? You're the strongest awakened in the neighborhood, we'll have to rely on you in the future as well. So it's great to have you back. By the way, why haven't I seen my sister-in-law?" After saying that, Xian Yi even winked her eyes adorably, innocently like a harmless and pure-hearted young girl had. Although the Qian Yi on the surface was lovely and moving, her heart let out a sinister sneer. In the end, Qin Kong is just a man. Maybe you can ignore me on WeChat, but can you keep your cool when you actually touch my body? Men are cheap and stupid creatures. They pretend to be cool, but if they are given a little sweetness, they will turn into wagging dogs. I'm not going to be taken down by a loser like Qin Kong. I'm going to take everything from him, make him my slave, and rob him of everything. Just like the other lickspittles before the end times. Hashtag ho 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 hashtag. Xian Yi's heart thought like this. The more natural Qin Kong's smile was, the more excited Xian Yi's heart became. However, the next second, the sly smile suddenly froze on her face, and Xian Yi's pupils began to vibrate violently because Qin Kong had once again put the muzzle of his gun against her head again. So everyone's worried about me, huh? Looks like I misunderstood, but then again. Speaking here, Qin Kong's voice suddenly turned ice cold. Who was it that just shouted for 20% of the supplies? Saying that, Qin Kong's hand holding the gun was already pressing down hard. Because of fear, Xian Yi could only try her best to lean back and try to dodge, her spine bent almost to the limit, her body turning into a pliable arc under the moonlight, but the terrifying barrel of the gun was as if it had grown on her forehead, sticking to her brain as if it were a shadow. Qin Kong. Don't kill me. Feeling the cold, pitiless pressure on his forehead was as chilling as the fingers of death. And it wasn't until this moment that Xian Yi finally realized Qin Kong was the devil. He knew everything. He had no intention of sparing anyone present. And this poor and lovely young girl of his own, if he didn't do something, he would become a dead soul under Qin Kong's gun, just like Fang Xian and Han long before him. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. All you have to do is ask for forgiveness, right? I'm a lovely, beautiful girl. No one can shoot a woman, can they? In her heart, Xian Yi's tears have long been flying uncontrollably, her entire body has fallen into a state of mental collapse, her twisted and trembling face can no longer maintain a smile, and she can only cry and plead at the top of her voice with a gesture that is so humble that it's the most extreme. Don't you like me? I'll give you anything. I'll do anything for you. Please don't kill me. Oh yes, let me be your dog. I'm Lord Qin Kong's little. Woof woof. Woof woof. Saying that, Xian Yi actually really pretended to extend her dog's paw and bark twice. It seems that before the end of the world, she and her gold master played quite flowery. However, in response, Qin Kong smiled faintly and said in an icy tone, "Anything? Then go to hell." Ha! Xian Yi, who made a puppy-like appearance, the tears on her face hadn't even dried up yet, and her entire body froze in place with wide eyes. And then the next second, bang! The night wind swept across the front lawn of the villa with the smell of blood, and the hissing of the corpses was faintly heard in the distance, but it could not overpower the sound of teeth chattering that was rising and falling in the courtyard at the moment. The mist of blood lifted from the ceiling of the sky took on an eerie powdery haze in the moonlight, and with it, the blood formed a reddish glow on the ground. Vom! At the sight of such a horrific sight, the curly-haired older woman spat directly on the shoes of the grumpy man beside her, who was oblivious to the fact that everyone was pale and heartbroken with fear. I want to run. I feel like peeing. I want to go home. I'm never leaving the house again, Mom. People's hearts were shouting in terror, but no one dared to be the first one to run away because that would definitely be targeted by Qin Kong. However, just when the situation was so tense, Li Hao actually took a trembling step forward, put on an angry look, and pointed at Xian Yi on the ground, then cursed. Good death. It's all because this woman coaxed us to rob Brother Qin's villa, she deserved it. Bah! Saying that, Li Hao also spat hard at Xian Yi's corpse, with an aggressive look as if it was all Xian Yi's problem from the beginning to the end, and this incident had nothing to do with him. Li Hao, as long as you can live, you can believe in any way you want. Yeah, just blame it on incompetent subordinates like we used to do with layoffs, and there's no proof of death anyway. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die. I'm a high and mighty program director, not at all like you lowly commoners. I'm not going to die in a place like this. When he thought of this, Li Hao's inner activities came to an abrupt end, and his face gradually turned pale. Because after killing one person, Qin Kong did not say a word, and his aura, which was still relatively kind, was cold and terrifying at this time, and the muzzle of his gun was also aimed at Li Hao at some point. Was it fun? Think I'm stupid? The Qin. Bang. Chapter 62 Zombie Substitute. Thud. Under the darkness, the weight of nearly 200 pounds caused the body to crash to the ground with a muffled thud, shaking up a thin layer of dust. The expensive tailored suit was soaked with blood, while the belly spread out like a water-filled leather ball, chipping 2 buttons off the blouse. Another death. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Lord Qin Kong, spare my life. As Qian Yi and Li Hao were shot one after another, basically all the people who followed them here tonight knelt on the ground, miserable howls rising and falling, leaving only a few guys with guns in their hands still hesitating. A trembling finger was pressed dead against the trigger, but he didn't dare to point it at Qin Kong with it. God knows if Qin Kong had the ability to resist bullets. Meanwhile, upstairs, Duanju was leaning against the window wrapped in a quilt like a chrysalis, sipping half of Qin Kong's leftover whiskey while picking up his cell phone to take a picture and send it to someone. Sis, look. I told you that Qin Kong wasn't a good person, he killed again. Really? That's scary. His sister, Duan Ling, returned the message on the other side of the phone while sending a shivering emoji. Luckily, the people on my side of the refuge are friendlier and there haven't been so many conflicts, but then again, why is it that every time, Qin Kong goes down to solve the problem while you watch from the villa? Well. Looking at the message sent by Duan Ling, Duanju's pupils fluttered slightly. Oh no, I've been chatting too much lately, and Duan Ling has realized it. If my sister and my mom find out that I've become someone else's wife, won't I be nailed to a pillar of shame for the rest of my life? Wheedling brother, actually being pressed underneath by Qin Kong as if he were a fool, what a wheedling. The smug look on his sister's face had come to mind. This was closely followed by a look of hesitation on her mother's face. That Xiao Ju. Mother is not a feudal person, if this is your choice. I will support it. Cam. Don't do that. Don't do that. We have to come up with an excuse to get out of this. With this thought in his mind, cold sweat was already running down his face like a waterfall. Panicked, Duanju could only run his brainpower to the limit, frantically snapping words to try and explain. That's because I'm stronger. Strong people need to strike at critical moments, they can't show their faces easily. After snapping out the line, a frowning Duanju thoughtfully gave it back and retyped it. That's because your old brother is a good person, doesn't like fighting and killing, and doesn't tolerate bullying his neighbors, that's why he let Qin Kong. No. Halfway through typing, Duanju backed the line out again, shaking his head vigorously before retyping it up. Because Qin Kong is my good brother, we're lifelong friends. It's only because he can't let me. It's still not ing right. Duanju slammed the phone down on the bed with all his might, followed by a lunge of his own onto the bed, burying his head into the pillow and twisting it up. Why do you seem to have become so stupid after becoming a woman? If this goes on, Duan Ling will definitely misunderstand me. Come on, think of an excuse. Buzz. 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 The anxious Duanju was still thinking hard, but the cell phone on the bed suddenly rang. So Duanju hurriedly took a look at his phone, while the 3 lines Duan Ling had sent appeared in plain sight. Older brother, you won't already have that with Qin Kong, right? I wanted to say it before when I gave me and my mama's class props. How can you say that you're a great beauty now? Are you being looked at by Qin Kong and being his wife he's treating you so well? Woo. I'm sorry, old brother. But since it's all over, can you give me Kong your leg? It's over. Holding the phone, Duanju pupils crazy earthquake, deep inside as if there is something fragile, click, broken. It is an important item called dignity. As an elder brother, Sama's life is completely over. On the other side, downstairs in the villa. 5 seconds. Facing the shivering crowd, Qin Kong stretched out his right hand with a cold gaze and said coldly with an open palm. You have 5 seconds to get out of my sight or I'll finish you off. Qin Kong, you. Hearing Qin Kong speak so arrogantly, the man with the pistol and who used to be Li Hao's subordinate wanted to say something, but he was yanked back by the curly-haired older woman and the grumpy man on the side together. Stop, wow. Don't mess with him. Run before it's too late. We can't handle him, go. There was no desire to fight at all. As long as they recalled the tragic situation of those triads, as well as looking at the tragic deaths of Li Hao and Qian Yi on the ground, this group of people simply didn't dare to disobey Qin Kong's words, while at the same time Qin Kong hooked the corner of his mouth and spoke with a cold smile. 5. Aha, run. With just one word, a group of people immediately scattered. A group of people fled like crazy, not caring where their homes were, only knowing that they could only survive if they left this place quickly. And looking at this group of trash that fled in all directions, Qin Kong's eyes were filled with disdain, but he didn't rush to chase after them, instead kicking the unconscious Zhao Xianyo on the ground. Wake up, idiot, how much longer do you want to sleep? Well. Air. The dazed Zhao Xianyo finally opened his eyes, but he couldn't climb up because his whole body was tied up, so Qin Kong had to summon the black blade to slice through the chains on him. Rubbish, you can be hit by such a low-powered skill, what should I say about you? Keep an eye out next time. Lest you let someone you to death while I'm not around. Qin Kong cursed as he untied the rope for Zhao Xianyo, who also scratched his head in some embarrassment. I'm sorry, heir. I didn't expect this either. Ha! It was only when the words came to this point that Zhao Xianyo realized the escaping crowd outside the courtyard, so he hurriedly inquired, Brother Empty, you just let them go? In response, Qin Kong just smiled coldly and dragged clueless Zhao Xianyo into the villa by the hand, then closed the door tightly. I never said to let them go. Qin Kong smiled meaningfully, his biting gaze containing a teasing killing intent. Zhao Xianyo still didn't understand what he meant, but soon enough, there were mournful screams from outside. No way. Not that way. Run back. It's the same over here. It's full of zombies. We're surrounded. Help! Help! The crowd that had originally scattered and fled actually turned back. Obviously, the sound of the grumpy man's gunshot just now attracted all the zombies outside the neighborhood, and the corpses in all directions have long surrounded the villa. If they had stayed at home and kept their doors shut, they would have been able to escape, but now they were all standing in the square of the neighborhood, and the strong smell of human flesh was causing the zombies to become more and more frenzied, not to mention a lot of cuties. Yelling and screaming. It's the roar of a zombie when it's excited. Like the abyss's low cry, hell's death knell, the eerie sound echoed under the cold moonlight, just listening to it already made people's scalp numb. Don't you guys have guns? Use your guns. Right. Right. Bang, bang, bang. With a warning from the curly-haired older woman, Grumpy Man and some of Li Hao's men immediately fired at the zombies. But it was obvious that an untrained ordinary person would not be able to shoot so accurately. A dozen bullets were fired in a row, not to mention headshots, not even a single zombie fell. The bullet hit the zombie's chest, and thick, disgusting liquid flowed out, making the air more pungent. Soon enough, someone was grabbed by the zombie, and screams resounded throughout the neighborhood. Aha! Help me! Help me! I don't want to die. Don't! A pathetic man was dragged hard by 3 or 4 walkers into the midst of the corpses, his fingernails leaving eerie scratches on the floor, followed closely by the sound of flesh and blood being gnawed away. At the sight, a group of people turned pale with fear. In the heat of the moment, a young girl couldn't care less about Qin Kong's warning, and ran wildly all the way back to the villa's courtyard. Bang, 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 bang. The door of the villa was hammered hard several times, and then the voice of a young girl came through the doorway. Qin Kong. Zhao Xianyo. Open the door quickly. I'm Chang Xiren. Those things were done by Qian Yi and Li Hao. I was always against her. I never felt that what Qian Yi did was right. Open the door. Help me. I'll do anything. I don't want to be eaten by walkers. Help. By the time he said the last 3 words, the mournful cry had broken through, the shrill voice immediately drawing the zombies over, and one of them was a long-tongued zombie that Duanju was very familiar with. This. Hearing Chang Xiren's cry for help, Zhao Xianyo's body trembled slightly and silently glanced towards Qin Kong. Seeing him like this, Qin Kong also snorted coldly and said with great disdain, You believe her words? You want to save her? No. I'll listen to empty. Zhao Xianyo replied with a slight hesitation. Qin Kong, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and explained softly. You can be saved if you want, but next time you get victimized, don't blame me for not teaching you. No save. I believe in air. Hearing Qin Kong's cold and calm voice, Zhao Xiaoniu also finally made up her mind and responded to Qin Kong's words with a firm gaze, not opening the door no matter how much it was screaming and tearing outside. Help me! Help me! Open the door! Bang, 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 bang. The door was slammed again and again, the heavy rattle of the door panels paired with the woman's heart-rending howls, seeming especially dismal in the dimly lit night. However, just as Chang Xiaoran knocked the hardest, almost frantic yelling. Instead, she suddenly sensed someone upstairs looking at her and hastily looked up with a surprised expression. Zhao Xiaoniu. I knew you couldn't stand it. You. Halfway through her sentence, Chang Xiaoran suddenly froze. Because the one standing on the balcony upstairs wasn't Zhao Xiaoniu, but the woman with a beautiful and extremely seductive figure. Moonlight pouring down like water, for that lazy leaning on the railing figure gilded with a layer of silver. Qin Kong's black shirt is casually draped over the woman's shoulders, the hemline can barely cover the root of the thighs, long and slender legs folded over each other, bare feet gently swaying in the night wind, toes are still left ambiguously on the red marks. Totally outclassed. After observing Duanju's appearance from a close distance, Cheng Xiaorin realized how ridiculous she and Qian Yi had been before. Their face value was simply not even passable in front of this woman, just like humble ants looking up to a genie. Looking at Duanju's side face, Cheng Xiaoran was in a daze for a moment. It wasn't until a frenzied walker lunged at her that she snapped back to her senses and grabbed onto the trim outside the villa's walls and climbed up. Ah, don't! Cheng Xiaoran climbed upward with all her might, the adrenaline in her body, coupled with the physical strength bonus brought by the awakening technique itself, allowed her to explode with strength in a short period of time, and she actually did climb down the pipe to the second-floor balcony. Fingernails scraped 10 bloody marks on the wall, and expensive clothes were hooked through iron pipes, revealing skin covered in abrasions. A hand clutched the edge of the balcony. The zombies below had already gathered into a group, all wailing and stretching their arms towards Cheng Xiaoran. Just pull me through. Cheng Xiaoran was still harboring unrealistic fantasies, and in the middle of her thoughts, she even had the energy to pull out her cell phone and raise it towards Duanju, who was standing on the balcony. Qin Kong's wife, right? Look! Look! Cheng Xiaoran desperately hissed, fear and exhaustion causing her face to gradually distort as a vein began to emerge. This is the women's support group that Qian Yi organized. They've been bad-mouthing you and Qin Kong in the group. I've never participated in it. Ha! Duanju had only heard the screams and came out to see what all the fuss was about, but he didn't expect to hear anything interesting. So she crouched down and looked at her phone, and did see the name of a group called Base for the Awakening of Independent Women in the End Times, and couldn't help but smile a little. So I'm not a bad guy. Quickly pull me. I'm not going to be able to hold on much longer. Hurry up. At the end of her words, Cheng Xiaoran almost growled and roared out, showing how anxious she was at this moment. But in response, Duanju just stretched out his small white hand and snatched Cheng Xiaoran's cell phone. Then slowly got up and lifted his feet, smiling with a smug look on his face. You and Qian Yi are the ones who have been seducing Qin Kong, right? Thank you for telling me about this other group in the neighborhood, but I'm sorry. Speaking of which, Duanju's gaze suddenly flickered. Her pupils turned from black to red, and an almost sickly smile surfaced on her face, just like an evil and noble demoness. But I'm sorry, the only person who seduces my husband is dead. No! Under Cheng Xiaoran's desperate roar, Duanju stepped down hard on the hand, so the young girl's figure fell heavily in the moonlight. Don't! Get away from me! Don't bite me! I really know it's wrong. Someone help me! Daddy ah! Chapter 63, Within Calculation. The screams went on for a long time, seeping through the dark neighborhood. But the remaining survivors were clear that this group of people didn't deserve any sympathy at all. If they didn't think about plundering other people's supplies in the first place, how would they end up being eaten by zombies? 7 hours later, dawn broke. Lead gray clouds pressed against the city skyline, the embers of a few burning high-rise buildings in the distance remained unextinguished, and black smoke like rotting vines kept wrapping around the morning light, and in the dead silence there would be the occasional sound of glass popping and the lowing of zombies. It seemed that the military fought the tide of corpses very fiercely yesterday. And at that moment, the radio broadcast that the villa had forgotten to turn off suddenly went off. Urgent request for assistance. In the early hours of this morning, the government of the country of Neon sent out an SOS signal via the Inmarsat channel. Octopus-like creatures more than 100 meters in length have attacked coastal cities, with tentacles that can destroy steel and concrete buildings. and spewing acidic goo that has caused a massive paralysis of communications. International experts say the situation may be linked to excess radiation levels in the waters around Neon, causing the creatures to mutate at a more drastic rate. The Pentagon archives have made public, genetically enhanced warriors codenamed Titans have been created in the lab, with radiation resistance, night vision, and rapid healing capabilities, and the lab leader claims that the average genetically enhanced warrior will be more powerful than a level 50 awakened. In response, the US has issued an announcement calling on all scientists, engineers, and psychic survivors to gather at the Area 51 lab in Nevada to share their power with the Human Spark program, but according to nearby residents, unauthorized approaches to the base will be met with indiscriminate attacks. Next is the All Citizens Directive. Survivors in China are asked to observe the following points. 1. Absolute home, doors and windows secured with metal. 2. Well. The sound of the radio buzzing in her ears kept coming, annoying people who couldn't sleep at all, so Duanju reluctantly opened her eyes, a soft blanket covering her body, warm arms around her neck and waist, the man's blazing body heat baking her back like a furnace, a cozy and comfortable feeling surrounding her whole body. Obviously it's a post-apocalyptic world, but inexplicably I feel very relieved. Ah. So Duanju lazily stretched out his arms, opened his crystal-clear pink lips, and yawned a very lazy yawn. The quilt gently slipped down because of the action of stretching, the thin red halter nightgown could not hide the proud curves, and on the white neck there was still a shallow tooth mark, which must have been the mark of the loser of last night's close-quarters combat match. But in response, the sleepy-eyed Duanju didn't care at all, even going so far as to quirk the corners of her mouth in triumph, rubbing meekly in the arms of the victor who had humiliated her. Humph, Qin Kong, you're only worthy of being my pillow. What's the use of being strong? What's the point of being born again? What's the use of being my sworn enemy? In the end, it's still just my human-shaped electric blanket. Thinking of this, the memories of last night came flooding back unconsciously, and the thought of actually being humiliated by this hateful guy, Duanju, who was originally still a bit pleased with himself, immediately puffed up his cheeks, and his gaze turned a bit more sultry as well. Damn Qin Kong, I'll bite you to death. Just as she was thinking about it, Duanju took a bite out of the arm that was wrapped around her neck. The muscles are tight and firm, and the texture of the bite is like tough rubber, even a little chunky. But the smell is good. Somehow, this powerful and elegant scent of Qin Kong always fascinates Duanju. As long as one smells it, there will be a feeling of dazzling and wanting to follow each other's orders. Damn it! Damn it! So the force of Duanju's clenched teeth increased a little more. It wasn't until the pained Qin Kong twitched slightly and hugged his wife tighter in her sleep in a somewhat awkward manner that Duanju smiled contentedly. Humph, it's true that they are just fishes, but in the end, they are still conquered by the charm of the master. Master has said, sooner or later I will make you become inseparable from me. From now on Qin Kong is my slave, I said. Hiss. Wait. Is that what I was going for in the first place? As he thought about it, Duanju cocked his head slightly, a hint of doubt looming in his eyes. But smart as she was, she didn't care about such trivialities, so she soon smiled sweetly and pulled out the cell phone under her pillow to busy herself with other things. Never mind, what the heck? Anyway, it's definitely right to make Qin Kong my thing. As for now, I'm going to see what's in store for me today. Pulling out his cell phone and opening WeChat, Duanju couldn't wait to enter that group chat Mordecai Independent Women Awakening Base. And just as she thought, after a night of fermentation, the group message had long since come to a staggering 99+. Sisters! Did you hear the broadcast? I just checked, Daddy Rice's gene medicine really came out. Humanity is saved. A message from a Never Eat a Man's Leftovers ID came head-on, and right after that, people started chiming in below. Look at the level of technology of other people, a needle directly into a super warrior, unlike a certain country will only shout home and wait for rescue? Laughable. So the Chinese men are really not good, not to mention the scientists. On that Li Hao is also useless. Fanfare ran over the results were easily killed, loss I still a little bit of expectation to come. That's right, the army side is also not strong, hundreds of thousands of zombies have not finished fighting all night, causing the zombies to run into our neighborhood. Say, how can we get to Rice? Otherwise, let's go to the big group and find an awakened to escort us to the harbor, and find one who is 185 tall and has 6-pack abs or more. Hee. You're stupid, you should go by airplane, isn't there a big octopus in the sea, how dangerous? Oh. That's funny. Looking at the constant stream of refreshing messages in the group, Duanju, who had just woken up from his nap, revealed a very satisfied smile. Yes, she delved into the group chat yesterday after getting Cheng Xiaoran's phone, and found that it was full of simple-minded, brilliant female fighters, so Duanju had used Cheng Xiaoran's number to pull herself in. After observing for a while, Duanju probably realized that although this group of women had worrying intelligence, they were lucky enough to have stocked up on a lot of supplies before the end of the world, plus the fact that Li Hao's group had actually been doing some kind of unseemly deal with the women in the neighborhood in private, so many of them weren't worrying about food and drink, so they simply hid in their homes and waited for rescue. Once people are not worried about food and clothing, they naturally become arrogant and lazy. After reading the messages from the group, Duanju just couldn't hold back, so he silently asked, "Anyway, how many levels is everyone? Have you guys killed any walkers?" "Huh? Killing zombies?" As soon as these words came out, a woman with the ID in times Rose immediately asked back in a disdainful tone. "How can you let a woman do something as disgusting and dangerous as killing zombies?" That's it. No sooner had Mordecai Rose's words been spoken than many of the following group members chimed in. "Zombie blood is stinky and sticky, what if it stains my manicure?" The owners of the nail salon are probably all hung up by now, and this is the last one I'll ever get. A truly independent woman should solve problems with intelligence, not brute force. Only little cuties. It's only the ones who get tough with walkers. Right, and then again, we're a noble reproductive resource. Women should be protected in safe zones and be responsible for reproducing quality offspring. The fighting and killing should be done by men. You new here? How come I haven't seen you before? Ah, I'm Cheng Xiaoran's friend, just added yesterday. Put. After typing that out, Duanju couldn't really hold back a laugh. So much fun. If Duanju hadn't seen it with his own eyes, she wouldn't have thought that there would be such stupid people in the world who really thought that staying at home would be enough to escape the end of days. Li Hao, Feng Xan, Han Long and these guys, although not good people, at least had the foresight to know that they should hoard supplies and expand their forces in the end times. Yet the fairies don't even have the most basic common sense, and only know how to talk in groups, complain about this and that, and then have to do a pull step on their own country. It's just not human. Duanju's heart thought this, not out of angry insult, but out of almost sympathetic sadness. It's just stupid. Rin Qing, thank you. Thank you for telling me about such an interesting group chat before you died, I'll treasure it. But, with this in mind, Duanju's eyes rolled around thievishly. We can't let Qin Kong know about this group chat, or else with his nature, I'm afraid he'll exterminate this group of women in a minute, so won't life be boring after that? Anyway, these girls are first class, not threatening at all, so it's not a bad idea to keep them for fun. Women are such stupid and naive creatures, how can I tease them? Oof. Thinking of this, Duanju's pink lips hooked up slightly, and a flirtatious and smug smile appeared on her face. However, in the next second, a large hand suddenly pinched her chin and turned Duanju's head hard, only to transform into a dumbass beauty lying dully on the pillow, looking straight into the man's eyes. You awake? Duanju, who had his chin pinched, blinked and looked a little flustered. Instead, Qin Kong's gaze was cold and scrutinizing as he looked Duanju's body up and down before speaking in a magnetic voice in a deep voice. Mimi, what are you snickering about? Is there something funny on the phone? Well. Hearing the question, Duanju's eyes averted, while not forgetting to quietly snap his cell phone down. However, her eyes had only just drifted towards her left side when Qin Kong's sturdy arm suddenly clasped on her pillow, blocking her vision snap. Ha! The little feet in the quilt were so startled that they could only shrink their toes with a slight shudder, while a sound of shame escaped from between the young girls' throats. When he raised his eyes again at that moment, the handsome, towering face was close at hand. The sharp jawline was gilded with cold, hard contours in the morning light, and the shadows cast by his eyelashes made the narrow eyes appear deeper and deeper. The knot in his throat slid slowly with his breathing, and his ambitious and powerful strength could be felt, like a beast with a death grip on its prey. This left Duanju, who was food, only able to shiver underneath him. Ha! The heart beats so fast. As the thud in his chest grew louder, Duanju's eyes gradually widened. Originally flustered, she somehow felt her cheeks rolling and her breath began to catch. Good looking. Why is it that the more I look at Qin Kong lately, the better I feel? He's obviously treating me like an idiot, but inside he feels tickled and happy. Damn, the more I look at this face, the more I feel blank. I want to be by him. No. It's not right. Duanju snapped out of his pink bubble-filled daze. Returning to her senses, she shook her head vigorously. Only after confirming that her spirit was back to normal did she puff up her face and say furiously. Just WeChat chatting, think it's funny I just laughed at it. What do you want? Why bully me? Humph. Saying that, Duanju even put on a puffed up look and stared with a forcefully feigned menacing expression, as if he was a kitten ready to attack at any moment. And in response, Qin Kong merely blinked. Oh, so? Looking at Duanju, whose face bulged into a ball beneath his body, Qin Kong immediately revealed a doting smile and gently stroked her cheek with his hand. I thought you were peeking at other men's pictures, but just chatting? That's fine, but well. Saying that, Qin Kong slowly raised the arm that was caressing his face, revealing the teeth marks on his arm, and this caused the originally puffed up Duanju's body to tremble, revealing a weak and pitiful expression. But well. Didn't they say no biting? And who did this? Well. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll go make you breakfast. No need, my breakfast is already prepared. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. It means me. Don't wow. It's horrible. Because last night's neighborhood zombies are too much and temporarily live in the villa downstairs. Zhao Xiaoniu, Heart issued a panic voice. Kong's stamina is so exuberant, I'd better go out and fight the zombies. Zhao Xiaoniu, who had put on his shoes, awkwardly ran out of the villa, and what met his eyes was, indeed, hordes of zombies. The putrid smell came to the surface, and under the morning sun, the whole neighborhood seemed to be enveloped by a layer of gray-green necrophilia. The zombies wandered in twos and threes on the lawn, the side of the carport, the entrance to the building. Some missing half of the head, brain matter dried up on the suit, and Tai's stomach was hollowed out, intestines trailing behind like a rotting rope, rubbing sticky blood on the concrete floor. There are also limbs twisted into weird angles, but still tirelessly banging against the security door, making a knock, knock, knock muffled sound. Others, with their limbs twisted at weird angles, still tirelessly bang on the security door with a muffled thud, thud, thud sound. Let's just say it's weird as hell, and something as human-like and inhuman as a zombie will make you drop your SAN no matter how many times you see it. And unsurprisingly, Li Hao and Qian Yi's group also turned into zombies. What Qin Kong said about not getting infected was only that they wouldn't get infected after being bitten, but if they died after being bitten by a zombie and then still retain most of the corpse, then that zombie would still be a zombie. The specific reason for this was probably because the awakened person's immunity was enough to fight off the virus, whereas the dead people lose the protection of their awakening. Techniques. Hey. Much better. Take your time still. Looking at the crumbling scene in front of him, Zhao Xiaoniu let out a deep sigh and gripped his machete tightly as he silently walked up. However, just as he was about to attack the zombies, the sound of silencer-equipped gunshots bang, bang, bang suddenly came from outside the gates of the neighborhood. A dozen or so zombies instantly fell. Zhao Xiaoniu froze in place somewhat puzzled, followed by a group of soldiers walking in with trucks, supplies, and the wounded, the captain at the head shouting with a serious face. This is the place. I don't understand why, but the temporary base settlement proposed by the chief is this neighborhood, so let's set up shelter here. Huh? Build a shelter next to Kung's house? What about Air? Wait a minute? Air is born again, there's no reason why he wouldn't know about this. Does that mean? With this thought in his heart, Zhao Xiaoniu's pupils contracted violently, and a terrifying and powerful thought arose in his heart, running through his spine like an electric current. This is all within Air's calculations. Chapter 64, The Virtuous Wife and Mother. That's delicious. Licking his lips and revealing a smile, Qin Kong, who had finished enjoying his breakfast, stood by the bedside and lifted his pants, his radiant appearance looking very energetic. On the contrary, on the bed, Duanju was already hugging the pillow tightly and shrinking into a ball, just like a bullied little child. Red face, white skin, messy hair, disheveled clothes, only the thin quilt could hide the voluptuous curves, and finally could only whimper in an aggrieved voice. Damn it, this kind of shame. I will definitely double it back. Coo. Wait for it. Aha, I'll wait. Oh. Looking at his lovely wife, Qin Kong nodded his head with great satisfaction and leaned down to give his wife another kiss on the cheek. Boo. So good. Saying that, Qin Kong actually touched Duanju's head with his hand. Searing palms caressed gently between the tips of her hair with gentle amplitude, causing her already hot face to blush even more and her ears to turn completely red. Treating me like an idiot, damn man, I'll kill you sooner or later. But? Why is this? Obviously should be annoying, but the body is. It's so warm, With this in mind, Duanju's toes curled slightly under the covers, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The muscles of his entire body took on a flaccid appearance, turning into a look of a kitten enjoying its master's massage and being defenseless. And the more she did, the more Qin Kong grew fond of her, and finally simply sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed his wife's face. So good, so good. No, don't. Obviously restraining himself to the utmost. However, Qin Kong's attack intensified. It was useless even if she clenched her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. The estrogen secreted by the charming sacred body would cause her to become more and more submissive to her man, especially if it was a possessive guy like Qin Kong. Brain is going to die. Duanju felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, and his originally unwavering soul was fading under the ravages of the pink color. Well, just as Qin Kong was having a good time and was about to drag the cute creature out from under the covers for a couple more kisses, the sound of a loudspeaker shouting suddenly came from outside the window. Fellow citizens, this is Colonel Lin Bin. After yesterday's battle, our department has wiped out most of the corpse tide and is in full control of the eastern district of the city. Captain Zhou Weigua has decided to establish a temporary safety zone in this district. We hope that the survivors can cooperate with the work and help us. Ha! Qin Kong and Duanju, who heard the voice, both froze for a moment. So the two of them temporarily dropped their daily banter and rushed to the window to look out, only to realize that there were already quite a few soldiers standing in the neighborhood. There were several troop carriers parked across the square, the heavy machine guns mounted on their roofs were still steaming, military doctors in white coats were carrying stretchers to the tents that had been set up, and the wounded, with their bloody bandages dragging on the ground, didn't look too good. Bang, bang, bang. A few dozen meters away, a soldier suddenly raised his gun and swept the zombie running out of the building to death. Red and white pulp splattered on the military tent, while the civilian soldier registering the supplies next to him didn't even bat an eyelid, just kept recording something on the form with the tip of his pen. Why are you here? Looking at the scene in the neighborhood, Qin Kong stroked his chin in puzzlement. The shelters in my previous life were built outside of the city limits, so how did I end up in the city in this life? And it happens to be in my neighborhood? Butterfly effect? Qin Kong tilted his head slightly, seemingly skeptical, but quickly dismissed his thoughts. No, even if it's the butterfly effect, it shouldn't be so coincidental, it can't be coming at me, right? I didn't reveal anything. With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong was already frowning slightly, his expression quite serious. On the contrary, Duanju, wearing a halter nightgown and revealing her white shoulders, blinked cutely while holding Qin Kong's arm and pointing at the soldiers outside the window excitedly. Look at that guy, his marksmanship sucks. It actually takes 3 shots to explode a zombie's head. Indeed. Listening to Duanju's words, Qin Kong skimmed his mouth somewhat breathlessly. This woman really doesn't have any tension at all. But this might also be an opportunity? That Tian Tetsa didn't come to me after all this time, so I have no place to collect protection money, so I guess I'll have to think of another way. It's just as well, the army's here, I can make a little money off of them, just a little bit. I'm not the one who takes advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a slightly wry smile. Officer Lim Bin outside, on the other hand, knew nothing of this and was still shouting over his loudspeaker at the neighborhood survivors. Now that the situation is solid and supplies are plentiful, we are in dire need of a group of volunteers to join us, medical personnel with knowledge of first aid and nursing experience, engineers or mechanics who specialize in electricity, mechanics, and communications, and repairing the base's facilities, and then again, having a powerful awakening technique is fine too, as long as you meet the above criteria you can sign up. The troop will distribute food and equipment to the volunteers. The troop will distribute food and equipment for the volunteers. Go! Let's go sign up. After hearing Captain Lin Bin's shout, Qin Kong hurriedly patted Duanju's shoulder in greeting. But Duanju didn't seem to be interested in this, and just cocked his head in confusion. We're going to sign up? What if we're recognized? I thought you didn't want to reveal your strength? Stupid. Qin Kong lightly cursed, and then even flicked Duanju's forehead. Ow. The pained Duanju covered his head and puffed out his face to look at the man with a sultry expression, to which Qin Kong had to explain with a smile. Didn't we bring our cognitive interference masks that day? That thing not only changes temperament, but also interferes with all kinds of cognition. In the eyes of the soldiers, it's impossible to say that the ones who killed the third-order zombies yesterday were 2 fat guys, so it's impossible to recognize us. Besides, we didn't sign up as combatants, so why would we be exposed? Not a combatant? Then what is it? After hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju blinked curiously.
Qin Kong, on the other hand, replied confidently with a hook at the corner of his mouth.
Of course it's a doctor. Ha! And so? Wash your face, brush your teeth, comb your hair. Slipping on a black tank top and a white jacket, the baggy sweatpants barely snagged on her crotch bone, revealing a white, supple, and at the same time a bit of waistline. Today's Duanju was also a meta beauty girl of the end of the world. Well, it could also be a post-apocalyptic beautiful young woman. Anyway, it's cute is what it is. I'm sure he's very handsome. After applying the lip moisturizer, Duanju smiled smugly in the mirror. Not forgetting to return to the bed after laughing, he cleanly folded the quilt, thinking in his mind as he did so. Where can you find such a hard-working man as you? Soon the beds were folded and the floors swept, while the toaster in the kitchen dinged. The steaming breakfast was brought out by Duanju, but in order to get to the registration early, both Qin Kong and Duanju swallowed the food in 5 and 3 bites before the two of them very silently picked up the cup containing the milk and drank it all in one go. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The milky white liquid slowly slid down the corners of his mouth, making Duanju's already fair skin look even more crystal clear. Soon enough, the milk was finished, and Duanju very consciously picked up the dishes and went to the kitchen to clean them. It took the two of them less than 15 minutes to do all of the above. In response, Qin Kong couldn't help but lament in his heart, "What a good wife you found." Chapter 65, What Qin Kong? Heir, what should we do now? After 1,000 waits, Zhao Xiaoyo finally waited Qin Kong out. The soldiers in the neighborhood were setting up tents and constructing fortifications, to which Zhao Xiaoyo didn't know whether to count it as a good thing or a bad thing, so he could only wait dryly in the courtyard. However, when he saw Qin Kong striding with a sturdy pace, his cold gaze full of confidence, and his wife, who had raised her chin in triumph, by his side, all his worries vanished. Sign up for the army. Qin Kong spoke very calmly, as if he had a good plan to explain to Zhao Xiaoyo. You'll join the army as a combatant, and Duanju and I will sign up as medics, so that we can enjoy the benefits of the army as well as gather some useful information for now. Okay, heir. Got it, heir. Hearing the order, Zhao Xiaoyo immediately responded with a cry, while Qin Kong blinked in slight disbelief only to see Zhao Xiaoyo's two eyes glowing and standing upright, his face full of adoration, like a believer looking up to a messenger preaching a sermon. Sure enough, everything was within heir's plan. It's so strong. Ha? What? Qin Kong cocked his head slightly. Plan? What plan? Didn't I make it up on the spot? Wait. What's wrong with this Zhao Xiaoyo? Why is he looking at me with such fervor? He looks like a cultist from his past life. Did he misunderstand something? Looking at Zhao Xiaoyo's almost admiring eyes, Qin Kong gulped a little nervously, suddenly realizing that he might have swindled Zhao Xiaoyo too much. Although he was indeed reborn back, he didn't have any thoughts of saving the world, and had only said that intentionally in order to get Zhao Xiaoyo to follow him. But right now it was more important to contact the army, so Qin Kong didn't have time to explain to Zhao Xiaoyo, so he could only press his temples and said helplessly. Aha, everything is on schedule, but you need to keep a low profile and not blow our cover. Don't worry, heir. Absolutely not. Zhao Xiaoyo put his right hand on his chest with a clenched fist, making an expression of righteousness and loyalty. Seeing him like this, Qin Kong raised his hand to say something, but finally swallowed the words back, can only shake his head in his heart thinking, in the future, it is better to find an opportunity to explain to him. So soon the three of them came to this side of the tent set up by the troops. There are still zombies in the building that need to be cleaned up, and the arrangement on the troops side is to let the soldiers stay in tents first, and then arrange for the personnel to move into the building after confirming that the zombies and corpses in the area are cleaned up. The soldiers are well trained, the camp is well organized, and even in the end times, the soldiers still maintain military discipline. And to Qin Kong's slight surprise, after only a quarter of an hour, a long line had already formed at the recruitment office. There are actually this many survivors? Looking at the crowd swarming around her for the sake of joining the army, Duanju couldn't help but spit out a sigh of relief. She roughly counted what seemed like 30 or 40 people lined up in front of her, and there were quite a few survivors around her inquiring about the situation with the soldiers. But on second thought, it's normal. After all, now that the zombies are rampant, everyone hopes to have a backer. Now the opportunity to join the army is close at hand. Not only can you get food, but also can be assigned weapons. Who would not participate in whoever is on the other side of the table? And these people in front of us are not only residents of the neighborhood, but also many who have followed the troops from outside the neighborhood, and everyone wants to be sheltered by the military. Looks like it's going to be a while before it's our turn. No way, let's wait. Looking at the slowly moving group in front of him, Qin Kong could only spit out a sentence helplessly. I hadn't thought that a woman's voice would come from behind me as soon as the words left his mouth. What's going on? Why are there so many people? It's annoying. It's not like I'm getting a bad skin tan for nothing. Ha! It smells so bad. That's not zombie blood on you, is it? I beg you to stand away from me, don't be disgusting. Eh? As he was talking, Zhao Xianyo suddenly let out a surprised sound, because this woman even stood directly in front of Duanju and Qin Kong. As Qin Kong's little brother, how could he stand it? So Zhao Xianyo stepped forward to try to persuade a word. However, she didn't want to say anything before she even opened her mouth, but the woman turned her head with a disgusted face and sarcastically said towards Zhao Xianyo in a very despicable manner. Hey, what hey? What's wrong with jumping your queue? Get away from me, I'm a highly educated woman. It's not something that a little yakuza like you who can only do hard labor can compare to. Don't think that by the end of the world a bitter bastard like you will have a chance to excel in the army, don't think about it. The army needs talents, not trash. You. Hearing this, Zhao Xianyo couldn't believe his ears. Even if he was, no matter how honest he was, he couldn't possibly be insulted for nothing, so he took a deep breath before trying to retort the other party. However, Qin Kong pulled him back when he saw this, then looked the woman up and down with a curious gaze and inquired meaningfully. You're not from the Dragon Building neighborhood, are you? From outside? Where did I come from for you to care? Get out of here, kid. The woman still responded in a mean tone, not putting the college student-looking Qin Kong in the least bit in her words. Soon, there were sharp-eared survivors around who heard the conversation, and they hurriedly looked this way, and after carefully sizing up Qin Kong's appearance and taking out their cell phones to confirm it, they were all shocked. One of them even ran over and tugged on the woman's arm, whispering something in a low voice. What Qin Kong? I don't recognize it. Not realizing the seriousness of the situation, the woman actually shrugged off the man in disgust and gave the other man a vicious glare. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know Qin Kong, don't touch my arm. I'll sue you for forcible The woman's shrill voice echoed throughout the neighborhood, and the man who kindly advised her was speechless for a while, and could only look at Qin Kong with frightened eyes, and then silently retreated to the back of the team. And fled directly back to his home after considering it for a moment. In response, Qin Kong just smiled and had no intention of arguing with the woman. I don't know how people like that have survived this long. I guess I cleaned up the zombies around me too much, letting some of the bad-brained ones get a chance to live on, and the end times didn't weed them out at the beginning. But it's alright, this little cutie. She'll be punished. With this in mind, Qin Kong and Duanju, as if they had a heart-to-heart, simultaneously posed with sympathetic gazes. But just because they didn't say anything didn't mean that the woman wouldn't take the initiative to pick a fight after chasing away the man who had been kind enough to persuade her just now. The wavy-haired woman once again placed her gaze on Qin Kong and spoke with a look of contempt. Your name is Qin Kong? The strongest awakened person in the Longjin neighborhood? Heh, don't laugh at me. While saying that, the woman ruffled her hair twice and sneered with a very smug face. It's just a Thai neighborhood, how strong can you be? Can you be stronger than an army soldier? Let me tell you, now that this place has been taken over by the army, no matter what you are, it won't work. Not even the triads. Just with my education, it's more than enough to become the secretary of the command. It's better for people like you to stay at the front line and kill zombies in peace, real downer. Chapter 66, Academic Fraud. Hard fists. Listening to the woman's words full of humiliation, even Duanju couldn't help but clench his fists at this point. I can tolerate it if it's just a queue jumper. But if you insult my Qin Kong, I'm going to be very angry. My mortal enemy is the only one I can humiliate. Phew, you woman. With this in mind, Duanju took a step forward, and although he was quite a bit shorter than Qin Kong, he was able to stand in front of him with his hands crossed in a very reliable stance, and opened his mouth to curse back the words he had just spoken. However, she hadn't thought that just as you woman had been uttered, she was yanked back by Qin Kong. Okay, Xiaoju, stop it. Ow. After letting out a shameful sound, Duanju's savage waist was already tightly wrapped around Qin Kong. Gently stroking Duanju's head, as if he was calming down a fried kitten, doting on it. While the Duanju in his arms puffed up. What stop, she is. But what? Seeing that Duanju still wanted to argue, Qin Kong's brows turned slightly cold and his voice began to lower. In response, Duanju's legs somehow tightened together? Under the man's irresistible and forceful tone, she could only redden her little face, her snowy shoulders trembling slightly, and her eyes wide in a defiant manner. To this, Qin Kong's response was, "Don't you listen to me? Hold it back for me." Well. Giggle. After exhaling hard, the sulking Duanju viciously rolled his head to the side. "Damn Qin Kong, obviously I wanted to help you, but I'm actually being mean to others. I don't care about you. Next time, I won't make you roast pork or warm your bed. I won't squeeze your feet anymore. Go drink the northwest wind. I'll stomp on you, I'll stomp on you, I'll stomp on you." Thinking this way, Duanju lifted her little white shoes and crushed the ground hard with the tips, as if what she was stepping on wasn't the floor tiles, but Qin Kong's body. On the other side, when the wavy-haired woman saw that Qin Kong and the others didn't dare to reply, she immediately sneered with an even more smug expression. "Meh, bunch of losers." The woman purposely spoke in a voice that only a few people could hear. Qin Kong, who heard this, narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. On the contrary, it was Zhao Xianyo who couldn't help but clench his fists. Air. She's so infuriating, and this you can actually hold back? Zhao Xianyo noticed the woman's gaze and looked very angry with his clenched fists. However, Qin Kong smiled nonchalantly and explained calmly. "Just wait and see, it's not worth it to show your ugly face in front of the army for a stupid person." Regarding this little episode, Qin Kong had looked like he didn't care from the beginning, so Duanju and Zhao Xianyo couldn't say anything more. There were still 20 or so people in front of him, so he had to wait a while for Qin Kong to get in line, so Duanju, who was furious, had to find something else to distract him, like taking out his cell phone to look at group messages or something like that. WeChat message, 99+. Sisters, look. The army guys just broke into the neighborhood. So scary. They've got a lot of wounded with them, and they're bleeding all over the floor, which is bound to attract walkers. Why don't they just dump the wounded outside? They're already crippled, so why waste resources? Oh no, they have guns. Will they rob us of our supplies? I've seen that play out in the movies. We mustn't sign up or we'll be dragged into a tent and forced. Ha! Looking at the message base for the awakening of independent women in the end times, Duanju really didn't hold back a laugh, suddenly thinking that wavy-haired women were kinda normal. It turns out there are a lot of guys out there who are even more pissed off. Yesterday's corpse wave, if the army didn't deal with it, it would have definitely plunged the whole city into purgatory. In order to protect the citizens, the army fought to the death and wiped out a large number of zombies, and in the end they had to be told things like, "Why don't you just throw the wounded out?" If the headmaster sees this, he'll probably have the heart to pull the group leader out and shoot him for a minute, right? But then again, aren't there any normal women in this neighborhood? With this in mind, Duanju cocked his head in some confusion. After flipping through the chat logs again, I found that it was either misogynistic messages or pro-meter remarks, and there were even those who had the audacity to put out harsh words, intending to organize a group of friends to establish a female-only base, and sometimes Duanju couldn't tell whether they were joking or serious. In reality, though, the female survivors in the neighborhood might not be as bad as Duanju thought. Because if you look closely, you will find that there are more than 30 people in the base for the awakening of independent women in the last days, but the ones who often post counterintuitive comments are always those 3 or 4 people, which means that the majority of the people don't agree with what they say, but they just added the group to prevent them from missing out on important news. Next. Hey. Coming. The line finally took its turn with the woman. She was right in front of Qin Kong's trio, so the crowd could see the enrollment process clearly. The one in charge of the interview was Lin Bin, who had shouted earlier, and he sat at the table at the recruitment office with a pen to write and calculate, and inquired without lifting his head. Name. Sunaru. The woman replied cleanly, raising her chin in a very smug manner. Age. 27. Good at what? Well. Speaking of which, Sun Xing's eyes turned ghostly, and while pulling out a resume, she also changed her previous snarky look and replied in a voice so sweet that it shivered. Well, Officer Lin, let me show you my resume. I'm a graduate of UCLS, the University of London, and I'm an advanced returnee talent. I have mastered 3 foreign languages and majored in finance, so whether it's strategic resource allocation or cross-cultural communication, I can do it with ease. And... Speaking of which, Sun Qing even bent down specially, her fingertips if anything traced the edge of the registration form, and her collar opened a few more points with the movement. And I also know a little bit about the private nursing profession. Oh, if you're interested, sir, I can give you a demonstration. As Sun Qing's voice became more and more shrill, the way she looked at Captain Lin Bin became more and more ambiguous, and such a move made Duanju roll his eyes. The sharp-eyed Zhao Xianyo, however, froze slightly when he saw that resume, and pulled out his cell phone to search for something on the internet. On the other hand, for Sun Qing's fawning, Lin Bin was unmoved, only slightly surprised to hear the word nursing, raised his eyebrows, and said calmly while taking notes on his book. That's just right, there's a shortage of medics, you'll be a caretaker in the 2nd Battalion, I'll call on you if I need an interpreter in the future, here's your credentials. Next. Ha! Sun Qing, who received the documents, was directly dumbfounded. Not only her, even Duanju in the back froze for 2 seconds, until he confirmed that he hadn't heard correctly, then he hastily covered his mouth to forcefully stifle his laughter. Pfft. That, Captain Lin, isn't that a mistake? Hearing the laughter, Sun Qing immediately turned red with anger, unconvinced, she slapped her hand hard on the table at the recruiting office and stared at Lin Bin with wide, raging eyes. I'm a returnee. I'm a returnee. With my education, I'm perfectly capable of being a secretary or an accountant or something like that. How can you make me an escort? I'm much better than those women. And you're sick of it? Hearing Sun Qing's words, Duanju didn't even have time to spit them out on his side, but Captain Lin Bin had already begun to frown and reprimand in an indifferent tone. What time is it now? Who cares what diploma you have? Is it 1 or 2 secretaries and accountants we need? When we really need an interpreter, we'll come to you. Don't we need someone to take care of all the wounded in the army? People get infected every day and don't need to be saved? If you don't want to be a nurse, don't hold up the others, leave your license and get out. Knock. After saying that, Lin Bin also heavily hammered the table. The powerful aura scared Sun Qing's body trembled, and finally could only grit his teeth while humiliatingly receiving the documents into his arms, and then twisted his head to glare at Duanju viciously. Laughing at you. Then I'm better than you guys too, you can't even be an escort. Wait, that's not right, is it? Sun Qing's attitude was very arrogant. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Xianyo on the side took out his cell phone and showed the screen of the finished searching information to Sun Qing and the others, and explained very honestly. I told you I should have remembered correctly, the abbreviation for University of London would be UCL, UCLS is the Goblinia Cyber School, you went to an overseas university at home. What? You. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding soldiers and survivors immediately pointed at the woman, while Sun Qing's face reddened with anger, and she could only tremble her fingers and grit her teeth as she pointed at Zhao Xianyo and retorted. Who allowed you to look into it indiscriminately? Who allowed you to look into it indiscriminately? I'll sue you for slander. Saying that, Sun Qing hurriedly looked over to Lin Bin's side again, almost explaining in a pleading tone. Sir, I am a graduate of the University of London, and this lower head man has tainted people's innocence. Don't believe him. Yes? Listening to the conversation between the two sides, Lin Bin's heart was already numbered, just silently took out his cell phone and similarly searched the internet. The result was the same result as Zhao Xianyo, so Lin Bin's gaze was immediately serious. The search on my side also came up with Columbia Online School, and the online reviews say it's an overseas pheasant university? So it's a lie that you know 3 foreign languages? That. No. Sir, let me explain. Zira. Sun Qing still wanted to argue, but unfortunately Lin Bin didn't have the time to listen to her nonsense, and directly scratched down that no 3 foreign languages can be a translator record that he had just written down in his book, so now Sun Qing could really only work as a caretaker. Captain Lin. Sun Qing's face instantly turned from red to white, then from white to green, and finally rose to the color of pig's liver. She was seen lunging at the registration table, her voice rising an octave steeply. Captain Lin. You can't do this. As soon as she grabbed Lin Bin's cuffs, the manicure she had done before the end of the world chipped off a section, but she was oblivious to it and just screamed hysterically. Those on the internet are all fake. It's someone deliberately hacking our school. UCLS is a serious university. I have a 6.5 IELTS. And I have a diploma. Enough. Faced with Sun Qing's endless explanations, Lin Bin instantly roared, finally making this annoying woman shut her mouth. It's the end times, we don't have time for your act. If you had been honest from the start and said you only knew basic nursing, and registered honestly, you could have at least helped out in the medical team, but now, I suspect you're here on purpose to scam the troop quota, and we have limited supplies to accommodate a big Buddha like you, so go back to wherever you need to go. Captain Lin. Oh, Officer Lin. Don't kick me out. My family has run out of food. I need relief from the troops. Under Sun Qing's mournful screams, Lin Bin coldly waved his hand. So 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, to hold Sun Chang and drag her outside the neighborhood. Now the zombies outside the neighborhood were pretty much cleaned up by the army. Throwing them out wouldn't do anything. This kind of crook let her fend for herself in the post-apocalyptic world. After watching this wonderful scene just now, the survivors around her shook their heads, and even Duanju couldn't help but blink and be secretly amazed, so she raised her elbow and poked Qin Kong in the stomach, naturally inquiring. "Honey, how do you know she's a liar?" "How could I possibly know?" Qin Kong laughed helplessly. "I just know that the diploma is useless. I want to see her joke. Who knows that this woman even has a fake diploma and resents being a caregiver? I don't know what to think." After saying that, Qin Kong even skimmed his mouth and made a disdainful face, while Zhao Xiaoniu on the side took a deep breath and said with a face full of admiration, "Worthy of being empty, you can see right through people with a single glance, and you're so humble. Too strong. Question mark. Question mark." A question mark appeared on Qin Kong and Duanju's heads at the same time. "What's wrong with Mr. Xiaoniu? Hey, are you 3 together? What are you waiting for? Come here." Having just ousted a crook, Lin Bin was still in a somewhat bad mood, which was why he greeted the 3 in a stiff tone. At this, Qin Kong could understand. After all, having just experienced a great war, it was normal for the soldiers to be emotionally unstable, so he pulled Duanju calmly up. "Name?" Lin Bin still asked without lifting his head. Instead, Qin Kong patted Duanju on the back, signaling for her to come and speak first. "Duanju. Age? 24. Good at what?" "I'm good at." Duanju replied with a slightly formal manner, like a college student entering society for the first time. Qin Kong saw this and shook his head helplessly, stepping forward and saying, "Officer Lin, about that, I think I need to be the one to explain." What do you mean?" Lin Bin put down his ballpoint pen and frowned as he surveyed Qin Kong, seemingly angry. "What are you to her?" However, he didn't notice that the corners of Qin Kong's mouth were hooking up slightly, and a touch of cunning was revealed in his slightly flickering pupils. "This is my wife, the family wife. She doesn't have many specialties, but she has a very powerful system function, which is to heal the injured by consuming awakening coins." As soon as these words came out, Lin Bin immediately sat upright and began to look Duanju up and down with a very serious gaze. Duanju also turned his head in a droll manner, blinking his big eyes innocently at Qin Kong. "Since when do I need to spend awakening coins to use a skill?" However, Qin Kong completely ignored the expressions of the 2 people, still patiently explaining. "But yeah, she has a limited number of awakening coins, and rescuing someone would cost hundreds or even thousands of awakening coins, so her system isn't too powerful. We're not looking for much. Just let Duanju be a paramedic, and spend money to save someone if necessary, sir. You wait." Qin Kong originally wanted to perform for a while longer. But without ever thinking that halfway through his sentence, Lin Bin had stood up and inquired in a voice filled with excitement. "When you say you spend awakening coins to heal the injured, is it any kind of injury? Is it possible if it's a broken arm or leg?" This?" Qin Kong and Duanju blinked, seemingly not understanding what the other meant. And before Qin Kong could reply, Lin Bin had already excitedly picked up his radio and shouted in an exhilarated tone to the other end of the phone. "Headmaster! I found the healing awakened on my side. Zhang Yuan and the others are saved." Ha! Chapter 67, The Holy Maiden. Qin Kong had overlooked one important thing, and that was that in the post-apocalyptic world of blood and flesh, healing abilities were already scarce, and those who could survive and still rise to a high level were even rarer of rarer. According to the existing laws, the skills that the awakened gained after upgrading, the probability is related to the current state. That is to say, if you want to obtain the ability of Duanju, such a full body auxiliary skills and also milk pulling the full amount, first of all, she has to be a good person, and secondly, she has to be living a life without food and clothing to be able to do so. Obviously, this was unlikely in the military, so not a single one of the 1,000 or so men in this unit had awakened a healing ability. Duanju was likely the only nurse in the city. And big tits. Gently, it hurts. Doctor, can my leg still be cured? I don't want to become crippled. I can't see my mom, she's still waiting for me in CT. The wounded accommodation area is an area consisting of 3 rectangular tents, dark green canvas tents drenched in bloodstains to a rusty brown color, and as soon as you set foot in this area, there are constant sounds of wailing and lamentation coming from the camp. The scarlet bandaged body on the stretcher was twitching from time to time, like a piece of meat to be processed in a slaughterhouse. Even more numbing was the crunching of bones coming from the corner. A certain wounded soldier was twisting his neck at a weird angle, his gray pupils gradually covering his entire eye sockets. He's going to change, give him a break. Bang! A guard understood the soon-to-be corpsed soldier with a single shot. Because this place was full of dying soldiers, people had no idea which one would suddenly die suddenly and turn into a zombie to attack the others, so a dozen or so guards had to be placed here at all times in order to be ready. Understaffed. There is a severe shortage of medical personnel. After all, this is a supernatural end of the world. Relying solely on modern technology to recover from injuries is too slow, and the system of healing props and so rare, but also very expensive. We must know that a lot of zombie attacks are with toxicity and curses. Kill me. Kill me. A man whose entire body was corroded cried out piteously from his hospital bed, clutching the nurse's arm in a death grip, pus and pulp dripping from his long festering eye sockets, so putrid that he couldn't even see his eyeballs. I'm in so much pain. Anyone, kill me. Don't. Don't. The young nurse who had just been recruited was so frightened by the wounded man that the poor man, who was already corroded all over, was not only not rescued, but was instead pushed back into the hospital bed by the young nurse in disgust, broken blood clots staining the sheets and the green curtains of the camp tent with a fishy red color. Seeing this scene, even Duanju couldn't help but shiver and shrink towards Qin Kong's arms in fear, while Lin Bin, who had brought the two men here, frowned and asked towards Duanju in a pleading tone. See what level of injury your ability can heal and how many awakening coins you need. I can give you that. This. Hearing Lin Bin's words, Duanju gulped and subconsciously looked towards Qin Kong, as if asking for the other party's opinion. Qin Kong also sighed when he saw this, and shook his head somewhat helplessly. Originally, he had wanted to make a hard profit at the hands of the troops, but seeing this scene at the moment, it was a bit hard to justify blackmailing them to death. Logically, after I dealt with the non-existent third-order zombies, the soldiers who died in battle and were injured should have been more or less the same as in my previous life, which means that these wounded were originally like this, and they would have died if Duanju and I hadn't intervened. But if I think about it carefully, without these people blocking the corpse tide, I would probably have died under the onslaught of the corpse tide in my previous life, and I wouldn't have been reborn back to this life now. Just think of it as doing them a small favor for the sake of a favor. Although Qin Kong killed without blinking an eye, he wasn't a demon after all, and it was natural for him to treat his enemies differently than he treated his friends. As for why you're still trying to get money from the army after all this? That's because Duanju's magic wasn't for nothing, of course. Why should Duanju save people for nothing? It's only right to pay for it, right? Alas. After thinking about this, Qin Kong let out a helpless sigh and turned back towards Lin Bin to explain. Depending on the injury, the amount of system coins consumed varies, but it usually takes about 200 to heal a person, so you should be prepared to hemorrhage. Originally, I wanted 1,000 awakening coins per person, but with so many injured, they couldn't afford 1,000, so they had to settle for 200. Well, the kind-hearted Qin Kong thought so. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bin asked back as if he had heard something unimaginably strange, staring at him with wide-eyed disbelief. 200? 200 awakening coins will do? Saying that, Lin Bin also hastily waved to the guards beside him. Go! Go to the camp and collect them, manage to get 100 awakening coins over from everyone, and say you're going to use them to save people. Go! Ah! Okay, Team Lin. The guard immediately revealed a surprised expression upon hearing the order, and then ran all the way out in excitement, leaving Qin Kong, who had a head full of questions, alone and messy. Am I going to get less? But before Qin Kong could react, Lin Bin had already brought the two of them to the hose. Pidal bed, the one in front of the body corroded casualty, and was staring intently at Duanju with eyes that were a mixture of pain and hope. Can an injury like this be treated? Can you show me first? Well. Hearing the captain's request, Duanju tilted his head slightly and glanced at Qin Kong with his afterimage. In response, Qin Kong merely pulled Duanju to whisper a reminder. Try it with the skill, but remember to take your time, don't let them know you're healing well, and act like it's a lot of work. Okay hubby, I get it. Duanju nodded confidently. But soon, she hooked her mouth again and leaned over to whisper quietly in Qin Kong's ear. To actually make your wife use love infusion on someone else for a little bit of awakening coin, you heartless scum, sooner or later I'll green you. Meh. Qin Kong, who heard this, was amused for a moment. So he smoothly wrapped his hand around Duanju's waist, lightly nibbled on her ear, and his hot palm pinched hard at that soft spot before he teasingly said, "It's not to buy out things for you little biker to use? Do you want to get your ass kicked again, huh? Well." Feeling the warmth around his waist, Duanju's face flushed slightly, revealing a very cute and shy expression. But soon her face puffed up again and she put on a raging look of disdain. "Say it like you dare to hit me, huh?" As he spoke, Duanju pushed Qin Kong away, not forgetting to stick his tongue out and make a face. Soon, she came to the hospital bed and gave Lin Bin a wave to signal. "Okay, Officer Lin, I'll try. Over to you." Lin Bin clenched his fists and nodded his head with an agitated gaze. Every soldier here was his brother, as close as a brother. He didn't want anyone to die, let alone die in such a torturous way. And Duanju dropped his playfulness at this point, holding his breath and concentrating his magic as he aimed his palm at the poor man in the hospital bed. Although it's always a bit uncomfortable to use love infusion on other people, but Qin Kong said so there's nothing we can do. But it's good, it's just what I want. Heal these soldiers and make them my believers. When all the men in the army fall under my skirt, I'll have high enough prestige and strength to deal with Qin Kong. When that time comes, huh? With this thought in her heart, a flirtatious smile appeared on Duanju's face, as if she had already seen herself sitting on top of a throne, being worshipped by 10,000 people, and then stomping on Qin Kong's head with her white and tender feet, laughing and mocking at the same time. Ah ha 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 ha. Sundry fish, sundry fish. From now on you can only be up there with my permission, you know? You sure Bari-filled mongrel master. That's pretty good. If you think about it, why do you feel something is wrong? Forget it, I don't care, we have to save him. Duanju shook her head to discard the strange thoughts, and soon she was focusing her magic, a divine light flickering through the tent. God! Miracles! I don't know who suddenly shouted, so the entire tent was plunged into a tranquil atmosphere. Everyone stared in awe as they witnessed that the severely injured soldiers, who were already dying with festering skin all over their bodies, were actually recovering rapidly from that divine light, with the flesh buds breaking through the ground like the stems and leaves of a plant. Even more amazingly, the man's eyeballs were gradually recovering. It was important to realize that in the post-apocalyptic world, a blind man was tantamount to an invalid. Duanju's cure didn't just save his life, it saved his future. Tick, the host healed a low-ranked awakened person, gaining experience value too. First time healing a dying patient, gain an additional 300 experience points. Drop, the host's level has increased to level 15. Gain a 1.4% increase in all attributes, gain 4 skills, pure love saint. Ha! This can be upgraded, too? Duanju, who heard the system beep, blinked dully. Before she could react, however, the patient on the bed had sat up, looking incredulously at the trembling arm while crying out in excitement so great that she couldn't help herself. I'm better. I'm better. It's the Holy Maiden Sama. The Holy Maiden Sama has come to save us. Ha! Chapter 68, Smugness. Pure Love Saints. All of the host's auxiliary system skills have an additional strengthening effect of 20% of the original attributes increased according to level, and a certain degree of purification effect. The host's body has a greater potential to store magic power, increasing the magic power limit by 20% and the full attributes by 10%. And the sweat, saliva and other body fluids secreted by the host have a certain degree of healing, restoring physical strength and restoring magic power. Attached passive effect, Pure Love Sermon. When unleashing healing or strengthening techniques on any unit, it increases the target's favor value towards the host. When the target is an ordinary person, the favor value will be converted into faith value, subconsciously influencing the other party to become their own believer. When the target is a spouse, the favor value will increase intimacy. At the same time as he gained the skill, Duanju felt a surge of energy run through his body from head to toe. His strength seemed to have gotten stronger, his senses had become more sensitive, and the love-infused holy light had become brighter. But that's not all. Most importantly, with the increase in the maximum amount of stored magic, there was a subtle change in her own body? I don't know if it was Duanju's illusion, but she seemed to have gone from a D to a D+. Wait. Reacting, Duanju silently lowered his head, observing his still glowing hands from between those full, plump peaks, and couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his pupils fluttering slightly. That means. Master is now the auxiliary of auxiliaries, the milkmaid of milkmaid. But why? What I want to be is a god of war who can stand up to the heavens and fight 100 battles. I don't want to be a nursemaid. At least give me a fighting skill. Duanju, who noticed everything, hissed hard in his heart. She couldn't figure out how she could not understand that she had obviously worked very hard, yet she was getting farther and farther away from what Qin Kong had described as her previous life's demeanor. However, if you think about it, it's actually quite understandable. First of all, Duanju was now being subdued by Qin Kong, and even if she pretends to hate him on the surface, she actually subconsciously wants Qin Kong to become stronger so that he can better protect her. Secondly, although Duanju had become a human wife, her dream was to become the lord of a party and override Qin Kong. That's why the system gave her the skill that could reclaim the hearts of the people. The feeling was like, let's give you a skill to start a religion to play with, but remember to be a good wife to Qin Kong. Cam, don't. Upon realizing this fact, Duanju could only cry and break down in his heart. On the other hand, the soldier who had been saved had climbed out of bed with immense excitement, and with little hesitation, he knelt down at Duanju. Benefactor. Benefactor. Ha! The sudden shout gave Duanju, Qin Kong, and Lin Bin a fright, and before they could react to what was going on, the soldier had already cried out mournfully. Holy Maiden! You must be the Holy Maiden that Captain Jiang was talking about. I knew you would come to save us, thank you Lord Holy Maiden for saving our lives. I am willing to be an ox for Lord Holy Maiden, woo-woo. When he finished speaking, the soldier hid his face in agitation and sobbed, his rough palms wiping his tears haphazardly, but he couldn't wipe away his dueling gratitude. Duanju also snapped out of it when he saw this surely pure love saints had magnified the soldier's gratitude towards her several times over, so he hastily helped him up and patted the soldier's back gently soothingly. Well bro, it's not that serious, I'm just getting paid to do my job. Too strong. Holy. Duanju, who was still comforting the soldiers, was startled by the shouts beside him. Looking back, he realized that it was Lin Bin, who had clenched his fists, who was shouting with excitement on his face. It's so strong, so very strong. It's not too much to say that such healing power is a miracle. With you here, our wounded will be saved. Ms. Duanju, you must stay in our ranks. Saying that, Lin Bin's excitement was already overflowing, and he even took a step forward to hold Duanju's right hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. And seeing this, Qin Kong was frowning slightly, taking a step over to block Lin Bin away, wrapping his arm around Duanju's waist and coldly saying, It's been said that my wife's rescue is going to consume awakening coins. You can't let my wife do it for nothing, get the money first. Sure, sure. Lin Bin nodded his head in a hurry. It just so happened that the soldier who had just collected the awakening coins ran back, and walked over to Duanju to trade the awakening coins, transferring the system coins by simply touching them with his fingers. Current awakening coin, 10631. 10,000? Looking at the suddenly growing numbers, Duanju covered his mouth in surprise. Lin Bin, on the other hand, excitedly tugged at Qin Kong, pointing at the hospital bed on the other side and urging. Brother, get your wife to save a few more. We have too many wounded here. Qin Kong kind of wanted to curse. Last time, that Tianja called him brother, but this time, Lin Bin was in his 30s, why did he call him brother? But right now the atmosphere is baked here, Qin Kong wants to correct each other, cannot find the opportunity, so he can only pinch his wife's waist, asked in a grudging tone. Didn't I tell you to take some of the force? How come you cured it all at once? I don't want to. Duanju's eyelashes fluttered lightly, his clear pupils rippling with innocence. Did you forget that I have a sacred bloomer? One skill is worth 3, I just released a few love infusions and he healed, I didn't expect to recover so quickly from a serious injury. Seems about right? Hearing this, Qin Kong then reacted, so he had to press his temples and reminded helplessly. Then you must reel it in a little afterward. If you show too much strength, they'll assign you more injuries later, and then it'll be too late to refuse. Okay I know. Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju gave a quick assent, looking very well behaved. However, Qin Kong didn't notice that Duanju, who had turned around, actually revealed a smug smile, pursing her small lips and raising her chin like a haughty noble lady scornful of her slaves. A mere Qin Kong, and you still want to remotely control my lord? I think you're just afraid that I'll use my skills to buy people's hearts. It's bad enough that I'm already in assistive technology, how could I possibly let go of such a great opportunity to take in a few more believers? I'm going to make the entire army my thing. But don't worry, even if I really get rich, I won't forget you, after all, Qin Kong is my favorite good brother it. Thinking this in her heart, the smug Duanju even lifted her chin to the sky, the hidden red light flowing under her eyes made a demonic charm, and at the same time, she unconsciously licked her pink lips. It's really something to look forward to. In the middle of the conversation, Duanju's figure had already arrived at the second hospital bed. It was just like a moment ago, reaching out, focusing his magic, releasing his skills, and under the illumination of the divine light, the originally dying warrior on the hospital bed was rapidly healing. By the time he came back to his senses, all the bandages the warrior had wrapped around his arms were slowly falling off due to the growth of his muscles, and his originally gray pupils were gradually regaining their luster. The first thing the warrior did when he woke up was to stare at the woman in front of him with a gaze of disbelief. You are? No need to be grateful, it's all I should do. Duanju patted his chest with great confidence, the word proud written all over his face. However, the complacent and oblivious her obviously did not realize that the man in front of her looked very familiar. Wasn't it Jiang Yuan who was saved by her in Qin Kong at the hands of the iron-armed walkers yesterday? You? And the man next to you, haven't we met somewhere before? Jiang Yuan stared at the two with a shocked expression. You wouldn't be the two that killed the red corpse monster yesterday, would you? Hey! Chapter 69, Punish Hard. You wouldn't be the two that killed the red corpse monster yesterday, would you? Hey! Duanju and Qin Kong, who heard this, tensed slightly. Although it wouldn't do any harm if his identity was discovered, Qin Kong still wanted to kill zombies as he wished in the future, and he would be more or less unable to exert his power if he was focused on by the army, so it would be better to keep a low profile. But fortunately, before Qin Kong could explain, Lin Bin on the other side had already frowned and shook his head in denial. Team Jiang, you were bitten by a zombie and passed out. I was there yesterday. These two have a completely different aura from the couple yesterday. Huh? Like this? Jiang Yuan blinked dully while Lin Bin continued to explain. And the headmaster has said that an awakened who is that powerful is bound to be included in the establishment. He's already sent a specialized team to look for them, so don't worry about that. Well, sorry, maybe I'm just too hurt to sleep stupidly, huh? Saying that, Jiang Yuan even giggled a little and scratched his head in embarrassment. But while apologizing, he still sneaked a glance at Duanju and Qin Kong with his afterglow. Though the figure and temperament are really different. But this spring-like, healed feeling is just like yesterday. How can I be mistaken? It's strange. The cognitive interference mask could change a person's temperament, but Duanju's magic wouldn't lie. It was just that people's knowledge of skills was still at a rudimentary stage nowadays, and they couldn't conclude a person's identity based on their skills alone. And looking at the other party's skeptical eyes, Duanju had no choice but to squeeze out a smile and say in a slightly nervous manner. You must have recognized the wrong person, buddy. There are so many zombies outside. How dangerous is it for a soft auxiliary awakened person like me to go out? My husband is not much of a fighter, so we've been staying in the neighborhood. Oh, right? After saying that, Duanju even skillfully hugged Qin Kong's arm and asked intimately. In response, Qin Kong also nodded his head silently and calmly explained. Yes, I'm only at level 6 now. I can't even beat a slightly stronger zombie. I don't dare to go out at all, not to mention the government has notified that there's a zombie wave. Said. Also? After hearing these explanations, although there were still doubts in his heart, Jiang Yuan pressed his temples helplessly. Maybe I really am mistaken? But anyway, thanks. It's called Duanju, right? Thank you, Ms. Duan. Well, you're welcome, heh. Almost. Duanju was smiling gently on the surface. But no one knew that waves had long been rising inside her. Too complacent to recognize that this kid is the one I saved yesterday, and he almost found out. It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed or anything, the point is that Qin Kong will definitely use this as an excuse to teach me a lesson. I don't want to go through the humiliation of being tied up with my hands like last time. Thinking of this, a touch of determination surfaced in Duanju's eyes, and his tightly clenched pink fists looked very determined. Soon, though, a flirty red color came back to her face. Well, I don't hate it either. Well, let's drop the small talk for now. Seeing that the time was about right, Lin Bin hastily beckoned to interrupt the conversation and turned his head towards Duanju to ask seriously. Ms. Duan, can you heal the rest of the wounded? We have quite a few wounded here. Well, I'll try. How could Duanju, who had received 10,000 awakening coins for taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster, be so kind as to only save 2 people? So after answering Lin Bin's words, Duanju rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the next bed, this time a warrior whose entire right leg was extensively corroded. No matter what, first save the person is important, as for whether it will be bullied by Qin Kong afterward. We'll see. I'm not a lamb to be slaughtered. We'll fight. Hoof. Infusion of love. Buzzing. In an instant, a piercing holy light erupted inside the tent, an energy ripple swept out like a tidal wave, and even the air began to vibrate. One after another, the wounded were quickly healed under the holy light, muscle tissue regenerating frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even white bones could be recovered with flesh and blood. When his magic power was almost used up, Qin Kong took out the magic replenishing energy drink in space and gave Duanju a can before continuing the healing. So, 3 hours later, all the wounded were healed. Over 100 soldiers had knelt in front of Duanju, as if they were believers worshipping a goddess, praising with tears in their eyes. Ms. Duan. Benefactor. Our lives are all given to us by Ms. Duan, so whatever difficulties you have in the future, just look for our battalion directly. It's just that we'd be willing to work as oxen and horses. It's too much. Listening to the soldiers' words from the bottom of their hearts, Duanju hurriedly waved his hands, making a flustered appearance of having his hands full. It's just that I happen to have the ability to heal. If you get hurt again in the future, just come to the villa and look for me. As long as you have the system coins, you can be cured. Live. Living Buddha. It's the Holy Maiden. The soldiers began to praise gratefully again. Many of these people hadn't unlocked the system mall yet, and even if they had unlocked the mall they wouldn't necessarily be able to buy something useful. What exactly the awakening coins were for they didn't know, they only knew that the woman in front of them had saved their lives. Only. Before Duanju began to be complacent, a familiar feeling of vertigo surged to the brain. The body is like losing strength, suddenly planted down. Good thing that the sight of the Qin Kong quick eyes and hands lifted his hand to help Duanju into the arms. What's wrong with Ms. Duan? Seeing Duanju unconscious, Lin Bin and the other soldiers were immediately startled. Qin Kong, on the other hand, frowned slightly and said in a cold tone. After saving so many of you, my wife's magic consumption is too much. Isn't it? Looking at this, it'll take a while to rest, and if there's nothing else, I'm going to take my wife back. This? After saying that, Qin Kong was already holding Duanju as he slowly left, while Lin Bin hurriedly followed him when he saw this. That, please wait. Anything else? Qin Kong gently glanced at Lin Bin while Lin Bin explained very sincerely. You and Ms. Duan saved so many of us. I would like to express my gratitude to you from the delegation leader and all the soldiers. After today, whether it's awakening coins or supplies for life, you can mention whatever you need, and our 103rd Regiment will definitely try our best to satisfy you too. After saying that, Lin Bin even stood upright, a firm gaze radiating from his eyes, looking like he wasn't joking. Soon, however, Lin Bin tilted his head slightly again and asked with some curiosity. But then again, we only know Ms. Duan's name, we don't know your name yet? Me? Qin Kong blinked and seemed to hesitate for a moment. But the thought of an entire neighborhood of survivors knowing his name made him smile indifferently and reply graciously. My name is Qin Kong. It's too easy. The scene shifted, and the two were already on their way home. Originally there should have been some more processes to go through after enrollment, but Duanju had saved so many people at once, not to mention breaking the rules, or just letting Duanju be the battalion commander straight away. Probably no one would have a problem with it. And now, wrapping her arms around Qin Kong's neck and pressed against his chest, the princess carried Duanju appeared to be in the state of a sleeping beauty with her magic power depleted, but in fact, the corners of her mouth were slightly hooking up in a smug smile. Use your healing ability to recover people's hearts and minds, increase your reputation, harvest awakening coins and upgrade at the same time. It's like killing 4 birds with 1 stone. In the end, I have to pretend to be out of power, so that the warrior's gratitude towards me will double again. This woman, to think that she would use up all her magic power and fall into a coma just to save us. They'll surely worship me as if I were Hua Tua in the world with these foundations. Defeating Qin Kong is already within reach. As for now, let's see what props we can buy in the mall for $10,000. It would be better if we can undo the slave collar. With this in mind, the smile on Duanju's face grew more and more complacent, but at the same time as she smiled, her head also unconsciously rubbed against Qin Kong's shoulder, a broad, sturdy shoulder that could just be used as a pillow to rest on when being hugged by the princess, and as long as she rubbed against it, Qin Kong would hold it a little more tightly, and Duanju had long been familiar with these things. The system mall is open, host please pick a product. As the system prompt appeared in his head, the mall interface that he had seen before once again appeared in his mind. And just like Duanju thought, that red grid discounted item block was still empty, so it was true that SS-ranked wonders couldn't just be swiped out. But it doesn't matter, I can still get stronger without the odd thing. I even noticed just now that there are quite a few soldiers in the army with strange weapons. I think those are all bought from the system as well. If I look hard enough, I'm sure I'll find a weapon that suits me. Thinking of this, Duanju was already eager to try, and began frantically rummaging through them all. After all, this was the first time she really had so many system coins, so how could she not take a good look around the mall? She seemed to have forgotten that her white short dagger was an S-rank prop, but she was currently too weak to utilize the full functions of an S-rank prop. Ha! Got it. After a bit of rummaging, Duanju quickly found what looked like good equipment. Grade A equipment, Singularity Justice, a pistol with powerful flame effects that can draw on the host's magical power to strengthen the bullets, developed based on the shape of an industrial technology revolver, simple and mindless, powerful. Price, 3,500 awakening coins. Grade A equipment, Nano Battle Clothes Bracelet pair of Demon Grade, the host only needs to wear the bracelet and click the button above to dress up. The nano armor will fit the host's body tightly, greatly increasing the defensive power at the same time, but also can change the color and shape change into other clothes. Price, 4,350 awakening coins. Look at that. Look at that. Duanju, who had discovered the equipment, had his nose turned up to the sky. Isn't this good equipment? It's much better than that little dagger Qin Kong gave us. It's high-tech at first glance. Buy it. Buy it. It only took a moment for the mouse in Duanju's head to click on the buy button. But in the next second, a sudden loud sound suddenly rang out from his ears. Bang! Ha! The frightened Duanju quietly opened her eyes, only to realize that at some point, Qin Kong had actually carried her back home, and the loud noise just now was the sound of the villa's front door being closed. Sweetie, you awake? The corners of Qin Kong's mouth hooked up into a smirk-like arc, clearly looking very kind, but somehow, it caused Duanju's heart to inexplicably thump, and his toes couldn't help but slowly scrunch up. That? Air brother? Duanju feigned innocence and blinked, while Qin Kong coldly grunted and reprimanded with resentment. Don't call me brother empty, I can't afford it. I told you to keep a low profile, you saved 100 or so people in one breath, told you that you can't use your magic until it runs out, and then you end up using your skills endlessly, and you didn't even pay attention to what I said, did you? Speaking of which, Qin Kong's arm even exerted a slight force so that the Duanju in his arms was forced to come close to his face. And what were you doing? Did you forget that I can see your system interface when I touch you? What were you trying to do when you opened them all? Ha? Even this you? Duanju, who heard this, immediately reddened her little face and could only explain in anger and panic. I'm just browsing them all. Besides, it's all the money I've earned, so what's wrong with me spending a little? What's wrong with that? You earned it? Ha! Looking at the justified Duanju in his arms, even Qin Kong couldn't help but gasp and laugh a little. So let me ask you this, if I don't say that your skill requires the consumption of system coins, do you big dumb girl just obediently heal them all, drain your magic and then not get a penny, well. As soon as these words came out, Duanju, who originally had a clear conscience, immediately revealed a look of weakness, and his wandering eyes drifted elsewhere. Yet she was still very mouthy. Well. They are the army, after all, will not let me work for nothing, I'm all out of magic power fainted, give a little benefit fee is always possible. Right? That's right, isn't it? Speaking here, Duanju's heartfelt voice came to an abrupt end as her body had been thrown onto the couch and her own chin had been viciously pinched by Qin Kong, so she could only pout her pink lips to reveal a cute expression of a beak. You little biker, all you know how to do is make trouble all day long, you don't listen to me and you want to spend my money recklessly? See how I'll punish you. Wait. As he was saying this, Qin Kong's body was already gradually pressing down, and with Qin Kong about to have an animalistic outburst right in front of him, Duanju could only hastily raise his hand to stop the other party. Before I get lectured, I have to say one thing. Aren't we forgetting something? I was going to say something earlier, but you threw me on the couch and confused me and I can't remember. Duanju looked slightly flustered and didn't look like he was joking. But to this, Qin Kong's reply was, lousy diversionary tactics, suffer the death of little Jew. Don't. In the meantime. This side of the army recruiting office. Countless soldiers and recruited newcomers were surrounding a teenager, more and more passers-by gathered out of curiosity, and the lively crowd continued to emit sounds of praise. Too strong. This guy's physique is too strong. All perfect scores on the ability tests, this is what an awakened person is, so an awakened person's ability can be this strong. He could totally go to special ops as our ace. That's why it says. Looking at the excited and thrilled crowd around him, a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down Zhao Xianyo's head. Brother empty. Sister-in-law. Where have you been? What should I do now? Chapter 70, Taste It. So the day passed and night fell. There are currently known Microsoft groups. Longjian Neighborhood Owners Group, the group owner property a big woman dead. Longjian District End Times Survival Association, group leader Li Hao dead. Base for the Awakening of Independent Women in the Last Days, group leader Rose of the Last Days identity unknown. Since Li Hao was solved, the content of the first two groups became clean. People's discussions mainly focused on survival techniques or system problems such as where to find a new supermarket, the system mall props in the end, how to buy the most cost-effective, or how to recover from a power outage in the house and so on. Occasionally, people would even ask Qin Kong about how to kill a certain mutated zombie, whether it was dangerous, etc. Qin Kong would answer briefly if he had the time. And now, with the addition of the army, more survivors also gradually gathered in this neighborhood, so some outsiders, smarty pants, in order to enjoy the treatment of the group's owner specially built a new group, the Dragon Building Safe Zone Survivors Mutual Aid Group, and pulled in the original residents in the neighborhood as well. And as soon as he entered the group chat interface, what met his eyes were the constantly refreshing messages from the survivors. A. Who pulled me in? How come people come in before I clicked yes? B. This is the case, WeChat's plus group mechanism is sometimes very fan, before the end of the world do not repair, and now want to change cannot change it. A. Say, what's with all the people? Are these all new survivors? C. Yeah, I'm just new here, your neighborhood is really lucky, I noticed it the other day, there are surprisingly few zombies in this part of Longjian, the nearby supermarkets have been emptied out, and the supermarket on my side of the house is full of zombies and mutated plants, so I don't even dare to go in. D. Yes, and then isn't the corpse tide coming? I thought it was their turn to be unlucky, but the result is that the corpse tide hasn't arrived yet. The army has moved into this neighborhood first, so I can only say that luck also accounts for a large part of the post-apocalyptic world. A. To say it's safe, I have to thank Qin mainly. C. Which one is Qin? A. Great guy, good looking, amazing wife. E. Awesome? How awesome can it be? F. Old me has now risen to level 8. It's not a problem to single-handedly take on an 8th order zombie. I'll enroll in the army tomorrow. Can he be better than me? A. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. A. Here, that's the one, and next to him with the middle finger is his wife with picture. C. D. E. G. Stand up. G. What a bunch of. As she watched the new group chat refresh, a certain sweet-voiced, pretty little Stepford wife was cowering under the covers, gritting her teeth and staring at her cell phone. It's just a matter of posting other people's pictures, but how dare you question Qin Kong's strength? What a bunch of blind guys. Huh? They're surprised just by the way I gave them the middle finger? Well, what if? It's like this. With that in mind, the woman's mouth quirked up slightly and she picked up her cell phone and took a picture towards the outside of the covers and hit send so everyone in the group could see it. A pair of jade feet immersed in the darkness of the night's light was as flawless and crystal clear as sheep's fat white jade. The slightly curled 10 toes were round and pearly, their tips flushed with a cherry blossom pinkness, like freshly baked cream mousse garnished with strawberries, and even the tiniest creases showed the gentleness and submissiveness of having been tamed by a chef. And on top of that, this woman has to add another sentence below the picture. You can't touch them even if they're standing up, they're Qin Kong's wife. Aw, this woman is actually in the group. Put. Duanju couldn't help but laugh a little. Just as she thought, the group immediately exploded as soon as her own message went out. Damn it, I can't believe they poisoned it in the middle of the night. There wasn't enough food to begin with. F. Is this a selfie? Not a web pic? G. Why? Why is it that I'm not Qin? A. Calm down, Qin Kong wife daily operation. As for Duanju's statement, the newcomers are still sour, while the old residents have already seen it. Well, the conversation didn't last long before there was a piercing clang outside. Thump 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 thump. It's the sound of a rifle. There were too many living people gathered in this area, and the zombies would follow the smell and track them over. The soldiers naturally had to protect this refuge that had been established with great difficulty. The sound of gunshots in the night was very clear, echoing for a long time under the claustrophobic post-apocalyptic night. It seemed that survivors would not be able to have a restful night's sleep these days. But of course, this kind of thing doesn't bother Qin Kong. All he had to do was pull out the sound shield gas shield same cube again, which was cheap and practical by only blocking out loud noises above the decibel level of noise. Xiaoju, why do you always smell good? It feels so good to smell. After placing the sound shield, Qin Kong really lie back on the bed, pants not off on the arm around the delicate wife fierce kiss, a series of 4 or 5 nibbles on the pink face before they are willing to end. In response, Duanju, who had drool hanging from his face, could only turn his head with resentment and reply with a bad attitude. "You off, white whore monster, I don't want to talk to you." Well. "I'm making you dinner." Looking at his wife who was still sulking, Qin Kong could only rub the top of her hair, softly coaxing. "I'll be gentler next time, I won't bully you, forgive me?" Chirp. Saying that, the cheeky Qin Kong stole another kiss. The man's arm had a refreshing fragrance, confident and aggressive androgynous charm surrounded the air, so that Duanju, who was still angry, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and glance at him. But soon, Duanju, whose cheeks were flushed, still tilted her head and looked exasperated as she bristled. "Get out of my way or I'll bite you to death." "HM? What did you say?" "Ha?" Seeing that his wife was still unwilling to care about herself, the still gentle Qin Kong suddenly lowered his voice, revealing a playful smile all over again as he grabbed Duanju's chin and broke her head over hard. "Don't forget, I'm your master, and as my kitty, do you have the right to be angry with me? Have you? Jingle bell on 'em." After saying that, Qin Kong actually provocatively rattled the bell twice. And seeing this, the puffed-up Duanju immediately stared wide-eyed, revealing an expression of humiliation with a hint of disbelief. You. Duanju's lips were trembling as he spoke. "It's too much. It's not human. Use up people meaning make money and abandon them. And then you have to threaten me with props. Obviously I've been to you. Goo. Definitely kill you. Absolutely must kill you. Qin Kong, you goddamned bastard." Heart in the angry hissing, roar also can see a drop of humiliation teardrops in the eyes of the hidden spinning, that obviously very aggrieved, but for the sake of dignity and forced to hold back the expression is simply weak, Chu pour a few words clearly written on the face. But just when Duanju was so angry that he wanted to cut ties with Qin Kong and viciously exploded foul language in his heart. Qin Kong, however, hooked the corners of his mouth again, revealing a smug smile. Only to see him suddenly reach out, soothing Duanju's head while explaining in a gentle voice. "Well, the props you want are finished for you, but next time you can't be so capricious. Awakening coins have to be planned properly." Saying that, Qin Kong gently waved his hand, whereupon the system space quietly opened up, and a bracelet and a dazzling revolver with a purple glow appeared on the bed, and at the same time, Qin Kong had to pamper himself. "As for your 10,000, keep it to yourself for a rainy day, but don't spend it." Looking at the two props that suddenly appeared on the bed in front of him, Duanju's face, which was still puffed up, instantly froze, and his large eyes cleared. "Qin Kong, you goddamned big good man, I like my brother the most. Thanks hubby, Mua." Duanju instinctively reacted by hugging and kissing Qin Kong on the cheek. She then reacted to the fact that Qin Kong was only pretending to be mean on purpose to tease her, but in reality what she wanted had already been bought. However, after kissing this mouthful, Duanju, who had the hindsight to realize what was going on, actually turned his head again and put on an angry expression, biting his pink lips and explaining in a very awkward manner. But don't think that makes me forgive you. I'm not that easy to coax." I know, anyway, let's try the props first." Qin Kong laughed helplessly and had to follow Duanju's words and continue to placate her. There was no way around it. Who let him get stuck with a wife like that? However, the very next second after he finished speaking, Duanju, who was still pretending to be angry, immediately picked up his equipment with both eyes, giggling as he slipped the bracelet onto his white arm. Ugh. Looking at Duanju's bright and innocent smile, Qin Kong sighed deeply in his heart. I understand why she was blackened in her previous life. This lack of heart will not be captured by the bad guys in a minute in the post-apocalyptic world. But not in this life, for sure. Tick, nano battlesuit bracelet pair of demons level has been equipped. The manual has been recorded into the host's brain. Click the bracelet button to control it. Wow. So cool. Duanju, who put on the bracelet, was full of excitement as she got out from under the covers. Her thin tank top could hardly hide the proud curves. Looking at Qin Kong, he skimmed his lips and got up to pull the curtains up. My woman can't be shown to other people. However, Duanju, who had a very poor sense of preparedness, couldn't notice any of this. She only wanted to know if the new props were any good, so she hastily clicked on the bracelet, triggering the nano battlesuit's attire effect. Ha ha. Duanju made a surprised sound. Because the very next second after tapping the button, layer after layer of nanomachines spread like milky running water down the arms and all over the body, and by the time they came back to their senses, every inch of their skin was tightly wrapped around them, right down to their fingers and jade feet. Short hair falling down the shoulders and neck, hairtail slightly curled curvature through the unintentional softness, but in the nanometer battlesuit of cold light reflection coated with a layer of metal like perseverance porcelain white skin, and the pure white of the battlesuit is almost fused into a single body, only the cheeks of the scarlet leaked out the temperature of the flesh and blood body. Like a second skin, the nano battlesuit showed Duanju's soft lines to the fullest. The honeycomb armor at the waist and abdomen would also slightly undulate with breathing. The energy circuits under the armor of the lower arms and legs were glowing with a ghostly shimmer, making people feel as if these nanofibers were living creatures, writhing slightly on Duanju's body. So handsome. I feel invincible. Looking at the hands attached to the nano battle armor, Duanju shouted out with a face full of excitement. On the other hand, Qin Kong on the side shook his head helplessly. You're invincible again. Humph, you're just jealous. Duanju didn't bother to pay attention to Qin Kong, a guy who didn't understand the atmosphere, and as he spoke, he was already picking up another prop, the Singularity Justice Pistol. Then again, these are still just a rank props, so the S-rank props you gave me should logically have characteristics as well, right? Why can't I feel anything besides sharpness? With that, Duanju was already 2 steps into the living room, aiming Singularity Justice's gun at the full moon outside the window. And seeing her like this, Qin Kong was also slightly startled and hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. Boom. Aha. With a ground-breaking gunshot. Or cannon sound, it suddenly exploded in the dark night. Duanju's entire body leaned back and over, falling heavily to the ground. Bang. Ow. Duanju, who had fallen to the ground, let out a mournful wail as she immediately dropped her pistol and covered the back of her head, her entire body curled up into a ball from the pain, looking a little pathetic and a little funny. This is a grade A prop. It's adapted for awakened people above level 30. Qin Kong, who was full of helplessness, pressed the sun and walked out from the room, picking up the gun on the ground while helplessly. Soon enough, though, her body slumped over again due to her unsteady center of gravity. Plop. It was only when the scene turned that she realized that it was Qin Kong who had yanked her right leg and dragged her back hard like a baggage. Don't worry, I'm still confident in egg fried rice, try it. Don't. Arms stretched out hard in front of him, eyes filled with despair. Powerless Duanju can only grab the sofa legs to barely support, but no matter how much struggle cannot resist the man's strength, like a black hole will slowly pull her in. I'll do anything but this. Don't, air. Help wow. Chapter 71. Zip. 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 A.M. A radio cacophony came from the first floor of the villa, and then a sweet-voiced female voice came out of the broadcast. Hello, this is Mordecai Counseling Radio, and I'm your lovely and charming host, Little Monique. A week has passed since the end of the world, doesn't it feel like time has flown by? Has everyone upgraded properly? Did you buy any equipment? Little Mangli has risen to level 9, and she's almost ready to get new skills. But that doesn't matter, let's cut to the chase. Like I said before, this channel will be my private channel, specializing in all the news that the world can gather in case you can't follow it for whatever reason, so let's get started. Speaking here, the originally fresh and lovely female voice deliberately lowered a few points, making a nervous and mysterious feeling. Neon follow-up, mysterious blue light shadows coastline, octopus monsters suspected to evolve collectively. The latest satellite imagery shows that the number of giant octopus creatures that have attacked Neon has risen to 200, and that luminous patterns have surfaced on the surface of their bodies. Nighttime activity will form a blue halo a kilometer in diameter on the surface of the sea. Experts speculate that the radiation-mutated creatures may have a sense of community, a halo, or some kind of pheromone network, and that mass migration and avoidance of mutated fish species has now been observed in Hokkaido, as recorded by the survivors at the scene below. Oh sorry, I misplaced it, the one below was translated with AI. They're intelligent, and they're driving us away. And then nesting in human buildings. Those high-ranking plutocrats all ran away on their boats, leaving us civilians here to die, and we had to run inland to avoid the monsters. AI-chan. I pushed so hard that Asia got eaten by an octopus. You guys are still in the mood to interview these. 8 duck meat. Here, this is the current situation in Neon. There are rumors that the escaped Neon royal family has drowned in the Pacific Ocean with the flotilla, but there is no way to verify these yet, we can only talk about them later. Next is the news from Ryzen explosion in the underground lab at Area 51, witnesses say that 3-meter-tall giants tore through armored vehicles to make a quick getaway. Project Titan experimental subjects may be at risk of necrosis. The radio was still broadcasting, the sweet female voice adding an extra glimmer of hopeful light to the crumbling world. On the other side of the room, while the host, Little Dream Lily, was still talking eloquently, some kind of cute creature on the bed made a similar sound. Aha. Aha. Don't. Slap. The soft, sweet, white and tender arm hit Qin Kong in the face, causing his body to shake a little, helplessly waking up from his deep sleep. But before Qin Kong could react, a petite and cute creature with a warm body burrowed into his arms. Don't eat people. Oh. The scene shifts. It turned out that the faintly audible radio disturbed Duanju's sleep, causing her to unconsciously hug Qin Kong's neck tightly, her tightly closed eyes looking as if she was having a nightmare, accompanied by strange dream words from time to time. Lord Deathstroke. People aren't tasty at all. Stupid. Qin Kong, who had been woken up, rubbed his eyes tiredly and had to smile bashfully, raising his hand to soothe Duanju's back. Twisting his head to look out the window, he realized that the time was already around 10 in the morning with a fresh breeze, white clouds and blue sky, and a few reddish zombie birds flying through the sky. It seemed that today's weather was perfect for killing zombies. Yesterday we didn't go out of the neighborhood because of the recruitment, so we have to kill a few hundred today. As for this woman. Dreaming of walkers? Dreaming of being chased by a zombie, what an idiot. Oof. Mine like this, Qin Kong unintentionally revealed a doting smile, with his left hand gently smoothed the tips of Duanju's hair underneath the hair. Is Duanju's unguarded stunningly beautiful sleeping face, eyelashes are also trembling gently with breathing, casting fine shadows in the morning light, the skin is as pure white as the first snow, cheeks with a light pink warmed up by the bedding. Her lips were unconsciously pouting slightly, crystal clear in color just like flower petals, and when she looked at it as a whole, her face was just like a peach with dewdrops hanging on it in the summertime, flawless, moist and juicy, as if it would burst out with sweet juices when she gently bit into it. That's so cute. Cute as a button. Qin Kong, who took a deep breath, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, where can he find such a perfect wife? So Qin Kong gently soothed Duanju's head, using a gentle intensity to soothe the trepidation in her nightmares, fearful of letting her suffer if she wasn't careful. However, in the next second, Duanju's tightly locked brows suddenly unfurled, and he said in a very calm, self-talking tone. Yes, eat Qin Kong, let people go. Ah. Qin Kong's smile froze on his face. In its place was a sultry expression of raw disbelief. As expected of Duanju, he's selling me in his dreams. Xiaoju, wake up, it's time to go out and kill zombies. Whom? After being gently shaken twice by Qin Kong, the sleepy Duanju finally opened his eyes. But the first moment she opened her eyes, she saw that Qin Kong was looking at her with a smile on his face, full of playfulness, so Duanju, who was still a bit confused, immediately became alert, tensed her body and raised her arm, lightly tapping on the bracelet. Beep, nano battlesuit, activate. Zip zip zip. Accompanied by the sound of nanomachines moving, the originally white and soft skin under the pajamas was instantly attached to a layer of white tights. Seeing this, Qin Kong did blink in confusion and could only pinch Duanju's face in curiosity. What? What are you doing activating the suit? I saw you leering and felt you wanted to strike in daylight again, so I activated my battlesuit ahead of time to protect it. When he finished speaking, Duanju even raised his chin and narrowed his eyes, making a very smug expression. And in response, Qin Kong could only press his temples helplessly, silently spitting in his heart. What's the point of putting it on? If I want to, I can't just take it off. Why do I feel Ju is getting dumber and dumber? What's going on? Have you been spoiled by me? With this thought in his heart, Qin Kong touched Duanju's head with a sympathetic expression while Duanju was still putting on a smug expression and said with great confidence. Then again, you know what I dreamed about last night? Dreaming about what? Qin Kong asked with a calm face while Duanju explained with a glint in his eye. I dreamed last night that we were in a fierce battle with super powerful zombies. I sacrificed myself to save your life at the critical moment. You're still not thanking me for that. Ah, so. Qin Kong still spoke with a calm face. Thank you for not leaving me to feed the walkers. Heh, that's natural, you're welcome. Hearing the words of thanks, Duanju nodded with great satisfaction. Soon, though, she cocked her head again in confusion, muttering inexplicably in her mind. How does he know I left him to feed the walkers? It's hard to read minds. Duanju's gaze turned alarmed. But soon she was back to her mindless, giggling self. how can that be? Coincidence. Anyway, get up. Aha! And so it was that after a brief period of flirting and joking, the two of them got up and dressed, washed and cooked, and a beautiful day began once again. The 8th day of the end times. Qin Kong is level 21, physical condition, healthy, mental condition, healthy, special condition, none. Duanju level 15, physical state, healthy, mental state, stubborn, special state, drowsiness, chest pain. Ah. Duanju, who was still frying eggs and bacon, opened her pink lips and yawned very lazily in order to save things. She actually only wore an apron over her nano battlesuit, so that when she woke up she only needed to take off her pajamas, which was convenient and trouble-free. I just don't know how. Looking at the burnt color of the fried egg that was starting to emerge from the pan, Duanju's heart flooded with mutterings. I've been feeling sleepy lately. I don't even feel like waking up, but I'm still sleepy even after washing up. Is it because I've become a teenager? It doesn't make sense, does it? And, don't girls have to have that every month? I haven't seen it for days now. Can't it be that I won't come because my body is modified by the system skills? It's weird. There's no way I'm pregnant. Ha ha. Thinking of this, the corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a bright smile full of disinterest. As for why she's like that? Because she had worried about this before, she had specifically asked Qin Kong, and the answer he had given at the time was, it's basically impossible to get pregnant, it's not that easy. Awakened people want to conceive an heir because of their overpowered abilities is a very difficult thing to do. Just like dragons are rare in the magic world, the stronger the individual is the harder it is to give birth to an heir, except of course for those with a special physique. So there's nothing to worry about. Ah. Mine like this, Duanju and heavily yawned, lethargic her, the corners of her eyes seeped tears, in the bright sunshine glittering flash, so that the white face like a shell decorated with crushed diamonds. Oops, that's a little burnt. Forget it. Give these two to Kung. I'll make a new one. Thump, 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 thump. A knock on the door from downstairs caused Duanju to wear a puzzled expression. Just after washing up, Qin Kong came out of the bathroom, raised his hand and made a shoe expression before walking down the stairs. Not even needing to speak, Duanju knew it meant, don't make a sound, just leave it to me. The comment Duanju gave to this was, I'm sure Qin Kong looks better in his clothes. On the other hand, Qin Kong had already arrived downstairs. Cautious as he was, he first used his perception to sense the strength of this guest outside before using his surveillance to look at the gate of the courtyard. Outside the gate stood a female soldier in camouflage uniform, as well as several aggressive soldiers. Army? Qin Kong's heart flooded with mutterings. What do you want from me? Did you find out who I am? Or do you want Duanju to forcefully join the army for training? It doesn't matter which one, I definitely won't separate from Duanju, and anyone who stands in my way is dead. In his heart, Qin Kong's gaze gradually cold. With several years of post-apocalyptic career, he has long been accustomed to see the hearts of the people are treacherous, the threat of deceit, the world is cool. Even the military he could not believe. So he slowly pushed open the door of the villa, and his temperament changed from the lethargy when he first woke up to a fury. With a very cold voice, he inquired towards the outside of the house. Which one? What is it? And the scene shifted, and there, standing outside the door, was actually a young, sweet and cute female soldier. She was barely tall enough to reach Qin Kong's shoulders, her head of ponytail looked soft and clean, and was explaining excitedly with big watery eyes. You're Mr. Qin, right, FPI? Just kidding, it's a community benefit. To thank your wife for saving our companions, Chief Joe specially asked me to bring the supplies over to you. Here, these are yours. Hearing these words, Qin Kong, who had originally wanted to put on a ferocious expression, froze slightly. Before he could react, the female soldier had already waved her hand, so several soldiers hurriedly carried in several boxes of supplies, removing fruits, milk, yogurt, bread and other food, as well as quite a lot of daily necessities, paper towels, wet wipes, soap and the like. These things, to others, may be very important. But strictly speaking, Qin Kong seems not to be able to use them? After all, the supplies he prepared for himself were very abundant, and he had previously scavenged a batch on Fang Xin's side. But somehow, looking at the bright smile of the female soldier, as well as the gazes of the other soldiers filled with gratitude, Qin Kong felt in a trance for a moment, and actually felt that humanity in the post-apocalyptic world was sometimes full of light. This? Actually, you guys? Well, thanks. Although he didn't need it, after hesitating Qin Kong still took it, and considered it as accepting the goodwill of Captain Zhou and Lin Bin and the others. Just hadn't thought, heard the sound of Duanju also walked down from upstairs. As soon as she saw the box containing yogurt, her eyes were starry-eyed and she walked quickly. Qin Kong didn't even have time to stop. Duanju had already opened the box and took out 2 bottles. "You troopers aren't bad, you actually give snacks." Duanju spoke happily, and as he did so, he handed out bottles of yogurt to the soldiers one by one, and the clumsy soldiers happily took them even though it was only a very common drink. It was a rare thing to be able to drink yogurt in this environment nowadays, and there was no way to say that after this time, there wouldn't be a next time. "Qin Kong, this idiot, hoards too few fancy supplies. I haven't had this in a long time, thanks." "You're welcome, as long as Ms. Duan is happy, we still have more if you want them, hee hee." The female soldier said with a smiling face, squinting her eyes in a cute and charming way, which made Duanju, who was sucking on his yogurt, couldn't help but take a few more glances at the other party. Although she was female, Duanju possessed the handsome and stern eyes that females didn't have, and her confident temperament coupled with an unapologetic gaze made the female soldier, who was originally still sunny, blush slightly, and purse her small mouths and averted their eyes. It was only when Qin Kong reached out and put his arm around Duanju that he interrupted Duanju's lustful gaze. "What are you doing?" Duanju let out an airy inquiry. And Qin Kong kept his smile and whispered, "Are you trying to hook up with a little sister? Be careful, I'll spank you." "How dare you, master is now the red man of the army." "Humph." Once again, Duanju raised his chin in triumph, and Qin Kong could only shake his head helplessly at the sight, while the soldiers ate and giggled. Its joyous scene contrasts sharply with the post-apocalyptic scene outside the neighborhood. Just at the moment, they didn't notice. Far away on the building opposite the villa, a woman was clutching her cell phone with her red nail-embedded hand, recording the entire process of the soldiers carrying the supplies to Qin Kong's house. It's actually surprising that even the army people are bribing Qin Kong. Instead of distributing the seized supplies to us poor survivors, they are being given to a murderous and self-serving madman like Qin Kong. The woman spoke through gritted teeth, her hand shaking as she spoke and held the cell phone. "Disgusting countrymen, downhead army, let's see if I don't film all of your hookups and post them on the internet so that all survivors will spit on you." Chapter 72, The Fairies Gather. Jaimais, see. The army really can't be relied on, it's only the second day and they've colluded with Qin Kong. What do you think I should do to expose them? Mordecai Rose sent out these messages to the group with the video from earlier. So quickly someone replied below. What? Our tender and pitiful girls are still starving, and they're actually giving supplies to Qin Kong? Is the army blind? Qin Kong already had plenty of food. That's right, and those men who were just recruited yesterday also got their supplies. They haven't done anything yet. Why? It's absolutely sexist. It's horrible, the countrymen are really down on their heads. They're discriminating against us girls for not having the ability to fight. We have to unite and gather intelligence to post online. When the public pressure comes, let's see if they still dare to not give us supplies. Yes, these villains must be properly punished. Gathering alliance. Gather. The group messages were constantly refreshing, and looking at the aggressive and righteous speeches, the corner of Rose of the End Times mouth emerged into a triumphant arc. As she thought, she only needed a little guidance, and these unassertive sisters would be on the same page to help her fight against the army and Qin Kong. As for why she is like this? How dare you leave out my share of the supplies? No way. Even if I've done nothing and my rank is only 1, I'm still one of the survivors, a legal citizen and a vulnerable group. Why don't you treat me better? The troops in the district, don't get carried away. Those who control public opinion are the real smart ones. With this thought in her heart, the smile on the End Times Rose face grew more and more confident. Just at this time, she could not have imagined that on the other side of the cell, Duanju, who was eating breakfast accurately on lunch, was also watching their speeches on his cell phone. Breakfast was a bacon omelette, plus milk and bread, simple, delicious and fruity. Well, those 2 eggs that were fried until they were burnt to a crisp were naturally placed on Qin Kong's plate, to which Qin Kong, who had finished his meal, also commented with great satisfaction. Yummy! However, on the other side, Duanju was sipping his milk while looking at his cell phone and muttering silently in his heart. TSK, how can you hack my brother Air? It's amazing how these women think. Although I like to watch the fun, if I let them maliciously edit the video and post it on the internet, I may not be able to make any mess in the future. Why don't we show it to Qin Kong? Of course, I just don't want them to disrupt my peaceful and pleasant post-apocalyptic routine. definitely not trying to defend my husband. Oh, no, I'm not trying to defend my husband. I have principles. Here, Qin Kong. Thinking of this, Duanju handed his cell phone to Qin Kong, shaking it slightly to signal, and Qin Kong took it knowingly. What's wrong? What's in the phone? Qin Kong asked curiously. Once his eyes landed on the cell phone screen, there was no need for Duanju to explain, but Qin Kong was already aware of the situation. How can there be such a group? No wonder I always felt that the information in the neighborhood was spreading fast. It must be Yi Qian who was playing tricks between the two groups. But just boring women, looking for them is just a delay, might as well kill a few more walkers. Looking at the group filled with imbecilic speeches, Qin Kong's gaze was very cold, not able to raise a trace of interest at all. This kind of stupid people will die sooner or later, so why waste your energy trying to find trouble with them? However, upon hearing this, Duanju retorted with some indignation. Aha! I'm surprised you can swallow that. They're talking about you being the underhanded male. Your reputation will be ruined if you let this go. While saying this on his lips, Duanju's heart was also thinking as such. Of course, I just like to fight, I don't care about Qin Kong. And in response, Qin Kong smiled faintly, got up and rubbed Duanju's head, and replied gently. Fair enough, let's do them then. Well, do it. Duanju nodded excitedly. So soon, Qin Kong took Duanju to leave the villa. Today's main purpose is still to go out to kill zombies to upgrade, and deal with the little fairy naturally fell on. Zhao Xiaonyo. Coming heir. Hearing the shout, Zhao Xiaonyo immediately leapt out. He had now changed into a black uniform of the Special Operations Team, looking tall, handsome and cold. However, no matter what his appearance was, in Qin Kong's eyes he was always that honest and obedient little brother is all, so he beckoned and casually ordered. You should have seen it, right? I sent you the chat logs, haven't you joined the Special Forces already? Go ask the officers in the troop and have them send someone to take care of it. Justify it by saying that these women are messing around on the internet and might affect the image building of the base, so just have the soldiers give them some warning. No problem, leave it to me, heir. After hearing Qin Kong's words, Zhao Xiaonyo nodded his head very cheerfully. But before Qin Kong could set off, Zhao Xiaonyo once again asked excitedly. So, heir, when do we take away control of the army? When they finish setting up their base? Hey! As soon as these words came out, Qin Kong and Duanju froze. Both of them didn't expect Zhao Xiaonyo to say such radical words. Wait? When did I say I wanted to take control? Did I say that? Qin Kong blinked incredulously, and after trying to recall half a day he couldn't remember saying that. But Zhao Xiaonyo's eyes filled with anticipation were still glowing, which made even Qin Kong a little embarrassed, and he could only twist his head and casually explain. The time will come naturally, you don't have to worry about these, I have my own arrangements. Okay, heir, no. Zhao Xiaonyo spoke excitedly once again, but he did not see a rare drop of cold sweat running down Qin Kong's forehead. It's bad that I set up an image of a savior in Zhao Xiaonyo's heart in the first place, and now it's too late to regret it. Then that's it, we'll go first. Bon voyage. With an excited Zhao Xiaonyo waving his hand, Qin Kong finally escaped the neighborhood with Duanju. It should be noted that because Duanju's healing ability was too powerful, she had already been treated by the troops as a key target for protection, so Qin Kong could only jump out from the fence while the guards weren't paying attention to her in his arms, so as to avoid being questioned by the soldiers and attracting unnecessary trouble. And the unexpected. The moment Qin Kong and Duanju left the neighborhood, a sniper on a high building in the distance immediately radioed the information back to the officer. Captain Lin Bin, the target really did go out. It seems that it's really the same as what Captain Zhang said, they have been going out to kill zombies every day, their level must not be low. Sure enough. Lin Bin on the other side of the radio made an excited noise. Even that Zhao Xiaonyo called him heir, so in that case, the jumpers can't really be said to have been taken out by them. We must find a way to find out before we can. Speaking here, Lin Bin's voice gradually trembled, and an emotion that was difficult to suppress was surging up into his chest. The chief is no longer able to do so, and now the troops are in dire need of a backbone, or spiritual support. If it's him, it must be possible, right? Qin Kong, who was holding Duanju as he jumped and flashed down the street, cocked his head. Duanju in his arms, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around his neck while blinking his eyes and wondering with a cute look. What's the matter, air girl? Not much. Qin Kong spoke indifferently, but his expression contained a hint of wonder. It always feels like someone is chanting about me? Is it my fault? Chapter 73, Feeding Dog Food to the Morning. Today's Duanju also looks good. The fluffy black jacket made her look increasingly cool, and the gray tank top underneath framed her full bust line just right. Combined with Duanju's innate haughty temperament, her entire body revealed a wild beauty, just like a wild little black panther. But unfortunately, this little black panther was being held in her owner's arms, so even if she was any more wild, she wouldn't be able to play it out as all. Hey, it's already far from the neighborhood. Just put me down, I can walk by myself. As the street scene continued to pass by, Duanju, who was being carried by the princess, gradually showed an expression of impatience and began to bite his lips to make grumbling noises. And in response, Qin Kong smiled blandly and said casually, "It's not far to go, we'll be there soon, just wait a little longer." Wait for the fare. Duanju was still gritting his teeth, and glared at Qin Kong several times as he spoke. I mean, I don't want to be carried around the streets by you. Such a shameful position. What would the survivors think if they saw it? They'll think I'm a useless fool. Worthless fool? Hearing this, Qin Kong's footsteps finally stopped. Now that he was 2 kilometers away from the district, the surrounding zombies gradually increased. Seeing 2 living people stopping by the side of the road, the zombies gathered at the sound of their voices, their fishy red eyes connecting into a web of blood in the shadows. At that moment, Qin Kong was lowering his head and blinking curiously at Duanju. Useless fool. Isn't that you? SH? You. Duanju's eyes widened in disbelief. Hard. Fists are hard. Looking into Qin Kong's innocent, sincere eyes, Duanju's body trembled slightly with anger. Qin Kong really thinks so. So she can only clench her pink fists and grit her teeth in anger. Who's an idiot? I'm the one who isn't. Qin Kong, don't make me put you Before he could finish his sentence, Duanju's words came to an abrupt end. Zombie? I don't know if it was an illusion, but a large group of zombies seemed to freeze for a moment the moment Qin Kong kissed them. The rotting brain simply couldn't understand, why would any human dare to show love in a horde of corpses? Though I am not human. But you're a real dog. That's what the zombies would say if they could talk. But what else can we do? They were zombies. In the face of this abominable couple that was spreading dog food in public, they could only open their huge mouths even more hungrily, making an appearance that they were going to eat them alive. Ow. The zombies began to yell out one after another, moving at a faster and faster pace, and by now no less than 200 zombies had surrounded the 2. It wasn't until the 2 were separated and a smile appeared on Qin Kong's face that he licked the corners of his mouth in great triumph. On the other hand, Duanju's originally fair face was already red through and through, yet he still had to bite his pink lips and make a resigned expression. Can be abominable. Stinking Qin Kong. Bad man. How dare you humiliate me like this? I won't give in all the humiliations, I'll remember all of them, and I won't forget them once. When I'm stronger in the future, I'll be sure to pay you back twice as much. I'll trample you under my feet, Qin Kong. Wait for it. As he thought of this, a flash of determination appeared in Duanju's eyes. But naturally Qin Kong had no worries at all. He happily put down Duanju and rubbed his chin against his wife's forehead before he said contentedly. Okay, reward over, go kill the walkers. What? Reward? Duanju, who heard this, revealed an expression of disbelief while Qin Kong raised his eyebrows and smiled calmly. Not a reward? Or do you want a punishment? The zombies are coming soon. Well, you. Looking at Qin Kong's smug look, Duanju was so angry that he just wanted to curse his mother. With one hand, he grabbed the other's collar. Nay, the herd of zombies had already come around, and an ugly and somewhat lewd-looking zombie was sticking its tongue out and groping towards her, so Duanju could only aggressively let go of Qin Kong before lifting up an extremely supple high kick that accurately hit the zombie's head. Get out of here, lightbulb. Snap. As Duanju's roar resounded through the streets, the zombie's head exploded into pieces on the spot, and his body planted over from the massive impact, flying several meters before landing on the ground. Zombie, your ass, I'm just trying to eat. Not a part of you two play But now even if the zombie could talk, it would be useless. The furious Duanju couldn't beat Qin Kong, so he had to vent his anger on the zombie, activating his nanosuit, pulling out his little white knife, his eyes radiating a biting murderous aura, and then hacking away with his knife. Hey, didn't you always say that S-rank props are useless? Try injecting magic into the dagger. Looking at his wife who had already rushed into the group of corpses, Qin Kong smiled helplessly and waved his hand towards the other party to remind them. Previously, because Duanju's level was too low and her control of magic wasn't skilled enough, Qin Kong hadn't told her how to use the dagger. And this time, after hearing Qin Kong's reminder, Duanju immediately infused the dagger with magic power, whereupon a familiar electronic tone immediately resounded in his head. Tick, the Denjiki ruling has been activated. Great equipment, Dangshan ruling, the host only needs to infuse magic into the dagger to liberate the Dangshan ruling holy sword form. The holy sword form will drastically increase the host's attack power and speed, and make the attack have purification effect and light attribute enchantment. Each attack will increase the host's physical resistance and magic resistance. It can be stacked up to 20 times, and lasts until the holy sword form is lifted. Wow! As the magic power was injected into the dagger, an extreme white light flashed out from the dagger's blade, and before Duanju could see what was going on, the dagger, which was originally only a few inches long, suddenly transformed into a weapon that looked like a laser sword from Star Wars, with a brilliant white light that was literally shinier than the sun. And seeing this, Duanju's heart couldn't help but get excited, and he hurriedly picked up his weapon and slashed at the zombies. Click! The original lurid necromancer was torn in half in just one slash, neither its flesh nor its bones able to resist the cut for even a second. This is what S-class props should be like. It's great. I can hit 100. With this thought in mind, Duanju had already transformed into a god of killing as she roamed amongst the corpses. Her figure was like a ghost, getting faster and faster and attacking more and more swiftly, weaving in and out of a sea of hideous pseudo-human beings, only to see countless sword lights flashing in quick succession like a goddess of the heavens, and more than 200 of the zombies had already fallen by half. Ha ha ha! Burn! The air was filled with Duanju's excited shouts. In response, Qin Kong only curled the corners of his mouth slightly, favoring himself. Just have fun. As for me, the experience I get from killing ordinary zombies is not even 0.2 anymore, and I can only upgrade by killing monsters above the second stage, so it seems that upgrading too fast in the early stages is not a good thing either. All in all, let's use our skills to sense where all the elite monsters are hiding around us first, eh? While thinking this in his heart, many zombies surrounded Qin Kong. Qin Kong didn't even blink his eyes when he saw this scene. He just summoned a long black blade and sliced half a circle around his body, whereupon the blade lengthened rapidly under the urging of magic power, and in just one slash he cut down all the zombies in a radius of 4 meters. Whoa! Dripping blood spilled all over the street, and in the blink of an eye there were already corpses all over the place. However, Qin Kong had seen this kind of scene for a long time, so he didn't really react to it, and just closed his eyes and used his perception skill to look up the high-level zombies in the vicinity. The end of the world is not even half a month. Where would there be so many second-order zombies, alas? Under the perception skill, densely packed breaths converged in Qin Kong's mind, but they were invariably very weak, and it was obvious that they were all ordinary zombies. However, just when Qin Kong felt annoyed and was ready to give up searching to kill some small monsters to pass the time, an aura that was familiar and disgusting to him yet stood out in the distance, which caused the originally composed Qin Kong to open his eyes violently, twisting his head around to stare into the distance with an expression of disbelief and muttering. Riot! Riot cult? Chapter 74, Preparing to Strangle. Being the lowest class of zombie. Only able to gouge into the fetid mud with its rotting knuckles, it had to do its best with each crawl, the limbs of its companions falling and sinking behind it while human laughter sawed at its hollow eardrums like dull knives. But even so, the whole riddled carcass wriggled on. Just get to that place. It was the chance that countless companions had fought for it, hundreds of zombies, and only one of them had come here. And right now, the opportunity is there. As the zombie's bloody mouth slowly opened, the jade leg in its little brown leather boots came into view. It was white as snow and smelling of foraged, sweet-smelling human flesh. Then a longing red light appeared in the zombie's eyes and grabbed the target's pants leg and bit down without hesitation. Just. Can't you bite it? Can't break the defense? Ha! What the hell? Duanju, who had been bitten in the calf, shivered in cold. Only when she looked back did she realize that it was the bald and greasy uncle zombie who had crawled to her feet and bit her calf while she wasn't paying attention, but because of the protection of the nano battlesuit, he couldn't even break the skin. The response given by Zhu Duan to this was, "It's disgusting. Get out of here." Snap. The high-heeled boot stomped down so hard that the older zombie's head blossomed on the spot like a rotten tomato that had been stomped on. Brain matter mixed with black blood poof exploded, splattering all over the asphalt because of the long fight with the zombies. The pants were torn open a few times, and a few drops of blood splattered onto the long and slender jade legs, slowly sliding down the tight nano fibers, just like following a tall glass full of red wine flowing down. And in response, the cold and ruthless woman just patted her pink lips and yawned lazily, not caring at all about the street full of corpses, but instead happily ran to the man to show off. Heh, how about that? All settled. Am I too much stronger than before? Sloppy. Looking at his wife's big eyes that kept blinking, Qin Kong could only smile helplessly and shake his head. If it weren't for the nano battlesuit, your legs would have been chewed up by walkers and you'd probably be lying on the ground having a tantrum right now. What are you talking about? How can it be? Hearing Qin Kong's comment, Duanju was clearly a bit unconvinced, puffing up his face and retorting. I have a healing skill, a mere bite wound is instantly cured, how could I possibly lose my temper? As he said that, Duanju even narrowed his eyes and looked Qin Kong up and down with a skeptical expression. But you. Listen to you, it seems like you really think I'm a useless face, right? Let me tell you, Master is a real fierce man. I'm not going to cry because of a small injury. Bang, bang. After saying those words, Duanju confidently patted her chest. Her gray tank top outlined a proud curve, and her full curves bounced gently with her movements, but it didn't affect her bold and dashing demeanor in the slightest. However, in response, Qin Kong hooked up the corners of his mouth and asked back in a slightly playful manner. Oh? Is that so? I wonder who was crying and begging me to lighten up last night. Hey aha you guy. You guys shut the up. Qin Kong didn't manage to finish his words before the clingy Duanju grabbed him by the collar in a death grip, unable to make a sound. Of course, all this was just husband and wife banter. Asshole. Asshole. You underestimated me again. Duanju's face was red with anger, and his gritted teeth looked vicious. But no matter how angry she got, Qin Kong also continued to look like he was on cloud nine, and even had to rub her head with a doting smile, which made the already angry Duanju even more agitated with his eyes wide open, and even his shoulders began to tremble slightly. Playing me like a fool every time. This man. This abominable man surnamed Qin. I should have taken him. Thinking of this, the humiliation in his heart was beyond words, and Duanju had the urge to bite the other party to death. But it was at this point that the mind inexplicably recalled last night. Ah, you really deserve to die. A single crystal tear glistened slightly in her eye, and an exasperated Duanju swung out her pink fist to punch out. However, unsurprisingly, Qin Kong only gently raised his hand and grabbed Duanju's arm, wrapping it in his arms with a little force. Kitten, you're still early to fight me. Qin Kong said with a smug look on his face, and as he did so, he bit Duanju on the cheek. Chirp. That smells good, you're also a qualified snack today. Well. You're an asshole. Let go of me, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. On the street full of zombies, Qin Kong's bright laughter and Duanju's shouts seemed particularly distinct. However, after the jostling, Qin Kong's gaze sank as he reminded very seriously. Okay, stop it, you know what I just sensed? We've got a big day ahead of us today. Huh? What? Duanju was obviously still a bit unconvinced, but seeing as there was business to attend to, let's not mess around with Qin Kong, huh? I didn't calm down just because I was kissed, don't guess. So the two of them put down their flirting for the time being, and Qin Kong began to explain in a serious manner. I sense a familiar aura, very similar to the overeater cultists from my previous life. Your ex-girlfriend? Duanju cocked his head and asked curiously. Qin Kong, on the other hand, wrapped his arm around her waist and replied calmly while habitually soothing that furry head. No, it's not her, how should I put it? Every creature has a different scent, I can tell, even humans and zombies with similar appearance, but strangely, the scent of this group of people from the tyrannical Eclipse cult isn't quite the same as humans, and I get a little nauseous every time I perceive them. So you've decided that there's that cult in the city? Hearing this, Duanju blinked, his clear eyes pure and innocent, looking very naive. And naturally, Qin Kong stroked her cheeks dotingly and nodded in reply. Yes, it's definitely the overeaters, all right, and there are quite a few of them, and while I don't want to cause any trouble, the overeaters are a very scary presence in the future, and if its origins happen to be in our city, then I've got a chance to go and nip it in the bud right now. Speaking here, Qin Kong lowered his head and suddenly revealed a serious expression. But it might be dangerous to venture forth. Do you want to take a chance with me? Humph, that's natural. Duanju gave a very quick yes and raised his chin in a smug smile. Cults and whatnot. I'll kill one if I see one, just let me see if there's any of your ex-girlfriends. I'll give her 2 stabs first if I catch her. Duanju spoke smugly, and her reply surprised Qin Kong slightly. In his previous life, all the women Qin Kong came into contact with were smart people who tended to avoid harm and were cautious, and all of them were acquainted with each other for the sake of short-lived pleasures and benefits, and now that he can have such a wife who completely listens to him and understands his thoughts by his side, his heart couldn't mention how happy he is. Little bitch, you're so cute. Qin Kong couldn't help but give a compliment. It wasn't enough to praise him, he had to give Duanju 2 more hard kisses on the cheek before he was done. Don't worry, I'll protect you well. And in response, Duanju could only wave his arms in disgust, yelling as he struggled. You! What are you doing? This is the street, I'll sue you for molestation. Someone's coming. There's a corpse here that bites people indiscriminately. Is there anyone here to take care of it? Gah! The zombie, who was struggling to crawl on the ground, finally managed to lower his arms and swallow his last breath after seeing this scene, choking on dog food. Chapter 75 The Pope of Overeating. Sensing that the tyrannical eater's location wasn't far away, in order to not alert the snakes, Qin Kong and Duanju could only run all the way there, waiting for the distance to close before quietly walking along the alley. The good thing is that this place is off the city limits and zombies are very rare. See? That's it right there. Hiding in the alley, Qin Kong pointed to the building in the distance, where the city held a small stage theater, usually used by the school to organize a movie or the leader to hold a New Year's Eve party. Following the direction of Qin Kong's finger, Duanju squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and found that there were really 2 security guards standing at the entrance of the theater, and that tall, lanky and fierce look was obviously not an unusual survivor, and a dangerous aura was constantly coming from those 2 security guards, and judging from the aura it was at least a level 5. Or maybe even more than a level 10. Kinda different from the previous opponents? Duanju lowered his voice and spat. In her opinion, since Qin Kong was a reborn, he should have leveled up faster than anyone else, but right now, the 2 gatekeepers actually had level 10. How come? Their heads can't be higher rank than you, can they? I don't know, there's too many different scents in there. Qin Kong replied with a grave gaze, his tone obviously quite a bit more serious than before. However, after his observation, both guards were physical enhancement awakened, which meant that it should be relatively simple to sneak in. Hold me tight, I'll use my skills to bring you in. If there's any danger in a while, don't tangle with the enemy, everything is about saving your life. Oh, yes. Hearing this, Duanju hurriedly wrapped his arms tightly around Qin Kong's neck, while Qin Kong also smoothly wrapped his arms around Duanju's waist, and then he used black energy to attach himself to the 2 of them, and the 2 of them became transparent at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After that it was simple, although the gate was watched by the security guards, the balcony of the theater was more than enough, and there was no one among the current awakened who could leap 2 or 3 floors high in a single bound like Qin Kong, so naturally there was no one to guard it. Well. As he jumped onto the balcony, Duanju accidentally made a strange noise. Qin Kong looked towards her with some confusion while Duanju muttered in a small voice with a red face. You topped me. Hold back on that kind of thing, bitch. Qin Kong poked Duanju's forehead hard, while she bristled with defiance, her grudging eyes blanking Qin Kong several times. If it weren't for the tense atmosphere, I'd have bitten you, Duanju's heart spat this out. Soon, however, her eyes widened slightly, and as the sight of the theater came into view, an inexplicable fear crept up her spine like an icy chill down her back. What is this? Duanju covered his mouth in horror. Instead, what presented itself was a theater full of hundreds of zombies tied to chairs by wire, facing the stage and roaring low like mad. Ow 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 ow. Ow 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 ow. Zombies are tireless monsters, and even though their bodies are cut and bloodied by the wire, they still defiantly stretch their necks toward the stage and struggle hard. And looking up, a group of guys dressed as humans were kneeling on the stage in a row, some were praying, some were trembling, and some of them had pale faces and protruding veins, just like the humans who were about to turn necrotic at the beginning of the end times. Spare me, please spare me. I will join you. At the front of the crowd, there was a man who was tied up on a chair, and he had already been covered in cold sweat and screaming like death. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll eat well. Just leave me alone anyway. As he was saying this, screams echoed throughout the hall, and it turned out that a guy dressed as a priest had slit his thigh. Blood splashed on the floor like a festering embankment, and the man's expression, twisted by pain, was hideous and horrifying. Yet the priest who sliced open his thigh cared nothing for the man's feelings, instead licking the blood from the blade like a greedy hyena, shouting excitedly as he did so. Praise it! The priest's voice ripped into an inhuman shrill, his neck sinewy and writhing like an earthworm. He raised the blood-stained dagger high, the beads of blood dripping from the tip of the blade refracted a demonic purple light under the stage lights, yet all the people kneeling below did not run away because of his insanity, but instead prayed even more devoutly. So the priest went on shrilly. Sweet flesh and blood, divine gift. We are all vessels of God for this supreme communion. It is the gods who have given us new flesh, who have given us the great power of devouring. We will eat everything with love and swallow it all in our bellies for eternity. So praise. Praise the great gods. Praise the great flesh and blood theocracy. Ah! At that point, the priest was already holding his head back. The tip of the knife had cut through his scalp, but even as blood flowed all over his face, the priest remained impassive. Looking at this horrific sight, Duanju, who was used to seeing zombies, couldn't help but gulp nervously. The two of them were hiding on the side of a chair at the very back of the theater at the moment. Duanju could only inquire quietly. Is this the cult of overeating? Are they preparing to eat human flesh? Wait. Qin Kong raised his hand to interrupt Duanju. As if he had figured something out, he raised his head and looked hard towards the front, realizing that many of the zombies under the stage were missing limbs as he thought, so meticulous as Qin Kong instantly understood the whole picture of the flesh and blood god cult. I see. No wonder this group of cultists upgraded so quickly. Huh? Upon hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju curiously turned his head to look, only to see Qin Kong then take a deep breath and explain in a tone of disbelief. These guys consumed zombie meat directly, and most likely raw, and got the attributes of the zombies they consumed, but were also infected by the zombies as a result because awakened people have antibodies themselves. They don't mutate directly into zombies, but into a kind of freakish creature that looks like a zombie but isn't a zombie, and this makes them to crave normal human flesh and blood as well. As he was saying this, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down from Qin Kong's forehead, and he slowly said his next words almost in a terrified, trembling voice. No wonder the previous life's overeating cult spread so quickly. It must have been because someone posted the fact that eating zombies could upgrade you on the internet, which led to so many places up and down the country having overeating cult followers. The original. Original? Duanju, who heard these words, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, unconsciously shrinking his neck and rubbing himself towards Qin Kong's arms. Although the post-apocalyptic world of human nature, moral degeneration, but to say that eating raw zombie meat words, really not the average person can swallow, even if it is robbing the thugs will not do so. And right now, these people on the stage could no longer be called people, but monsters and vampires who would try to eat whatever flesh and blood they could find. Just for the moment, Qin Kong does not want to expose his whereabouts, although Qin Kong is very confident in his own strength, but it is not possible to guarantee that the people here in the end how strong. It is not good to say that all of them are level 10 or even 20 experts. After all, eating zombies to upgrade how fast he is also not clear. So for the moment it's better to withdraw. Since he had already understood the nature of the cult and was clear about its location, it was only a good idea to tell Lin Bin and the others about it and have the army come over to exterminate the cult. Hush! Qin Kong made a silent gesture, signaling Duanju to hold him close as he led Duanju out of here. But I never thought that just at this moment, a zombie under the stage suddenly broke away from the wire and rushed towards the stage as if it didn't want to die, so the priest raised his hand and waved it, and the two sections of fishy red tentacles ran the zombie through on the spot and brought it to the sky to rip it apart directly. Zira! The zombie's body was torn apart like a piece of paper, and a large amount of blood poured down like rain. So soon, all the worshippers kneeling on the stage showed eager eyes and began to receive it with open mouths toward the sky, eager to eat more of this precious food. But it was at this moment that the priest who had struck out froze slightly, his eyeballs suddenly turning in a bizarre arc as he set his sights in the direction of where Duanju was in the last row. What's that smell? Who's there? Come out. Chapter 76. Discovered? What's going on? Do I smell? Sniff. Qin Kong, who heard the priest shouting, did not rush to appear, but instead looked down and sniffed his sleeve. The scent of blood was faint and shouldn't have stood out in a theater full of walkers, so the exposure could only be. After thinking about this, Qin Kong silently turned his head to the right. And Duanju was grabbing his arm right now, staring at the priest while looking nervous. Hey, aren't you invisible? Why were you discovered? You're so useless. As Duanju's grumble fell, a sweet fragrance did ripple through the air. The scent oozes from every inch of her skin like the purest female hormone, which is lethal to both males and zombies. Thus, Qin Kong's face turned cold as he replied in a very unpleasant tone. Go back and wait to get your ass kicked. Hey! Why? Duan Ju cover his hips exclaimed. But right now, Qin Kong didn't have time to explain to her, and could only lift his invisibility and slowly stand up under the watchful eyes of the crowd of cultists, then slowly walk down along the audience. Upon seeing Qin Kong's figure, the priest's originally tense face loosened up and a viper-like smile seeped out of his narrowed eyes. And a rat actually snuck in? Is it a lost survivor? The priest smiled from ear to ear, a grim, bloodthirsty grin, coupled with the two tentacles floating behind him, sending chills down one's spine at the mere sight of them. The surfaces of the tentacles were covered in fine suckers, glowing a wet, dark red in the dimly lit theater. It was as if they had just been fished out of a pool of blood. They wriggled slowly, their tips spasmodically twitching from time to time, as if sniffing the air for prey. In my past life, I wondered why the skills of the priests of the Overeaters cult were so similar and so zombie-like. Now everything can be explained. They are all zombies that failed to mutate, their bodies are between humans and zombies, that's why they can't control their cannibalistic instincts. But it doesn't matter. Phew. With this thought in his mind, Qin Kong summoned the black blade in space holding the hilt, the blade gently slashed, and a sharp wind-breaking sound swept away leisurely. As the tip of the blade drew an arc in the air, Qin Kong's figure arrived in front of the congregation, his morose murderous aura descending like a demonic god. Since we don't know each other's strength, we must concentrate on being fast and accurate. In my past life, I suffered a lot at your hands, and I won't give you any chance. Here to free the sacrifice? Or do you want to join us? Seeing Qin Kong pull out his long knife, the priest continued to smile nonchalantly, and the surrounding cultists were not the least bit flustered, with some of them even showing greedy expressions. Lord Bishop. He has a high rank. I feel it. Good, what tasty meat. We'll definitely be able to complete our evolution if we eat him. Buzz Lama Abhimanyu, thank you Lord God. Buzz Lama Abhimanyu. A middle-aged woman would put her hands together and vibrantly recite some kind of scripture while staring at Qin Kong's body with longing eyes, as if her reciting Buddha's words would offset the sin of cannibalism to increase her merit. On the other hand, the priest was already recklessly opening his arms, as if welcoming newcomers with open arms to Qin Kong emotionally. The flesh and blood theocracy is fraternal and selfless. Offer your loyalty and we will become devotees together. Otherwise. Zigzag. Speaking of which, the tentacles behind the priest's back suddenly twitched twice, and liquid with acidic properties was secreted between the suckers, as if it would penetrate Qin Kong in the next second. But also in this instant. Qin Kong's gaze suddenly turned cold, and his figure transformed into a black shadow, violently rushing out at a speed that was difficult to track with the naked eye, and then it was clatter 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 clatter. Horizontal cuts, diagonal chops, vertical slashes, and pirouettes. All the cultists were all wide-eyed, but none of them could see his movements clearly, only knowing that within a second, the sharp black blade was swung more than a dozen times by Qin Kong, and one sword blade after another kept appearing on the stage, and when they came back to their senses, the priest's body had already been split into dozens or even hundreds of pieces. Hey! The priest's head was still intact because it all happened so fast, and even after being split into several pieces he didn't die right away, but only broke out in a cold sweat and made frightened noises. Soon, the ruptured body collapsed like a dike, and the disgusting and slimy tentacles broke into several pieces and fell to the ground, before and after, but not even 2 seconds had passed. But it's not over, boom. The broken pieces of corpses had only just fallen to the ground when Qin Kong raised his hand and unleashed the black flames towards the pile of mess. The raging black flames devoured all the flesh and blood. The cultists one by one all had their mouths wide open, and when it was all over, there was only burnt charcoal left on the ground, and not even a single piece of intact bone could be seen anymore. Flesh and blood priests have a high life expectancy. I don't trust them if they don't make up for it. Qin Kong coldly looked at the charred coals on the ground and silently chanted in his heart, yes, the congregations of the tyrannical Eclipse cult were not to be messed with, and sometimes they could still be alive after chopping off their heads, so at this moment, even if it was just a subcult that had just risen up in the early days of the end times, Qin Kong had to deal with the situation on the highest scale. No, I'm still not sure. Boom. Qin Kong once again raised his hand and burned it once more. This time the flames were even more ferocious than just now, and the intense heatwave scared the crowd of believers who all retreated, as if they had seen some kind of monster and screamed in shock. Him. He took out the Lord Bishop. Madman, heretic. He'll kill us all. We have to go. Run away. With that, the group of believers fled towards the outside of the theater, but they didn't expect to be blocked back by 2 tall security guards before they could go out. What are you calling for? Who gave you permission to leave? It's the priest. Father. The ant who had been chanting sutras earlier screamed harshly, pointing at Qin Kong on the stage while shivering and explaining. The priest was killed by that man. He's a heretic. You guys go and finish him off. Oh? Logically, the congregation should have dispersed as soon as the priest died. However, upon hearing this, the 2 security guards didn't retreat, but instead revealed expressions of hunger and excitement as they grinned their fishy red lips and laughed. A high-level survivor? That's just right. Pust. At this point, the guard's voice came to an abrupt end, his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked down at his chest, only to find a white sword running through his chest. The devotees who were blocked by him all stared with wide eyes, trembling and backing away at the same time, and the auntie who was reciting the scriptures even sat down on the ground in fear. And soon, the sound of a sword blade leaving bone zip was in the air. The white sword jerked away from the guard's body, followed by a kick to the ground from the woman. The rise and fall of the bust line and waist and hips were perfect peaks, and the tips of the high-heeled boots crushed the backs of the molehills as recklessly as if they were stepping on garbage. Stupid Qin Kong, getting so nervous, I thought it was so powerful. Duanju was smiling smugly, behind her was the bright sunlight, but her whole face was in the shadows. She clearly had a face that was flirtatious to the extreme and as stunning as a chimera's, but her pupils revealed an evil red light when she looked at this group of religious people. That innocent and cute smile was like a young girl seeing her beloved toy. Are you finished with your rituals? So now it's my turn for super time. Ghosts. Chapter 77, Time of Transcendence. Hiss. What's going on? Doesn't feel right? Is the head of the overeating cult so easy to deal with? Looking at the body, or to be precise, the burnt crumbs, that had been turned into charcoal on the ground, Qin Kong looked at his right hand and muttered darkly, always feeling that things were not that simple. But in reality it was just Qin Kong thinking too much. No matter how fast the tyrannical Eclipse cult upgraded, it couldn't possibly be as fast as Qin Kong, who was hacking hundreds or thousands of them a day. Qin Kong had only become very cautious when he saw the cultists because he had been hunted down by the cultists for too long in his previous life, which had left him with a psychological shadow. Not to mention a priest with a rank of only 10, even if it was an awakened who was at the same level as Qin Kong or even 10 levels higher than him, he would definitely not be Qin Kong's opponent. Because he still had countless high-level skills and 3 wonders, who could mess with him? Forget it, whatever, let's just catch someone and ask them where the headquarters of the overeating cult is located. With this thought in his mind, Qin Kong froze slightly as the screams coming from behind him pulled him back from his musings. And when he turned around to take a look, he realized that Duanju had long since gone killing crazy behind him. Murderer! Murderer! Where is she, a devil? Don't! Spare me, spare me! Ah! Auntie Chanting collapsed to the floor with a scream, closely followed by a long leg drop that stomped her chest solidly. Cults, ha! Bullying my air brother, ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Duanju's excited laughter exploded suddenly, bouncing wildly around the closed theater like sharp shards of glass. The laughter first pierced the air sharply, then collided back and forth between the dome and the walls, each reverberation like an invisible hammer, slamming hard into the eardrums of every cultist. It's horrible. Not a human being. Who's the cult? You're the cult. Die. No. As Duanju bellowed, the blade of the white holy sword came down with a roar. Gah! Auntie Chanting, who had already been snotting and ting herself, was still screaming miserably, but in the next second, she was run through the body on the spot by the holy sword. A pair of eyes suddenly looked as if they were going to burst out of their sockets, and it was only until her throat was completely filled with the blood that had gushed up, that she finally collapsed in a helpless heap. Seeing this sight, Qin Kong couldn't help but exclaim in his heart as he rushed over to stop Duanju. Unfortunately, he came really a little late. Killing crazy Duanju, a knife a religious, hand up the knife down a dozen in a row, just now also screamed a lot of theater, at this time only left a field of corpses, and a group of tied-up zombies in the excitement of the low roar. Ow 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 ow. The smell of blood in the air stimulated the zombies' nerves, which sent them all into a frenzy. And at that moment, Duanju's little brown boots stepped on another man's back, gently pulling the holy sword in his hand into a sword flourish as he laughed and smiled in an evil voice. Ha! There seems to be a little cutie here who's playing dead. No! Don't kill me! No! The man who had been stepped on knew that something bad was happening and could only stretch his arms forward as hard as he could, as if that would be enough to escape from death. But the harder he crawled, the brighter the red light in Duanju's eyes grew. The long sword lifted slightly, and it only took a second to sever the man's neck. Well, before Duanju could do anything, her waist was suddenly encircled by Qin Kong and her entire body was carried over. Ju, what are you doing? Ha. Duanju, who was suddenly hugged, froze for a moment. Feeling the familiar strength of the waist, as well as the man's blazing body temperature, the originally murderous Duanju immediately calmed down, turning into a look of pursed lips in cute love. Help! Help you get revenge. Aren't these all taught by Overeat? Duanju said with an innocent look on his face, not forgetting to wink as he spoke. In response to this, Qin Kong was to launch his palms into a forceful pinch, causing Duanju's toes to involuntarily shrink while not forgetting to pinch her chin and explain in a hushed voice. Idiot, this is just a subcult. We're here to investigate the situation, not to take revenge. Weren't we here for nothing if you killed them all? See if I don't clean you up when I get back. Well. Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju puffed up his little face and was filled with defiance. Humph. Damn Qin Kong. Obviously, I want to give you an outlet for your anger, but you are actually mean to me. I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm not going to get along with you. I'm going to cut you off. But. Thinking of this, Duanju's cheeks somehow surfaced a touch of pink, and he actually lowered his head and bit his pink lips, making a shy and expectant face. But how are we going to punish them when we get back? It's really a good period of time. Wait a minute? Something's wrong. Duanju snapped out of it. She suddenly realized that her thinking seemed to be quietly shifting. What the? Something's wrong. Why would I expect that? I'm supposed to hate this guy. Right. With this thought in mind, Duanju hurriedly raised his head and gazed hard at Qin Kong's side-profile high nose, thin and sharp lip line, and a hostile aura when the jawline was taut, obviously a handsome face that makes people's heart beat faster, but always with an expression that said, if you dare to get close, I'll kill you, expression. So cool. The red of Duanju's pupils faded to pink. But soon she shook her head again, returning her pupils to black to calm herself. It's not right. Why is it that the more you look at Qin Kong, the more agreeable it is? So much so that you want to become his meat? Or not right? My brain is broken. Why do you think that all you can think about is Qin Kong? Plop. Qin Kong didn't understand what was happening. All he knew was that he had only taught Duanju a lesson, and the woman had laid her head on his chest like a poor little kitten, so Qin Kong only seemed to stroke his wife's head like he was calming a kitten. Okay, good boy, just know it's wrong. Next time I won't be mean to you, okay? Well. It's okay. Duanju, who was lying on his chest, let out a cute little animal-like sound, so Qin Kong curiously looked down, only to find that Duanju was looking at himself with his chin-up eyelashes fluttering wetly, pink lips pursed up slightly, and a pink face with watery eyes as if he'd cry out with a gentle pinch. It's okay to be mean, Holy. Qin Kong's eyes widened and he couldn't help but let out a cry of shock in his heart. This is too cute. Muah. Qin Kong is like this, when he wants to kiss his wife as the king of heaven cannot control him. But well, right now our business is important. After savoring his wife's face, Qin Kong licked his lips with satisfaction and changed his expression to one of indifference, lifting his leg and kicking the guy on the ground. Hey, get up. I have something to ask you. Big. Brother, you say? The man crawled up in shock. His face was indeed the same as the other cultists, that eerie look of pale, protruding eyeballs, and blood visible under the skin. The people of the tyrannical Eclipse cult were very demonic, and it was logical that these people should have no fear of death. But it was also possible that not enough zombie and human flesh had been consumed, and these congregants had retained most of their humanity so that they could converse like normal people. You call yourselves the cult of flesh and blood, don't you? Who taught you that term? Tell me and I'll let you go. Qin Kong said coldly while the man was frightened by his eyes and couldn't help but tremble a little as he trembled back. It's all from the Lord Bishop, the one you burned to death. He told us that eating zombie flesh would evolve us, so everyone ate it, and I didn't expect to end up eating people either. Don't kill me. Saying that, the man had already knelt on the ground holding his head in grief. Qin Kong arched his eyebrow slightly at the sight, understanding that many of the members of the overeating cult had also been tricked or forced into it. But that kind of thing had nothing to do with Qin Kong. Whether they were tricked or forced, in the end, they would turn into humanoid creatures that would go berserk if they didn't eat human flesh, and there was no way Qin Kong would let these ghouls go. The bishop? What did the bishop use to contact the headquarters of the Flesh and Blood Goddess Church? That? I don't know. The man replied with a face full of fear, but after seeing a smear of killing intent emerge from the bottom of Qin Kong's eyes, he hurriedly explained in a great panic. Me. I really don't know. But the bishop doesn't have a cell phone, there's only a computer in the room, and that's the only thing he has if he can contact the outside world. And there's more, and there's more. There are so many sacrificial hostages in the basement. You can save them all, please don't kill me, I've been tricked too. I don't want to eat people either. By the time he said this, the man was holding his head and crying on his knees, struggling in a way that looked very painful. On the contrary, Qin Kong and Duanju, the two of them glanced at each other with a tacit understanding and let out a gasp of surprise at the same time. Oh yeah, and hostages. So some poor guy who was about to bleed out from having his thigh sliced open finally got a chance to interject. Any way you can. Can you stop my bleeding? Chapter 78, She's Mine. Love Infusion. As a holy light appeared in the center of the stage, the man who was originally used as a sacrifice let out a miserable scream, and the gruesome wounds on his thighs rapidly healed under the growth of the flesh buds, and his powerful recovery power made the cultists on the side secretly wonder when they saw it. It wasn't until the glow was over and the man's thighs were as good as new that Duanju lowered his small hands and smiled triumphantly. Finished. Just eat something nutritious to replenish your blood afterward, no need to thank me. Good. Strong skills. The man who had been rescued touched his thigh incredulously and realized that there wasn't even a scar left on it. And at that moment, he couldn't help but realize if Qin Kong and Duanju hadn't ever appeared, he would have been skinned alive by this group of cultists. At the thought of that horrific sight, cold sweat would run down his spine uncontrollably, causing the man to shiver coldly. So the man with the afterthought sucked in a breath of cold air, and without hesitation, he fell to his knees. Benefactor. You are my benefactor. Beautiful lady. I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. I'll remember this favor. Okay. Even though it was just a casual rescue, this feeling of being worshipped as a saint was pretty good. And so it could be seen that the smug Duanju lifted his chin proudly, fingers on his lips, breasts pushed up hard, the gray fabric couldn't hide the voluptuous, full curves, and the soft curves would make one's mind wander just by looking at them. At the same time, Duanju's well-proportioned thighs had long since lifted, purposely stopping his small boots in mid-air and commanding in a downward-looking tone. If you really want to repay me, just kiss my toes. Duanju wasn't able to finish his giddy words before Qin Kong was quick to raise his arm and wrap it around him. Say what? Little twerp. Well, I'm just kidding. I can't believe I'm interrupting someone's lines, huh? Duanju, who was carried into his arms, was filled with displeasure and looked away as if he was gambling. It was just strange that the very next second after Duanju said this, Qin Kong's body shook for some reason. His eyebrows were also furrowed tightly. He looked as if he was a little vain with his dodging gaze, yet he still forced himself to hold Duanju tightly and put on a cold stare. Luckily, the man on the ground didn't notice the strange atmosphere and continued to speak gratefully. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget the two of you. That big brother. Possibly seeing that the atmosphere was good, the cultist on the side finally raised his right hand and weakly inquired towards Qin Kong. Can I go now, big brother? I won't join a cult in the future, let me go. This. Qin Kong, who was holding Duanju, calmly turned his head and looked at the cultist without a trace of emotion. Sure, you can go. Thanks. Thank you, big. Bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of icy gunfire echoed through the theater. As the smoke dissipated, the cultist's body collapsed with a loud thud, and before he died he still had a look of disbelief on his face, completely not expecting that there were actually guys in the world who could change their faces so fast. What Qin Kong meant was that he could be on his way. And in response, Qin Kong merely explained with a cold gaze and a calm tone. This kind of evil cultists have already produced mutations. People are not human and corpses are not corpses. Even if they are released, they will still harm people later on. It's better to kill them earlier. Since your legs are healed, go and release those hostages. In the future, be careful. Next time you won't be so lucky to be encountered by me. I'm going to go with my wife to take a look at the priest's computer. Good, big brother. Yes, big brother. Upon hearing Qin Kong's order, the man nodded his head very cheerfully out of respect for his benefactor and out of reverence for Qin Kong's strength. He didn't dare to be slow about Qin Kong's order, and hurriedly ran in the direction of the basement to free the hostages. And it wasn't until after the man left that Qin Kong's furrowed brows finally stretched out, and he hurriedly lowered his head to lift Duanju's face. "Hey! What are you doing?" As Qin Kong looked down, the image came to Duanju's face. At this moment, Duanju's face was flushed, his clear eyes shining brightly. A line of crystalline liquid hung at the corner of his mouth, making his already purely lustful face look even more absolutely stunning. It turns out that from just holding her in her arms, the soft and fluffy little hand explored into Qin Kong's jacket and kept touching in his arms. Qin Kong was bracing his expression not to show his face in front of the men, otherwise wouldn't it have been a joke to be seen? "What's this little bimbo doing?" Qin Kong's heart secretly spat out. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the room, Duanju was biting his pink lips and chanting something in his mind. So tough. So savage. The pink thin lips trembled slightly, looking at Qin Kong's eyes turquoise waves, as if a layer of ripples of adoration would be stirred up in the next second. A vicious, cold-blooded pervert who likes to play with his prey. He gives them hope and then despair, and he's so high and mighty, it's disgusting. I'm sure he's a bad guy, and a scummy one at that. Such a guy should be killed. I have to kill him myself. Well, but... With that in mind, the pink toes in her high-heeled boots began to slowly curl, her legs unconsciously grinding against each other while her body was still restraining itself with what was left of her will. But... really liked it. Duanju's heart was screaming hard. Obviously it shouldn't be like this. Obviously I want to work hard to become a strong man, to trample Qin Kong under my feet, to humiliate him to my heart's content. I'm not going to succumb to this kind of guy. I'm not going to be the wife of a mere Qin Kong. I'm supposed to be the protagonist of the end times. But the body is already... well. At the thought, Duanju's mind went blank, and he opened his arms almost uncontrollably. Hubby hugs, I want a kiss. On the contrary, Qin Kong sighed. Even though the woman in his arms is already so straightforward, his expression remains as cold, serious, and handsome, as usual, as if the woman is all under his control, a toy that he swings at will in his hands. But that's just scratching the surface. If you looked closely, you would realize that his calm, watery pupils had actually been trembling violently for a long time. Ah! A strong roar also erupted within Qin Kong's heart. He felt some sharp object pierce his chest, shattering all his flesh and soul, and then crushing them into meltable particles to soak in the gentle, sweet nectar. Who can stand this? Why is it like this? I love it. Though his heart was screaming desperately, Qin Kong was still restraining himself on the surface, and could only wrap his arms around Duanju's brutal waist to rub her head and give her a few hard kisses. Well, he'd already exercised a lot of restraint. This woman who committed so many evil deeds in her past life. This woman with the face of a scourge. Why does she make me so fond of her? It's no longer possible. If this goes on, I'll become the demon sister's captive before I can tame her. I've obviously experienced so many women in my previous life, so why is this one so lethal to me? Mine. Qin Kong and Duanju's hearts cried out in unison. She is mine. No one can take it away from me. As Qin Kong's arm gradually exerted more force, Duanju's toes were forced to lift, and eventually even floated for a moment. It was a good thing that a light rain was falling outside, covering most of the sound, so that the beautiful scene was not noticed by the hostages of the cult. Qin Kong was quite sensible, and put Duanju down after a few kisses. After all, there was still business to be done after this, referring to the search of the overeating cult headquarters. And Duanju also knew that the timing wasn't right, so he hung his head lovingly, rubbing himself in the man's arms like a docile kitten. Okay, good girl, let's go look at the computer. Well. Duanju obediently agreed, while constantly rubbing his head against Qin Kong's palm, simply making him love it. And the next step is simple. Theater was not big. To the backstage to find a room easily, the two quickly found a relatively luxurious single room. Surprisingly, the room is quite clean, in addition to the computer desk and bed, almost no other furniture. This is it, isn't it? Qin Kong saw this and sat up in a hurry, while Duanju stood behind him and flung himself onto his back. Poof. With the two arms wrapped around his neck, Qin Kong felt two thick piles of something pressing on his back, and the sweet and creamy aroma drifted to the tip of his nose along with his hair, so it must have been the aroma that attracted the priest's attention just now. But what else could Qin Kong do? It wasn't like he could put this little kitty on the spot. So Qin Kong could only swallow his saliva, move the mouse to throw away the distractions in his mind, and focus his attention on the screen. Snap, snap. The mouse made a crisp sound. QQ, WeChat, Weibo and other software were clicked on in turn. Fortunately, these software have the function of saving passwords. Qin Kong easily logged on. You're reading his chats? Duanju, who was lying on his back, inquired curiously, while Qin Kong narrowed his eyes and said in a slightly serious manner. Yes, since this priest mentioned the flesh and blood god cult, it means that someone must have told him the term in some way to propagate the teachings. If we can find the location of that person and relay it to Lin Bin, we can't say that we can get the military of the two regions to cooperate a little bit, and directly eradicate the tyrannical eclipse cult as the source. Speaking of this, Qin Kong's expression was already very serious. Such cults deserve to die. Qin Kong said, almost gritting his teeth, and a biting murderous aura emanated from his eyes as he spoke, and it was obvious that he hated the tyrannical eclipse cult very deeply. In response, Duanju blinked adorably and kept rubbing his head against Qin Kong's cheek, tenderly speaking as he did so. Well, they all deserve to die, hubby, go for it. Looking at the meek and well-behaved Duanju with her sweet voice and penchant for pampering, Qin Kong actually let out a shy trill. But as high and mighty as he was, how could Duanju detect this subtle emotion? So Qin Kong could only turn his head and act like he didn't care, and began to carefully check the information on the computer, just in case he was seduced by the kitty on his back again. Yet strangely enough, no matter how much one looks and searches, there is not a single mention of bulimia cults in the chat logs of these programs either. To be precise, these programs haven't been used much since the end of the world. The chat logs are still stuck 7 or 8 days or even a month old, and the priest just doesn't seem to be a guy who uses a computer a lot. What's going on? I can't believe it's not there? Qin Kong said incredulously, his finger repeatedly scratched on the mouse wheel several times without finding out any useful information. Then, undeterred, he closed all the software, went back to his desktop to look through it carefully, and went to my computer to search for it, and found it clean as a whistle, not even a single game. How? Qin Kong, who had failed to find a clue, frowned and looked very unwilling as he clenched his fists in death. Seeing him like this, Duanju's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flirtatious expression as she reached out with her small hand and snatched the mouse from the table. Let me try. You? But I've tried everything, no. Qin Kong scratched his head in annoyance. Instead, Duanju hooked up the corners of his mouth and explained with a smug, and a little beaten up, little expression and a smile. You this kind of computer little white just no WeChat, you know the internet used to contact a lot of ways, not only WeChat and QQO. Saying that, Duanju was already double-clicking the mouse to open the browser and inquired with a stirring voice. How are you going to reward me if I find it? The molested Qin Kong froze slightly. But soon he reacted to something and reached out to grab the arm hanging around his neck and replied with a condescending gesture. If you find it, I'll take the slave collar off, and if you don't, you'll have to be careful tonight. No way. Duanju, who heard this, immediately puffed up his cheeks in anger. Qin Kong thought that he had gone too far with his teasing, and wanted to change his mind and explain. However, he didn't want Duanju to actually cover his neck, and said ferociously with a wary look on his face. Who gave you permission to uncollar? It's mine. Don't take it away. Ha? A dumbfounded Qin Kong stared wide-eyed. But soon he comprehended what was going on, hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled gently, shook the delicate and small bell with his finger, and said with great confidence. Fine, it's yours, help me find it. Little bitch. Got it. After a cute promise, Duanju really started to get serious. And the way she searched for information was simple. She looked at the browsing history of the webpage. Sure enough, although she didn't use WeChat very often, the priest had searched for a lot of things on the browser in order to learn about various intelligence in the post-apocalyptic world. Things like how to upgrade, how to capture walkers, how to contact the army, and so on. Though there was still no information on the tyrannical eclipse cult in here, Duanju sensed something and hit the search bar with what the priest had searched for the most. Baidu post. Snap. With a mouse click, the browser automatically logged into the posting with the priest's account. It was at this moment that Duanju and Qin Kong's eyes widened, and what came into view was the only posting that the priest's account had followed and topped, the name of which was Flesh and Blood God Cult Gospel Bar. Found it. Chapter 79, Punitive Rewards. End times Day 8, Gospel Bar status quo. Godfather. I did it. I ate the flesh that carries the divinity. And I forced my daughter to eat it as well. I've gotten really strong. I'm better than those soldiers at the shelter. I've been selected to join the Special Operations Team. Sec Leader, a branch has been established on this side of the city of Chang. When will you come here to preach? Oh Godfather, my great Godfather. Communion chores. Dear brothers and sisters. Have you ever heard flesh and blood screaming in your ears as you shudder and nibble on expired canned goods? When you kneel under the fence in the safe zone, do you ever realize that you are being penned up as two-legged animals? Don't be deceived by the government's lies. Zombies and monsters are not a disaster, but an evolutionary sacrament given to mankind by the gods. Rotting bodies are shells loaded with divinity, and all we have to do is swallow the divinity of all. So join in, eat up, and praise. The gods will surely be proud of mankind as he plunges into the gorging feast of evolution that puts him at the pinnacle of all things of all kinds. Looking at the various discussions that appeared in the gospel bar, Duanju and Qin Kong made a speechless expression together. How to say? Instead of being crazy. This godfather with the ID communion sure is a bit of a middle child? But even so, it's amazing that this bar is still being followed by over 10,000 people, which means that up and down the country the bulimic cult has grown to 10,000 members? With this in mind, Duanju gulped, and couldn't help but be shocked at the speed at which this cult was expanding. However, in the current situation, it's useless for her and Qin Kong to think about this anymore. The matter of the flesh god cult gospel bar should be relayed to the military. After all, Duanju and Qin Kong don't have the manpower and material resources to investigate it even if they had the heart to do so. That's it, since the source has been identified, it's fine to leave it to the military afterward. Let's go back. Huh? You're just going to leave? Hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju wrapped his arms around his neck and blinked. Qin Kong, on the other hand, smiled bashfully and gently waved his hand to put the computer away into the system space, then got up and wrapped his arms around Duanju's waist and kissed her on the cheek. Boop. Ow. Being suddenly kissed, Duanju pouted and covered his face, looking a bit defiant. Who allows you to kiss? Qin Kong, however, didn't care about this, and just rubbed Duanju's head out of habit, explaining with a smile. Of course we can't just leave. After wasting so much effort, how can we not find some benefits? Come, follow me. With that said, Qin Kong pulled the huffing and puffing Duanju out of the house, and what met his eyes was the swarm of zombies wrapped in blood-soaked wire in the audience. The overreaders relied on eating zombie meat to upgrade, which also took away their ability to kill zombies to gain experience. At this moment, these zombies were all hissing madly over the smell of blood emanating from the corpses. Their distorted faces were more maniacal than wild animals, and all of them opened their bloody mouths as if they would break free from the wire and gnaw madly in the next second. And in response, Qin Kong was not in a hurry, but simply walked over to those dead cultists and touched their bodies with his hands. Tick, gained awakening coin 33. Tick, gained awakening coin 12. So little. Listening to the prompts in his head, Qin Kong spat out in slight disgust. When an awakened person dies, the awakening coins they carry will be contained in the corpse-like energy that can be inhaled just by touching it, but due to a variety of factors, the corpse usually retains only 150% of all the awakening coins it has, so relying on killing people to get awakening coins isn't a good way to get them. Qin Kong was just searching it out of habit, and after confirming that there was nothing of value, he snapped his fingers, and 4 barrels of gasoline appeared in front of the two of them. Thud! Qin Kong kicked over one of the oil drums, and the rolling liquid continued to spread down the red carpet, the fishy stench and gasoline smell mixing into a sickening scent of death. Good thing Duanju has long been accustomed to these. Nowadays she is already a very qualified post-apocalyptic survival beauty girl. No, I should say qualified post-apocalyptic human wife. The people of the cult of overeating have prepared so much experience for us, it's a waste not to have it here. Do you want to light a fire? With that, Qin Kong pulled out a lighter and handed it to Duanju. Poof. Duanju, who'd gotten a stolen kiss, grunted softly, the tips of his ears flushed slightly, and he looked like he was still angry, but his body was honest enough to clutch the lighter. Even if I did, I wouldn't appreciate it, huh? So, a quarter of an hour later. The gray sky was drizzling, the abandoned streets were covered in corpse remains, broken down cars were everywhere, and some had a struggling zombie sitting in the driver's seat. The whole city was still as broken and cold as ever. The only thing that wasn't quite the same was that theater, because it was ablaze. Drop, host kills normal zombie 3, gained experience value 1.1. Drop, host kills normal zombie 5, gained experience value 2.6. Drop, host kills normal zombie 3, gaining experience value 1.7. Host level upgraded to level 16.
Gained a 1.4% increase in all attributes. For levels are still needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue to work hard, host.
Ha! I've upgraded again.
Hearing the beep in her head, Duanju on the street clenched her pink fists, her eyes shining, looking very excited. Seeing this, Qin Kong then wrapped his arms around her waist, and while carefully experiencing the softness on her waist with his fingers, he smiled in a pleased tone.
I thought we were talking about a reward? This one will do.
Hearing this, Duanju twisted her savage waist, facilitating Qin Kong's tighter grip while not forgetting to narrow her eyes vigilantly.
Is this a reward?
These zombies are clearly given for nothing, across the board for me to kill.
TCH, you even picked on it. Ow.
Qin Kong laughed and knocked Duanju's head, while the pained Duanju covered his head and made a puffed up face.
It's good enough to give you a kill, but you're actually picking and choosing?
I think you just owe it to yourself to fight.
You, who are you calling a man who owes a beating? I'm not one to be messed with. Huff and puff.
As he said that, Duanju even swung his fists up in more of a confrontational motion, but Qin Kong naturally knew that Duanju was joking, so he shook his head and looked to the other side of the street. A group of ragged fellows were hurriedly running towards the two of them, the group imprisoned by the tyrannical Eclipse cult.
Benefactor.
We all heard just now that it was brother and sister who saved us, thank you.
Thank you guys so much, otherwise we would have been eaten by these maniacs for sure, woo. Is there anything we can do?
Whatever is possible.
Let me be your sidekick too.
The crowd surrounded Qin Kong and Duanju in the blink of an eye, and some of them covered their faces and cried because they were too excited. If you paid a little attention, you'd realize that these people were all young and pretty boys and girls, and the person whose leg Duanju had healed before was just a college student. After all, no matter how crazy the bulimic religion is, also a human being, good-looking and ugly or distinguishable, can eat cute young girls naturally, will not eat greasy uncle. I think those poor people with bad facial features are killed by the bulimic religion. And at this moment, for this group of grateful people in front of him, Qin Kong was reminding with a cold voice.
Although the tyrannical Eclipse cult isn't a good thing, it seems that the highest level of your group isn't even level 5, right? Leveling up to level 5 will only kill a few dozen zombies at most. If you guys don't even have the guts to do that, you don't deserve to be followers even if you want to, right? You won't be so lucky the next time you're caught by the cult.
Eh? Hearing Qin Kong's words, the young boys and girls who were still grateful were slightly stunned, and many of them lowered their heads in shame. It couldn't be helped, they were all pampered children of pampered parents, and having lost the protection of their elders, who could spoil them.
Oh. I don't want to. But. Ooh-hoo.
A little girl squatted on the ground and cried, looking at her delicate and pitiful appearance. She was probably just a middle schooler. Seeing her like this, Qin Kong also pressed his temples with a headache, so he had to wave his hand to liberate the system space, pulling out the trash that he had previously loaded up at Fong Xian's place again. C rank D rank D rank short swords, hand crossbows, gauntlets and the like. Okay, stop crying, these are for you guys. If you really want to be a follower, get up to level 5 and then come see me at the shelter on the west side, or no one will want you. With that said, Qin Kong reached out to tighten his arm around Duanju's waist and fled the place in a few dodges, leaving a group of teenagers dumbfounded. And he didn't see that one of the teenagers clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Qin Kong's back, blazing his gaze, as if he was looking at the back of a hero.
That brother is so strong.
The teenager's mouth mumbled silently, causing the others around him to look sideways at him.
I want to be like him.
Hypocritical guy, obviously soft inside, but hard to pretend to be vicious and cold, really a fish. Qin Kong's figure flickered repeatedly while Duanju in his arms puckered his face and muttered darkly to himself.
But. This seems to be fine?
After all, Qin Kong's soft heart has been discovered by me, plus my current level is not far from his. Within a few days, I'll be able to surpass him. And then defeat him with the combat skills I've rehearsed countless times in the simulator.
Ahahaha. Until then.
Oof. Thinking of this, the corners of Duanju's mouth hooked up into a wry arc, his pink lips even more crystallized under the rain, as if they were fresh strawberry jelly that whetted his appetite. Her mind floated. The sight of the humiliated and unwilling Qin Kong kneeling on the ground, having his head stomped on viciously by himself, emerged.
Who's the servant? Tell me who's the servant. My empty brother. You self-righteous, proud and arrogant fool, don't think that just because you've been reborn back that you're great. You're still being easily handled by this great master? Nah. Behave better so that master can cook for you tonight, otherwise. Ahahaha. Aha. The scene came to an abrupt end, as Duanju suddenly realized that his own fantasy of a winners over animation didn't seem to have the right lines. All in all, Master's strength has been getting closer and closer to Qin Kong. Don't look at Master usually seems to be very obedient, those are just for the purpose of hiding the killing intent of the show. My heart is very wanna kill Qin. Before his mind could finish reading, a strange sound escaped from between Duanju's throat. And the picture turned to realize that it was Qin Kong who made a bad move and pinched her waist with force. The strong and savage touch caused Duanju's soft and delicate body to curl up slightly, while she could only indignantly grab Qin Kong by the collar and aggressively forcefully ask, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pinching people? You're the one who's been dazed and won't move when you're yelled at to get in the car, idiot." Qin Kong returned without a trace of anger. Duanju twisted his head around to realize that Qin Kong had somehow summoned the limo he used last time. "Hey! Why are you driving? Can't you just carry me back? You?" Hearing this, Qin Kong rolled his eyes very breathlessly. "First of all, as strong as I am, I don't have to carry you for several kilometers. Secondly, it's raining now, and I don't want to get wet. Get in there." Saying that, Qin Kong had already opened the car door, and with his arm clamped around his wife's waist, he gave her a hug, and then brought her to the car like a kitten. Poof. Can't you be gentle?" Duanju, who had been dumped into his seat, was filled with displeasure and could only grumble with a red face. Damn it. If not for the thing on my neck. Goods like you I can assassinate away with a little thought. It's not your turn to bully me. But it's okay, I can take it. Anyway, surpassing Qin Kong is just around the corner. The day you rise to level 20 is the day you'll be stepped on by me, at that time. Oof. With this in mind, Duanju unconsciously lifted his chin. The way he hooked up the corners of his mouth and squinted his eyes looked very pleased with himself. Ding 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 ding. The bell made a crisp ringing sound. Apparently even she herself forgot that she clearly had the opportunity to lift the collar just now, but she rebuffed Qin Kong because of an impulsive or instinctive reaction. But it was at this point that Duanju suddenly realized something was wrong. She blinked in confusion and muttered inwardly. Why am I still being held by Qin Kong? Why am I sitting on his lap? Why is there a steering wheel in front of me? Is this the driver's seat? At that thought, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's forehead, and his cheeks began to rapidly turn red. With the reward given to you, it's punishment time next. Qin Kong's low and cold voice came from her ears, obviously not very loud, but every syllable was like having magic power, knocking on her most sensitive nerves, causing her body to tremble slightly, unable to resist at all. You woman, you've just started being very dishonest and almost made a fool out of me in front of outsiders. Is that how you want to be bullied by me? That. I actually. Hearing this, Duanju hurriedly turned back, as if he wanted to argue something else. But when you do something wrong you have to bear the consequences. Qin Kong, who had been teased by Duanju all morning, had already been steaming with blood, so how could he give her another chance to resist? Well, I won't ever give in. Duanju, who was grabbed by the arm, tried to resist. The resistance failed. Though I won't give in. I can't believe I've been found out in my little heart. Air is so great. Like. The sound of the drizzle in the gray city muffled the sound of the car shaking. Meanwhile, the two did not notice the news that was being discussed in a certain group. Jaimais. Don't be afraid, I've contacted the officer of the troop, and although it's not Lin Bin, this officer has more or less the same say. The troop won't be searching us in the neighborhood anymore, but will instead help us seek justice with Qin Kong. That lower head guy is finally going to get what's coming to him. Chapter 80, Internal Conflicts. An hour later, the rain subsided. Thin raindrops trailed sinuous trails on the car windows, receding slowly like countless transparent tentacles. The streets glistened cold under the rain, puddles of standing water reflecting crooked streetlights and overturned vehicles, the once pungent smell of blood diluted and replaced by the smell of damp concrete and rust. A zombie stepped out of the alley, its gray and empty eyes seemingly searching for prey. Passed by the limousine when it also stopped to watch for a long time, but unfortunately, this is a one-way see-through glass. Vision was poor. Zombie cannot see the situation inside, had to roar, while hobbling towards other places. However, it didn't realize that there was actually a couple whispering softly in the car. Have you learned your mistake? Well. Be good out there from now on, you know? Well. What's the use of just to say you know? Well. No. No. Don't bully people. In the driver's seat, the weak and pitiful Duanju was just like a kitten hugging Qin Kong's body, lying in each other's arms, burying her cute face tightly in the man's shoulder. Even when she spoke, she would emit a slight tremor. The messy jacket was draped over his body, just enough to cover most of Duanju's body. Although I don't know what kind of view is under the jacket, I can see half of the snow-white shoulder, and the white and small jade foot has been removed from the high-heeled boots. So good, so good. Qin Kong gently stroked her spine with his hand. The blazing temperature could be felt very clearly even through her clothes, obviously a very gentle action, yet inexplicably there was a kind of irresistible majesty, as if every cell in his entire body was submitting to the other party. But... darn it! Actually put me in the car. Darn it! A tear slowly slid down from the corner of Duanju's eye, his face already red with shame and indignation, but there was nothing he could do about it. This shame, this humiliation. I will. Surely pay back twice as much. Sharked you. For now it's just a matter of patience, but sooner or later I'll. Well. The internal activity came to a screeching halt at the thought. Duanju, whose hair was suddenly grabbed, was forced to raise his head, clearly still shamed in his heart from the shame, but at this point he was forced to look straight into the man's eyes, looking at the other party with a face that had long since reddened to the point of aggravation. At that moment, Qin Kong, who had grabbed her, was smiling calmly and inquired in a slightly playful tone. What are you supposed to say when I praise you for being good? What did I just teach you? Well. Hearing this, Duanju's face reddened a few more points, almost as if it was dripping blood. But after a moment's hesitation, she opened her pink lips slightly and replied in a voice so humiliated that it was about to tremble. Thank you. Thank you, master. Love you. Chirp. After saying that, Duanju didn't forget to give Qin Kong a gentle kiss on the cheek, the soft touch light and cozy, and it was only then that Qin Kong would gently stroke her head, comforting her with relief like a reward for a small child. Oomph, that's right, my little Jew. Sooner or later, the shark will kill you. Woohoo! Buzz 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 buzz. Just after educating his disobedient wife, his cell phone rang. Qin Kong had one hand around Duanju's waist, one hand answering the phone, looking calm and unruffled. Maverick? What can I do for you? It's not good. Zhao Xiaono's eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Didn't you ask me to deal with the Independent Women's Awakening base group in the morning? Lin Bin gave it to an officer named Li, but Li was turned by those women and is now trying to revolt against you. He's got a lot of people with him. Officer Lin Bin and the others just happen to be out collecting supplies. No one in the neighborhood is in charge of him. I don't know if I can hold out. Brother, you come back quickly. There is such a thing? After hearing Zhao Xiaono's words, Qin Kong blinked with some surprise and hurriedly pulled up the camera footage of the villa from his cell phone. And just as Zhao Xiaono said, a group of loaded soldiers led by the officers surrounded the villa. Perhaps because they were afraid of Zhao Xiaono's strength, this group of people hesitated to raid in. It's sick. How come every time I leave the house there's an accident? It's a pain in the ass. Looking at the soldiers eyeing the villa, Qin Kong scratched his head somewhat helplessly. And in the next second, Qin Kong waved his big hand, slapped hard on the soft place in his arms, and said in a serious tone. Come on down, we'll drive back. Ha? Duanju, who had been hit, puffed up his round face, and although he looked very upset, he picked up his jacket and clothes and climbed obediently into the passenger side. And on the other side, here at the villa, a dry and thin officer with a treacherous face was rubbing his chin and sizing up Zhao Xiaono in front of him, looking up and down several times with a suspicious gaze, but hesitating to issue an order. Instead, the woman beside him tugged on the officer's arm and cried out with an innocent look on her face. Officer Li Wei, you've seen the video of Qin Kong killing people, and you've seen the video of Zhao Xiaono beating people up. They're just not good people, and they've wronged us. These guys are time bombs when placed in the neighborhood. You must do right by us. Woohoo! Saying that, the woman even got on her back and deliberately rubbed her soft body against the man's body, causing Li Wei, who was still a bit apprehensive, to immediately turn up the corners of his mouth and start laughing lustfully with his mouth closed. Well, ridding the people of evil is my job as a soldier. It's the post-apocalyptic period now. Nope, of course I won't allow this kind of tyrannical and violent villains to stay in the refuge. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Saying that, Li Wei groped the woman's ass while waving his hand to the men beside him, signaling them to take down Zhao Xianyo, his fingertips rubbing ambiguously at the woman's waistline. Before the end of the world, he would never have dared to be so wanton in public, but nowadays, power and chaos have become the best cover for some lousy people. When Zhao Xianyo saw this, he immediately took up a battle stance, but a group of soldiers directly surrounded him in the nick of time. A soldier was in a cold sweat, and while surrounding Zhao Xianyo, he didn't forget to discourage Li Wei.
Wait a minute first, Team Li. The soldier's face was a little pale, and he looked as if he was nervous about something. Captain Li, this Zhao Xianyo scored a perfect score in every value in yesterday's test, and the report says he can even block bullets. If such a person is killed by us, the chief will surely blame it. Ha! Listening to the soldier's shouts, Li Wei's corners of his eyes twitched slightly, revealing a look of impending fury. The adjutant on the side is enough chicken thief, see Li Wei to be angry. He quickly stepped forward, on behalf of Li Wei towards the soldiers cursed. What nonsense are you talking? Do you have a right to talk here too? If you don't want to work, get out. The shrill roar was harsh and unbearable, while Li Wei and the woman in his arms showed smug smiles and condescending expressions as if they were looking at a group of pariahs. I'm telling you, there are plenty of awakened people out there, not just one of you. As soldiers, obeying orders is your duty, or else I'll report back to the headmaster and tell him that some of you are disobedient and maverick. This refuge, which was so hard to establish, can't afford to have any double-crossing idiots. This? The ear-piercing shouts echoed through the neighborhood, and the soldiers could only look at each other after hearing them, hesitating for a moment before aiming their guns at Zhao Xianyo once again. Seeing this, Zhao Xianyo hurriedly took up his stance, backing up while anxiously shouting. You guys don't mess around. Air has cured many of your wounded, and Captain Lin Bin even gave us privileges. Aren't you guys crossing the bridge by doing this? Ha! What are you babbling about? The adjutant, still with that condescending look, spread his hands in unconcerned scorn. Holding Captain Lin over our team, Li? You really think our Captain Li Wei is easy to bully? What's more, the one who saved the day yesterday was a woman. How could it be Qin Kong? You don't know how to make up a better excuse for blowing your weight around. Just like you deserve to be someone's watchdog, all of you. Get on me and arrest him. You! Don't you guys mess around. Under Zhao Xianyo's terrified cries, the adjutant waved his hand triumphantly, so a few soldiers could only charge up stiffly. Zhao Xianyo didn't want to fight the soldiers, but the situation at hand left him with no choice at this point. He pretty much understood that this Li Wei obviously didn't deal with Lin Bin, but he couldn't go after Lin Bin directly, so he was planning to take a shot at Lin Bin's friend. Li Wei came here today on purpose to find fault, and by the way, he was able to capture the woman's heart, which could be described as a 2-for-1 deal for him. I'm sorry then. Understanding the cause and effect before and after, Zhao Xianyo's gaze immediately turned cold as he raised his hand and punched up. It was good that the soldiers were calm enough to not choose to shoot civilians even though they couldn't disobey orders, otherwise it was hard to say if Zhao Xianyo's body could block the rifle bullets. Sir, why don't you let the soldiers shoot? That Zhao Xianyo can fight. Seeing a group of people caught in a tangle, the woman in Li Wei's arms gulped and began to anxiously urge on. While hearing this, Li Wei was the corner of his mouth hooked and smiled very confidently. With a gun? There's no need for that at all. My men are all battle-hardened soldiers who have killed countless zombies and are at least level 6. He's a civilian. What's he going to fight my soldiers with? He couldn't even win if he was given a single fight. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Li Wei's arrogant to the extreme laughter echoed throughout the entire neighborhood, while the adjutant on the side immediately chimed in. Captain Li is brilliant. Under his leadership, our company's fighting force has long become the core of the team. The regimental commander now has to look at our faces. What is he, a Lin Bin? Right. Li Wei nodded his head in satisfaction, while he also narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister and vicious expression. Lin Bin, that dog thing, just don't know what's good for him. Damn old me before the end of the world to get 3 times the advanced commander based on my own ability. What makes him always dog barking that has to do with my father? Look at it now, the end of the world, his team is dead and wounded, but also rely on civilian awakened people to save. Now know who is the real outstanding officer. Ha! After saying that, Li Wei once again let out a disdainful laugh. And the woman in his arms blinked, curiously pursuing the question. That? Captain Li, may I ask who your father is? My dad? Oh, Master Chief, is there a problem? No problem. The woman with a cold sweat on her forehead hastily smiled and shook her head. However, he couldn't see that Li Wei's gaze had become more and more vicious, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to tear Zhao Xianyo alive.
Lin Bin, you son of a, you like to make trouble for me, don't you? Let's see what I'll do to you this time. The end times can be a real blessing. I couldn't do anything to you before, but now if. No one can do anything to me even if I secretly shoot you. Anyway, the chief is already like that, he can't break up with me for a dead man. By that time, huh? Thinking of this, a flash of greed gradually surfaced under Li Wei's eyes. The entire refuge. No, the entire city, is in my pocket, Li Wei. I'm going to show you all how a truly strong person should survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Ha 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 ha. Dang. Just as he was thinking, a heady voice suddenly rang out, finally pulling Li Wei back to reality from his fantasies. And it was only when he turned his head that himself, his adjutant, and the woman in his arms all stared in disbelief, because at some point, a large portion of the soldiers had already been knocked to the ground by Zhao Shanyo. Wait a minute, what's going on? Li Wei showed a dumbfounded expression. On the other hand, watching another companion being blasted to the ground by Zhao Shanyo, the soldier could only let out a cry of shock and backed away in a hurry. Holy, really? The average level of the troopers were all above level 5, and with the addition of skills, the combat power of everyone here was comparable to that of a pre-apocalyptic mixed martial arts champion. However, no amount of skill can resist the crushing of values. Zhao Shanyo's strength and defense is too strong, so big that even if you use the joint technique elbow, but also the same can be Zhao Shanyo easy to shake off, military spikes across Zhao Shanyo's arm, but only wiped out a white trace, and then Zhao Shanyo a punch down close to the body is a second, not close to the body, you can only look at his teammates to be dry, which also hit the set of Trada. What's the deal with this guy? How many levels is he? This combat power is too strong. Dang. Another heavy punch landed, and the last of the startled soldiers fell to the ground. Don't look at the soldier being beaten badly, in fact, Zhao Shanyo had specially tightened his force, after all, it would be hard to explain to Lin Bin if he killed someone. But what he didn't expect was that just when he thought the battle was about to end, the adjutant beside Li Wei suddenly pulled out a pistol and aimed it directly at Zhao Shanyo's head. Bastard! You still dare to resist? See if I don't beat you to death. The adjutant's finger was on the trigger, and the gun was pointed straight at Zhao Shanyo's eyeball. Before he could fire, however, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see an outdated sedan drive in through the neighborhood sentry box. Zip! The limousine stopped just outside the gate of the villa's courtyard. As the car door opened, the cold-looking man slowly stepped down. Although his gaze was morose, he straightened his cuffs with the grace of a concert scene, and even though he was facing the military, he was still able to speak indifferently in an emotionless voice. Which one are you? Pointing a gun at my brother and planning to pick your own graveyard in advance? You seek death. In shame and anger, the adjutant immediately aimed his pistol at Qin Kong in front of him. Chapter 81, Take It or Leave It. The wave of corpses was wiped out by our Team Li, and the people of this city have to thank Team Li for surviving until now. Guys like you who have nothing to contribute and like to cause trouble are a scourge. Even if you stay on the base, you should be dragged out on the street and shot. What are you staring at me for? You kids still glaring? Still not kneeling down for our Captain Li? Are you trying to make our captain unhappy? Ah. The shrill voice echoed throughout the streets, and the hideous smile looked extremely arrogant. After saying all this, the gun-wielding deputy even deliberately swung his pistol twice, as if he was showing off his strength. After all, in the eyes of the adjutant, or rather, in the eyes of everyone, the rank of the awakened were still in a state slightly stronger than ordinary people, and with a gun in their hands they were basically invincible. We can only say that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Even in the army, there are always some bullying and domineering guys. Looking at the adjutant's arrogant to the extreme face, Qin Kong's heart silently shook his head. This is still the end of the world. The brave and kind people will always be used as a gun by the evil people. No wonder the survivor base in this city has never been heard of since the previous life. I think it must have been made by this kind of people, right? In that case. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. Even with a gun pointed at his forehead, he was still able to scorn the man in front of him with a condescending gaze. Ah. The adjutant shuddered and took a step back. It was clear that Qin Kong hadn't done anything, but he felt an inexplicable pressure. What do you want to do? Are you going to revolt? This base was established by our regiment. The adjutant was still roaring at Qin Kong in a forceful manner, and if one looked closely, it was not difficult to realize that his arms were already trembling slightly. Li Wei, who was behind him, however, had long been unable to hold his tongue and waved his hand as he shouted at the adjutant. What are you doing? That's Qin Kong from the video. Shoot him straight. Wow. As soon as the words fell, a sonic boom that consisted of a knife slicing through the air suddenly exploded. Eh? Hey? Li Wei made a horrified sound, and the woman in his arms stared in disbelief. Yet the two of them were not the most alarmed. The most panicked guy was the adjutant who had his right arm neatly chopped off. At this moment, he was staring at his blood-spewing severed arm, only to feel a sudden coldness in his body, followed by an unbearable sharp pain surging over from his right arm. Ah! My hand, my hand! The adjutant who lost his right arm let out a murderous scream. While his face turned pale, he sat on his ass, dragging his body back desperately like he'd seen a ghost. Only when he fixed his eyes on it did he realize that Qin Kong hadn't actually done anything from start to finish, and it was Duanju who came out of the car and gave the adjutant a knife in the hand. Although I have nothing to do with it, this guy keeps waving his pistol in front of Qin Kong and it's so irritating that I chopped at him uncontrollably. Of course, I'm not worried about Qin Kong's safety. Absolutely not. Just as he was thinking, Duanju, who was holding the dagger, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, revealing a flirtatious arc. In response, Qin Kong also tilted his head slightly and asked curiously, "How did you get out?" "Oomph, who let him point a gun at you?" "Idiot, come on." Lifting his arm and beckoning, Duanju then very obediently ran over for this little petite wife who fought for herself. Qin Kong could only smile helplessly and reach out to hold the other in his arms. "Well, fragrant, soft, docile and lovely, touch her head and she'll put her face on her chest, just adorable." On the other hand, however, the deputy on the ground was in a bad way. "You! How dare you attack me? How dare you cut me, you!" The adjutant pointed his other finger at Duanju, the pain in his right arm causing snot and tears to flow all over his face, yet he still had to curse in a menacing tone. "Captain Li! This used a knife to cut your subordinates. Ah! They are provoking your majesty, you must." Bang! The deputy's voice came to a screeching halt as a gunshot echoed through the neighborhood. Everyone looked at this scene in shock as Qin Kong unexpectedly raised his hand and shot the adjutant directly in the head. "How dare you scold my woman?" Brain matter and blood were spilled all over the ground in a radial pattern. Li Wei was so scared to see this scene that he sucked in a mouthful of cold air and retreated several steps before he dared to point at Qin Kong and curse him. You maniac! You actually killed him! How dare you kill a soldier?" While hearing this, Qin Kong smiled coldly and replied with the slightest disdain. "What kind of soldiers are you? Would any soldier point a gun at a civilian? Did you bring so many people to besiege my house for supplies, or for that woman in your arms? Without even acting, what's the difference between goods like you and robbers? You! Qin Kong just flatly stated the conjecture. However, Li Wei immediately turned red in the face when he heard it and shouted in anger. "You're talking nonsense! This is slander! I'll shoot you!" "Yeah? Try it then." Qin Kong raised his chin contemptuously, and as he spoke, he still had the effort to pet Duanju's head. "Let's see if it's your gun that's faster or mine, but let me remind you that you're dead if you try to shoot." With that said, Qin Kong even slowly raised his pistol up, wrapping his arm around Duanju's waist and taking a step towards the front, as if he was intentionally selling a break for Li Wei to shoot him. On the contrary, on the other side, looking at Qin Kong who was getting closer and closer to him, Li Wei only felt that his heart was heavy and it was difficult for him to breathe. An inexplicable pressure was pressing on his shoulders like a mountain, not to mention shooting. He couldn't even pull his gun out of the holster. "It's gonna kill me!" Li Wei's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his pupils were crazily seismic. Just by looking at Qin Kong's indifferent eyes, the intense sense of panic had already confused his brain. "If you pull out a gun, you'll die." "Don't! No, I don't want to die." "Are you kidding? My father is Li Kwok-tung. He's the biggest governor in this province. He's already promised me that in another month he'll have a large army come to pick me up and take me to the central China refugee camp, so how can I die in this hole of a place? I'm not going to die with you, ES. Help me, somebody help me. Daddy! Ah!" Thinking of this, Li Wei fell down because of his unsteady standing, and the woman who was originally wrapped in his arms also planted down in fear. Meanwhile, Qin Kong had already stepped forward and aimed his gun at the other party's head without any deviation. "Aren't you going to shoot me? Get the gun." Qin Kong smiled playfully, teasingly like he was mocking a mole cricket. He actually didn't have any personal grudges against Li Wei, it was just that when he thought of Lin Bin, Jiang Yuan, Zhao Xianyo, etc. in his previous life, countless kind-hearted people would actually die because of this kind of person, causing him, Qin Kong, to have to struggle to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, and he couldn't even find a decent shelter. He felt inexplicably angry in his heart. "If you don't pull out your gun, I'm going to shoot you." As his voice turned low, a flash of red appeared in Qin Kong's eyes, a sight that only appeared when an awakened person used their magic or released their killing intent. Seeing him like this, Li Wei had long been scared out of his wits. His body was trembling like sifting chaff, and his face was as white as paper. Lips keep shivering, but cannot even squeeze out half a word. The throat can only emit cackle sound, as if by an invisible hand. Death strangulation, poor like a rat. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. Please spare my life." Saying that, a yellow liquid slowly flowed down from the ground, and this Li Wei was actually scared to pee. How can you be a soldier with this kind of talent? How can he be a captain? How many connections did he have to make to get in? Looking at the shivering Li Wei on the ground, Qin Kong silently chanted in his heart, and his finger was already on top of the trigger. But by good fortune, at that exact moment, the team that heard the sound of gunfire in the distance rushed over, and the leading squad leader was still the same beautiful maiden soldier who had delivered the supplies to Qin Kong in the morning. Seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately raised her hand and gave orders to the soldiers. "Quickly! Quickly carry Captain Li and the wounded down." "What are you doing, Mr. Qin? Quickly put the gun down." After saying that, a group of people swarmed up. Several people blocked Qin Kong's gun, others pulled and dragged the scared and dumb Li Wei out. Qin Kong saw this and didn't have the heart to shoot the other side. After all, these soldiers also sent them supplies during the day. However, just because Qin Kong didn't make a move didn't mean that the others would be honest. The woman who had been held in Li Wei's arms before finally reacted, and hurriedly got up and tugged at the beautiful captain's camouflage uniform, crying out in tears. "Long. Sir, you have to do right by us. This woman and her husband, Qin Kong, robbed our supplies and killed Captain Li's adjutant. Not taking the troops seriously at all, you must help us teach him a lesson. Woo." After saying that, the woman even choked twice on purpose, making a pitiful look. But in response, the beautiful captain blinked in confusion and said with a face full of incredulity, "What are you talking about? This sister is a benefactor who saved our entire battalion. How could she have intentionally killed the adjutant? Are you sure it wasn't Captain Li's men who were looking for trouble first?" Hearing this, the woman froze on the spot. She completely didn't expect the beautiful captain to actually not help her own people and instead favor Qin Kong, an outsider. But. The woman seemed to want to argue something else, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Duan Zhu in Qin Kong's arms had already raised his little hand and pointed to the camera on the distant streetlight. "Sis, my house is equipped with cameras. Oh, how this group of people came and how they bullied my calf brother, it's all recorded here. This. Now the woman was completely dumbfounded. She sold her color this morning to trick Li Wei's shelter, thought she had climbed the mountain, but did not expect just one day this mountain was easily solved by Qin Kong. As soon as she thought of what happened to Li Hao, Fang Xan, Han Long and a host of others who had messed with Qin Kong earlier, the woman felt a chill go straight from her toes to her brain. The woman was then seen falling to her knees in fear and kowtowing frantically to Qin Kong. Bang, bang, bang. "Right. I'm sorry, my lord. I have no eyes. It's me who has no eyes. You must not take it to heart. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Kong." Thump, 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 thump. Also, doesn't have to be like this? Such an exaggerated scene caused the beautiful captain on the side to stifle a gasp. After all, it wasn't like she knew what Qin Kong had done before. But after all, Qin Kong killed the adjutant. This matter, even if you want to cover the past, sooner or later will be Lin Bin or the head of the group. No, might as well take Qin Kong now to leave a statement for show. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, you and Zhao Xianyo should come with us, but I promise you two will be fine." "Well, that's okay, it's understandable." Qin Kong nodded calmly, and after calming Duan Zhu's head a bit, he followed the beautiful captain as she quickly left. "Hey! Come back early for dinner." Duan Zhu waved and shouted from behind. Qin Kong also waved his hand in response. Only he did not see that the corners of Duan Zhu's mouth were hooking up slightly. It wasn't until after the soldiers had all disappeared that Duan Zhu's pupils flushed slightly, and he rested a small hand on Pure Desire's face, revealing a wicked and delicate smile.
Miscellaneous fish. Qin Kong, the guy who was intentional, this time the army captured it. Really miscellaneous fish. But since you can't help it if you're yelling at me, I'll make you something nice to eat tonight. After all, you're my dearest brother. Thinking about this, Duanju's gaze gradually became mesmerized, and a weird pink light surfaced in his slightly narrowed eyes, as if he were a little chimera in an anime who liked to make mischief. And as the scene shifted, at Duanju's feet, the woman whose legs were weak from fear was still trembling. Duanju glanced down at the other party, his pupils flicked around, and when he suddenly remembered something, he took the woman's arm and smiled as he inquired. Then again, this little cutie. Ha. The woman was startled by Duanju's voice. The feeling was like a mouse caught by a cat, as if there was no place to hide under the other's condescending sight, as if she was completely naked, so much so that goosebumps sprang up. Sister! What is the matter with you, sister? Obviously older than Duanju, but under Duanju's ghostly pressure, the woman felt like a poor child who could only respond to the other with a weak stance. In response, Duanju also gently stroked the other party's head and inquired in an interested tone. Sweetie, I have to ask, are you the Rose of the end times of this group? Saying that, Duanju pulled out his cell phone and gave the woman a look, and what caught his eye was none other than that post-apocalyptic independent female awakening base. Seeing this group, the woman immediately understood that the group leader might be in bad luck, but in order for her to survive, she hastily shook her head vigorously, pointing to the tall building in the distance and replied. Mordecai Rose is a resident of Building 12-501, and she's managed to ask me for some household items I've delivered to her before, so it is. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Duanju nodded in relief. The woman thought she had picked up a life, grinned a couple of compensatory smiles, and then wanted to get up and leave. But didn't he want to be cupped by Duanju's raised hand and cupped his chin? Well. The woman whose cheeks were pinched gave a horrified look. Only when she raised her eyes did she realize that Duanju's smile in front of her was even more sinister than it had been just a moment ago, and he was surveying himself with a smug, playful gaze. The legs couldn't help but come together. Obviously, the other party's beauty was unbelievable, just like the pure beauty of the elves in the fairy tale, but she felt a strong aura, and her body couldn't help but want to submit to the other party. And just then, Duanju's gentle, lovely voice drifted gently in the woman's ears. I was going to ask you. Gollum. The woman gulped nervously, as if she thought she was in the clear. But Duanju's next words made her freeze. I was going to ask you. What to wear to make your husband? Oh no, to make your brother happy. Hey! The woman blinked in confusion. Chapter 82 Illusion in the Rain. So, half an hour later. Whoa! The rain outside the villa gradually grew heavier, but there was never any sign of Qin Kong or Zhao Xianyo. Because of the accidental killing of the adjutant, the two would definitely be properly interrogated by the officer, but seeing as Duanju had saved so many people, plus Zhao Xianyo was a rare and powerful awakened, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for Qin Kong to do so. After all, it was Li Wei who brought in the men to pick a fight first. As for why Lin Bin didn't show up? Can only say coincidence. He originally was leading the team to track Qin Kong, did not expect Qin Kong's speed is too fast to follow lost, which led to the incident when he himself was not there. But all these little things didn't matter to Duanju. She is now facing another major test since the end of the world, which is... What a shame. A certain creature's lovely voice came from the bedroom. The fingertips of the thin white stockings shivered gently, and the fabric fell like pure white cobwebs from between the fingers, as delicate as silk rolled the stockings into a ring, and the white toes cautiously probed into it, and a shiver ran through the cool silk against the skin, and the touch felt as if it was being wrapped around a soft creature, and it made people so insecure. The feeling was like being entangled in some soft creature, which made people feel insecure. This disgraceful vulgarity against the nature of men should not exist in the world. Obviously in the daytime also used this leg to kick dead zombies to come, and now you have to use it to wear this kind of immoral thing. Abominable. What a shame. But the lace along the edge of the white silk was stuck just 3 centimeters above the knee, like a dividing line of shame, and the slender white silk legs were flawless, as delicious as the strawberry cake on the shelf. At the same time, the young woman's face in the mirror reddened from the tips of her ears to her collarbone, and her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her sweater, the fabric crumpling tightly into a ball in her tiny hands. But if this will make Qin Kong happy. Also, it's not impossible.
Oh no, I'm not showing off to please Kong, nor do I want to repay him for helping me shoot that nasty officer. I just want to trick him into trusting me so I can escape from the tiger's den as soon as possible. That's all. That wretched woman, I hope you're not lying to me, or you're dead. Oof. With this in mind, Duanju twisted his head as if he were gambling. At this point, looking at her outfit again, it was exactly as the woman had told her: woolen sweater, pleated skirt, knee-high white stockings, matched with Duanju's forward and backward posture. It was almost as beautiful as if she had walked out of an anime. The only thing that struck Duanju as odd was that she had obviously worn this kind of clothing before, but for some reason the shame she felt now was even stronger than before, to the point where a slight steam was rising from the top of her head. Why is this? Oh. Feeling so ashamed. Duanju covered his face and sat down on his knees in the duck sit position. Is it because I volunteered to wear it this time? I also just to deceive Qin Kong. It's not like I volunteered. Wait, if that's the case, it's okay if you don't wear it, right? But I just want to make my husband happy. What's wrong with wearing it a little bit? I'll get over it. Huh? What's wrong? Duanju blinked in confusion. But before she could finish her thought, a strange sound came from upstairs. Thud 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 thud. Huh? What? Duanju blinked curiously as she heard something knocking on the door of the villa's top floor balcony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It was already evening and the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Looking out of the window, the entire city was plunged into cold darkness. The bleak atmosphere couldn't help but worry people. After thinking for a moment, Duanju still picked up the Dangshan ruling, which was the little white knife, and walked up. Then again, I don't think I've even been to the top. Duanju chanted in his mind as he slipped on his slippers and carefully made his way up the stairs. Although she was dressed in a soft and cuddly Stepford wife costume, her clear red pupils exuded a biting aura under her slightly narrowed eyes. It wasn't until he reached the top floor, where he could see the balcony as soon as he opened the door, that Duanju found the source of the sound. Dun 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 dun. Someone was actually knocking on the door of the balcony room? What the hell? A zombie? Duanju blinked in some surprise. But soon she calmed down, her eyes rolling and her mind carefully analyzing. No, if it's a walker, it can't be knocking on the door. It's someone on my roof. But who would come to my house for nothing? Is it a neighbor who covets supplies? Or is it that Li Wei who sent someone back to take revenge? Or is it? At that thought, a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Duanju's forehead. A womanizer who spies on my beauty. Heh, how can that be? Duanju, who smirked, shook her head to deny herself this idea. In her bones she prided herself on being a strong person who could tear zombies apart with her hands, a fierce man with a masculine spirit. Who but Qin Kong, the pervert, would like her? Of course, that's just what she thinks she is. All in all, let's open the door first and see if it's a bad guy, then kill him. With this in mind, Duanju's gaze grew cold, and his left hand gripped the doorknob tightly, gently pulling and opening the door with ease. And as the door opened, a familiar shadow also appeared in front of Duanju. Duanju was slightly stunned when he saw his face, and was so frightened that his little white knife fell to the ground. Ha! Qin Kong? The figure standing on the balcony, drenched by the torrential rain, who else could it be but Qin Kong? The shadow reflected by the balcony glass was a bit distorted, and the rain dripped down Qin Kong's chin, but it haloed the ink like black stains on the ground. His uniform buttons were all misplaced, like a puppet that had been forcibly put together. And strangely enough, Qin Kong actually didn't move a muscle when he saw Duanju, and didn't rush into the house, just stood expressionless, the whites of his eyes completely eroded by pitch black, and looked directly into Duanju's eyes with a condescending gaze. Stupid woman, get on your knees. Ha! Duanju blinked in confusion. Qin Kong then ordered in an even stronger tone. Who gave you permission to open the door so slowly? As a slave, you should recognize your own identity, and kneel down to apologize properly to me. Duanju's mouth dropped open when he heard this. She didn't understand at all why Qin Kong had to speak to her so rudely. Who is a slave? Duanju's heart was hissing hard. But before she could even begin to retort, Qin Kong's right hand snapped up and suddenly pressed down on Duanju's head, pressing her down hard. Ow! The powerful force didn't allow Duanju to resist at all, and in just a moment she was forced to kneel on the ground, grabbing the man's arm with both hands and holding it up in an attempt to resist, but her own strength in front of the other party was like a mayfly shaking a tree, and she could only watch as the other party pressed down on her own head in an abusive manner. Did you not hear me when I told you to kneel? You don't think you can resist me, do you? You have a good skin, but you can't do anything. Becoming a slave is even lifting you up. You only deserve to kneel on the ground and give me st. What? You. At this moment, Duanju couldn't believe his ears. Such harsh words came out of Qin Kong's mouth, and although they felt out of place, a fire raced up in Duanju's heart, so much so that her cheeks grew redder and redder. Qin Kong, you guy, actually dare to insult me like this. It's tolerable. It's intolerable. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take you. Ha! Thinking of this, Duanju's expression suddenly froze as her eyes met Qin Kong, who was looking down at her handsome, cold, and domineering. The biting red pupils were full of anger, staring down at her as if they were scornful of ants, the master of the night and the king of the last days. What's going on? Good. Love it. Duanju's arm involuntarily raised to cover his mouth while his pupils radiated a mesmerizing red light. However, just as her body slowly slackened and assumed a posture of being at her master's disposal, a powerful force, however, suddenly came from the waist, so much so that Duanju's body suddenly lurched and very easily fell into the man's arms. Ah! Duanju, who had been taken into his arms, let out an adorable yelp, and the familiar warmth of his body came quickly through his clothes, causing Duanju to snap out of his daze. And when she turned around to look, she realized that it was actually Qin Kong who had wrapped her in his arms from behind. Hey! What's the matter with you? Ha! That Qin Kong out there is? Ha! The sudden situation threw Duanju into confusion. The later Qin Kong was clearly much gentler than the guy from earlier, and was holding Duanju tightly in his arms and soothing her back while staring at the balcony with a wary gaze. Don't you have any common sense, you idiot? How could I have come in through the balcony? Ha! And he is? Duanju, who heard this, blinked blankly. And when she looked back, she realized that there was no Qin Kong on the balcony, only a bloated crow with eerie black pupils, staring straight at Duanju in the pouring rain, just like a ghost. Ghost Crow, a Stage 1 mutated monster that likes to hang out on rainy days, a terrifying creature that accumulates spiritual energy by cannibalizing its own kind, and will use illusions to attract its prey and make it give up its resistance on its own, thus facilitating the hunt. These are ghost crows that will visualize the desires in the hearts of their prey, thus confusing them into giving up their struggle. Whoosh! Qin Kong said with a serious face. After finishing his speech, he raised his hand and summoned an infinite hand crossbow, aiming an arrow at the ghost crows. The poor ghost crows originally thought that they could have a full meal, but they didn't expect that they didn't even react, and then they were stabbed through the head by Qin Kong's arrow, and they died violently on the spot amidst the rainwater. It wasn't until blood soaked the floor of the balcony that Qin Kong twisted his head around and raised his arm to viciously pinch Duanju's face. You're giving me trouble as soon as I'm gone, aren't you? It's a good thing I sensed this guy and came back in time, otherwise you wouldn't have been killed by a Stage 1 monster. Idiot. Aha! Just talk, don't pinch my face. Coarse fingers crushed the soft flesh on the cheeks, so the soft cheeks were immediately pinched and bulged by the man. In response, Duanju could only angrily wave his arms in an attempt to struggle, but he didn't want Qin Kong to pinch harder and harder, and in the end, he had to lecture in a vicious tone. From now on, if a stranger knocks on the door, you can't open it, okay? Inform me first when something bad happens, okay? The next time I see you acting like a fool and being tricked by a low-ranked monster, I'll whip your ass hard and give you a beating until you cry. Hear me? Ugh. I'm sorry. I know. God knows why Qin Kong was so angry, and Duanju, who had done something wrong, could only agree pitifully. But at the same time as she finished her promise, she gave a small pout with a defiant expression. It's my fault too, I obviously sensed something wrong with that fake Qin Kong. Poof. It's not even that it's turned into you. Apparently, Duanju himself didn't even realize he muttered out loud. While Qin Kong's gaze turned cold when he heard this, his voice lowered as he asked a rhetorical question. How dare you argue? You really want to get your ass kicked, don't you? Ha? No. Don't dare. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Duanju hurriedly covered his butt and could only stand upright and reply in a cute and cuddly manner. People don't dare anymore. I'll listen to Lord Qin Kong from now on. Ha, that's more like it. Need. Looking at the cute creature in his arms with pursed lips and a mouth that promised a face that was puffed up, Qin Kong could only shake his head and rub her head in relief. But don't look at Duanju's very well-behaved demeanor, but in reality, her heart was chanting fiercely. Damn you, Qin Kong, damn you, scum. I should have sharked you. What can I do? It made up a fantasy of you to fool me. How would I know? I haven't seen this kind of enemy before. Bastard Qin Kong, just know to take it out on me. Wait for it. When I find a chance to poison your dinner and kill you, you big fool, you'll know who's the boss. Darn 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 darn. Go die 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 die. Wait, no? With this in mind, Duanju's eyes suddenly lit up, finally realizing something strange. On second thought? The fantasies created by the ghost crows are all desires in the hearts of their prey? Doesn't that mean that the desires in my heart are being willfully used by Qin Kong as if he were a slave? No. No, 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 no. There's no such thing. It must have been an accident. It was an accident. The rambling Duanju shook his head vigorously, as if that would deny the fact that he had just done so. Luckily, Qin Kong didn't care too much about it, just soothing Duanju's back as usual, rubbing her face again, and only after drawing in enough Duanju energy did he pat Duanju in satisfaction and ask curiously. By the way, why are you dressed like that today? Duanju, who heard this, blinked innocently. It was then that she reacted to the fact that she had dressed in his favorite woolen sweater and white silk so that she could trick Qin Kong. However, she had just finished being lectured, so how could she let Qin Kong have his way? Then she deliberately turned her head away and casually said with a look of disdain. When? Of course, because today's clothes washed, so just change a new set of just, don't think too much, you biker. Yes? The corner of Qin Kong's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a playful smile. But there's no need to wear stockings if you're just changing clothes, is there? Well. That said, how is the statement recorded? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Changing the subject, it's useless. Oh, you should know, Xiaoju, hair smells so good, and it's been specially bathed, right? It's over. Looking at Qin Kong, who had already cupped her face, the other party's eyes filled with doting and love, Duanju's pupils were already trembling slightly. The word is. Why on earth would I want to curry favor with Qin Kong? Think. Can't think. Really turning into an idiot. Woo-woo. Chapter 83, Alerting the Wife. Duanju, you're such a delightful little biker. Still deliberately acting like you won't give in? It's so cute to forcefully endure, I'm almost going to be touched by your perseverance. But alas, your body doesn't seem to think so, eh? Look at it, it's trembling. So there's no use resisting, you've been my thing for a long time now. Everything you are is mine, both body and soul. This is your atonement for all the evil you did in your previous life, and I will love you forever and ever, until the end of the end times. Let you have many, many children. This is your destiny as my wife. It's not right. It's not right. The 15th day of the end times, Sunny. The base's walls had already been built, and 7 out of 10 of the surrounding zombies had been wiped out, but Duanju jolted out of bed. What kind of nightmares does she seem to be having? Hair disheveled and sweaty, the white suspenders of her nightgown hanging below her shoulders, pink under her white face, skin as smooth and juicy as a dewy peach. She stared wide-eyed straight up at the ceiling, the plump curves of her breasts were rising and falling with her breathing, and her heart was not at peace for a long time. Well. Why? Why is that? Duanju questioned himself hard in his mind while raising his arm to shield his eyes out of shame. The pink mouth was gritting its teeth, looking as if it was very defiant and resigned. Why? Why do you always dream about this kind of anticlimactic drama lately? Why do you still feel a bit happy after this dream? Why can't you calm down your heart? I love it. The Qin Kong in my dream is so handsome. But I'm not like that. I'm not going to submit to Qin Kong's lustful power. I want to be the hero of the last days. I want to be a hero in the post-apocalyptic world, respected by all. It must be because Qin Kong bullied me every day that I had this kind of dream, it's all because of that damnable man, kill. When he thought of this, Duanju's heart began to cry out in a hideous manner. As she cried out, her teeth clenched tighter and tighter, putting on a stoic expression. Just don't look very stoic now. She, who had just made up her mind 1 second, habitually and very skillfully made a series of movements in the next second, turning around, wrapping her arms around the man's neck, grabbing the other party's hand outside of the comforter and placing it on her own waist, rubbing herself vigorously into the other party's embrace like a clingy kitten, and then she didn't forget to give the other party a kiss on his handsome sleeping face. Chirp. Humph, what a horrible dream. It scared me to death. I'm not going to be a wife. Gee, why don't you hold on tight? So Duanju adjusted Qin Kong's arm again until it was just right to encircle her brute waist, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soon, however, Duanju's smile suddenly froze on his face. This was because she suddenly realized that there seemed to be strange red marks on Qin Kong's shoulders. Ha! This is... teeth marks? Are they teeth marks? It's so light-colored, you can't even notice it unless you look closely. Noticing a hint of something wrong, Duanju immediately revealed a wary gaze and began to lie down in Qin Kong's arms to carefully stare at the mark. I've noticed this before, but it was nighttime, so I couldn't see. The shape of this one, so it looks like a bite, right? Did I bite it? But I don't remember biting my shoulder, it's so strange. Just as he was thinking about it, Duanju poked the mark with his finger and used his magic power slightly to release the skill love infusion. Buzz. As the white light flashed by, Qin Kong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, seemingly sensing something but not waking up. On Duanju's side, he was blinking in confusion, the question marks on his head growing because the red mark actually didn't even go away under the effect of the skill, which meant that it was a birthmark, or a scar that love infusion couldn't get rid of with too long of a time gap, or something like that. Is that so? It doesn't feel right. Vigilant as Duanju was, his heart was really starting to break. And soon, she thought of something, and suddenly the corner of her mouth hooked, revealing a flirtatious smile. In that case, wouldn't it be easier to compare them? If it's the same as my teeth marks, it means that I bit it before, so I'll spare you for now. If it's not the same, hee. At the thought of this, Duanju's pupils radiated an evil red light, and then she opened her pink lips and pressed her soft lips against the man's skin, aiming a hard bite at the defenseless neck. Qin Kong, who was still asleep, immediately awoke with a start. Anyone doesn't like to be disturbed while they are asleep, and those with a poor temper may directly curse. But Qin Kong's first reaction upon waking up was actually to hug the naughty woman in his arms tightly before poking her head and criticizing her. Xiao Ju, you bit me again. How many times have I told you not to bite? Ouch. Hey, it hurts, eh? Let go. Poor Qin Kong wailed on the bed, but no matter how much he wailed, Duanju refused to let go. Let you be a womanizer in your previous life, let you be a womanizer in your previous life. Bite you to death, bite you to death. Qin Kong could never have imagined that he would be reduced to this after being reborn, stagnant leveling, no monsters to kill, abundant supplies, and idle as hell. A whole week, in addition to eating is sleeping, in addition to sleeping is pampering Duanju, although every day I've gone out to cut zombies, but the level has not risen. Instead, Duanju rose to 18, Zhao Xianyao also rose to 12, and Duanju recently is more and more disobedient. This has not now began to bite him again. So what else can we do? If you don't spoil your own wife, who else will? So he could only do his best to break Duanju's head, pretending to be fierce but actually shouting gently. Get loose. Stupid woman. Well, Duanju finally released his mouth from biting Qin Kong's neck. Looking at Qin Kong's dilemma of being full of depression and not being able to bear criticizing her, a satisfied smile appeared on Duanju's face, arrogance in his smiling demeanor. The mere Qin Kong is still easily taken by me. I told you I'd beat him sooner or later. Look at me bullying him now. Does he dare fight back? How dare he? Ha! With this in mind, the smile on Duanju's face grew more and more complacent. But while being complacent, she didn't forget about business. Her eyes stole a glance towards Qin Kong's shoulder, and realizing that her teeth marks were not exactly the same as the red marks from before, but could be said to be very similar, she nodded her head reassuringly. I'm sure it's my teeth marks, so it's alright. My man can only have my mark on him, no one else's, huh? Hiss. Not right? What's wrong? Thinking of this, Duanju frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing through his clear eyes. And Qin Kong, who had been bitten awake, was filled with helplessness, and could only cover his sorely bitten wounds, pat Duanju's back, and persuade him bitterly. Xiaoju, don't wake me up like this every day, okay? It hurts after killing hundreds of zombies yesterday afternoon, coming back and tossing and turning with you for over 2 hours, you just wake me up like this, annoying. Well. I can't believe you called me annoying. Duanju, who heard this, immediately puffed up his face and gave an incredulous look. Qin Kong, on the other hand, was slightly stunned upon hearing this, and hurriedly raised his right hand and pinched Duanju's soft and warm face, and explained with a doting face. You're already annoying, and you don't even like it when I say you annoying little goblin. You'll be honest when I beat you up. Well. Underestimated. Again and again and again. Feeling the provocative undertone in Qin Kong's words, Duanju's face immediately turned red with anger. It's just a pity that before she could even start to get angry, her original humiliated and ashamed expression inexplicably turned into a well-behaved one? Under Qin Kong's coarse and warm palm, her eyes gradually narrowed into a small slit, and then even took the initiative to rub her face against the other party's palm, like a kitten enjoying the master's icky, docile to the extreme. Good. So comfortable. Qin Kong's palm is so warm, touch me more. Wait, no? It's not ing right. Duanju, who had been icked halfway through the movie, snapped his eyes wide open. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't submit to Qin Kong's tyranny? Duanju. Don't be fooled by beauty, you stupid woman. But. It's okay to make an exception once in a while, isn't it? Next time, I'll say no. I'll do it next time. Not this time. After thinking about this, Duanju nodded silently in his heart, then began to rub himself vigorously against Qin Kong's hand again. It's so comfortable. In response, Qin Kong could only smile helplessly, gently caressing his wife while looking out of the window at the clear sunshine, and couldn't help but think in his heart demon nuns can be so easy to coax. Hello, this is End Times Advisory Radio, in order to prevent the destruction of the world. To guard the civilization of mankind. I'm your cute and charming host, Little Monique. It's been half a month. Today is the 15th day of the last century. Is everyone still alive? If you're alive, gather food for a rainy day. So, without further ado, let's step into the business next. As usual, I'll be reading out the latest world news to you all. Neon latest news, island or sinking? Neon or will it die? Glowing octopus monsters have piled up coral-like structures on the ocean floor with their tentacles, causing an anomaly in the ocean currents and soil structure near the archipelago, resulting in an earthquake measuring 8.3 on the Richter scale in the southwestern part of Honshu Island. Now that the sea level is rising crazily at a rate of 0.2 meters per hour, the shelters in the seafront areas have observed 3 7-meter-high mutated tsunamis approaching the cities, and the relevant departments of Neon have stated that they will consider transferring a large number of survivors to the mainland by carrying them through the system artifacts, and in response to this, the Zaibatsu successor of South Korea, the center country of the universe, has stated that Neon is to be blamed for the situation. South Korea, as the number one country in the last century Gen Asia, will not accept any refugees. But I'm sorry, I didn't hold it together. So on to the second story, the CDC's urgent rumor, the zombie virus is not airborne, and survivors are asked not to listen to some. Maybe it's because it rains a lot, but even though it's spring, it's been a little chilly lately. The good thing is that the warmth of the nano battlesuit is also quite excellent. Duanju gets up every day as long as double-click on the bracelet to automatically put on the thermal underwear nano battlesuit series, and when you're done washing up and your coat, jacket, and socks are all on, then press another button on the bracelet to adjust it to smocking mode, so that it also eliminates the need for underwear, and makes it convenient and warm, and doesn't appear to be the scene of a cool chill when you've just come out of the nest. And another thing, the nano battlesuit also has a self-cleaning function. Every time you receive the inside of the bracelet you can click on the cleaning option, and then summon with a fresh aroma, which can save a lot of trouble. By the way, why do you always listen to this little dream lily on the radio? You must know her, right? When Duanju served the steaming hot fried dumplings on the table, he just happened to hear the news of the Arctic Research Station mentioned on the radio. Xiao Meng Li's sweet voice seemed to have magical powers. Just listening to it put people's hearts at ease, as if it was a beam of light in the darkness. In response, alert as Duanju was, he naturally narrowed his eyes and inquired suspiciously. Is it hard to believe that it's your little lover from a previous life? No. Hearing Duanju's question, Qin Kong replied dryly, pouring some vinegar into the bowl in the process. She's the wife of a friend of mine, who was close to me, one of the few close friends I had in my past life, but unfortunately both of them ended up dead in the tide of corpses. Qin Kong spoke in a calm tone, not forgetting to pick up the pan-fried dumplings and take a bite after he finished beef and scallion stuffed, thin skin, fat but not greasy, Duanju personally wrapped the other day, and there were still quite a few frozen in the fridge. So Qin Kong, who finished a bite, immediately complimented, "It tastes good, how come you can make everything?" But in response, Duanju ignored the compliments and turned to sit across from Qin Kong, holding his chin and smiling. So that's it, It's the wife of a friend of yours from a previous life. You're sure it's not some young lover with an unresolved love affair, right? Nah. Right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Kong's hand that was raising the chopsticks paused in mid-air. Kill. This breath is a demonic nun. It's so similar. It's exactly the same as in my past life. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Qin Kong's forehead. Looking up, he found that Duanju was still just cupping his face, happily looking at him. As if it were normal, except for the reddened pupils that were permeated with a hint of danger. When have I ever lied to you? If I say I'm a friend, not to mention I have you. There's no way I'll be looking for another woman. Oh, that's right. Hearing these words, Duanju finally nodded his head in satisfaction, and then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, putting on a careless smile and casually saying, I'm just asking, I don't really care at all. I believe it. Qin Kong spat out with a breathless expression. The post-apocalyptic world isn't always a fight, and the calm of the days is a bit boring when it comes to making sure you're safe. Duanju couldn't help but yawn. She was used to it by now. She was often sleepy nowadays, and she didn't know why, but it didn't bother her too much since it didn't really affect her life. But at this moment, Duanju's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated twice. She was feeling bored, leisurely picked up the phone, but she didn't want to see that familiar ID since the last time the Jime Union was suppressed by Duanju's snitching. This group of women has been in the group with Duanju, from time to time. They've been having fits of madness from time to time. Doomsday Rose, oops, went sweeping again today. With photos, mountains of canned goods, self-heating hot pots and purified water. Just happened to meet the military supply truck. I reasoned with them a little. They sent me 2 boxes of compressed cookies at spit tongue emoji. I wonder if some people's food eat nah, even if hoarding more. The end of the world has passed half a month it. By the way, the Rice father said, the zombie virus may be transmitted through the air. Oh, I still have a brand new 3M level mask. I do not know if your family prepared hee. Aha! Looking at all the remarks of the end times Rose in the group, the words were filled with the air of I have supplies and I am noble. In response, the corners of Duanju's mouth twitched slightly, and he could only put on an expression of looking at a little cutie. Expression. Retarded. Chapter 84 Rose's True Nature. Retarded. Duanju silently spat. But trolling to trolling, looking at the Doomsday Rose, that arrogant and complacent face, a mouthful of a Rice father listening to people extremely stomach, although rationally we all think that this person is an idiot, but in the heart, but still feel angry as the saying goes, toad lying on his feet, do not bite people diaphragm. Should be people. How can a fairy like this survive for so long in a post-apocalyptic world? How in the world did she manage to survive this long without killing a single zombie? If we let her get carried away, she'll be pissed off every day for the rest of her life, and the military won't care. So what can we do to put this one out of her misery a little bit? As he thought about it, Duanju suddenly had a flash of light and set his eyes on Qin Kong. There it is. Thinking of an idea, Duanju, a bad smile appeared on his face, and his clear sparkling eyes narrowed into a flirtatious crescent moon shape. She then silently got up and stepped away from the couch and walked to the couch's heel while Qin Kong was still boredly eating his breakfast. She sat on his lap with her butt, grabbing the other party's left arm around her own brute waist, and picking a comfortable position to lie on the other party's shoulder. What are you doing? Qin Kong asked curiously, inadvertently hugging Duanju tighter as he spoke and rubbing his chin against him again. However, Duanju was laughing without saying a word, and while Qin Kong was hugging her tightly, Duanju lifted his cell phone to take a selfie. It just happened to take a picture of the intimate scene between the two of them, and attached a message to the group. Oh, there's no mask at home, so I'll have to rely on my husband to think of something, crying. Seeing the photo, a few shock symbols first popped up in the group. Handsome young Qin Kong wearing casual loungewear, strong and broad arms just around the slender waist, his streamlined muscle lines, even through the fabric can also be seen clearly, rough sharp knuckles deep into the cream-colored wool, will be the woman's soft waist in the palm of his hand, as if this is a special thing, as a creamy mousse that can be tasted at his disposal, as well. A handsome, high cool, domineering, a stunning, charming, fierce man with a combination of beautiful people to wear it is very popular. This photo was sent, the group really exploded again. Worthy of being Mrs. Qin. Handing out benefits early in the morning. I'm energized again. I'll have to work hard to kill zombies too in order to get a wife like that. Sister Duan, have you been using skincare products since the end of the world? Or does it mean that you'll get prettier with a higher level? Why is your skin so good? It must be that brother Qin brought her to upgrade. So envious, damn it.
Words of envy and praise instantly filled the entire group chat, quickly topping what Rose of Doom had just said. Duanju was so pleased with this sight that his nose was turned up to the sky in triumph. But on the contrary, Qin Kong grabbed the phone and criticized it with a bad face.
Didn't we all say no such comments in the group?
It will be missed by the bad guys.
What's the matter, you're still afraid of that?
Looking at Qin Kong's flustered appearance, Duanju raised his chin and asked rhetorically, smugly while a hint of disdain was still present in the narrowed slits of his eyes.
Obviously reborn, things are still careful, not domineering at all. In exchange for miah, on these small fish and shrimp in the neighborhood, it is still not easy to. As he was speaking, Duanju only felt his body lurch, and screamed while his body slumped over. Only when he came back to his senses did he realize that he had actually been pinched by Qin Kong at the back of his neck, and pressed down onto the sofa with one hand. What? What are you trying to do to me again? Duanju was slightly alarmed inside.
But soon she calmed down.
Oomph, think you can still bully me like before? You're kidding. I'm an 18th level awakened. Even if I don't have an attack type skill, my own attributes are far superior to those of an ordinary person. Love infusion. A divine white light emerged from Duanju's body, and his full attributes were boosted. Reinforcement is complete, ready to strike.
With your mere Qin Kong, it is simply impossible to.
Ha! Finished. Can't break free at all?
After a few hard attempts, Duanju realized that she couldn't get up at all. She couldn't break free simply by having Qin Kong choke the back of her neck. And soon, before she could think of a countermeasure, Qin Kong's condescending, cold voice came from above.
You even gave yourself a skill? You're still trying to resist me, aren't you? Ha!
A voice full of majesty echoed in her ears, causing her body to tremble slightly as if by magic. The legs involuntarily came together in one piece and the toes curled into a tight ball, yet the man's voice still didn't stop. Tell you what, in your place, you'd just get a spanking from your man. That's me.
Pinned to the couch and spanked hard.
3 days without a spanking in the upper room. I think you really need a spanking.
Wait.
Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Duanju, whose entire body was tense, hastily raised his hands to beg for mercy, fighting back like a kitten trying to escape from its father's arms.
Not this one. Don't do this in the daytime, husband. I was wrong.
Yes?
You know you're wrong, don't you? Hearing Duanju's pitiful cries, the corner of Qin Kong's mouth hooked as he asked rhetorically in a playful tone.
Duanju saw this and hastily nodded seriously, and made a point of pursing his little lips and making a cute weak reply.
Aha! I won't dare next time. Anyway, let go of me first. Not even if you know you're wrong. Snap. Hubby, people are wrong. Woo.
The villa was filled with happy air. On the other side, perhaps even Duanju hadn't expected that her one-shot photo attack would actually work so well. A certain resident of Building 12, 501, was clutching his cell phone in a death grip, staring at the screen with eyes wide open.
Stinking, dead, not just find a good husband? What's so great? Me too.
A sharp, piercing female voice came from the room, deep resentment contained in every bite. Relying on that vixen's face, getting to the top by sleeping with her, picking men's pants as bloodsuckers, it's disgusting. Give me a chance to see, I won't let you guys have a good time, what's the point of pretending? As she spoke, the woman gnawed her nails nervously, and only then was the woman's form reflected in the mirror actually a bloated, fat-headed fat man who looked like he might not even weigh 200 pounds. Presented in the bed tablet was the woman's circle of friends, posting a variety of photos that were extremely retouched selfies, a far cry from her own image. And a closer look reveals that the WeChat ID on it boldly reads 4 words, Doomsday Rose. Damn you all, damn you all. Doomsday Rose was still cursing so viciously that she didn't even notice the blood seeping from her back teeth as they were bitten. And soon the nervous one suddenly remembers something and clutches her head and mutters to herself like crazy, looking horrible and gloomy. Yes, I know, you all deserve to die. As long as you're all dead, I'll be safe, and I'll have a chance to stock up on supplies until my rice daddy comes to rescue me. This world can only be saved by Papa Rice. China is finished, all Asians are finished. So you must die. Speaking of which, a fishy red color surfaced under the woman's eyes and a hideous grin appeared on her face. And soon enough, she was rummaging through her locker to find her car keys, putting on her coat and sprinting all the way in the direction of the underground garage, with no idea what she was going to do.
Meanwhile, Qin Kong, who had just finished punishing Duanju, suddenly froze as if he had sensed something, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a look. "It's over, look what you've done, someone's going to do something bad to us again." While speaking, Qin Kong shook his cell phone, which showed what was clearly the surveillance of the underground garage of the district. A red car was driving towards the gate. Hearing this, Duanju, who was covering his buttocks, sat up in a hurry and spoke with a defiant face even though there were still tiny teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes. "What the hell, and how did you know that, huh?" "Of course I know, I have perception skills." Qin Kong smiled from ear to ear. After laughing, he took the aggrieved Duanju into his arms, stroking her silky hair to soothe her before handing Duanju his cell phone to look at. "Isn't this the fairy group leader you were talking about? I just felt a very strong hostile intent emanating from her, and by the looks of it she seems to be preparing to leave the neighborhood." Out of the neighborhood? Duanju cocked his head curiously. "What's a hostile to us doing out of the neighborhood? She's not trying to attract a horde of corpses, is she?" "I don't know, I'm not afraid of attracting corpses, but well." Saying that, Qin Kong's gaze turned slightly cold as he suddenly spoke coldly with a biting gaze. "Since she's become hostile to me, there's no reason to spare her. Originally I didn't want to make a move against such a stupid neighbor, but now it seems that I'm still too forgiving. Let's go, let's follow her up and see what's going on." "Ah. Wait a minute." With that said, Qin Kong was already up and ready to go get his firearm and jacket, while Duanju could only rub his ass and follow with a grudging face. Stupid husband, bad husband. Just after beating someone up, he wants them to go out with him. How in heaven's name can there be such a hateful domestic violence man? Curse you. Well, being used like a fool and then having to obediently listen to him. Obviously it shouldn't be like this. I'm the one who should be the master. At the thought of this, Duanju's face slowly puffed up, an expression that looked adorably touching as he was mortified and on the verge of tears. It was just a shame that before she could finish being angry, she was slapped on the ass again by someone. Slap. Ha! Duanju couldn't help but let out a yelp. The next second she was wrapped around Qin Kong's waist as the other party whispered beside her ear. What are you thinking, Xiaoju? Get your coat on, we're going out, and kill some walkers on the way. Well, kill you. Shamed to the core, Duanju could only cover his ass and huff and puff. In response, Qin Kong smiled faintly and rubbed Duanju's head to comfort him. Okay, we'll continue this when we get back, now go out first, okay? That's more like it. Grabbing Qin Kong's arm, he rubbed his cheek against it, and although his movements were very well behaved, Duanju's face was still set in disdain. But very quickly. Duanju then opened his eyes wide once more and muttered to himself with a dopey look full of doubt. It doesn't seem right. In fact, after Duanju found out the address of the Rose of Doom, she and Qin Kong secretly went there when they were bored, wanting to see what kind of person this foreign admirer really was. Appearance and all that was just a laugh of fun. What they didn't expect was that this woman had quite a lot of food in her house, with all kinds of snacks and fruits all over the house. At that time, Qin Kong did not think there is anything. After all, many people like in the home to stock some food storage in case of emergency. Eat half a month still left so much is not strange. But now, Qin Kong and Duanju had discovered something interesting. Hello? What is this woman up to? Spying? Duanju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, while Qin Kong narrowed his eyes and replied in a hesitant tone. Hiss. Don't know, but by the looks of her, she should have met with this group a few times. With the help of the crisis sense knowledge skill, tracking a person with hostile intent wasn't a difficult task for Qin Kong. All he needed to do was to drive and track from a distance of 1,000 meters, and then switch to walking when the other party stopped. So a quarter of an hour later, the red sedan pulled up to the dilapidated plaza, and the Rose of Doom walked over to a group of ill-faced survivors, while Duanju and Qin Kong lay on their backs on a distant bungalow and watched it all. The boss of the other side is a big, thick, bald man, holding a fire axe, and his body is permeated with a fierce aura. Doomsday Rose as a woman actually wasn't afraid, and was even able to talk intensely with that bald guy about something, with no stage fright between words, which couldn't help but make Duanju poke his head out curiously. What are they saying? It's hard to hear. Ow. Idiot, get down there. Duanju, who had just stuck his head out, was pressed back by Qin Kong. After all, standing that high up wouldn't allow him to be discovered. I have props, just listen with them. TSK. Are you Tinkerbell? What a prop. Duanju, who had his head pressed down, rolled his eyes in great displeasure. But jokes aside, Qin Kong still summoned the eavesdropping prop from the system space. Grade B prop, stowed earphones, can listen to all kinds of sounds within 500 meters susceptible to magical interference. Put this on so you can hear. Qin Kong said as he handed Duanju a headset, yet only just after putting on the props did the woman's shrill popping sound come from the headset. I don't care. I've already told you about the army's deployment, so you should fulfill your promise to give me the rest of the supplies. And when are you guys planning to strike? If it's any later, Li Wei's father might even send his reinforcements over, so you won't be able to kill Qin Kong and his army by then. Ha! When these words came out, Duanju and Qin Kong froze for a moment. Both of them understood at the same time. No wonder this Rose of Doom could get so much food as well as masks. There was no such thing as a military supply truck. She traded information about the neighborhood for supplies from the mob.